Jiang Xia, who has lived two lives. In the first life, she was a corporate slave, dreaming of a pastoral life that she could never realize that in the second life. She was born in the interstellar era and abandoned as a baby on a desolate planet, but was saved by her brother Jiang Lang. Unknown to anyone, Jiang Xia is a natural destiny master, capable of defying fate. In order to conceal the identity of the destiny master, a different type of star power is always born alongside it. Jiang Xia's accompanying star power is of the space type. The space type, like the destiny master, is also on 1,000-year star power, representing a path to becoming a strong individual once it grows. To hide her space type, Jiang Xia puts on another layer of disguise. Chapter 1. Hellish Beginning. On the desolate planet, numbered desolate .7697 in the interstellar realm. Even on this desolate planet, some humans manage to survive. The people living here are all the lowest-tier citizens of the interstellar society. Some are even illegal residents. They have no access to free interstellar education. Jiang Xiao's current identity is that of an illegal resident on this desolate planet, and she's 2 years old this year. The only person she relies on is her brother Jiang Lang, who is 7 years older than her and has no blood relation to her. They currently live in the western part of this desolate planet. The people struggling to survive in this area are all illegal residents without interstellar registration. They're all abandoned beings. Gathered together, this group acts purely on instinct, with no moral constraints. Fighting and brawling are daily occurrences. Murder and theft for food are even more common. Illegal residents have no human rights and are not bound by law. Despite this environment, Jiang Lang still insisted on bringing her back home when she was an infant and raising her. This shows his tenacity. Moreover, due to long-term malnutrition, the 2-year-old Jiang Xia looks no different from a 1-year-old baby. At 1 year old, she could barely crawl. Now, she can finally walk normally. Being able to walk normally means she can leave the house and look for food. The burden of supporting the family no longer has to rest solely on her brother. Jiang Xia quickly put on a dress for herself, slung a small cloth bag over her shoulder, and bounced off to find her brother. The dress was made from clothes salvaged from the trash. The small cloth bag was pieced together from various scraps of fabric. All of this handiwork was done solely by Jiang Lang. It's hard to imagine that 2 years ago, he was only 7 and could do all this. A life of hardship truly forces one to grow. But if given the choice, no one would want such growth. Brother. Jiang Xia smiled as she looked at Jiang Lang, who was trying to sneak out the door alone. She knew her brother had pretended to agree to take her out, but in reality, he didn't want to. She hadn't slept at all that night, carefully listening for any movement. As soon as she heard something, she would immediately get up. Otherwise, her brother would use the excuse that she couldn't get out of bed to leave her behind. Jiang Xia stepped forward, angrily accusing, "Brother, are you trying to sneak out again?" Though she was frail, Jiang Xia's cute appearance made her words sound like a playful complaint to Jiang Lang. Facing his sister, whom he had raised single-handedly, Jiang Lang had no temper at all and immediately smiled. No, I just wanted to see if Aunt Lee and the others are up." The Aunt Lee he mentioned was part of their group for warmth. Usually, everyone would go out together to rummage through trash for usable items or search for edible plants and animals in the wild. Despite being a woman, Aunt Lee had built a fearsome reputation in this area, and almost no one dared to mess with her. She was the leader of their team and usually had the final say. "All right, then I'll go with you." Saying this, Jiang Xia walked behind her brother. Jiang Lang sighed silently. He thought about how they were going to the wild to look for wild vegetables, which were familiar places with no danger, and his sister would eventually have to leave the house and adapt to this world. According to Aunt Lee, it was better to start early than late. He compromised. "Okay, then hold my hand and don't run around. If you get lost, you won't be able to come back." Jiang Xia nodded. "Brother, don't worry, I won't run around." She wasn't a real child. She was reincarnated with memories from her past life. After 2 years of inquiries and observations, she understood the dangers outside. She valued her life more than anyone else and certainly wouldn't run around recklessly. Jiang Lang took Jiang Xia's hand and stepped outside. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten, with stars still visible. The siblings strolled slowly to the big tree where everyone usually gathered. This was Jiang Xia's first time stepping outside, and she stood under the big tree, wide-eyed, taking in her surroundings, seeing the sky from home and seeing the world outside. Even if it was the same sky, felt entirely different. The term desolate planet means that valuable minerals and resources on this planet have been mined out, leaving no renewable resources worth investing in. Star energy is also pitifully scarce, making cultivation difficult. With no investment value, it does not mean that the climate and environment of this desolate planet are poor. The truly uninhabitable planets are those numbered with terms like garbage or waste. However, the people surviving on desolate planets are all individuals with bleak futures, abandoned by society. The air on this planet is incredibly fresh. Jiang Xia looked up at the big tree and found it to be a tall elm tree. Jiang Xia was delighted. She hadn't expected to recognize a plant from her past life on this planet. At this time of year, the elm trees were bearing elm seeds. And elm seeds are edible. But in the past 2 years, Jiang Xia hadn't seen Jiang Lang bring any elm seeds back to eat. Did they not know it was edible? Thinking of this, she directly pointed at the elm seeds on the tree and asked, "Brother, that smells so good. I want to eat it." Jiang Xia didn't know if the elm seeds would emit a fragrance. She was just looking for an excuse. Jiang Lang quickly pressed down her small hand. "Sister, that thing is poisonous. You can't eat it." Poisonous? This is the interstellar era. Perhaps the elm trees here are similar in appearance to those on our past blue star, but their insides are different? That's possible. With this thought, Jiang Xia gave up on the idea of eating elm seeds. She continued to observe her surroundings. It was early summer, and the leaves were a fresh green, with some unknown flowers blooming in the breeze. The small path beneath her feet extended forward until it disappeared into the nearby jungle. Various weeds grew wildly along the roadside. Because no one had cleared them, the weeds were a chaotic mix of dry grass and new growth. A very ordinary rural scene. Also, the environment that Jiang Xia longed for most. Having struggled to survive in a concrete jungle in her past life, in this life, abandoned in such an environment, Jiang Xia had not a single complaint and even felt somewhat fortunate. The surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees were thriving. Even the weeds grew well, indicating that the soil here should be suitable for planting. Jiang Xia's innate farming instincts awakened. At this moment, she was filled with ambition. She vowed to lead everyone to farm, towards self-sufficiency and prosperity. Goo-goo. The sound of her stomach interrupted Jiang Xia's daydreaming. Being poor, they had no habit of having breakfast, or rather, Jiang Lang, a 9-year-old child, made it a norm to go hungry. In this forgotten place, going hungry was the norm. Being thin was the norm. Skipping breakfast was even more common. Jiang Xia sat down at the base of the tree and patted the spot next to her. "Brother, let's sit and wait." Okay. The two tacitly avoided mentioning their hunger. Uncertain how long they waited, when the sky was fully bright, they finally saw figures appearing on the road. "Xiao Lang, good morning." The newcomers were Uncle Liang, Aunt Liang, and their daughter Liang Xiao. Uncle Liang and Aunt Liang hoped their daughter would grow as resilient as the grass by the roadside. Hence they named her that. Such names are quite common in this area. Liang Xiao was 10 years old this year. He is 1 year older than Jiang Wolf, but he is taller than Jiang Wolf by a head. Liang Xiao has parents, so her life is obviously much better than that of Jiang Wolf and Jiang Xia. Uncle Liang, Aunt Liang, good morning. Sister Xiao, good morning. Jiang Xia and her brother stood up. Xia is out today too? Uncle Liang and Aunt Liang were a bit surprised. Liang Xiao was very happy to see Jiang Xia, smiling as she ran to her side and held her little hand. "Sister Xia, I will protect you." Chapter 2. Team Members. Aunt Li's team has a total of 7 people. Aunt Li, whose real name is Gu Li, is only 25 this year at Li, is a respectful title used by people around her. Uncle Liang, Aunt Liang, and Liang Xiao make up a family of 3. Uncle Dog is in his 40s, agile on his feet, and runs particularly fast when faced with a situation. Master Ma is in his 30s, blind in one eye, and usually speaks very little. With 9-year-old Jiang Wolf, this team can be said to be a mix of old and young. Now, with 2-year-old Jiang Xia joining, things are even more complicated. However, no one in the team has raised any objections, nor has anyone suggested that Jiang Wolf take Jiang Xia away, or to send Jiang Xia away alone. All of this is thanks to Aunt Li's usual demeanor and actions. As long as she recognizes a partner, she will never give up or abandon them. She has proven her words through her actions time and again, and her strength shows that she has this ability. Additionally, with occasional team dinners, everyone is also familiar with and fond of Jiang Xia. With these prerequisites, everyone quickly accepted 2-year-old Jiang Xia to go out with them to look for food. The group headed toward the nearby forest. When they encountered other teams on the way, they would greet those they were friendly with. If they were hostile, they would directly ignore them. Liang Xiaoqiao held Jiang Xia's hand, introducing her to everyone they met. Jiang Xia listened attentively. At the edge of the forest, which is the outermost area, all the edible things had long been scavenged clean. They needed to go deeper inside. Basically, the forest is divided into different gathering points by teams. This is the tacit understanding built over the years. After all, no one wants to fight every day. If they get injured, they can't afford medicine and can only bear it. If they can't endure it, they died. If they manage to endure but can't find food to recuperate, they might starve to death. If they drag a sick body to find food, accidents can easily happen. Although everyone is poor and fierce, they still cherish their lives. Unless they encounter something that can be sold for a high price, this tacit understanding will be broken. Since entering the forest, Jiang Xia has been trying to observe her surroundings. She also looked at the plants around her in her previous life. Due to her yearning for a pastoral life, she was particularly attentive to farming matters. She has some knowledge of common crops, various dishes from the north and south, and traditional Chinese medicine. She has memorized the compendium of Materia Medica. Seeing more doesn't necessarily mean knowing more, but memorizing more things is beneficial for her pastoral life, right? Her 2 years of living on this planet made her feel that the eating habits of the people here are closer to those of Western countries in her previous life. The dead branches and fallen leaves at the edge of the forest are collected by everyone in autumn to use for winter. So the ground is quite clean. They can clearly see what fresh wild grasses have grown. Soon, Jiang Xia discovered several kinds of wild vegetables that were common in her previous life. Purslane, dandelion, perilla, plantain, motherwort, pigweed, mountain celery, mint, etc. Jiang Xia looked at these vegetables, thinking of delicious food, and unconsciously began to drool. Holding her hand, Xiaoqiao teased her with a smile. "Sister Xia, did you see something delicious?" Jiang Xia pointed with her little hand at a mouse hiding under the perilla not far away and said meat. As soon as she said meat, everyone's gaze followed the direction she pointed. Uncle Dog, with the best eyesight, immediately spotted the mouse and threw a stone at it. Uncle Dog has been playing with 2 stones for years. These 2 stones are both his weapons and toys to pass the time. The mouse didn't have time to escape and was directly smashed to death. Uncle Dog happily walked over, picked up the mouse, and weighed it. Must be about 3 pounds. Thanks to the nourishment of star energy, the animals in this world are much larger than those on Blue Star in her previous life. He looked at Jiang Xia. Xia's good eyesight. Others also looked at Jiang Xia with appreciative eyes. Yeah, with this kind of eyesight, maybe our harvest will increase in the future. Being small is not a problem as long as she can contribute. Originally, bringing 2-year-old Jiang Xia out was just to train her. They never thought she could contribute to the team right now. Who would have thought that this little one would give them a surprise? Xiaoqiao praised her tirelessly. "Sister Xia is amazing. Your eyesight is really good. You'll definitely get to eat meat tonight." They go out every day, but they can't bring meat back every day. Aunt Li also spoke up. To celebrate Xia's joining, we'll have a dinner tonight. When a newcomer joins the team, there is usually such a dinner. Aunt Li originally planned to wait until Jiang Xia was a bit older, at least to have some understanding of the forest before holding this dinner. But now that she has made a contribution and gained everyone's recognition, the dinner can be held early. Dinner. Yay! Xiaoqiao was very excited. Jiang Wolf was also happy for his sister. Okay, dinner. The others agreed as well. Jiang Xia pointed at the perilla and asked aloud. Just now the mouse was eating this grass. It can eat it. Can we eat it too? That everyone exchanged glances, not expecting Jiang Xia to raise this question on her first outing. However, what Jiang Xia said has some reasoning, but whether it is true needs to be practiced by someone. Just because a mouse eats grass doesn't prove that the grass is edible for humans. For example, the grass eaten by goats is indeed non-toxic, but that grass would feel prickly to humans, making them feel uncomfortable all over. And the grass that rabbits love to eat is also non-toxic, but it has a bitter taste, and no one wants to eat it unless absolutely necessary. It can be said that in this forest, any grass that animals eat has been tried by humans. They already know which can be eaten and which cannot. But some things are only eaten by humans after animals have proven them non-toxic. For example, unknown wild fruits. So the grass that the mouse just ate can at most prove it is non-toxic. It doesn't mean humans can eat it. Jiang Xia nodded in response to their explanations. But she secretly decided to find an opportunity to pick some perilla and put it in her little cloth bag to take home and experiment. Jiang Xia suddenly thought of a joke from her previous life, saying that a piece of 5-nut mooncake could poison half of Europe. It's not that 5-nut mooncakes are poisonous, but that Europeans have strange allergic constitutions and many allergens. Perhaps El Money and Perilla are just like that. She wouldn't feel satisfied without personally experimenting. Uncle Dog handed the mouse to Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee placed it in the ring she wore on her hand. The ring has a small space that can store items. This ring is the most basic and cheapest among space items. Aunt Lee brought this ring with her when she fell to the lower district. It does not belong to public property. Every day, when they go hunting, the things they catch are temporarily stored in the ring to effectively avoid the prying eyes of others. When they return at night, they will distribute the catch. They continued forward. Their first target was the several traps they set up yesterday to see if any prey had wandered in overnight. After walking about 2 kilometers into the forest, the group stopped and went to check the traps separately. They set up a total of 7 traps, and only 1 trap had prey in it. It was a rabbit, weighing about 10 pounds. The rabbit fell into the trap and was pierced by a wooden stake. The wooden stake was smeared with a tranquilizer. Whether large or small prey fell in, they would find it hard to escape. The tranquilizer was homemade by Aunt Lee. The rabbit was brought into the space, and a group of people continued forward with Jiang Xia. This time, they would go to the stream to wait for the rabbits, to hunt animals that come to drink water. Chapter 3. Fish in the Net. The mountain stream flowed out from deep within the jungle, passing through the forest and heading into the distance. Their residence was not far from the mountain stream. After all, it was convenient to fetch water. Although the mountain stream was called a stream, its width was sufficient to be called a river. This area of forest was relatively flat, and the flow of the stream was relatively slow. The first time Jiang Xia saw the stream, she thought of fish. She wanted to eat fish. Guliulu, another sound of swallowing saliva. Jiang Xia realized for the first time that she was quite the greedy girl. Sister Xiao Xiao, do you want to catch fish? We can't swim, so we don't dare to go into the water to catch fish. Jiang Xia blinked, not daring to ask the question in her mind. Do you have to know how to swim to catch fish? A fishing net could work too. Upon further thought, given their living conditions, they had no extra money to buy a fishing net. The stream was too deep, and the dangers in the water were unpredictable. Even those who could swim could easily lose their lives. Fishing at this time of year wasn't worth it. If she really wanted to eat fish, she could wait until winter. When the stream froze, they would just need to break a hole in the ice, and many fish would jump out. As for fishing, the returns weren't high, so everyone voluntarily gave it up. But she still really wanted to eat fish. Jiang Xia let go of Liang Xiaocao's hand and walked alone to the riverbank, looking at the slightly murky stream. I wonder if there are fish here now? I really want to drink fish soup. Sister Xia, don't get too close to the mountain stream. It's very dangerous. Don't worry, Sister Xiao Xiao. I'll just stand here and watch. Liang Xiaoqiao saw that Jiang Xia was still a few steps away from the stream and didn't move forward, so she stayed beside her and let her watch. Suddenly, a fish jumped out from the center of the river and swam straight towards Jiang Xia. Aunt Lee and the others were nearby investigating animal footprints, and only Liang Xiaoqiao and Jiang Xia stood by the shore. The fish swam from the center of the lake to the shore in just a few seconds. As it approached the shore, it suddenly leaped up and crashed directly into Jiang Xia. Before she could react, Jiang Xia was knocked to the ground by the fish. The fish was flapping on top of her. At first, Jiang Xia was completely stunned, but she quickly reacted and stretched out her hands to embrace the fish, preventing it from jumping back into the water. Ah! Liang Xiaoqiao exclaimed in shock at this scene. What happened? The others all put down what they were doing and looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing 2 children standing by the river, looking angry, seeing a fish flopping around, with Jiang Xia underneath it, they wanted to laugh, especially when the fish was longer than Jiang Xia was tall. Aunt Lee hurried over and quickly put the fish in her ring. Then she picked up Jiang Xia to check if she was hurt. The others rushed over one after another, all with joyful expressions. They all asked what had happened. Liang Xiaoqiao recounted what had just occurred. The story was bizarre, but it had indeed happened. And that fish was lying in Aunt Lee's ring, which might become food on their dinner table that night. They couldn't help but believe it. Ha ha ha! Uncle Dog was the first to laugh. Xia is truly a little lucky star. The others happily echoed, all believing Jiang Xia was a little lucky star. Otherwise, why would such a big fish crash into her? Only Jiang Lang stood beside Aunt Lee, worriedly asking, "Aunt Lee, my sister isn't hurt, is she?" "Brother, don't worry, I'm fine." Aunt Lee also said Jiang Xia was okay, which made Jiang Lang finally feel at ease. Jiang Xia's clothes were wet, so Aunt Lee took her behind a bush to change her clothes. Aunt Lee's ring contained spare clothes for everyone, and she took Xiao Cao's clothes to put on Jiang Xia. The clothes didn't fit, dragging on the ground, making it inconvenient for her to walk. Aunt Lee simply carried her, not letting her walk anymore. Then she handed Jiang Xia over to Aunt Liang to hold. Today's harvest had far exceeded usual, and most of it was thanks to Jiang Xia. Aunt Liang held her, and no one had any complaints. Instead, they joked with her, saying if she didn't want to be held by Aunt Liang, they could take turns holding her. Jiang Xia seemed dazed by the sudden fish encounter, still in a daze, unable to digest this good news. Next, they split into two groups. Aunt Lee, Uncle Dog, and Uncle Liang hid separately, lying in wait near the mountain stream for animals that came to drink. The others went to gather. They pulled up edible plants when they saw them. They climbed up to see if there were bird eggs in the nests they found in the trees. They picked mushrooms, taking the edible ones and explaining to Jiang Xia which ones were poisonous and shouldn't be eaten. Around noon, if it were a normal day, everyone would just have a simple meal and continue hunting and gathering. But today, because the harvest was substantial, along with the need to sell the big fish in the city for some salt and prepare for the evening's feast, they returned early. The fish had a star energy fluctuation, so it could certainly fetch a good price. And no matter what species of fish it was, as long as it had star energy fluctuations, the selling price would not be comparable to ordinary fish. At this time, 90% of people were searching for food, and they encountered no one on their way back. The so-called city was merely a street slightly farther away, with a cleaner and tidier environment. The roads here had no weeds, only various flowers and plants that were artificially planted. The houses here were also properly built, in contrast. Their living area had no properly built houses, only makeshift structures made of wooden boards and stones. Each house was different, and their living spaces were scattered and disorganized. There were no toilets, and everyone went to the bathroom wherever they pleased, and the smell thus. Their living area was also referred to as the lower district, the garbage pile. Here, it was clean and tidy, forming a stark contrast to where they lived. Everyone referred to this place as the city. In the city, there were some shops, some buying the jungle's produce, and some selling daily necessities and tools. In this city, there were 3 purchasing shops. On the surface, the purchasing prices of the 3 shops were the same. In reality, the different characters of the shop owners led to the same items being sold at different prices in these 3 shops. Aunt Lee led everyone directly into a shop called Xena Purchasing. Aunt Lee only felt fairly treated in this shop, so she only traded with them. The shop owner was a woman in her 30s. Because her living conditions were good, she was well-maintained and looked younger than Aunt Lee. At this moment, the shop owner was having lunch. She was eating roasted meat. The roasted meat was on a plate, and the shop owner was cutting it into pieces with a knife and fork. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted out, making Jiang Xia and the others, who had just entered, swallow their saliva hungrily. "Oh, why are you here at this time? Did you catch something good?" The shop owner stood up leisurely and walked towards Aunt Lee and the others. Her eyes scanned the group, seeing that no one was injured. She thought she might have guessed wrong. Seeing unfamiliar faces in the team, especially the one being held in someone's arms, she wondered if it was something else and asked again, "What's the matter?" "Aunt Lee, to the private room." The private room was where the shop owner avoided others and conducted transactions with the sellers. The private room was equipped with a privacy barrier that could effectively prevent the transaction items from being leaked. Chapter 4. Dinner in the Booth. The shopkeeper was shocked by the silver fish that Aunt Lee took out. Silver fish ranks in the top 100 on the gourmet list. It has a delicious taste and also has a stabilizing effect on emotions. In the interstellar era, there are many harmful radioactive substances in the starry sky. Even wearing defensive suits cannot guarantee complete protection from these substances. Once affected, the most obvious sensation is emotional instability, becoming easily irritated and restless. This is just the surface. The most severe consequence is the damage these substances can cause to mental strength, with severe cases leading to a loss of sanity. Silver fish can effectively alleviate these symptoms. Otherwise, just having a delicious taste would not qualify for the gourmet list. The universe is vast, and there are countless delicious foods. Without some special effect, food cannot make it onto the gourmet list. Moreover, This silver fish exhibited star energy fluctuations, enhancing its medicinal properties even further. Aunt Lee's ring was the most basic type, containing no air, so the silver fish had long since suffocated. Otherwise, a live silver fish would be worth much more. The shopkeeper quickly rummaged through a nearby cabinet to find a space bag. This type of space bag is specifically designed for packaging food for easy transport, with exceptional preservation capabilities. After packaging the silver fish, the shopkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that any delay would result in a loss of the fish's medicinal efficacy. Aunt Lee remained silent, quietly standing by and waiting. However, she could sense from the shopkeeper's eyes, facial expression, and a series of actions that this fish must be quite valuable. What was previously only a guess was now confirmed. After calming her excited emotions, the shopkeeper turned to Aunt Lee and asked in an unusually gentle tone where she had caught the fish. Aunt Lee said in a mountain stream, but said no more. Instinctively, she felt she shouldn't let others know that the fish had actively jumped onto Jiang Xia's body. Previously, she hadn't thought much about it, but now that she reflected on it, Aunt Lee felt that Jiang Xia must have awakened her star bone. Those who awaken their star bones can absorb star energy into their bodies and cultivate accordingly. The shopkeeper's goal was merely to learn the location where the silverfish lived. And upon receiving the answer, she did not inquire further. The information about the silverfish's habitat was more valuable than the fish itself. This value could multiply the shopkeeper's worth several times. If the group obtained this information and successfully captured silverfish, her worth would undoubtedly increase again. Her status in the group would be further elevated. Therefore, the shopkeeper offered a very generous price, directly quoting 1 million star coins. This was a price for 2 silverfish. The extra amount was considered a payment for the information, but she did not explain this to Aunt Lee. This price exceeded Aunt Lee's expectations by too much, leaving her shocked. Previously, the most expensive item she sold had never surpassed 50 star coins. For this silver fish, she had estimated a maximum of 100 star coins. This was a 10,000-fold increase. Overnight wealth. How could Aunt Lee not be excited? However, Aunt Lee was not someone who grew up in the lower districts and had some understanding of the world. After her excitement, she quickly calmed down. Yet her experience was limited. She did not know about silver fish and did not recognize them. Considering that Aunt Lee and the others did not have interstellar identities, it meant they did not have interstellar accounts. This money could not go through a bank's virtual account and could only be given in star coins. 1 million star coins. Not too much, not too little, just enough to occupy half the space in the ring. After leaving the booth, Aunt Lee quietly told everyone, "That fish is very valuable, and I can't disclose the specific amount right now, but I can simply say that this money can allow everyone to eat and drink comfortably for a year." Although they did not hear the specific amount, this was enough to excite everyone. Aunt Lee raised her hand to suppress everyone's excitement. "Let's talk more when we get back. Now we should buy some meat and salt to have a good meal." They bought half a pig and a sheep from the meat shop, then went to the grocery store to buy salt and some seasonings they previously couldn't afford. The group excitedly arrived at Aunt Lee's residence. Aunt Lee's room was also self-built, but it was a treehouse built in a 100-year-old tree. The treehouse had 2 levels. The upper level was Aunt Lee's bedroom, while the lower level served as the kitchen and living room. This level was spacious enough to accommodate all 8 of them. Aunt Lee took out the meat and seasonings they bought today, and the adults began chopping meat and washing vegetables. The vegetables were mushrooms and green yuan leaves picked from the forest in the morning. Green yuan leaves are edible and have a slightly sweet taste. After drying, they could be stored and are a staple food for everyone in the lower district during winter. It is precisely because of the green yuan leaves that many people in the lower district can safely survive the cold winter without food. The 3 children, Jiang Lang, Jiang Xia, and Liang Xiao, sat on the ground playing. Every time they had a gathering, this was how they divided the work. Their cooking methods were limited to boiling and roasting. Jiang Xia really wanted to share the frying and sought ing methods from her past life, but sadly, forget it, one step at a time. Today, because they bought seasonings they had never dared to think about before, even with just boiling and roasting, the aroma was more enticing than usual. The 3 children couldn't sit still when they smelled the delicious fragrance and ran to the kitchen to watch. "Get over there and sit at the table. We can eat soon." A few minutes later, The first dish served was a mixed soup. This soup was primarily made from green yuan leaves, with whatever additional ingredients available thrown in and salt added at the end. The green yuan leaves were sweet, and the salt was salty, making the soup both sweet and salty. Jiang Xia did not like this taste. She liked sweet and salty, but disliked the combination of sweet and salty. Next came the roasted pork ribs, roasted lamb chops, roasted rat meat, and roasted rabbit meat. Each type of meat was served in a bowl, and the quantity was very large. This was the richest and most plentiful gathering meal their team had ever had. Once everyone sat down, Aunt Lee announced that everyone could eat freely, eat until full. They all immediately reached out to grab the roasted meat they wanted. Even Jiang Xia grabbed a piece of pork rib and started munching. When her throat was dry, she took a sip of the mixed soup and continued eating. For the first time, they could eat and drink their fill, and everyone was serious, eating heartily and ravenously. When about half of the meat on the table was consumed, the youngest, Jiang Xia, was full. Then it was Liang Xiaocao's turn. The saying goes, a half-grown boy can eat his father to death. And this was not an exaggeration when it came to Jiang Lang. He ate quickly and in large amounts, making Jiang Xia feel a pang of heartache as she watched. If it weren't for raising her, Jiang Lang wouldn't be so thin and bony. When about 90% of the food on the table was eaten, everyone was full and slumped in their chairs, not wanting to move at all. After about half an hour of recovery, Aunt Lee finally began to speak. Everyone immediately sat up straight, listening attentively. Today, how much do you think that fish sold for? A few of them looked at each other, hesitant to guess. Finally, it was old Ma who spoke up. 100? Upon hearing this figure, the others gasped in disbelief, as their previous biggest gain had never exceeded 50 star coins. They all cast admiring glances at old Ma, thinking, old Ma is indeed bold. He dares to guess. Aunt Lee shook her head, saying it was too low. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the room. Only Jiang Xia blinked her big eyes, looking confused at everyone. She had no concrete concept of currency in this world and did not know how much everyone usually earned. So, she was not shocked at all, nor was there any hint of surprise. Chapter 5. Starbone, seeing everyone too afraid to guess and anxious, Aunt Lee smiled and gently uttered 2 words. 1,000. What? 1,000? The crowd questioned in unison, unable to believe it. It's just a fish. What kind of fish is so precious? They had caught countless fish over the years, and never had any sold for such a high price. This completely exceeded their understanding. Aunt Lee smiled and shook her head. This is not the price of the fish. This is the money that our 7 people, excluding Jiang Xia, will share. Jiang Xia's share, I will set aside separately and give to her later. This division was Aunt Lee's final decision after much thought. She concealed the actual amount of money to prevent greed and to avoid anyone developing inappropriate thoughts. You all know, this fish was caught by Jiang Xia. According to our team's rules, whoever hunts the prey alone can receive more than half of the profits. I am dividing it this way to ensure you're not shortchanged. Aunt Lee, what are you talking about? Aunt Liang interjected. Today, we didn't put in any effort for this fish. It feels like we just picked it up for free. This 1,000 star coins is just like picking it up for free. The fact that we can share so many star coins is just the heavens blessing Xia Xia, and we're just getting a bit of light from it. Don't worry, we absolutely won't have any other thoughts. Even if we do, it's just hoping that Xia Xia can grow up healthy and safe. As soon as Aunt Liang finished speaking, others chimed in, exactly. That's the reasoning. Seeing everyone express their stance, Aunt Lee continued, about today's luck, I hope everyone can keep a secret and not leak a word to anyone. Absolutely not. Before Aunt Lee could say more, Uncle Go interrupted. Xia Xia is a little lucky star. Having her in our team means we are sharing in the luck. If we talk about this to others and they take Xia Xia away, won't we be back to square one? If we encounter someone ruthless, who knows what they might do? Uncle Go made a gesture across his neck. The people present were not frightened. After all, they had been struggling to survive here for so many years, and they had all, more or less, blood on their hands. Many times, it wasn't about whether you fought or snatched. It was due to the circumstances. If you didn't fight or snatch, it was equivalent to voluntarily giving up the path to survival. To live, you had to fight and snatch. Sometimes, even if you fought or snatched, it didn't guarantee you would find hope for survival. This was why the others once again expressed their commitment not to leak a word outside. After a simple tidy-up of the table, Antley took out more than 900 star coins. Star coins contain star energy and are the universally recognized currency in the interstellar world. Since star energy cannot be stored in any form of paper, star coins are all in coin form. The smallest denomination is 1/10 of a star coin, and the largest denomination is 10 star coins. The unit conversion system is base 10. With a clatter, a large pile of star coins stacked on the table was visually impressive. They began distributing the star coins. Apart from Jiang Xia, everyone else received 100 star coins to place in front of them. Counting just a few 10-star coins was easy, and no one would make a mistake. Everyone would take this money home to keep. There were still more than 200 star coins left, which would be exchanged for commonly used medicines tomorrow when they went to the city. They would divide the medicine then. The seasonings bought today would also be divided after ensuring enough for dinner that night. Once everything was divided, Antley sent everyone back to hide their money. With this money, winter would be much easier this year. At least they wouldn't have to suffer from hunger and cold. For safety, to avoid being robbed during winter, renting a place to live for the winter with this money would be enough. Hearing Antley send them away, everyone quickly left, leaving only Jiang Xia behind. Once the others had walked far away, Antley checked the surroundings to ensure no one else was around before sitting across from Jiang Xia and solemnly said, "What I am about to tell you concerns your life, and you must not tell anyone, not even Jiang Lang. You cannot say a word. Do you understand?" The atmosphere was too serious, and Jiang Xia unconsciously felt tense. Nodding, "I understand. I won't tell anyone, including my brother." The fish that bumped into you today is called silver fish, which is among the top 100 foods in the interstellar culinary rankings. And the actual selling price is 1 million star coins. I only took out 1,000 star coins, and the rest will be saved for you. You can ask me for it whenever you want. Jiang Xia nodded, indicating she understood. But this wasn't the important part. The next thing I'm going to say is crucial. When that fish lunged at you today, did you have any special feelings? Or did you think about wanting to eat fish at that time? Jiang Xia nodded. She really wanted fish soup at that moment. She ran to the shore also to see if there were any fish inside, preparing to quench her thirst by looking at the fish. That's right. It's likely that you have awakened your star bone or are in the process of awakening it. Star bones are a mysterious power within the human body that can allow a person to awaken extraordinary strength, abbreviated as star power. For instance, some star bones can enhance individual strength, greatly increasing one's physical power. Others may awaken elemental star bones, allowing one to summon wind and rain. There are also some star bones that grant the ability to heal diseases and injuries. Jiang Xia understood that having a star bone meant she could awaken star power and possess strength. Having strength is a good thing. However, you are still too young, with no ability to protect yourself and no solid background. If this matter gets exposed, whether you live or die is unpredictable. You might be captured and secretly trained as an assassin, living a life in the shadows, with your life no longer in your own hands. You might also be captured by star thieves, becoming the next star thief. These are still scenarios where you can survive. The more brutal ways to die are even more numerous. If you're captured and they cut you open to take your star bone, using you as a base to continue cultivating star bones, then it would be like entering a hell on Earth, and at that point, death would be a luxury. Only when you become a legal interstellar citizen can you have certain human rights and autonomy. Do you understand? Jiang Xia was not a real 2-year-old child. She certainly understood the seriousness of what Antley was saying. However, she was unsure if she had truly awakened her star bone or was in the process of awakening. In her previous life, while watching videos, she often saw fishermen unable to catch fish, but fish would directly leap in front of adorable children, and the children would easily pick up a fish. She thought that what happened to her today was just like those videos, just luckier than usual, without considering other aspects. In the entire team, apart from Antley, probably no one linked this matter to star bones. Jiang Xia nodded, understanding. But Antley, have I really awakened my star bone? You went out for the first time today and earned 1 million star coins. That's extraordinary luck. Any abnormality in a certain aspect is a sign of star bone awakening. Jiang Xia was still confused, like a real 2-year-old. Oh, I see. She lacked knowledge of interstellar life and naturally could not judge these matters. Aunt Lee's ability to think of these things indicated that she knew much more than the average person in the lower district. Aunt Lee, how can one become an interstellar citizen? Chapter 6. New ways of eating after everyone had hidden their money. They took buckets from their homes to fetch water from the mountain stream. Small water pits had been dug by people along the stream, making it safe to draw water from them. Some people even dug water pits specifically for bathing. In the hot summer, jumping into the water for a soak was very refreshing. Once everyone filled their water tanks, they carried water to Aunt Lee's house. They had used Aunt Lee's water for lunch, and her tank was empty. With nothing else to do, they decided to bring some water over, especially since there would be another gathering for dinner that evening. Each person carried a bucket, and soon Aunt Lee's water tank was full. They didn't take any extra water home, planning to use it later that evening. Then everyone settled down to process the leftover meat and vegetables. They had bought a lot of meat today, and it wouldn't all be eaten at dinner. So they definitely needed to roast some to make dried food for their hunting trips. When they got hungry, they could have a bite to eat. Jiang Xia looked at the bones that everyone was picking out from the meat and couldn't help but gulp. She wanted to drink bone broth. The taste of bone broth is even better than meat, and it's very nourishing. She looked around at everyone and realized that if she had any new ideas, she could only share them with Aunt Lee, as she was the only one who would unconditionally believe her and help her. Not even Jiang Lang could do that. Although she had previously wanted to make bone soup, Jiang Lang had refused her each time, to prevent her from messing around. There was even half a bone left at home. Aunt Lee believed that Jiang Xia had awakened the star bone, making her more inclined to trust what she said. Jiang Xia walked over to Aunt Lee, who was busy, tugged at her clothing, and gently called out, "Aunt Lee." Upon seeing Jiang Xia, Aunt Lee put down her work and squatted down, asking what's wrong. Jiang Xia leaned closer to Aunt Lee's ear and whispered, "I dreamed about something." Hearing this, Aunt Lee was pleasantly surprised, looked at her, and nodded, signaling her to continue. The bones that had been picked out could be soaked in water for half a day and then used to make soup, just adding a bit of salt to make it very tasty. Aunt Lee frowned as she looked at the bare bones lying on the floor, wondering if they could really be used to make soup. She glanced at Jiang Xia again. Jiang Xia nodded and patted her chest with her small hand, saying, "Trust me." Aunt Lee thought it was just a matter of spending some time, which was fine. If the soup turned out to be delicious, it would give them another way to eat. If it wasn't good, it would quell Jiang Xia's idea. So she found a large wooden basin, put the bones from the floor inside, and filled it with water to soak. Others were curious about what she was doing and asked why. Aunt Lee teased them, saying they would find out later in the evening. Unable to extract more information, everyone had to wait, as it wasn't long until evening anyway. As the sun set, everyone began preparing the soup dishes for the evening. Following Jiang Xia's method, Aunt Lee started simmering the bone broth. When it first boiled, an unfamiliar and enticing aroma wafted from the pot, arousing everyone's appetite. Aunt Lee skimmed off the froth and added some mushrooms, continuing to simmer. After a few minutes, everyone sat around the table. As soon as Aunt Lee announced that it was time to eat, everyone eagerly poured themselves some bone broth. The unique flavor, infused with the aroma of meat, was particularly delicious. Even the mushrooms, having absorbed the broth, were bursting with flavor, tasting better than before. This soup was far superior to the mixed soup. This was the consensus among everyone. Some even thought that next time they could add Qingyuan leaves for an even better taste. While everyone else was satisfied with the meal, Jiang Lang felt a bit regretful and frustrated after finishing. His sister had mentioned this way of eating before, saying she wanted to drink bone soup. He had dismissed her idea, thinking fetching water was tiring. Now, having tasted the delicious bone broth, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful and resolved that he wouldn't stop her from suggesting any new ways to eat in the future. He would cooperate 100. The next morning, the group went hunting and foraging in the forest again. This time, with Aunt Lee's reminder from yesterday, and having satisfied her cravings the day before, Jiang Xia didn't have any particularly strong urges to eat meat. Naturally, they didn't have the same luck as the previous day. Everything was as usual. Jiang Xia's goal today was to gather more Qingyuan leaves for breakfast. To take good care of herself, breakfast was essential. At noon, everyone gathered to eat the roasted meat from yesterday, occasionally nibbling on Qingyuan leaves when their mouths got dry. Even though their meal was so simple, it was a feast for them. Usually, they would just casually eat some Qingyue and leave for lunch. To avoid drawing attention, Aunt Lee left alone after lunch to buy medicine in the town. The others continued hunting and foraging. As dusk approached, they tidied up and headed home with the Qingyue leaves they had picked in the afternoon. As usual, they first went to Aunt Lee's house to divide the day's harvest according to their efforts. Finally, they distributed the medicine they had bought that day, 1 bottle of hemostatic powder and 2 pills of heat-clearing pills for each person. The medicine was expensive, costing over 200 star yuan coins, so they could only buy so much. Even so, everyone was very happy. With this medicine, they had more life-saving support. They expressed their gratitude to Jiang Xia once again. There was no gathering for dinner that day. After distributing the medicine, they all returned home. They had hunted a Qingjiao sheep today and received a leg of lamb. Upon returning home, Jiang Lang happily processed the lamb leg and casually asked his sister, should we also make some lamb bone soup today? Others were thinking the same thing. Okay, let us chop the meat together to cook it. Roasted meat is too dry and hard to bite. Jiang Xia was still young and found it particularly difficult to tear into roasted meat. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lang decided to give it a try. While he was chopping the meat, he didn't notice that someone was secretly watching their house from outside, harboring ill intentions. This person was waiting for nightfall, planning to strike once they were asleep. Once the meat was chopped, it was washed in clean water twice and then directly put into the pot with water to boil. As the lamb soup began to boil, the aroma wafted through the cracks and out of the house. There weren't many people nearby, as everyone living around were members of their team, so they weren't worried about attracting trouble. Jiang Xia inhaled the aroma of the lamb soup, thinking that if they added some vermicelli and baby bok choy, along with some spices, the flavor, she couldn't think about it anymore, or she'd start drooling. Jiang Lang was busy adding mushrooms to the soup. His sister had mentioned that this soup wasn't tea and mixed soup, and that it was best not to add Qingyue leaves, as it would ruin the taste. The other families, not having received such advice from Jiang Xia, had added some Qingyue leaves to their soups to varying extents. They had grown up eating Qingyue leaves and had no memories of their past lives, making them more accepting of that flavor. After boiling for a couple of rounds and simmering on low heat for a while, the aroma became even richer. The lamb soup was ready to drink. Jiang Lang ladled some soup into a bowl, while Jiang Xia sat at the small table waiting. Chapter 7 Daily Struggles in the lower district after the lid was lifted. An even richer aroma wafted out. The people hiding outside the house of the Jiang Wolf siblings were unable to bear their hunger any longer, drawn by the scent. The growling in their stomachs grew louder with each passing moment. At first, he could rely on his willpower and fear of Aunt Lee to endure it. Enduring meant torment. After being tormented by the smell of food for nearly an hour, for someone who had been hungry for a long time, this was a dual torment of both spirit and body. To endure for that long was already a sign of strong willpower. After such suffering, all that remained was a greedy thought. He wanted to eat. He quickly crawled up from his hiding spot and staggered towards the Jiang Wolf siblings' house. Bang! He kicked the door down. The siblings, who were eating, looked up to see a disheveled and emaciated man barging in. It was the dog louse. Jiang Wolf recognized him immediately, having roamed this area for many years and knowing nearly everyone here. The dog louse's eyes bulged, and he slurred his words. Eat. I want to eat. Give me food. He lunged at Jiang Wolf, snatched his bowl, and poured the contents directly into his mouth, completely forgetting his initial purpose. Jiang Wolf quickly got up and ran to pick up his sister. Seizing the opportunity, while the dog louse was distracted by the food, to escape the house and head towards Aunt Lee's place. Jiang Wolf was not afraid. Rather, he feared accidentally hurting his sister during a fight. He also didn't want her to be exposed to bloodshed too early. Otherwise, he could have easily taken a stone knife and fought the dog louse while he was focused on eating, having been out in the world for years. He had seen blood before. The dog louse, absorbed in eating, didn't notice the 2 children escaping. After finishing one bowl, he picked up another and continued. Jiang Wolf carried his sister and ran. They were in such a hurry that they arrived near Aunt Lee's treehouse, panting heavily. Jiang Xia shoutaludli, only. Someone wants to kill us. With memories from a past life, Jiang Xia was not a real child. He didn't think that the man barging into their house was just there for a few bites of food. Upon hearing the commotion, Aunt Lee quickly set down her bowl and rushed downstairs. What happened? Jiang Wolf had calmed his breath by now and hurriedly said, "The dog louse broke into our house." Just that one sentence was enough. Aunt Lee took a knife from her ring and walked towards the path Jiang Wolf had come from, saying, "You two wait in my house." She went alone. The dog louse was known as a notorious loafer in the area, often bullying the weak. The only reason he had not been killed yet was that he had a good father, a good sister, and a good brother-in-law. His brother-in-law, Dong Lin, led a team and was one of the strongest in the area. Especially since Dong Lin himself was a scoundrel, the people he gathered were naturally similar. They often went into the forest to gather and hunt, but more frequently, they engaged in robbery, targeting those weaker than themselves. When they robbed, they wouldn't take everything, but rather half, and they wouldn't kill. Those people, to save their lives, had to compromise. One compromise after another had fostered their arrogance. Aunt Lee's team had clashed with them several times. They had fought hard enough to scare them off, making them dare not come to rob them again. Jiang Wolf explained all this to Jiang Xia. After he finished, Aunt Lee returned. Her first words were, "Tonight, you two will stay with me. Tomorrow, we'll move to the city." Plans really can't keep up with changes. The original plan was to wait until winter before moving to the city. Today, when I came out of the pharmacy, I ran into the dog louse on the way. I suspect he is hidden nearby, seeing that you two weren't hurt, thinking that this medicine should be split between us. He probably wanted to steal the medicine to sell. You two are the weakest and the easiest to rob, which is why he chose you. He just couldn't resist the aroma of food, which lured him out to steal your food. If it had been at night, when you were asleep, no need to continue. The siblings understood what the consequences would be. This time, the dog louse's actions must have been his own decision. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unimpeded when she went to kill him. She had long wanted to kill the dog louse. In the past, she didn't dare confront Dong Lin and his gang. Now, with those star yuan coins as a backing, she felt confident enough to face them. After briefly soothing the siblings, mainly comforting Jiang Xia, Aunt Lee went to call the others. She briefly explained what Jiang Xia and Jiang Wolf had encountered and her plans to deal with Dong Lin. Everyone hated the dog louse and Dong Lin to the core and naturally agreed with Aunt Lee's idea. That night, no one left. Everyone stayed to carefully discuss the upcoming plan. Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Dog and Uncle Ma had found two things from somewhere and were banging stones together, making a loud noise. This was the time when people from the lower district went to the forest, attracting quite a bit of attention. But no one stopped to ask why they were making such noise. At this moment, Aunt Lee stepped forward, holding hemostatic powder. Hemostatic powder. Does anyone want some? In her other hand, she held out cooling pills. Cooling pills. Does anyone want some? Surviving in the lower district was like licking blood on the edge of a knife. Who would want these two medicines? Upon hearing Aunt Lee's words, everyone stopped and gathered around. Aunt Lee, what's the catch? No one was foolish. No one thought Aunt Lee would give these things away for free. There must be a condition attached. Don't rush. Let us wait for more people. And I'll explain later. The people who had stopped looked around. Indeed, there weren't many. Aunt Lee, wait here. I'll go call for you. Many people followed to call others. Such a good thing shouldn't be missed without telling friends and family. Thus, word spread from 10 to 100, and soon a crowd gathered around Aunt Lee. Looking around, there were even some of Dong Lin's subordinates here. Aundisnarat. These pests really scurried to take advantage wherever they could. This time, they must be eliminated completely, seeing that the number was about right. Aunt Lee raised her hand to signal. Uncle Liang, who was guarding the dog louse's corpse, dragged it out from the bushes and threw it in front of the crowd. When the crowd saw the corpse, they weren't afraid. Once they realized it was the dog louse, discussions erupted. Some were shocked that Aunt Lee's team dared to kill the dog louse. Were they not afraid of offending Dong Lin? Others felt relieved. The bully who had oppressed others was dead, and they were very happy. Some even asked, Aunt Lee, are you planning to confront Dong Lin? Meanwhile, among the crowd, Dong Lin's subordinates quietly slipped away upon seeing the corpse was the dog louse, making a hasty escape. They went back to report the news. Aunt Lee saw this but did not stop them. Everyone realized that having killed the dog louse meant they had become enemies of Dong Lin, locked in a fight to the death. As long as there were those willing to lend a hand, they would definitely receive hemostatic powder and cooling pills. Chapter 8 Witness. Aunt Lee poured out another handful of star coins. Hundreds of 1 yuan star coins piled together created a significant visual impact for those who considered even 10 coins a large fortune. The allure of wealth stirred some people's greed, and a few couldn't help but think about rushing forward to snatch the star coins. Aunt Lee quickly collected the coins, saying, "Everyone knows that Aunt Lee speaks with authority. Those who help me kill the group from Donglin can exchange 1 head for at least 10 star coins." With that, she put away all the medicine into her ring and led her team out towards the city area. This was the plan they had discussed yesterday. After making their announcement, they would quickly enter the city and hide for a while. It wasn't that they were afraid to confront Donglin's group directly. Rather, they had a small fortune now and valued their lives more. They were no longer in the reckless state of having nothing to lose. Even if they spent all their star coins after this and ended up broke again, eliminating Donglin's team would still be worth it. For this reason, each of them was willing to risk their entire fortune. Another reason was intimidation. Aunt Lee wanted to use this incident to intimidate the people in the lower district, making them think twice before attacking her team again. The lower district was filled with petty criminals, not just the scoundrel Doglai and not just Donglin's group. With star coins in hand, their lives would improve, inevitably attracting the envy of others. Rather than wait to be targeted and then retaliate, it was better to take the opportunity to intimidate others. They wanted those people to weigh their options, whether it was more profitable to confront them or to keep their distance. Fighting was prohibited in the city, especially for those from the lower district. If they fought in the city, they would be executed on the spot. The city was guarded by a patrol team. There were inns in the city. To avoid being cornered by Donglin's people, they stayed here. Aunt Lee and her 8 companions quickly arrived at the inn and rented 2 rooms, separated by gender. They paid for 3 days' worth of accommodation at 10 star coins a day, splitting the cost among themselves. The subsequent expenses would also be shared until Donglin's team was wiped out. Even if they spent all their star coins, it wouldn't matter. Unexpected wealth comes unexpectedly and disperses just as unexpectedly, which is quite reasonable. At Donglin's residence, Donglin and his wife were still sleeping and hadn't woken up yet. A little brother who escaped from Aunt Lee's side knocked frantically on the door. "Brother Dong, Sister Dong, open the door. Big brother has been killed." Doglai was Donglin's brother-in-law, and his little brothers respectfully referred to him as Big Brother to show their respect. If they called him Doglai like everyone else, Sister Dong would get angry. When Sister Dong got angry, Brother Dong would be unhappy and punish them. So even if they looked down on Doglai, they had to show respect on the surface. "What? Who was killed?" Sister Dong, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up. Donglin also woke up, a bit confused, and asked, "What?" The little brother outside repeated, "Brother Dong, Big Brother was killed by Aunt Lee's group. I saw it with my own eyes. The body is still lying there." The next moment, angry curses and the sound of clothes rustling filled the room. Soon after, the door opened. "Go, call the others." The little brother hurried off to find the other brothers. A little while later, a group of people appeared, armed with weapons. The so-called weapons were merely sharpened wooden sticks and knives made of stone, with not a single piece of iron among them. Ironically, even in the interstellar era, these people were using the most primitive weapons. After everyone gathered, the first little brother led the way, guiding them to Doglai's body. At this point, Doglai's body was unrecognizable. After Aunt Lee left, many who had suffered at Doglai's hands stepped forward to kick his corpse, venting the grievances they had buried in their hearts. By the time Donglin and Sister Dong saw it, Doglai was almost beyond recognition. Sister Dong lunged at Doglai's corpse. "Damn it! Brother, how could you end up like this?" Donglin asked, "Where are Aunt Lee's people?" Aunt Lee's actions were clearly a declaration of war against them. If it didn't kill them today, how could he maintain his standing in this area? This question stumped the little brothers. How would they know where Aunt Lee's people were? Aunt Lee's team was different from theirs. At this time, they were definitely hunting or gathering in the forest. Of course they're in the forest. Donglin scolded. "I'm asking which part of the forest they're hunting in." This. How could a group of people who never hunted know that? But this wouldn't stop them. They could enter the forest and ask anyone they encountered. Donglin immediately pointed out a few people and sent them to the forest to catch someone and ask. The rest lifted Dog Lie's body and headed towards their mother-in-law's house to report the death. Good people don't live long, but evildoers can last 1,000 years. Dog Lie's parents were still alive. Aunt Lee's words spread quickly through the area in the morning. Many were tempted, but many hesitated and were indecisive. Some slightly stronger teams also decided not to enter the forest, instead going back to discuss how to deal with Dong Lin and his group. Some teams were still hesitating. Even if they did enter the forest, their hearts were not in it. In the lower district, there was a lone wolf. He usually kept to himself, avoiding crowds, and hunted alone in the deep mountains. Because he lived in a remote area, over time, people forgot about his existence. The day the silver fish leaped onto Jiang Xia, he saw it. At that moment, he was submerged in the water. More accurately, he discovered the fish at the source of the mountain stream and chased it all the way there. Just as he was about to catch the silver fish, unexpectedly, it leaped out of the water and landed on a small child. The reason he didn't intervene at that time was twofold. First, he was not a native of this garbage planet. He came here to seek a certain opportunity. For this opportunity, he would not miss any clues. At that moment, there were two small children on the shore, and the silver fish chose the smaller one over the other, which he perceived as a clue needing investigation. Second, unknown things belong to whoever is fated to have them. Since the silver fish chose the small child, it belonged to that child. He couldn't bring himself to snatch something from a toddler who had just learned to walk. After the silver fish leaped ashore, he retraced his steps back to the stream's source to search for other silver fish. When he reappeared, looking for the small child, it was when Aunt Lee threw out Dog Lie's corpse and issued the bounty. The lone wolf realized this was an opportunity to get close to the small child. He didn't know who Aunt Lee was offering the bounty for, but he gathered from everyone's discussions that it was a relative of the corpse. After Aunt Lee left, he hid in the dark, waiting for someone to come and claim Dog Lie's body. Sure enough, he was finally waiting for them. Chapter 9, Sleepless Night. That night, the moon was dark and the wind howled, a perfect time for murder. The lone wolf emerged from the darkness. He kicked open the door of Dong Lin's house, went inside for less than 10 seconds, and when he came out, he was holding the severed heads of Dong Lin and his wife. He then went to retrieve the heads of Dog Lie's parents. He stuffed the 4 heads into a blank storage bag and headed toward the city. In the middle of the night, a knock on the door woke Aunt Lee. She stood guard inside. "Who is it?" "The lone wolf. I brought the heads of Dong Lin and his wife." The information in his words shocked Aunt Lee and the others. It had been less than a day, and Dong Lin was already dead? "Why does your voice sound so unfamiliar? You're not from the lower district?" "From the lower district," the lone wolf replied. Aunt Lee thought carefully. There was indeed such a person from the lower district. However, this person usually came and went without a trace, and after not appearing for a long time, everyone had gradually forgotten about him. After confirming, Aunt Lee opened the door. There stood a robust man, 2 heads taller than her. His muscles were tense, exuding a strong sense of power and intimidation. Although his clothes were old, they had no patches. He was completely different from most people in the lower district, who were thin, withered, timid yet fierce. Even though they lived in the same area, it was clear that the man before her belonged to a different world. Standing in front of him, Aunt Lee felt her nerves tighten unconsciously. The lone wolf didn't enter. He simply opened the cloth bag he was holding right at the door for Aunt Lee to see. 4 heads were crammed inside, their faces smeared with blood. But it was still possible to recognize that they were Dong Lin and his wife, as well as Dog Lie's parents. Aunt Lee took the heads and casually placed them into her ring. Then she said, 1 head for a vial of hemostatic powder, 1 heat-clearing pill, or an equivalent amount of star coins. Which do you want? Star coins. A vial of hemostatic powder is 25 star coins, and a heat-clearing pill is 10 star coins. Aunt Lee counted out 14 10-star coins and handed them over. The lone wolf took the coins and turned to leave without any hesitation. Aunt Lee watched his back, frowning in thought. Would a person like him really be short of this little amount of star coins? Or does he have other motives? He had the strength to wipe out Dong Lin and his gang, but chose only to kill the leader. Why? Does he have a grudge against Dong Lin and the others? If so, why didn't he take revenge earlier and wait until now? There were too few clues to figure it out. She retreated back inside, closed the door, and locked it. Some things can only be dealt with step by step. After calming down the others who had been awakened, she went back to sleep. The next day, when Donglin's subordinates discovered the headless bodies of Donglin and his wife, they were thrown into chaos. The younger brother who had run back to report after seeing Dog Lotzi hadn't heard Aunt Lee's subsequent words, and the others wouldn't specifically tell them either. This created an information gap. Donglin and the others thought Aunt Lee was declaring war on them. They had no idea that Aunt Lee was actually buying their lives with money. There was no intention of confronting them directly. The news of Donglin and his wife's deaths spread quickly. This made those who were still hesitating yesterday anxious. The most valuable heads had been taken. Donglin's subordinates armed themselves and shouted at the surrounding people, vowing to kill everyone in Aunt Lee's team to avenge Brother Dong and Sister Dong. Staying in the city for a day required a lot of star coins. Let us see how long they can hide. Privately, they negotiated. Whoever kills, Aunt Lee will become the next boss. Completely unaware that the others were sharpening their knives, preparing to exchange their heads for star coins. That day, no one went into the forest to gather or hunt. Everyone hid in the shadows, waiting for Donglin's subordinates to disperse so they could pick them off one by one. They couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, this immense wealth would be snatched away by others. In a dilapidated, thatched house, a bruised woman sat on the edge of the bed, gently coaxing her 3-year-old daughter to sleep. Her expression was numb and wooden, her gaze hollow. If it weren't for her hand gently patting her daughter, one might mistake her for a statue. Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside. The woman jumped in fright, her voice trembling. "Who is it?" "It's me, Qing." "Qing, what do you want?" "Xiaohua, open the door. I have good news to tell you." The woman placed the child on the bed and got up to open the door. However, she didn't let the man in but stood at the door. "Qing, just say it here." The man saw the injuries on the woman's face and looked pained. "Xiaohua, did he hit you again?" The woman lowered her head, her tone numb. "I'm used to it. That beast." "Xiaohua, don't be afraid. This time, Aunt Lee bought the lives of Donglin's entire team. He won't live much longer. Donglin and his wife, along with his father-in-law's family, have already been killed." The woman looked up, unable to believe it. Someone dare to kill them? The man, "I'll take you to see now. Donglin and his wife's bodies have not yet been buried." "Good." The woman stepped forward to follow him. North Wind Team. The North Wind Team's strength is comparable to Aunt Lee's. They're among the top in the lower district. At this moment, all the members of their team gathered at North Wind's house. "North Wind, have you found out if Aunt Lee has recently had any grievances with Dog Lotzi or Donglin?" "No." The younger brothers all shook their heads. "Have you found out who took Donglin and his wife's heads?" "No." "Have you found out what rare treasures Aunt Lee has hunted to exchange for so many star coins?" "Still no." "Donglin, this is simply asking 3 questions without an answer. What have you all been doing these past 2 days? Wasting your energy?" One younger brother disagreed. "Brother Wind, why are we inquiring about this? Can't we just act directly? Look at you, thinking too much and missing the opportunity to take Donglin's heads." Another younger brother, "Who took Donglin's heads would definitely hide them, not afraid of others stealing them." Donglin, speechless. "What do you think the main purpose of me asking you to find out this is? Haven't I told you? It's to analyze whether Aunt Lee has befriended some big shot, wanting to kill everyone who opposes her and become the sole ruler." "The sole ruler. Do you understand?" North Wind, "Leading a bunch of fools is exhausting." Younger brother, "Brother, you're overthinking. Aunt Lee is not that kind of person." North Wind pointed at the younger brother. Furious, "I, whose foolish younger brother is this? How can you trust the enemy more than your own?" Slap. Unable to contain his anger, North Wind directly hit him on the head. The younger brother still stubbornly rubbed his head. "Can't people speak the truth anymore?" North Wind was once again enraged. The others chimed in. "Brother Wind, you're just thinking too much. I think we should take advantage of the fact that Donglin's group hasn't reacted yet and strike tonight. Kill one if we can. The more we kill, the more we gain. Don't hesitate, or in the end, you'll get nothing." "Yes, Brother Wind. Even if Aunt Lee wants to unify here, that's a matter for the future. We should focus on grabbing the benefits we can see now. We'll deal with the future later. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night." Chapter 10. Everything has a price with the experience of the first night. Aunt Lee and the others did not sleep on the second night. This time, everyone gathered in one room, waiting for others to deliver heads to their door. The first to visit was Xiaohua and her brother Qing. She came holding her husband's head to exchange for star coins. Xiaohua was a wife snatched home by a little brother under Donglin. After being taken home, she was not treated well and was often beaten and humiliated. Under the shadow of Donglin and others, Xiaohua dared not resist. The little brother even threatened her with Qing, saying that if she dared to have any thoughts, he would kill Qing. She and Qing had grown up together and had long had feelings for each other. Being torn apart like this, both Xiaohua and Qing were in pain. Unfortunately, their team was weak and dared not resist Donglin's team. They could only resign to their fate. Now, they finally waited for an opportunity to resist. How could they miss it? They also chose not to take medicine and wanted all star coins. After receiving the star coins, they wept with joy. They had finally escaped the sea of suffering. After they left, more people came to exchange Donglin's little brother's heads for star coins. Most of them came as a team. When the Beifeng team arrived, they were holding 2 heads. After exchanging for star coins, the little brother who had almost suffered a heart attack in the afternoon spoke up. Aunt Li, do you want to unify our lower district? Aunt Li was taken aback by this question. Lungzi, you really are a fool. Why would I unify the lower district? Hey, I said you weren't willing to do that. Feng Ge thought you wanted to unify us, and he went off analyzing it, almost causing us to miss out on the heads. At this moment, Beifeng's inner feelings were truly like a gust of wind, leaving behind a mess. He reached out to pat Lungzi, saying while patting, I told you to talk less outside. Why are you still blabbering? He then turned to Aunt Li. Actually, there's no other meaning. It's just that this balance has been suddenly broken, and it's inevitable to think more. Lungzi, unafraid of death, continued. Aunt Li, if you have any bold ideas, just go for it. We all believe in you. Just say the word, and we will definitely support you. You can rest assured. Beifeng, how about I just kick Lungzi out of the team? Aunt Li waved her hand. You all think too much. That day, the dog louse broke into the home of the little wolf siblings, and the 2 kids almost lost their lives. In a fit of anger, I killed him. Don't worry, it'll be the same in the future as it was in the past. Aunt Li briefly explained the reason. Beifeng, what happened to the 2 kids? Were they scared? Aren't you leaving now? If someone sees you, that wouldn't be good. Aunt Li saw them off. Yes, we should go. Beifeng took his people away, not forgetting to teach Lungzi a lesson. Told you to stop talking nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Donglin had a total of more than a dozen little brothers, all of whom were killed that night. This was something Aunt Li and the others did not expect. They thought this matter would take at least a while to completely finish. Who knew that it would end in just 2 days? They had never felt so acutely the importance of money. Money could buy lives. Money could solve problems that had been difficult to resolve. This time, the visible star coins were mostly spent. Only Jiang Xia still had 500 star coins left in her hand, along with those medicines. Everyone took their respective medicines back. To thank everyone for their care over the years, Jiang Xia took out the 500 star coins, giving each person 50 star coins and leaving the rest to her brother, instructing him to buy more meat for her to eat to make her fat. This made everyone chuckle. After dawn, Aunt Li and her group left the urban area. They first went to the mass grave and threw all the heads in. At the mass grave, they saw Xiaohua's body. The eyes of the corpse were wide open, filled with shock. Everyone knew how Xiaohua died. Here, betrayal and scheming were commonplace. Death was just a matter of time, whether early or late. Only Jiang Xia stared at Xiaohua's corpse, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Even without asking, she could guess that Xiaohua was killed by the man who came to exchange heads for star coins with her. At this moment, she deeply realized the weight of the saying that everything has a price. As long as the price offered is high enough, nothing is unbreakable. Also, she gained a new understanding of the fragility of life. In just 4 days, Jiang Xia realized how dangerous it was to survive in the lower district. How difficult it was for Jiang Lang to endure the pressure and bring her back home to raise her. Likewise, her desire to leave the lower district and become a citizen protected by the interstellar covenant grew stronger. They then entered the forest to begin their daily hunting. Jiang Xia still followed Liang Xiaoqiao, gathering Qingyuan leaves and some unknown wild fruits. She no longer silently thought about what she wanted to eat. She was afraid of some inexplicable metaphysical event happening again that would alert others to abnormalities. Moreover, having eaten well and been full these past few days, she was no longer as greedy as before. Antly suggested that Jiang Lang and Jiang Xia stay at her home. She was afraid that the two of them would be remembered by others if they lived alone, so she let them stay in her treehouse. There was also a deeper reason. She wanted to ensure Jiang Xia could grow up safely. She didn't feel at ease not having them close by. So today, they had another goal, to chop down some trees to build another treehouse. They would go back after feeling there were enough trees, trying to set up the treehouse before dark. The meat bought when they lived in the urban area was enough for them to eat well for several days. Building a simple house in the lower district had become a necessary skill for everyone. Plus, with experience in building tree houses, in just one afternoon, a brand new tree house was completed. The tree house was built on the branch next to Aunt Lee's bedroom for Jiang Lang to live in. Jiang Xia stayed with Aunt Lee. At night, Jiang Xia lay in bed, inevitably thinking about the starbone. She desperately wanted to know about the starbone, about this world, and about the interstellar news. As long as she thought about it, her consciousness could enter a starry sky. There it looked just like a real starry sky, with countless stars in the sky, but lacking a moon. If there was something special about her, it should be this. In the starry sky, 7 stars formed a spoon, resembling the Big Dipper. Was this really her starbone? Did she truly possess star power? Did she really have star power, similar to a wish-granting ability, as Aunt Lee said? If so, then right now she wanted to make a wish. She wanted a reasonable opportunity to become an interstellar citizen, and, if possible, for all the people of the lower district to become citizens, so that she wouldn't stand out. A black household wanting to become an interstellar citizen needed not only enough money to buy a household registration, but also connections. Without the relevant connections, that money would be equivalent to throwing it away. Jiang Xia was not afraid of making money, nor was she afraid of money going to waste. She was afraid of the despair and powerlessness that followed money going to waste. She was still young and had time to struggle. Others might not be so lucky. She had grown up because of the care of these people and did not want to lose any of them. After making her wish, Jiang Xia felt all her strength being drawn away, and her consciousness immediately fell into darkness. In the interstellar realm, a sandworm that was diligently digging a space tunnel in the air suddenly changed direction, veering towards the Baron. 7697. The group behind it also turned sharply. Chapter 11. Wishes come true in the early morning. An air raid siren sounded in the main city of the desolate planet 7697. The sharp, piercing sound penetrated deeply, waking all the sleeping people. Following that was the air defense broadcast. A large number of sandworms were attacking. Everyone was urged to quickly go to the shelters. The air raid siren continued to blare, and the broadcast kept repeating. Some people, valuing their lives, quickly got up and ran outside. Others treated it as a drill, turned over, and continued to sleep, unconcerned. About half an hour later, the crowd in the main city had mostly evacuated. The remaining few were those who refused to wake up, which was a minority after all. An hour later, the continuous banging noises woke up those who were pretending to sleep. Huge sandworm corpses fell from the sky, destroying 70% of the buildings in the main city. Those who had not evacuated were all crushed under the rubble. They might have been injured, but they would not die. Star citizens, even without awakening their star bones, would take medication at the age of 20 to forcibly enhance their lives into cosmic life forms. Even when forcibly enhanced, their bodies had strong defenses, and such a level of collapse would not be fatal. At most, they would sustain some injuries. Many farmlands were also destroyed. In a lower district, there was no air raid siren, but the noise of sandworm corpses crashing to the ground could still be heard. The ground occasionally shook, and they thought it was an earthquake. They all got up, ran to a relatively open area, and waited quietly. Sandworms are one of the insect species that survive in the starry sky, characterized by their ability to dig tunnels in space. In terms of combat power, they are nearly zero. The entire body of a sandworm is made of high-grade materials for crafting space items, which are quite expensive. They are easy to kill and have a high return rate, making sandworms the most favored star beast to encounter in the galaxy. Were it not for their ability to traverse the starry sky freely and their extremely high reproductive rate, they would have likely been exterminated long ago. This time, a swarm of sandworms actively attacked this barren planet, which was indeed surprising. After the surprise came the excitement of the planet's defense squad. A single swarm of sandworms could number in the hundreds. Even if a dozen or 20 managed to escape, It was enough to excite them. By dawn, the battle had ended. The ground was in ruins, including the houses in the lower district. The houses in the lower district were mostly constructed from whatever materials were found, bound together loosely, and needed reinforcement every year. These houses had collapsed long before due to tremors. For the people in the lower district, house collapses were not a big deal. Surviving was the main concern. After the sun rose, they entered the forest and began their daily struggle for survival. Meanwhile, in the main city, people emerged from the air raid shelters and were driven nearly mad to see their homes turned into a wasteland. Before they could start causing trouble, the planetary lord proactively explained the situation and proposed two solutions. The situation was that the space passage opened by the sandworms in the sky could not be restored in the short term. Even if it could be restored, it would be easier to open than other places. The consequence of this was that other star beasts could arrive at the planet through the space passage at any time. In other words, they would face a situation like yesterday's at any moment in the future. The planetary lord's solution was to enhance the overall strength of the defense squad and assign people to guard the passage. If residents felt unsafe and wanted to leave, he had already contacted several barren planets, all of which agreed to accept migrants. Those who wished to stay would be properly resettled. The planetary lord only gave everyone a day to think, and the next day, an interstellar ship would come to pick people up. In the afternoon, people in the lower district finished their gathering and hunting early, hurrying home. They wanted to rebuild their houses before it got dark. Until now, they still did not know that the cause of the house collapses was not an earthquake. This was due to the information blackout. For others, knowing or not knowing made no difference in their daily lives and would have no impact. However, for Jiang Xia, who had experienced the information explosion era, it was extremely important. She was very eager to know if this change was related to the wish she made yesterday. Now, she felt unusually weak, extremely fatigued, and her head felt like it was being pricked by thousands of needles. Fortunately, because of last night's earthquake, she was not the only one feeling drowsy today. Her abnormal condition did not attract special attention from others. It wasn't until 2 days later that she learned that all these changes were indeed related to her wish. 90% of the people had migrated away from the main city, leaving less than 10% behind, all of whom were combat personnel of the defense squad. The consequence of this was that the fields were left untended. The economic lifeline of this barren planet was agriculture, which could not be abandoned. Given the current situation, it was impossible to recruit labor from elsewhere for farming anytime soon. At least 100 years would be needed for others to see that the situation on this barren planet was stable before they could recruit personnel. Finally, they turned their attention to the lower district. There were at least 10,000 undocumented residents in the lower district. Were these not ready-made laborers? Thinking of this, the defense squad acted quickly. They took loudspeakers and drove floating patrol vehicles back and forth in the lower district, promoting "Change your fate" at this moment. If you want to become an interstellar citizen, receive the protection of the Interstellar Convention, and enjoy nearly 1,000 years of life, this is the moment. Relevant matters would be arranged in the main city. When Jiang Xia first heard this announcement, her mind exploded with buzzing sounds. She could hardly believe what she heard. Days passed, and as she began to doubt whether she had truly awakened her star bones and possessed star power, she finally heard good news. This news not only proved that she had successfully awakened her star bones and possessed wish-fulfilling star power, but it also resolved her identity issue. At the same time, it made her realize how powerful her star power was. She must not let others know that her star power was related to wishes. Otherwise, her fate would likely be worse than what Antley had said. People revere deities, but they do not treat a deity they can control as a god. They only bind it and exploit it. And when you cannot fulfill their wishes, it is the darkest moment for humanity witnessed by the deity. Becoming a legal interstellar citizen is a wish that every person in the lower district dares not even dream of. Now, it was about to come true, and many could hardly believe it. With a testing mindset, many people went to the main city with their companions. From a distance, they saw a long line of tables set up outside the main city, displaying items they had never seen before. By the time Jiang Xia and others arrived, 2 long lines had already formed in front of those tables. There were also mechs patrolling back and forth to maintain order. By casually inquiring with those at the front of the line, They learned that they were queuing to process their interstellar citizenship registration. After completing the registration, they could board the waiting buses to go to their assigned residences. Everyone was excitedly discussing this. The processing speed was very fast, and soon it was Jiang Xia's turn. She was at the front of the line. She extended her hand, and a staff member quickly took a drop of blood from her fingertip and placed it into a nearby machine. Then she was instructed to move to the side to wait for the next staff member. As soon as she moved over, the staff member took a wristband from a machine and handed it to her. This wristband was her interstellar citizenship. The interstellar citizen number was composed of the star domain, planet number, and personal genetic code. The wristband was a miniature computer that could connect to the star network. The screen appeared before her like a projection, and its size, background image, and other settings could be adjusted according to personal preferences. Jiang Xia stood by, waiting for others, and couldn't wait to open the star network to check the information about this world. Then, she was stunned. She couldn't recognize any characters. She never expected that although she had a channel to obtain information, she would ultimately be defeated by her inability to read. Feeling a bit discouraged, soon, Jiang Xia rallied herself again and began to study. Not being able to read wasn't a problem. The interstellar language was precisely the language they used. And as long as she could understand the language, she could watch videos. Chapter 12. Rural life. The bus dropped Jiang Xia and the other 7 at a farm. The farm had a row of houses near the roadside, a 3-story dormitory building, and a 2-story large warehouse. The farmland covered hundreds of acres. This would be their home from now on. The 8 of them excitedly began to explore. Standing here, they still felt it was somewhat unreal. How did they suddenly leave the lower district? How did they suddenly become interstellar citizens? How did they suddenly start living a superior life? Once their bodies were well nourished and their health indicators reached a healthy level, they could even become cosmic beings by taking potions and extend their lives. What? Danger? What danger? Were those wormholes not filled in? Wasn't he the planet owner recruiting security team members again? Does the planet owner not cherish their own life? Are their lives somehow more precious than the planet owneress? Any danger that has not yet arrived is not really a danger. Since the planet owner hasn't left, why should they, who have nothing to lose, be afraid? Those who survived in the high-pressure environment of the lower district have a mindset that is not ordinary. They are not like the average interstellar citizens who grew up in safe environments and had smooth sailing throughout their lives. People from the lower district are even very grateful to those timid interstellar citizens. If it weren't for their cowardice in running away, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to change their identities. After everyone had run around enough in the fields and rooms, getting sweaty and worn out, with their faces frozen in smiles, there were enough rooms for everyone to quickly choose their preferred space. These houses were in a standard dormitory model, with single rooms that could accommodate a maximum of 2 people, complete with kitchen and bathroom facilities. There were 3 floors in total, each with 5 dormitories. Jiang Xia chose the middle room on the 3rd floor. Jiang Lang chose the room next to hers. Aunt Li chose the room on the 2nd floor near the left staircase. Uncle Liang and Aunt Liang chose the adjacent room. Liang Xiaoqiao chose the room right below Jiang Xia's. Grandpa Ma and Uncle Go decided to stay on the 1st floor. After everyone had picked their rooms, they rushed to the bathroom to take showers and enjoy the experience of hot water. A group of people, except for Jiang Xia, were used to cold showers, so they quickly adjusted the water to a cool setting. Only Jiang Xia comfortably soaked in a hot bath, happily rubbing her hair with shampoo and scrubbing her body with shower gel. She brushed her teeth thoroughly. After washing up, she changed into the clothes distributed today, feeling completely refreshed. On the bus, a staff member had explained the background of the situation, answered everyone's various questions, and distributed living supplies. These supplies included clothes, shoes, nutrient solutions, daily necessities, seeds, and so on. The nutrient solution served as their daily food and could also help rejuvenate their currently weak bodies. The identity bracelets had a built-in space of 10 cubic meters where all the items were stored. They had finally begun the rural life they had always dreamed of. Jiang Xia was thrilled. This was her dream from 2 lifetimes. She ran outside to see what the others looked like in their new clothes. Everyone gathered in Aunt Li's room, looking at each other and laughing foolishly once more. Uncle Go, Grandpa Ma, you both look much fairer. Jiang Xia was the first to speak. After years of accumulated grime washed away, their skin's original color naturally appeared fairer. Wow, Aunt Li, you look really beautiful. Usually, Aunt Li's face was dark because she applied it intentionally. Now that it was clean, her healthy, wheat-colored skin showed through, with three-dimensional features and bright eyes. Compared to before, she looked several degrees more beautiful. Plus, with her aura of confidence, she didn't look like someone from the same layer as the others. Among the group, her transformation was the most significant. Liang Xiaoqiao also praised Aunt Li. After the excitement, everyone sat down to discuss how to cultivate the land. With hundreds of acres of farmland, the first 5 years were tax-free, and all harvests belonged to them. This meant they had 5 years to gain farming experience. After some discussion, everyone decided that each person would plant their own piece of land. They would manage their own plots, and if problems arose, they could discuss them together. But the solutions would be up to the individual. Ultimately, how much they harvested would be their own business, unrelated to others. Accumulating experience separately, sharing knowledge, and growing together was their plan. Starting from scratch, it was inevitable for everyone to have differing opinions. This way, they could effectively prevent conflicts when opinions diverged. Once they had enough experience, they could expand their planning areas. Drinking the nutrient solution together was like having a communal meal. Then everyone returned to their rooms to watch videos related to farming. Jiang Xia watched several farming videos and discovered that no one was using organic fertilizers. They were all using formulated nutrient solutions as fertilizers. Many were even hydroponic. They didn't have the conditions for that now. So watching those videos was essentially pointless. There was no possibility of drawing any reference. Jiang Xia gave up and switched to watching videos related to star power. Once she started, she became engrossed and didn't sleep until nearly dawn, too tired to stay awake any longer. The next day, everyone woke up late. No surprise. They had all stayed up late watching videos. After lunch with the nutrient solution, they began to choose land and start farming. The 100-acre farmland had a ditch running through the middle, connected to a river with flowing water. On the side opposite the dormitory was a small hill. The farmland was bordered by green belts, separating it from others' plots. For convenience in irrigation, everyone chose a piece of land by the ditch. And after marking out the separation areas, they got busy. Jiang Xia allocated about an acre for herself, planning to grow a bit of everything. The warehouse was equipped with advanced farming tools, plowing machines, seeders, harvesters, and more. The men were like children with toys, driving the farming equipment back and forth in the fields. In the interstellar era, these tools ran entirely on solar energy. As long as they were in the sun, they could recharge, so they didn't have to worry about overusing them. Once they had their fun, they began to plow the fields. Jiang Xia had a wealth of theoretical knowledge about farming, but had never actually done it. She couldn't tell what kind of soil it was. No matter. Let us start with plenty of fertilizer. As long as there is enough fertilizer, they should be able to produce some food, right? With that thought, Jiang Xia turned her attention to the ditch. The silt at the bottom of the ditch was ready-made fertilizer. Wait. Jiang Xia squatted by the ditch and took a closer look. She was shocked. What the heck? Whose ditch is paved with bricks? Although using technology to print bricks is quick and convenient, is it really necessary to be so extravagant? Is it to prevent soil erosion? Truly a talent. Jiang Xia maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly cursed. She turned and walked away. If Jiang Xia had looked closer, she would have noticed that these printed bricks were very new, just like their dormitory building. All of this was planned and constructed by the battle team. They had thought too much. No, they didn't have any concept of infrastructure at all. They just felt that the bottom of a swimming pool should be paved, and since the ditch was man-made, it should also be paved. So they went ahead and did it. After all, the specific tasks were left to the construction mechas, and they just needed to verbally issue the tasks. Today was the first day. They only needed to plow the land. Those who were idle saw Jiang Xia heading toward the hill, and all followed her to see what kind of game they could find up there. Jiang Xia. Actually, I just wanted to see if there were any fallen leaves in the woods. Fallen leaves can be used for compost. Or rather, the accumulated fallen leaves over the years, including the surface soil under the leaves, are great fertilizer. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, seeing the layers of fallen leaves piled up, Stepping on them would release little flying insects, and Jiang Xia laughed happily. Chapter 13. Attempting to make Xingye powder. When Jiang Xia didn't know how to explain something to others, she would say, "Just give it a try. It doesn't cost anything." The idea of trying something for free is a common thought among many people. With many trees in the forest and farming machines inconvenient to use, Jiang Xia and the others took matters into their own hands, digging with iron shovels. They first shoveled onto a raincloth and then stored it in their space. Finally, they spread it onto their own plots of land. For the tilled land, they could scatter it directly on top. For the untilled land, they would mix it in while tilling. Which method would yield better results? Since they all had no experience with farming, no one could say for sure. So, they decided to record the conditions of each plot of land and compare the harvest later to find out. What a plant! The seeds distributed to them by the staff last time. The vegetable seeds included cabbage, radishes, cucumbers, green beans, lettuce, pumpkins, soybeans, red beans, green beans, and potatoes. The grains included wheat, rice, and corn. The fruits were watermelon and hornmelon. After some thought, Jiang Xia decided to plant cabbage, green beans, lettuce, pumpkins, soybeans, and potatoes. She would let her brother plant the vegetables she didn't choose, so they would grow all the varieties of vegetables. She also asked her brother to plant some corn. For the first year, that would be enough. After searching for related planting videos on the Interstellar Network, they began to sow seeds. In the videos, after scattering the seeds in the ground, they sprayed a nutrient solution for vegetables and waited for the seeds to germinate. The only difference for potatoes was that they needed to be buried in the soil. They didn't have the vegetable nutrient solution and couldn't afford to buy it for now. So they just scattered the seeds in the soil and waited to see what would happen. Only Jiang Xia suggested a different method for planting potatoes. Based on what she learned in her previous life, she cut the potatoes into pieces, let them sprout, and then transplanted them into the fields. In their spare time, they went into the mountains to dig traps, rob, and gather. From the videos on the Interstellar Network, they learned that Qingyuan tree leaves were one of the feeds for livestock such as pigs, cows, and sheep. Even so, it didn't change their fondness for Qingyuan tree leaves. They found many Qingyuan trees on the small hill opposite their fields, more than they had found in the lower district before. The leaves of the Qingyuan tree were thick, soft, and sweet-smelling, making them suitable as snacks. Jiang Xia had always had an idea. If she could grind Qingyuan tree leaves into flour, could she make something similar to vermicelli or rice noodles? She had never had the opportunity to experiment before. Now, she could finally start preparing. She took some of the collected Qingyuan tree leaves and set them aside to dry. When others asked her what she was doing, she said she was inspired by a food video and wanted to see if she could replicate it. Speaking of food, everyone missed the taste of meat. The nutrient solution could fill their stomachs, but couldn't satisfy their cravings. Unfortunately, the small woods had been cleaned so thoroughly that they couldn't find a single prey. They still had some star coins on them, so they discussed going to the nearby mall to buy some food to satisfy their cravings. The star coins from selling silver fish had mostly been distributed to everyone, and the remaining ones had been given to Jiang Xia by Aunt Li. Jiang Xia wasn't very interested in the nearby mall and planned to grind the Qingyuan tree leaves at home. Since Jiang Xia wasn't going, Jiang Lang didn't plan to go either. There was a patrol team that patrolled the fields every hour or so, and there were no dangers in the surrounding forest. They had also explored the fields on both sides and found no one farming. It could be said that there were no other people within 100 miles, which meant no danger. Aunt Li agreed to let Jiang Xia and Jiang Lang stay while the others walked to the nearest mall together. Jiang Lang handed all his star coins to Aunt Li, asking her to bring back some meat. After sending Aunt Li and the others off, Jiang Xia got busy. After a few days of drying, she had already dried 100 Qingyuan tree leaves. She found a large basin, placed all the dried leaves in it, and then took the wooden hammer that her brother helped her carve and began to pound. "I'll do it," Jiang Lang stepped up, snatching the wooden hammer from Jiang Xia's hand, and began to pound just like her. "Be gentle, don't hit too hard, and throw away the veins of the leaves," Jiang Xia said, making her request clear without competing with her brother. Jiang Lang agreed. Jiang Xia went to make other preparations. She brought over the blender and set it aside for later use. She also got 2 empty basins ready. Before long, under Jiang Lang's pounding, the dried Qingyuan tree leaves were crushed into pieces and the veins were removed and thrown aside. They put the crushed Qingyuan tree leaf residue into the blender and ground it into powder. They poured the powder into 2 basins and added clean water. Then, they used cheesecloth to filter the residue. The filtered water was combined and left to sit, waiting for the starch to settle. The Qingyuan leaf powder was fine, and the settling would probably take a long time. Jiang Xia was very satisfied with the result, which meant her idea should succeed. Before dark, Aunt Li and the others returned. Everyone looked excited, their eyes sparkling. This was the first time Jiang Xia saw such brightness in their eyes. It was a glow filled with hope for life. The transformative changes in their lives over the past few days, while joyful, also felt surreal. After this trip, the confusion disappeared, replaced by anticipation for the future. What happened? Why is everyone so happy? Liang Xiaoqiao chattered on. She talked about how lively the mall was and who they had encountered. In this interstellar era, where everything could be bought online, the shops in the mall could be said to be quite simple. But for those living in the lower district, it was already prosperous enough. Jiang Xia pretended to listen excitedly. Jiang Lang was genuinely excited and wanted to see it for himself. There was a very large and impressive school near the mall. They heard that the Star Lord was looking for teachers, and once the teachers arrived, they would teach them to read. Over the past few days, while watching videos on the Star Network, they had struggled with not knowing the characters and not understanding some of the spoken words, comparing their clothing with others. Many felt inferior, thinking of their previous identities. This emotion usually wouldn't show when facing their team. To them, being literate was a very prestigious thing. Now, with the planet's main authority inviting teachers to teach them to read, how could they not be happy and excited? Hearing this news, Jiang Xia became excited too. She had been troubled by not being able to read and not being able to obtain more information. She couldn't help but start to look forward to it. 2 days later, the Qingyuan leaf starch finally settled. The upper and lower layers were distinct. They poured out the upper layer of clear water and took the lower layer of starch outside to dry. After drying, they began to cook it. During the cooking process, they had to keep stirring to avoid burning the pot. Once the pot emitted a sweet aroma and the water had evaporated significantly, they could stop the fire. They continued to stir until the mixture formed a dough of moderate softness. They boiled a large pot of water and prepared several large basins of cold water. Then they could proceed to the final step, which was to strain the mixture. The wooden spoon used for straining was personally polished by Aunt Li. They mixed the Qingyuan leaf dough with warm water to make a paste. The paste consistency should be such that it does not break when it drips. During this time, whenever the others had free time, they would come over to help. Chapter 14. Busy farming 100 pieces of green yuan tree leaves yielded about 3 pounds of wet rice flour. To make it easier to call out and to distinguish between different flours, Jiang Xia named this flour green leaf flour. While cooking the flour, she also prepared the condiments. Jiang Xia made 2 types of condiments, one spicy and one not spicy. She found a few vegetable peppers and chili peppers in the forest. When she saw them, Jiang Xia was as happy as a child, even though she was already a child. When she went to pick them, she was even scolded by someone who said these things were inedible and could be poisonous. Jiang Xia couldn't resist the allure of the spiciness and secretly brought some back, trying it out herself. The spiciness was still there, and there was no poison. Through this experiment, Jiang Xia also confirmed one thing. What they called poisonous might not be truly poisonous. It could very well be an allergic reaction or a characteristic of the food itself. The green leaf flour was already cooked and could be eaten once boiled. Jiang Xia had everyone take a bowl, put in some rice flour, and mix in some condiments to stir. After mixing, it was ready to eat. The green leaf flour was soft and chewy, with a sweet but not overly sweet taste, complemented by the salty and spicy flavor, which was exactly Jiang Xia's favorite taste. Delicious. Looking at the others' reactions, they were all focused on their bowls, hard at work. They didn't know how to use chopsticks anymore and had abandoned the proper way to use them, opting for whatever was convenient to eat. Jiang Xia had learned about chopsticks from watching videos and had her brother help her carve some. Since then, she had a legitimate reason to use chopsticks. Not wanting to savor her food slowly, Jiang Xia quickly dug in, fearing that the others would finish it all before her. But no matter how fast she was as quick as Aunt Li and the others. By the time she finished her bowl of green leaf flour, the pot was already cleaned out by the others. Jiang Xia, Who said she was just messing around? Didn't these people enjoy eating it even more than her, the one who loves to experiment? 3 pounds of wet green leaf flour wasn't much, with 8 people. They only got a taste, and didn't fill up. After putting down their bowls and chopsticks, without Jiang Xia needing to say anything, the others spontaneously went to pick green yuan tree leaves. They had all helped a bit while she was working on this, so they naturally knew that it was made from green yuan tree leaves. After that, whenever they had free time, everyone would voluntarily go up the mountain to pick green yuan tree leaves, forgetting about farming altogether. If it weren't for Jiang Xia reminding them, they would have cared about the work in the fields at all. In their words, anyway, there was no tax to pay within 5 years. Whether they farmed or not didn't matter, right? Jiang Xia wouldn't indulge them, directly asking them, think about why the Planet Master gave them the status of interstellar citizens if they didn't farm. No one could bear the consequences of defying the Planet Master's orders. That's why they needed to water when it was time to water and weed when it was time to weed. Yes, manually weeding. They didn't have money to buy herbicides, but watching the vegetable seedlings grow day by day, they felt a sense of achievement in their hearts. This sense of achievement was something they had never experienced before. When various vegetable sprouts grew to half a palm high, it was time to transplant the pumpkins. Transplanting was simple. Jiang Xia finished transplanting the pumpkin seedlings in just half a day. The cucumbers and beans also needed to be transplanted and supported. Jiang Xia didn't plant cucumbers but only beans. She couldn't complete the framework alone, so she collaborated with her brother. You help me build the bean framework, and I'll help you build the cucumber framework. In fact, the frameworks were the same, both triangular. The framework was taller than what Jiang Xia could do, so all she could do was help hold it steady to make it easier for her brother to tie the ropes. It took 3 days for Jiang Xia and Jiang Lang to finish building the frameworks. The others, after finishing their tasks, didn't come to help but went to pick green yuan tree leaves instead. A few days later, they had picked most of the leaves from the nearby green yuan trees. At this point, the first batch of dry green yuan tree leaves was ready. Jiang Xia began teaching everyone how to make green leaf flour. Every batch they made was eaten up immediately, with not a bit left to store. Moreover, they developed some eating methods themselves, such as adding it to bone soup while cooking, which made the flavor of the green leaf flour more layered, as it absorbed the meat flavor. The extra vegetable seedlings from the fields were also picked and cooked together, which tasted very good as well. The Planet Master spent a lot of money and even made a promise to invite a teacher. The teacher was some distance from the wasteland and would take about 5 months to arrive by spaceship. This time wasn't considered long. It happened to be winter, and there was not much to do in the fields, making it a perfect time to learn to read and write. This news was delivered to every farm by the patrol vehicle. It had been a month since they arrived at the farm. During this month, they had good food and clothing, and there was no mental stress from survival. Each person who came from the lower district seemed to have transformed. Their originally frail bodies gradually gained flesh under the nourishment of the nutrient solution. Jiang Xia had also become rounder. The emptiness she felt inside from her wish had diminished significantly with the daily nurturing. She was still somewhat weak, but no longer felt tired easily. After this incident, she no longer dared to make wishes lightly. At least, she would wait until she understood more information before making plans. When the patrol vehicle came to inspect, they had an additional task, to test the physical fitness of each person on the farm. Based on their physical fitness, different nutrient solutions were distributed. These nutrient solutions were meant to nourish their bodies. The new nutrient solution was enough for another month. This meant that after a month, they would be tested again and would change nutrient solutions. Summer arrived, and the temperature rose significantly. The lettuce grew big enough to be picked at will. The pumpkins blossomed and needed manual pollination. The beans began to grow in clusters. They could eat fresh vegetables every day, and there was no longer any need to worry about making a living. Many people from the lower district still found it hard to believe this fact. The long-standing mental stress couldn't be alleviated in just a day or two, nor in a month or two. But overall, everything was moving in a positive direction. The bean yield was so high that they couldn't finish eating it every day. Every evening, Jiang Xia would pick the beans that were ready to eat, blanch them in boiling water, and then lay them out to dry. Once dried, she would store them. In winter, these would be a rare delicacy. Others who also planted beans followed her example and dried them as well. However, the beans they grew didn't grow as well as Jiang Xia's and bore fewer pods. Others' fields could only be described as having slight harvests, while Jiang Xia's field could only be described as bountiful. The difference was evident. Aunt Li and the others watched Jiang Xia work every day. Sometimes when she was busy, they would lend a hand. They all worked the same, fertilized the same, and weeded the same. So why was there such a big difference? They couldn't figure it out. They just couldn't understand. Only Aunt Li had a vague guess. She suspected that when Jiang Xia was farming, she unconsciously harbored the thought of wanting to cultivate the land well, and then her star power played a role. When they went to the mall and met acquaintances, after communicating, they saw that most of them hadn't even grown any vegetables, and their mood immediately improved. Without comparison, there is no harm. Similarly, without comparison, they wouldn't know that they weren't the worst and that they had their merits. Chapter 15. A new beginning. Time flew by, and autumn arrived. It was once again the season to work hard to store food and prepare for winter. In previous years, the meat they hunted at this time was no longer sold, but was instead dried into jerky for storage. They also needed to gather firewood to keep warm during the winter. The houses had to be reinforced before the heavy snow arrived. This year, there was no need to reinforce the house or gather firewood. There was no need to worry about those with ill intentions coming to rob them. Generally speaking, as long as the mall was still open and they had money, there was no need to store food anymore. However, they were used to storing, and it seemed that if they didn't stock up, they wouldn't feel secure. Fortunately, they no longer had to store so much as in previous years, fearing that they would starve if they didn't have enough. They all went to the mall together and spent all their star coins on meat. Each person bought their favorite kind of meat according to their preferences. When they returned, the farm was filled with the aroma of barbecued meat every day. In addition to the barbecued meat, they also stored a lot of green leaf powder. The green yuan trees near their farm had been stripped bare, so they went a bit farther to gather more. When they filled the space in their identity wristbands to the brim, winter finally came. The teacher also arrived. The patrol guard began to use loudspeakers to announce this and inform everyone that classes would start in 2 days. At that time, there would be buses to take everyone back and forth to school. Jiang Xia was excited and looked forward to it. Finally, she could learn to read. God knows how sad it is to be illiterate. Information presented right in front of you is incomprehensible, and that feeling of frustration is like knowing there are mountains of gold and silver behind a door, but being unable to open it. Don't even talk about self-study. That's for geniuses. Jiang Xia didn't consider herself a genius and knew she couldn't learn without guidance. At the very least, someone had to show her the way to the door, and then through slow exploration, she might find the path to self-learning. 2 days later, that day, Jiang Xia got up early, washed up, had a simple breakfast, and urged the others to hurry up and wait by the roadside for the bus. The winter morning was still very cold. A few people stood by the road, shivering while waiting for the bus. It wasn't because they were dressed too lightly. No matter how much they wore, standing in the north wind felt cold. Despite this, Jiang Xia felt delighted. She had never been so eager to learn to read. Her gaze was always fixed on the direction of the mall, anticipating the arrival of the bus. Seeing Jiang Xia so enthusiastic, everyone joked that she must be a good student and would surely achieve great success in the future. Jiang Xia smiled but didn't respond. Soon, they saw a bus speeding toward them from distance. The bus came to a steady stop in front of them. It was driverless. Once they boarded the bus, they saw several familiar faces. After exchanging nods, they took their seats, and the bus automatically deployed transparent safety shields over them. Once everyone confirmed their seatbelts were fastened, the bus took off. It made rounds to a few farms, picked up some more people, and then flew toward the school once the seats were full. At the school entrance, several large banners fluttered in the wind, tied with colorful balloons on both sides, creating a festive atmosphere. Although no one could read what was written on the banners, they could guess some of it. There was also a large three-dimensional QR code at the entrance. Without needing to be told, everyone raised their hands with identity wristbands, opened the scanning page, and pointed it at the QR code. After scanning, a school page popped up. A voice came from the page, introducing the school. The school was named Turning Point, meaning a turning point in life. Currently, there was only one teacher, named by Mulin, and only one large classroom. Following the flow of people to the classroom, they found several adjacent seats to sit down. In front of the desks was a mini robot the size of a fingernail, which served as their textbook. With a gentle touch, the white bun-shaped robot would automatically activate, scan the person in front, confirm their student identity, and then temporarily recognize them as its owner. Until the student graduated, the white bun would return to the school to serve the next student. Jiang Xia excitedly flipped through the books projected by the white bun. These books felt like physical objects that she could take, browse through, and even take notes. Additionally, the books had three-dimensional visual demonstrations to help students understand better. How advanced! Jiang Xia couldn't help but exclaim. The others were immersed in shock and didn't catch what she said. More and more students filled the classroom. When the large classroom was about 70 to 80 full, Bai Mulin appeared on the podium. Ahem. His voice was transmitted through the white bun in front of him, reaching every corner of the classroom. This white bun was for the teacher's use only. The voice sounded as though a person was standing right beside them, at a volume that was neither too loud nor too soft. The stunned students were finally awakened, raising their heads to look at the source of the voice. There stood a tall, well-featured man with glasses, a refined demeanor on the podium. The students felt an inexplicable aura from the teacher, standing there, easily intimidating them. Unconsciously, they straightened their backs and instinctively sat up straight. Seeing everyone like this, Bai Mulin nodded slightly, recognizing this group of special students for the time being. He then began to introduce himself and the courses they needed to learn. There were only 2 courses, literacy linguistics and basic arithmetic. After completing these, they could graduate. Then it was time for class. Considering the special nature of this group of students, Teacher Bai slowed the pace of the lessons, teaching patiently and meticulously. After one class ended, the second class was for review, allowing everyone to practice writing and familiarize themselves with the strokes and order of the characters. The others were very satisfied, thinking that learning wasn't so difficult after all. Jiang Xia, however, was not satisfied. She felt the pace was too slow. Fortunately, with the white bun, it was equivalent to having a private tutor. She began to self-study. After 2 classes, the day's teaching came to an end. School was over. They were taken back to the farm by the bus. Once back at the farm, Jiang Xia couldn't wait to start self-studying again. It wasn't until her brother urged her 3 times that she finally turned off the white bun and went out to eat. After eating, she immersed herself back into the sea of knowledge. That night, the temperature dropped sharply. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Good snow heralds a good year. Jiang Xia rarely put down her books and went to the corridor. Looking at the snow outside, she smiled quietly. This snow marked the beginning of robust growth for the farm's wheat fields. It was also the starting point of her new life. Suddenly, Jiang Xia felt a clear sound resonating in her mind, as if something had snapped. A force surged wildly into her body. The weakness left from her wish disappeared completely under the wash of that power. Strength quietly began to grow within her. Moments later, that power faded into nothingness, as if it had never existed. However, the changes in her body were real. Jiang Xia felt her body becoming healthier and her mind clearer. It was as if she had undergone a spiritual cleansing. Looking at the world before her, everything felt different. The world was still the same world as before. It no longer felt like the same world. Chapter 16. Celestial Mechanic. Before Jiang Xia, the world suddenly transformed from a 3-dimensional model into a spatial dimensional model. It was like the scenes during game modeling. Space, dimensions, the insides of models, textures, all displayed clearly before her eyes. Jiang Xia was stunned by everything in front of her. She didn't even notice when Jiang Lang came to her side and helped her put on a thick cloak. Jiang Lang thought his sister was just mesmerized by the snow and didn't think anything else. When they lived in the lower district, Jiang Xia loved to lean by the window watching the snow during winter, seemingly never enough of it. Gradually, Jiang Xia emerged from her shock, realizing that she had indeed awakened her star bone and possessed star power. Her star power genuinely had a wish-like ability. Depending on the level of ability, it had different names. The abilities ranged from low to high, with different stages corresponding to different names: Mimicker, Deceiver, Wishmaster, Fortune Teller, Celestial Mechanic. However, the overall name for the star power was Celestial Mechanic. Before tonight, based on the size of her ability, she was a Wishmaster. After tonight, she was a Fortune Teller. The celestial mechanic could glimpse the mysteries of the universe and the trajectories of life. They could reverse their own fate and also alter the fate of others. The starry sky she saw in her sea of consciousness before was the starbone. The 7 lit stars represented her power as a celestial mechanic. The wish she made, if it were only for her to obtain citizenship, would consume a very small portion of her power. However, she wished for everyone in the lower district to become interstellar citizens, which equated to changing the fate trajectories of nearly 1,000 people. This required much more power. It drained all her energy, and when that was insufficient, it even drew from her life force as a supplement. Overexertion caused her to fall into a coma, and when she woke up, her head felt like it was being pierced by needles. She hadn't known any of this before, but now that she did, she couldn't help but feel a bit scared. She hadn't expected that her own life force could be drawn as a source of energy. If her wish were any greater, draining her life force could have directly killed her. It seemed that she really couldn't make wishes carelessly in the future. Otherwise, a careless mistake could lead to her demise. The power of the celestial mechanic could change the trajectory of things, but could not create something out of nothing. For example, she wished for the people of the lower district to reasonably possess the identity of interstellar citizens. The premise was, first, the existence of people in the lower district. Second, the existence of the identity of interstellar citizens. With both present, merging these two would result in a change of trajectory. Creating something from nothing means that if a person does not have a starbone, she cannot wish for them to spontaneously grow one. This is beyond what a celestial mechanic can do. Only evil forces can achieve this, and such evil is not recognized by the laws of the universe. However, it does exist in reality. It involves extracting the starbone from one person's body and implanting it into another's. As long as the other person can withstand the rejection and survive, they would then possess the starbone and become a star power master. Due to the special nature and confidentiality of celestial mechanics, their upgrades are not detectable by outsiders. In other words, even if she upgraded to a celestial mechanic, her physical qualities would still be that of an ordinary person, making it impossible to detect through any means. At the same time, each celestial mechanic would have a secondary star power. They can enhance this secondary star power's realm level to improve their lifespan, combat power, etc. Jiang Xia's secondary star power is of the space type. This space type is not simply having an independent space in the sea of consciousness as depicted in novels. Instead, it possesses spatial energy. By utilizing spatial energy, one can open up storage spaces in the sea of consciousness. By using spatial energy, various combat techniques can be developed, including space traversal. After comprehending this information, Jiang Xia withdrew from her shock. The world before her also exited the model and returned to its original appearance. Then, she noticed her brother, Jiang Lang, standing beside her. Brother. Jiang Xia adjusted her cloak. When did you come out? Are you cold? I'm not cold. I saw you staring at the snow in a daze, so I didn't want to disturb you. My feet are a bit cold. Let's go inside. Okay. After they both entered the house, Jiang Xia immediately dove into the warmth of the blankets. The room had heating, maintaining a normal temperature, but she had been outside for too long, especially her feet, which were freezing. It was insufficient to just warm herself for a moment. After burrowing into the blankets, she could no longer suppress her happiness and began to laugh gleefully. So, she had such powerful star power. She was so amazing. That night, even while sleeping, Jiang Xia wore a smile. This good mood continued until she caught a cold. Last night, before being washed by energy, her body was unusually weak, and being exposed to the cold wind laid the groundwork for her illness. Although her body returned to normal after the energy wash, she still had the physical constitution of a 2-year-old child. How strong could she be? Standing outside for so long naturally made her sick. After being slapped by the harsh reality, Jiang Xia finally came out of her surprise and calmed down. Now, she couldn't go to class. On the second day of the new semester, she had to ask for leave, which made Jiang Xia feel a bit uncomfortable. She was too young. Normally, children start school after the age of 5. Teacher told her to rest at home and that she could go to class whenever she wanted later. Jiang Lang also took leave to take care of her at home. Even at home, Jiang Xia did not forget to study. With her diligent efforts, by the end of winter, She had recognized almost all the commonly used characters. At this point, she could read any information fluently. Through the star network, she learned that everyone would undergo their first star bone test at the age of 10. Those who are found to possess star bones at this age have huge potential and a high growth limit. Those who do not show star bones can test once a year until they are 20. If they haven't shown star bones by the age of 20, they are destined never to awaken them in this lifetime. At that point, they can choose to take a potion to extend their lives and become cosmic beings. After becoming cosmic beings, they would have a lifespan of 1,000 years. As winter turned to spring, it marked the annual transition from old to new. After the new year, Jiang Xia turned 3 and Jiang Lang turned 10. On the barren star, everyone only celebrated a festival once a year, which was this festival. The previous 2 years have been woefully miserable. This year, they should be able to celebrate well. Even the school gave a half-month holiday. The planet's leader sent abundant supplies to every farm to celebrate this festival. Vegetables, fruits, meat, snacks, and more, all dazzling. The farmers who had never eaten these items gasped in admiration. At the same time, everyone's bodies, after 6 months of nurturing, had restored their various metrics to the level of ordinary people, meeting the standard to take the potion and become cosmic beings. Before the festival, arrangements were made for the star bone testing. People in the lower district, regardless of their age, had never undergone such testing before. Before taking the potion, the planet's leader wanted them to be tested. If anyone awakened their star bone, they would be recruited into the guard team. Children under 10 would not need to be tested. Chapter 17, Awakening Star Bones in the Blink of an Eye. 7 years have passed, and Jiang Xia is now 10 years old. It's another year of transition from old to new. Since the first year, when the star bone testing was scheduled for this time, all subsequent testing times have been set for this period. 7 years ago, when Jiang Lang participated in the first test and was found to have star bones, he was taken away by the planet's master. Because he was only 10 years old, young and with great potential, the planet's master, having obtained his consent, which was actually Jiang Xia's consent, sent him to study on the main star of this star region. Accompanying him was the lone wolf from the lower district that year. This year, Jiang Xia stood in line for the starbone test, eagerly waiting. Soon, it was her turn. The testing stone was palm-sized and completely deep black. Jiang Xia placed her hand on the testing stone. The next second, the testing stone emitted a glow. The light passed through Jiang Xia's hand and was displayed before everyone. The glow resembled the starry night sky, deep and dark. Countless stars dotted it, seemingly bringing vitality to the darkness. Mysterious. It made one unable to resist the urge to explore and unveil its mysterious veil. Congratulations, you've awakened your star bones, the staff announced joyfully. Aunt Lee and others standing nearby were even happier, embracing each other. Now, Aunt Lee and the others were all cosmic life forms with extended lifespans. Coupled with the years of living comfortably, without the worries of food and clothing, they appeared much younger. Over the years, they had made quite a bit of money selling various powders, and everyone's attire had improved significantly, making them look completely different from before. Mr. Ma, who was blind in one eye, had also had a mechanical prosthetic eye installed, looking no different from a normal person. Jiang Xia happily ran towards them. A guard voluntarily followed Jiang Xia to ensure her safety. Jiang Xia joyfully embraced each person in the team. Every single one of them had cared for her. Without their support, when Jiang Lang was only 7 years old, even if they had brought her back as a baby, they might not have been able to raise her. Over the years, she taught them how to make green leaf powder, sweet potato powder, and sprouted beans, all to repay their kindness. Even if she left, they would have skills to live prosperous lives. I always thought Xia would achieve great things, and now it's come true. Uncle Go smiled widely, genuinely praising her. Mr. Ma, not good with words, nodded in agreement. Among the crowd of happy faces, only Liang Xiaoqiao felt a mix of joy and disappointment. Of the 3 children from back then, 2 of her friends awakened their star bones, while she did not. From now on, they would be people from 2 different worlds, making it hard to intersect again. That kind of disappointment was hard to express. Yet, she was sincerely happy for her friends. After hugging and bidding farewell to everyone, Jiang Xia left with the guard. From now on, she would reside in a place specially arranged by the planet's master. This was done to protect her personal safety and prevent anyone from secretly harboring jealousy and doing her harm in an irrational manner. After being taken to her room, Jiang Xia opened her contacts, found Jiang Lang's number, and initiated a video call. Jiang Lang had already learned from the team group chat that she had awakened her star bones and was very happy, then proceeded to give her many reminders as someone who had been through it. It was until Jiang Xia mentioned that someone was knocking at the door that she hung up the video call. The visitor claimed to be the Planet Master's secretary. Secretary Xiao was a stunning beauty. Secretary Xiao first asked her if she needed to bring her family over to celebrate the new year together before departing. After years of abundance, every day spent together felt like a holiday, so it wouldn't matter if they missed this one meal. This was not a farewell. She was just paving the way in advance to bring everyone to a more prosperous planet in the future. Everything was understood without words, and there was no need for a farewell. Jiang Xia declined the proposal. This year, only Jiang Xia awakened her star bones. Since she did not need to reunite with her family for a farewell, Secretary Xiao suggested they set off for the main star right away. Traveling from the barren star to the main star required passing through 2 wormhole jumps, totaling a flight time of 1 year and 3 months. Leaving early meant arriving early. Thus, Jiang Xia followed Secretary Xiao, protected by a team of guards, and boarded the spaceship. Secretary Xiao accompanied her and would only leave after delivering her to the academy. Jiang Xia felt a bit puzzled, wondering if this protection was a bit excessive. However, considering that the person being protected was herself and she was the beneficiary, and since she was also unfamiliar with the dangers of interstellar travel, she did not raise any questions. In addition to the spaceship escorting Jiang Xia to the main star, 2 interstellar patrol ships accompanied them. With increased firepower, the dangers encountered in the galaxy would correspondingly decrease. Once on the spaceship, Secretary Xiao took Jiang Xia on a brief tour of the ship, including the dining area, gym, leisure area, and simulation room, among others. Finally, Secretary Xiao brought Jiang Xia to her room. Secretary Xiao first gave Jiang Xia a brief overview of the main star and the academy, and then left her with a set of cultivation techniques before departing. Spending more than a year on a spaceship, it was impossible to do nothing during that time. Cultivation was the best choice. The first step in cultivation was to draw energy into the body. There was an energy in the air, light blue and invisible to the naked eye. This energy was star power. Only those who had awakened their star bones could retain star power in their bodies and use it for themselves. Those without star bones would have star power pass through their bodies without any effect. By drawing it into the body, one could gain extraordinary strength and become a star power master. The cultivation technique was the bridge that connected star power to the body and the star bones, as well as the method to guide star power to refine oneself. After Secretary Xiao left, Jiang Xia locked her room door and immediately sat cross-legged by the bed. She closed her eyes and entered a meditative state, clearing her mind of distractions and emptying herself of sensations. Soon, Jiang Xia entered an ethereal state, using her consciousness as her eyes to see the star power floating around her. When she was on the barren star, the star power was thin, and she could only see a few scattered star powers floating in the vast farm. But here, in the interstellar space, the star power was indeed dense. It felt as if she had entered an ocean of star power, with just a little guidance. The star power smoothly entered her body and successfully linked with her star bones. A flash of spiritual light appeared, and the celestial gate within her that separated the mortal from the immortal was opened. Her body felt as if an additional layer of mask had suddenly formed, reflecting the true shape of her body, yet existing on another layer. The star bones served as the bridge connecting her body to the mask. The process of cultivation was to merge the physical body with the mask into one. The tighter the combination, the stronger the power and the longer the lifespan. Her mental strength was being refined, and her senses became sharper. With her mental strength inwardly observing, she searched for the energy meridians within her body. In fact, she was searching on the mask. However, 999 of cultivators were unaware of this. They would only teach their juniors. The energy meridians are hidden within the body, and normal medical methods cannot find them. Yet they truly exist. Normally, just the time spent searching for energy meridians would take 1 or 2 days. Some elders who cared for their juniors would use a method akin to pouring wisdom into them, entering the junior sea of consciousness with their own consciousness. guiding the juniors to search for energy meridians. The sea of consciousness is a person's celestial gate. For outsiders to enter means putting their lives in the hands of the other. One would not dare to do so unless they had immense trust. But Jiang Xia was not an ordinary person. She was a celestial mechanic. The moment her celestial gate opened, there was no need to activate her celestial mechanic vision to see the energy meridians inside her body. The 12 main meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians, the 12 branch meridians, and the 15 collaterals were all clear. The energy meridians were a reflection of the main meridians, hence they resembled normal meridians. Continuing to guide the star power according to the cultivation technique, she directed it to circulate through the body along specific meridian pathways. The first time guiding the star force to roam within the meridians is like opening up a route, creating something from nothing. It is a challenging process. Just like in reality, building bridges and paving roads takes time. Chapter 18. Arrival at the main star under normal circumstances. It takes 2 to 3 months to open a chi meridian. Jiang Xia only took one night to connect all the chi meridians. The methods created by humans state that one should first find which meridian to open, and then take that meridian as the starting point to continue searching for chi meridians until they are connected into a cycle. The insights she gleaned from the heavens told Jiang Xia that this approach is beneficial in the early stages, but has more disadvantages than advantages in the later stages. Once the way star power operates within the meridians is completely contrary to the way blood vessels operate. It will undoubtedly leave hidden ailments in the body that cannot be detected. Many people, despite being prepared for promotion, fail to ascend, likely for these reasons. The best operational route is to align with the direction of blood flow in the true blood vessels. Fortunately, this has been discovered by some people and is circulating within certain circles. Unfortunately, no one has yet found all the chi meridians. Therefore, no one can completely combine the mask with the physical body to reach the legendary supreme realm. After connecting all the chi meridians, Jiang Xia discovered that the surrounding star power autonomously flowed into her chi meridians and began to operate on its own. Even if she stopped her cultivation, the chi meridians continued to operate, albeit at a slower speed. Nevertheless, this was much faster than others. This filled Jiang Xia with immense joy. While others had to meditate to increase their strength, she was constantly growing stronger. She directly leaped over the apprentice level and entered the stage of great perfection. However, she was still a mortal with insufficient mental power and fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed. The next day, after washing up and having breakfast, she continued her cultivation. This time, she aimed to compress the concentration of star power within her body. When the chi meridians are filled with compressed star power, nourishing the chi meridians will widen them and increase their storage capacity, akin to having more mana in a game. After 2 months of nourishing, the meridians widened by a factor of 2. Only then did Jiang Xia advance to the next stage, lighting up the star holes. The human body has acupuncture points, and naturally, the chi meridians also have acupuncture points. With the heavenly insight, finding the star holes was a piece of cake for Jiang Xia. There are 720 acupuncture points in the human body, and there are also 720 acupuncture points on the chi meridians. It took Jiang Xia 3 months to light up all these acupuncture points. Thus, she officially became a Star Master. Moreover, she reached the peak of Star Master. At this point, she could start learning some skills. Her family knew her situation, and she knew she was from the space system, but others did not. Before reaching the academy for a second test, she did not want to reveal her star power system too early. Nor did she want others to know her true cultivation level. Fortunately, the heavenly insight allowed her to shield others from probing and prevent her cultivation from leaking. This was far safer and more effective than any means of shielding in reality. So, she continued to cultivate and aim for the next stage. Entering the next stage of Star Energy Master was somewhat challenging. This time, it involved lighting up star holes in the sea of consciousness, which would increase her mental power. There are no star holes in the sea of consciousness. Lighting up star holes is somewhat akin to painting on a blank canvas. Wherever your brush falls, that place will be altered. Mental power is the brush. As long as she gathers a large amount of mental power in a certain area of the sea of consciousness and condenses into the pattern she imagines, the pattern will form, signifying the star hole being lit up. However, This process is very long and consumes a lot of mental power. It also tests one's willpower significantly. The patterns can vary greatly, and it is said that different patterns can even bring different effects. But for beginners, they all start from the simplest points and lines, gradually accumulating. Fortunately, when Jiang Xia awakened as a heavenly insight master, she had spontaneously lit up the Big Dipper in her sea of consciousness. Now, she could also be considered a star energy master. It is best for the lit star holes to connect into a pattern, as this will significantly increase the mental power gained. If they do not form a pattern, the increase in mental power will be less. For example, a large tree and a flower, when viewed separately, are just a tree and a flower with no connection. But if they're placed in a forest, they become part of the forest, akin to a forest sketch. If they are placed in a courtyard, that would be a courtyard scene. Connecting into a pattern means resembling a painting or a whole, rather than being individual entities. Since the Big Dipper already existed in her sea of consciousness, Jiang Xia decided to imitate the starry sky and light up a starry sky pattern within her sea of consciousness, starting with the Big Dipper and determining the orientation. She first lit up the North Star. To accurately locate it, Jiang Xia specifically found a real star map from the star network to calculate the distances. After repeatedly positioning and confirming, she began. When a star hole representing the North Star was lit up, a beam of light flashed from the Big Dipper and eventually connected to the North Star. Jiang Xia immediately felt her mental power surging exponentially. The sea of consciousness also expanded several times. Thus, Jiang Xia was extremely excited. At the same time, months of continuous practice had left her somewhat fatigued. She decided to take a short half-day break to relax. It had been a long time since she craved hot pot. Fortunately, her storage space was filled with ingredients, seasonings, pots, and so on. After making money selling various powders on the Desolate Star, everyone had exchanged for their storage spaces. Jiang Xia also upgraded her identity bracelet from the basic version to a high-level, invisible version. Perhaps having starved for 2 years in the lower district, Jiang Xia loved to store various foods in her space. Time in the space is static. Food placed inside does not change at all. Jiang Xia took out a pot suitable for hot pot, placed spicy broth in it, added water, and began to simmer. Over the years, through trading on the Star Network, Jiang Xia had collected common seasonings and ingredients from her past life. She even made some broth bases and stored them in her space. Once the broth boiled, she added slices of beef, vermicelli, homemade fish balls, cabbage, and more. She also took sesame oil, vinegar, and scallions from her space to prepare a dipping sauce. When the pot boiled again, Jiang Xia first picked up a chopstick of cabbage, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. The layered flavors exploded in her mouth, instantly satisfying her taste buds. Jiang Xia enjoyed her meal. Isn't life all about this bite? Loving to eat is her nature. After eating and drinking her fill, Jiang Xia disguised her cultivation level as entry-level and wandered around the spaceship before returning to her room to continue her cultivation. After that, Jiang Xia did not step outside her room again until Secretary Xiao came to inform her that the spaceship would arrive at the main star the next day. Only then did Jiang Xia stop her cultivation. She informed everyone in the team group that she would soon arrive at the main star, while also asking her brother to prepare to welcome her. Although he didn't need to pick her up from the airport, he must greet her at the school gate. The main star refers to the planets where the 7 most powerful star masters in the current interstellar world reside. There are a total of 7 such main stars, and they're the only planets in the interstellar realm that do not have numbers. The Desolate Star, where Jiang Xia previously lived, was affiliated with the Xena Group, which in turn belonged to the Bermuda Group. The leader of the Bermuda Group is He Bankong, one of the 7 strongest in the interstellar realm. The main star where He Bankong resides is called He Star. There is only one academy on He Star, named Bankong Academy. Any child within the jurisdiction of He Star who is detected to have awakened star bones at the age of 10 can be sent here for further study. Those over 10 go to the academies established on the substars. It can be said that Bankong Academy only accepts elite students with potential. Jiang Lang was detected to have star bones when he was exactly 10 years old, and he is currently studying at the star-level school of Bankong Academy. Bankong Academy has 3 stages of study: entry-level, star-level, and star energy level. The entry-level term lasts 5 years. In these 5 years, including travel time, for example. From the moment Jiang Xia was diagnosed with Starbone to her arrival at the Sky Academy, the travel time is also counted within these 5 years. It can be said that she entered school as a second-year entry-level student. There are quite a few students in similar situations. After that, there is the starlight level, with a semester lasting 100 years. Yes, you read that right, 100 years. During this 100 years, it is not solely about cultivation. More importantly, it is about training everyone's practical combat abilities and emergency responses. This 100 years is the longest duration of study. If after 100 years, one has not broken through to the star energy level, they can withdraw from the school or transfer to a college on a subordinate star to continue their studies. Students on the subordinate star who break through to the star energy level within 100 years can also transfer to the main star for their studies. The study period for the star energy level is also 100 years. After 100 years, regardless of cultivation level, one can graduate. After learning this information, Jiang Xia, enter school and graduate, understand? Chapter 19. Discrimination in the main star. The prosperity of the main star is something that even Jiang Xia, who has memories from her past life, finds hard to imagine. Various styled hover cars fly back and forth in the air. Each hover car is also a mech. Jiang Xia feels like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, staring at the hover cars descending from the sky, transforming in midair and landing on the ground as stylish mechs. Even though she is not a mech enthusiast, she is deeply shaken by this scene. The skyscrapers are also uniquely shaped, without a uniform style or fixed colors. It feels like entering a chaotic, unordered maze. If one is not careful, they might lose their direction. Various unnamed plants grow wildly. Some plants tower into the clouds. Sitting in the hover car sent by the academy to pick her up, Jiang Xia leans against the window, looking down at the scenery outside. The view from midair is even more beautiful. A mix of science fiction and nature. The two styles clash yet harmonize. It's like a tough guy and a beauty standing together, which feels perfectly fitting. After a while, Jiang Xia feels a bit dizzy and quickly retracts her gaze, sits up straight, and closes her eyes to rest. She thinks she might be afraid of heights. Secretary Xiao smiles and says to Jiang Xia, "The buildings in this city and the types of plants grown are all calculated. A city is like a large maze. If you break it down, a neighborhood might be a small illusion array. The hover cars flying in the sky may seem chaotic, but they actually follow fixed tracks. If you take a wrong turn, you might get lost, and you won't know where you'll be teleported to. If you look down and feel dizzy, it might be because you're seeing a certain formation and it's affecting you. Is it really like this?" Jiang Xia is shocked after hearing this. At the same time, she becomes interested in the formation. Previously, influenced by her past life's gaming experience, she wanted to learn about toxicology. No matter who she faced, throwing a rare and unique poison would immediately stack negative buffs on the opponent, making battles incredibly effective. Now it seems that this formation might also be quite powerful. Should she learn it too? Filled with curiosity and respect, Jiang Xia leans against the window again to look outside. This time, she gazes into the distance, not lingering on any one spot. After looking around, she feels even dizzier. This time, she can't even maintain an upright posture. She quickly lies down, closes her eyes to alleviate the dizziness, and desperately suppresses the urge to vomit. "Ha ha!" Secretary Xiao bursts into laughter when she sees Jiang Xia lying down. Jiang Xia. Secretary Xiao must be doing this on purpose. Secretary Xiao hands her a bottle of water. "Drink this, it can relieve dizziness." Jiang Xia takes the water with some doubt. It's just a regular beverage bottle, without any packaging. She wonders if this water has the effect Secretary Xiao mentioned. "Just drink it. You'll feel better." Secretary Xiao's voice comes again. Jiang Xia decides to temporarily trust Secretary Xiao. She opens the cap and drinks. After finishing half a bottle, Jiang Xia indeed feels the dizziness and nausea starting to fade away. Is this just regular water? Or is it special? Jiang Xia asks. "It's specially prepared for students like you." Not feeling dizzy anymore and with half a bottle of water still in hand, Jiang Xia feels like she can manage again. She leans against the window for the third time, looking at the outside world. Seeing her actions, Secretary Xiao laughs again, this time with admiration. She appreciates Jiang Xia's boldness. For those of us in cultivation, if you lack courage, you'll be devoured completely. Without courage, how can you go to battle? This time, when she looks outside, she no longer feels dizzy. In fact, if it weren't for the many strangers around her, she would have liked to activate her heavenly eye to take a closer look at this city and see what the formation looks like. Unfortunately, with outsiders present, she's afraid of being noticed, so she doesn't dare to act. A few minutes later, they arrive at the academy. The school bus stops at the academy gate. Jiang Xia, Secretary Xiao, and the guards who accompany them get off. There is a stone tablet in front of the school gate with the words Half-Air Academy written on it. Staring at the tablet for more than 2 seconds, the dizziness returns. Jiang Xia quickly looks away and simultaneously opens her water bottle to finish the remaining half. She has been holding that half bottle of water, and now it comes in handy. Xia Xia, Jiang Lang's voice calls out. Jiang Xia looks in the direction of the voice and sees a tall, slender boy jogging towards her. Although he is thin, he exudes a strong sense of power. After 7 years apart, there is no sense of strangeness at all. It feels just like family. After a long separation, they hug each other briefly. With plenty of time, Secretary Xiao and the others do not interrupt their reunion. After exchanging a few simple words, Jiang Xia introduces Secretary Xiao and Jiang Lang to each other. Having escorted them here, Secretary Xiao considers her mission complete. After watching Jiang Lang and Jiang Xia enter the school gate, she leaves with the guards. Jiang Xia follows Jiang Lang to the new student registration area. After receiving the dormitory key and a learning robot, her registration is complete. This learning robot is similar to the white bun at the school on the wasteland, but this one is more intelligent, allowing for seamless communication and dialogue. The tone and timbre can also be finely adjusted. Jiang Xia sets the robot to have a cute, soft voice, making it sound adorable and very comforting. She also makes the robot take on the appearance of the white bun and names it Baozi. The Academy's campus is divided into 3 areas based on the learning stages: entry level, starlight level, and star energy level. The entry-level campus is the smallest, while the starlight level and star energy level campuses are about the same size. The campus has a rule that prohibits students from using any form of transportation within the school grounds. This means that, on campus, one can only walk. Jiang Lang walks with Jiang Xia around the campus, introducing her to the environment. The campus is very well maintained, with a high degree of greenery. There are also independent formations within the campus, but these formations only target outsiders. For students and teachers within the campus, there is no effect. The campus formations are integrated with the larger formations outside, achieving a balance of independence and mutual support. The way the campus formations distinguish between insiders and outsiders is through students' identification numbers and teachers' codes. Being recognized by the campus formation is equivalent to being recognized by the city's larger formation. At this moment, if Jiang Xia were to look down from a high place again, she would no longer experience dizziness. Staring at the stone tablet at the campus entrance would no longer make her dizzy either. On campus, food and accommodation are free. The cafeteria operates all day, offering a wide variety of food and different cuisines. Students stay in individual rooms, each equipped with a hidden formation. To activate it, one needs to install star spirit stones as energy sources. Star spirit stones must be prepared by the students themselves, as the academy does not provide them. Each district has a combat building, which is divided into practical and simulated combat areas, containing match for students to practice. However, access to the combat building is free only for entry-level students. Students at the starlight level and star energy level must spend corresponding academy credits to practice in the combat building. The rivers in the district are stocked with fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. Both students and teachers can fish. If they don't want to take the fish or shrimp home, they can release them on the spot. If they do want to take them, the learning robot will automatically deduct the corresponding credits from the students' accounts. Credits are harder to earn than catching fish and shrimp, so most people release the fish and shrimp they catch on the spot. Chapter 20. Campus storms as they walk to each place. Jiang Lang introduced Jiang Xia to various spots. They continued until they reached the dormitory building where Jiang Xia lived, but neither of them went upstairs to take a look. Instead, they headed straight to the cafeteria since it was getting late and time for dinner. The campus at night had a different kind of beauty. A glow-in-the-dark butterfly flitted around the campus, and with various lights intertwining, it was stunning both up close and from afar. The campus also timely broadcasted announcements, which made Jiang Xia feel like she was dreaming back to her past life. In her previous school, they also played broadcasts during dinner, but they played songs back then. In this life, the announcements reported on campus news and the status of group teams on the front lines. The broadcast at that moment was about campus storms. A sexy and flamboyant voice came from a speaker. It's time for campus storms again. Welcome to the big broadcast. First, let's talk about some trivial matters. Haha. Before finishing, the speaker started laughing. Moreover, from his arrogant tone and the reactions of those around, Jiang Xia knew everyone had already gotten used to his broadcasting style. Bro, who is this broadcaster? Jiang Xia asked Jiang Lang. This person is Jiang Xia, the son of Jiang Xia, the strategist of our Bermuda Group's leaders team. This planet is the Bermuda Group's headquarters. Anyone who can stay by the leader's side is undoubtedly one of the most trusted and capable individuals. As Jiang Xia's son, Jiang Xia indeed has the capital to be arrogant and flamboyant. In this place, he is considered a top-tier second-generation rich kid. The only ones who can compare with him are the children of others in the same team. The voice on the broadcast rang out again. Today, someone attempted a frontal ambush on our academy's special talent, Lu Jietian, but unexpectedly, they were caught unprepared and ended up being counter-killed. Ha ha! The term counter-killed here did not mean that the person was killed, but rather that they turned the tables. Others began discussing in small groups about who this unlucky person could be, who couldn't he even defeat Lu Jietian and ended up being counter-killed. Was it underestimating him, or were they really useless? Bro, who is Lu Jietian? He seems quite famous. At this moment, it was their turn to get food. The siblings could only go get their meals first. Jiang Lang, knowing his sister preferred spicy food, recommended her a dish of spicy ling fish slices and a stir-fried cloud vine. The cloud vine had its own spiciness and freshness, and whether stir-fried alone or mixed with other spiritual dishes, it tasted great. These spiritual beasts and ling fish, which contained star power, could not be bought on the Star Network. Jiang Xia, having no knowledge of their taste, chose according to Jiang Lang's recommendation. Although it was a cafeteria, the dishes were served in large sea bowls, and the portions were quite generous. The 2 dishes were enough for Jiang Xia. Jiang Lang also chose 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, and they went to find a place to sit together. This cafeteria belonged to an entry-level academic district, and the number of people here was much less than in the other 2 districts, making it relatively easier to find a seat. After sitting down, Jiang Lang went to get 2 bowls of ling rice and shared one with Jiang Xia. Once seated again, Jiang Lang began to answer Jiang Xia's earlier question. Lu Jietian is considered a special talent in the Sky Academy. He is famous for a peculiar reason. His star power cannot be detected for any attributes. Attribute-less star power has never been discovered before. Therefore, although he can practice, he has no reference for any techniques and cannot use any skills. Or perhaps because his star power is attribute-less, even if he uses it, it can't be seen. In any case, his strength, lacking the enhancement from techniques, is considered the bottom of the barrel in this academy. Yet, due to his special star power attributes, many research labs invite him to participate in studies. Helping with research earns him credits. Thus, he has become a tool for many classmates, even those younger than him, to earn credits. The classmate who ambushed him actually did so from the front, clearly showing a lack of regard for Lu Jietian. Who ambushes someone from the front? Isn't that an insult? Jiang Xia did not directly mention this person's name in the broadcast, which is even more humiliating than saying their name. If he had mentioned the person's name, then everyone would discuss and laugh about it, and after a few days, it would be forgotten. But by not mentioning the name, it arouses curiosity. Then people will inquire about who this person is. This inquiry will spark a lot of discussion, and the buzz will likely last at least 10 days to half a month. At this moment, sitting in the broadcasting room, Jiang Xia thought, those who insult others will always be insulted in return. He had no particular feelings for Lu Jietian, but he truly looked down on those who ambushed others from the front. He despised them from the bottom of his heart. If one couldn't understand straightforward schemes, they wouldn't understand underhanded ones either. Deserved. Jiang Xia's attention was caught by the term earning credits, and she immediately inquired about what it meant. Jiang Lang explained. Every student receives an initial credit of 1,000 points upon enrollment. In this academy, everything, food, drink, housing, and learning, is free. What are credits for? The purpose of credits is to exchange for spiritual or spiritual beasts, star spirit stones, elixirs, spiritual tools, and so on. For students, elixirs, spiritual tools, and other essentials are necessary for practicing, training, and going out for experience. Exchanging credits with the school is half the price compared to buying outside. It's much cheaper than buying from external trading companies. Moreover, some items cannot be bought outside at all. Therefore, credits become very important. The ways to earn credits. Besides the initial 1,000 from the school and 500 each year, include other methods. For example, completing some practical tasks issued by the school can earn corresponding credits. Students who participate in valuable research in clubs will also receive corresponding credits. However, these ways of earning credits can be somewhat difficult and time-consuming. The most common way to earn credits is through credit battles. The school encourages everyone to enhance their strength through practical combat. Moreover, these are real-time battles that do not require notifying the opponent or going up on a stage. There are also rules for these credit battles. 1. One cannot attack students of a lower academic level. Implicitly, this means one can attack those of a higher academic level. Attacks can also occur between students of the same level. 2. No fighting is allowed in public areas, such as the cafeteria, teaching zones, clubs, and spirit fields. 3. A student cannot attack the same person twice within a natural month. 4. The attacker can win 50 credits from the loser if they win. If they lose, they must compensate the winner with 100 credits. 5. The winner cannot attack the loser again within a year. 6. No attacking those who are injured. These credit battles are the fastest and simplest way for students to earn credits. However, there are some requirements for these attacks. 1. No external forces are allowed. External forces refer to purchased spiritual tools, spiritual pets, formations, talismans, etc. However, talismans drawn by oneself, contracted spiritual pets, and weapons forged by oneself can be used. Do you need to know how to forge weapons to use them? If they're not forged by oneself, they can't be used? This point is very puzzling. Many have protested against this rule. Unfortunately, no one has been successful. 2. No killing moves are allowed. It's forbidden for peers to kill each other. Otherwise, the consequence is expulsion. It's fine to injure or cripple someone. A regeneration pill can solve the problem. 3. Only individual combat is allowed. Group attacks are not permitted. There are specific teachers assigned to supervise these battles. If students discover anyone violating the rules, they can report them. Reporting is valid and also rewards credits, with a minimum of 50 and no upper limit. Chapter 21, The Soul of Gossip. After hearing all this, Jiang Xia felt that her future college life would definitely be very exciting. With starry eyes, she looked at her brother. Bro, how are your credits coming along? Are you among those who are bullied, or among those who do the bullying? Speaking of this, Jiang Lang felt a bit awkward. His star power belonged to the strength category, which meant he could only fight in close combat. He was at a disadvantage when facing those who could attack from a distance. When comparing himself to classmates of the same strength category, he was 100% sure he would win. Those who came from the lower district had a fierce aura and combat skills that not even the sheltered flowers could compare to. Therefore, his classmates had given him the nickname Wolf Cub. In fact, Jiang Lang had also been called Wolf Cub in the lower district, which shows how fierce he was. Well, it's about 50-50, Jiang Lang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. The main campus was filled with the elite from nearly 1,000 planets under the jurisdiction of the Bermuda Group. And for his brother to be 50-50 among them was already impressive. Jiang Xia sincerely praised him. One could say that being able to enter this academy meant one was already among the elite. It wasn't easy to secure a place among the elite. Hearing his sister's praise, Jiang Lang felt a bit shy and also somewhat ashamed. I wish I could be stronger. The broadcast mentioned a few campus matters, and then shifted to another topic. It's time for the 10-year campus exchange event again. The campus exchange event, also known as the campus exchange battle, is aptly named as it aims to enhance the relationship between different campuses through hands-on love. Over the next 3 months, students from 5 branch campuses would arrive one after another. The credits of our main campus and branch campuses are interchangeable, and the credit accumulation mechanism is also the same. You all understand what I mean, right? Many students exchanged knowing smiles. Of course we understand. The 10-year campus exchange has been experienced by students who have been enrolled for over 20 years. They're very familiar with the process of campus exchanges. Of course, for the students coming from the 5 branch campuses, the main campus is also a great place for them to accumulate credits. The students coming from the branch campuses are all elites selected from their respective campuses. What they face are the students from the main campus. Is it too much to beat every classmate of the same level? Even if there are losses, the wins will definitely outnumber them, which is still a gain. This was Jiang Lang's first time hearing about the campus exchange. He couldn't share any useful information with Jiang Xia. It didn't matter that he didn't know. He could check on the campus star network. The siblings ate dinner while instructing their respective learning robots to open the campus network. Although it was mealtime, it didn't affect their surfing speed at all. In a short while, the campus network was filled with posts related to the exchange battle. Even posts from previous exchange battles were dug up. Some students climbed over to the branch campuses to check the list of participants for this exchange event and then brought the list back to the main campus for a character roundup. Each campus had 400 participants, 200 from the starlight level and 200 from the star energy level. The participants from the main campus had not yet been announced, but those with high combat power would definitely participate. So, some people started betting on which campus would win the team competition this year, betting on who would win the individual competition. Although the news had just been released, the hype was already up. Jiang Xia felt that today's dinner was both exciting and satisfying. With her appetite satisfied, her soul of gossip was also fulfilled. After leaving the cafeteria and bidding farewell to Jiang Lang, she dashed towards her dormitory without a moment's hesitation. Finding the dorm building, locating her room, opening the door, and stepping inside. The dormitory was quite spacious, roughly estimated to be around 100 square meters. It had a bedroom, a living room, a balcony, a kitchen, a bathroom, and all the necessary amenities. There was also a domestic robot responsible for daily cleaning, picking up deliveries, etc. The room was spotless, and there were potted green plants. There were new bedding in the wardrobe, and after instructing the domestic robot to take it out and set it up, Jiang Xia directly lay down on the bed and began browsing the campus network. Although no one knew, Jiang Xia still found it incredibly interesting. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she arrived just in time, right before the exchange event began, allowing her to enjoy the gossip throughout. Happiness. While scrolling, Jiang Xia suddenly remembered the first campus event she had heard about today, the successful counterattack by L. Jietian. With the heat of the campus exchange event rising, how could that old six who launched a surprise attack be forgotten? Thinking of this, Jiang Xia felt uncomfortable. No, she couldn't let this old six remain invisible. She had the duty to spread the word about this old six deeds. She must let him feel the love from his classmates. After formulating her plan, Jiang Xia had Baozi turn off the star network and go to sleep on time. Jiang Xia's enrollment reporting time was in March. This timing was just right, perfectly falling in the middle of the enrollment period. During the reporting, the teacher asked her to familiarize herself with the campus environment first, and class assignments would be made when school officially started in September. The test for determining which type of energy system one star power belonged to could be applied for 2 days in advance on the star network or waited for the unified test in September. Jiang Xia was eager to start practicing early, so she had Baozi help her apply on the star network. The next day, after a simple wash-up, Jiang Xia eagerly went downstairs to have breakfast. She was filled with anticipation for the food at this campus. To be precise, she was looking forward to the food nourished by star power. Food nourished by star power tasted even fresher, spicier with more depth, sweeter without being greasy, and stickier in texture. These ingredients, even when simply steamed, were incredibly delicious. She only regretted having a small stomach, as she could only eat a little at a time. When she arrived at the cafeteria, it was still early, and there were no other students besides her. Jiang Xia ran to the food-serving window and ordered every type of breakfast she could see. The food robot didn't question her about why she was ordering so much. It simply served whatever she requested. Jiang Xia packed all these breakfasts in her space, only taking 2 baskets of dumplings to find a seat and sit down. If there was one thing that was lacking in the interstellar world, it was the development of seasonings. Common condiments like vinegar, soy sauce, chili sauce, and jam were all absent. Fortunately, she could make her own, which prevented her stomach from being deprived. Taking out her seasoning kit from her space, she poured vinegar and chili oil into a small bowl, and a simple dipping sauce for the dumplings was ready. 2 baskets of dumplings, one filled with vegetables and the other with meat. Jiang Xia first picked up a basket of vegetable dumplings, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. As she bit down, rich juices flowed out, and the aroma burst in her mouth, followed by the inherent fragrance and freshness of the vegetables. With a slight sourness and spiciness that integrated all these flavors together, 1,000 words turned into one. Delicious. Chapter 22. Will you marry me? After eating to her heart's content, Jiang Xia strolled leisurely towards the Starlight campus. The Starlight campus was very lively, with many students up early to exercise, running, practicing martial arts, and more. It was bustling with activity, and everywhere she looked, there were muscular young men. This made Jiang Xia unsure where to direct her gaze. She wanted to look, but was too shy to do so. Glancing left and right, she felt like she had accidentally wandered into a male university. The sounds of hey and ha echoed continuously. Jiang Xia's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. She scanned the crowd, hoping to find her brother among them. Unfortunately, there were too many people, and the figures overlapped, making it hard to spot anyone. Just as Jiang Xia was about to leave, she saw a group of people fighting on the playground. Seeing the fight, 3 words immediately popped into Jiang Xia's mind. Earn credits. Wow! Jiang Xia's eyes lit up with excitement, and she immediately jogged over to get a closer look. Danger! Don't go over there. As his voice drifted into her ears, Jiang Xia was already lifted off the ground, her waist caught by someone, and she was held in place with both hands. The voice was gentle yet strong, and it sounded quite nice. With her legs half suspended in the air, Jiang Xia kicked a couple of times, struggling, but couldn't break free. Put me down. If you don't go over there, I'll put you down. It's just a fight. There will be plenty of chances to watch later, Jiang Xia thought. But she was also a bit annoyed. Who was this person, so eager to meddle? She compromised and said, okay, I won't go over there. The next moment, Jiang Xia was indeed set down. Turning around in anger, she saw a face so beautiful it was hard to tell if it was male or female, exquisitely sculpted. Jiang. Her expression, which was about to question him, instantly turned into surprise. Jiang Xia recognized him as the special talent Jiang mentioned in the broadcast yesterday. She had asked Baozi to help pull up Jiang's profile and had been captivated by his looks, so she recognized him immediately. Jiang was also aware of his fame in the academy and was not surprised that the little girl recognized him. Jiang Xia was a bit of a face enthusiast and was always particularly generous towards beautiful people, so her anger vanished instantly, replaced by a smile. Jiang, what a stroke of luck. I was just worried about how to find you. Let us exchange contact info. Jiang Xia shook her identity bracelet in her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang. The identity bracelet was invisible, but Jiang Xia pressed a few buttons with her other hand, and it became visible. Jiang. This scene felt familiar. Every time he met someone who liked to study, they looked at him with that same expression and performed that same action. After staring at the little girl for 2 seconds, Jiang casually added her to his contacts. My name is Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia introduced herself. I'm 11 years old this year, and I'll definitely have countless family assets in the future. So, will you marry me? Influenced by her previous life, Jiang Xia thought it was better to marry than to be married off. Being alone was lonely, and she didn't want to be lonely. She wanted a partner to accompany her. The other party could be weak or poor, as long as they didn't cheat. Jiang's appearance perfectly matched her aesthetic. Regardless of what would happen in the future, her current thought was, I like him. I want to marry him. Jiang was stunned by this shocking declaration. He stared blankly at Jiang Xia for a few seconds, then smiled and flicked her forehead with his finger. You're quite bold for your age. Jiang Xia stared at Jiang smile, internally screaming, Aw, my husband is so handsome. Hey, Elgo, are you going to have breakfast? Or are you going to practice some more? Jiang Xia unintentionally raised her voice. In her mind, she was already concocting plans to cultivate their childhood romance, thinking about which tactic to implement first. Let's go eat, he said as he walked towards the cafeteria. The Starlight campus was 5 times larger than the introductory campus, and there were several cafeterias. Jitian walked ahead, with Jiang Xia following beside him, chattering away. Go. What do you like to eat? Do you like desserts? Do you know about vinegar? It's made from. Jitian felt as if there was a bird chirping endlessly in his ear. Once she had talked enough, she suddenly changed the subject. Go, who was the one who ambushed you from the front, but you managed to counter successfully? Having his ears nearly worn out from her chatter. Jitian blurted out without thinking. Yang Hongtao. After getting the answer, Jiang Xia immediately asked Baozi to pull up Yang Hongtao's information. Jiang Xia focused on Yang Hongtao's six-dimensional holographic profile to remember his appearance, then looked up his information in the academy. In the interstellar era, personal information was highly confidential, and what she found was only some basic information from the academy, even if she used the star network to check. The information found was similar to what Baozi could find on the school network, and it might even be less. Once she got the answer she wanted, Jiang Xia stood up, ready to leave. She took a few steps forward, then turned back and walked up to Jitian, who was sitting at a table preparing to eat breakfast. Jitian had a bowl of cloudvine mixed soup in front of him. Since cloudvine naturally had a spicy flavor, Jiang Xia guessed he liked spicy food too. She took out a bottle of chili sauce and a bottle of vinegar from her space, placing them in front of Jitian. This is chili sauce. Its flavor is similar to cloudvine, but purer. You can use it as a condiment for your dishes. This is vinegar, used to enhance flavor. She then pulled out a booklet on condiments and placed it in front of Jitian. Here are the instructions. You can refer to it. She had written this booklet to explain how to use various condiments for others. After binding it into a booklet, she printed many copies and stored them in her space. Whenever she encountered similar situations, she would hand one out, saving her a lot of trouble. After speaking, she turned around and left without looking back. It was true that she liked Jitian, but she was also serious about indulging in gossip. This morning, she managed to accomplish both tasks in one go, which was a stroke of luck for Jiang Xia. Jitian stared at Jiang Xia's departing figure, momentarily confused about whether her actions were to pursue him or simply to get an answer to her last question. Since it was something he couldn't understand, he decided not to think about it. Jitian shook his head and summarized, "What a strange little girl." After leaving the cafeteria, Jiang Xia headed towards the location Jiang Lang had sent her. Once they met successfully, Jiang Lang took Jiang Xia to another cafeteria, which was not the same one Jitian had gone to before. Since Jiang Xia didn't have classes now, Jiang Lang decided to show her around the campus first. They had already explored the introductory campus yesterday, so today he would keep her by his side to familiarize her with the Starlight campus, making it easier for her to find him later. While Jiang Lang had breakfast, Jiang Xia browsed the campus network, looking through posts related to the campus exchange meeting. She started by watching battle videos from previous years that her classmates had dug up. The battle videos had speed adjustments to help students review afterward. Jiang Xia had no battle experience and was merely watching to learn, so she took her time. She would first watch a video at normal speed, then slow it down to understand parts she found confusing, watching it over and over until she understood. By the time Jiang Lang finished breakfast, Jiang Xia had only completed one video. After leaving the cafeteria, Jiang Lang took Jiang Xia to the battle building of the academy. Most students spent their time there to improve their combat experience. In the battle tower, there are two areas, the combat area and the simulation area. Chapter 23. Battle Tower. The combat zone is quite straightforward. It literally means a battle between people. Here, the battles are different from those in the outside world where one earns credits. In credit farming, purchased weapons and items cannot be used. Only self-crafted weapons and items are allowed. In the combat zone, however, purchased weapons, items, and so forth can be used for fighting, making it a comprehensive strength combat area. The simulated combat area is divided into two parts. One part is used for practicing mecha combat, while the other simulates various terrains, weather conditions, and other training scenarios. Jiang Lang brought Jiang Xia to the mecha combat area. Jiang Lang's star power belongs to the strength category. In the early stages, he has some advantages in individual combat, but in group battles, he must charge to the front, often being cannon fodder. In the later stages, individual combat depends on personal development, but in group battles, he still leads the charge, remaining in the cannon fodder category. Therefore, Most strength-type star power users opt to use mechas in combat. Mechas can defend at close range and attack from a distance. Whether in individual or group battles, they're hundreds of times stronger than pure strength-type star power users. Even if they are cannon fodder, they are still resilient cannon fodder. With a large number of students and limited mechas available, using a mecha requires exchanging credits. 1 credit can be exchanged for 1 hour of usage time. The timing was just right for Jiang Lang. There were still a few unused mechas available, so he hurried to grab one. The mechas at the Floating Academy are all the most advanced in the group. They come in 2 main designs, humanoid and animal-like. Humanoid mechas have their advantages, while animal-like mechas have theirs. Each has its merits, depending on personal preference. Neither is absolutely better or worse. Jiang Lang chose a humanoid mecha, which is tall and handsome, standing 3 meters high. He entered the main control seat of the mecha and let Jiang Xia sit in the secondary seat, allowing her to experience the thrill of piloting a mecha. Piloting a mecha can be done either standing or sitting. Jiang Lang prefers to stand, as he finds it more convenient for combat. In the interstellar era, traditional driving methods have been abandoned. Standing at the control position, digital templates quickly adhered to Jiang Lang's body, connecting to his special neural sensors. Following this, Jiang Lang felt as if he and the mecha had merged into one, clearly sensing every change in the mecha. Jiang Lang first performed a series of basic movements to loosen up. After stretching, he began his daily training routine. The daily training exercises include running, jumping, leaping, rolling, backflips, one-handed supports, and so on. Simply put, these movements are all derived from combat actions. As long as he practices these basic movements to a proficient level, training for more advanced maneuvers will be relatively easier. Jiang Xia sat in the co-pilot seat, watching her brother train while listening to him talk about mecha knowledge. Jiang Lang's credits were also tight. He could train for a maximum of 1 hour each day. After training, Jiang Lang took Jiang Xia to the simulated combat area. The simulated combat area is somewhat like a game. One can select the combat type, weather, species of opponents, ranks, etc. from the control panel, and then engage in battle. There are 2 types of gameplay for combat. One is immersive. This is easy to understand. It allows the control room to read one's personal information and engage in combat using one's parameters. It feels like being in the midst of real combat. One can fight against machines or choose to battle against others. Parameters can also be adjusted for combat, but doing so would not achieve the training effect, which is why few people adjust parameters. The second type is somewhat like sitting in front of a computer playing a game, controlling a character in the game to engage in battle. The character data controlled here can be filled with real data or other data. The first type of gameplay is more popular among students, as it can improve their combat experience. The second type is more commonly used by researchers. This does not require spending credits. So Jiang Lang took Jiang Xia to play in immersive mode. The simulated combat area consists of several rooms. If a room has a red light on the door, it indicates that the room is in use. A green light means the room is empty and available for use. A yellow light indicates that the room has just been reserved and is pending use. With numerous simulated combat rooms, there is a central control panel for students to check availability and make reservations. Reservations are held for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if the room has not been used, it will revert to an unoccupied state. The siblings reserved a simulated combat room. The room is not large, and upon entering, they can see the projection screen on the opposite wall. The large screen occupies half of the wall. There are also 2 long benches. Each bench can seat at least 2 people. In the corner of the room, there is a circular small platform. Jiang Lang stood on the platform. Lights illuminated around the platform, and a voice announced, "Scanning initiated." A light shield enveloped Jiang Lang. 1 second later, the shield disappeared, and the parameter scan was complete. Would you like to adjust the parameters? Jiang Lang replied, "No adjustments." Personal parameter settings were successful. Jiang Lang stepped down from the platform, and Jiang Xia took her turn. Seeing such high-tech equipment for the first time, Jiang Xia was still quite curious. At the same time, she wanted to know if her real strength, which she had concealed as a mechanic, could be detected. After the scan was successful, Jiang Xia looked at her parameters: student ID, Floating Academy entry-level student XXXXXXXXX gender. Female, cannot be changed. Height, 140 cm weight, 35 kilograms body strength, 25 star power value, 206 personal skills, to be determined. Well, how should I put it? These parameters seem to have even fewer values than an online game. However, this is a top-tier interstellar academy. So the reference data for the simulated combat area must be more detailed than online game data. Clearly, for some reason, more detailed data has been hidden away. After both completed scanning their body data, Jiang Lang began selecting parameters for the training ground. The available terrains include mountains, hills, water bodies, oceans, starry skies, towns, forests, secret realms, battlefields, and thousands more. These terrain parameters are all designed based on data collected from real existing locations, striving for realism. The star beasts and star plants in the terrain are also real entities in those locations. The weather and climate in the terrain can also be customized. Special environments like gravity and magnetic fields can be set in specific terrains or on any map. For Jiang Xia's first experience, Jiang Lang chose a relatively simple forest map. There are hundreds of types of forest maps. Jiang Lang selected a forest map from the early apocalypse. Apocalypse? Jiang Xia wondered. Is this also something that truly exists in reality? After entering the interstellar world, the information Jiang Xia gathered focused mainly on food, drink, and studies, with little attention paid to the news about the Bermuda Group. She did not know much else. However, Jiang Lang, studying at the academy, received more information. There are many types of apocalypses. Some are due to excessive resource exploitation of planets, leading to their inevitable destruction. Others involve invasions by demonic forces, resulting in drastic changes to the living environment. There are also invasions by star beasts. Chapter 24. Simulated battle. After setting all the parameters, Jiang Lang sat Jiang Xia down on a stool. The stool automatically formed backs that fit their respective body shapes, as well as eye masks. Once they put on the eye masks and leaned against the backs of the stools, in the next second, Jiang Xia felt as if she had changed locations. She moved her hands and feet a bit and realized it felt no different from reality. They had arrived at the edge of a forest, with an open view that allowed them to see if there were any dangers nearby. Jiang Lang stood not far away, also moving his hands and feet to adapt to his new body. This was a zombie world invaded by demons. Zombies were essentially the lowest tier of demons. Zombies? Jiang Xia was quite excited. She had read too many apocalyptic zombie novels in her previous life, but had never encountered one in reality. Suddenly being able to experience it made her a little thrilled. Jiang Lang had been here dozens of times and was well aware of the terrain and the distribution of monsters. Plus, with his current strength, he could easily defeat all the monsters on this map, which boosted his confidence. He began to teach Jiang Xia some wilderness survival knowledge. These were things that the teacher would mention in class. How much of that could be absorbed or learned was subjective. Only practical experience would allow one to remember it. Jiang Lang, feeling it was his duty, took on the role of this practical teacher, fearing that his sister would take many detours like he did back then. The demons also cultivated using star power, but they referred to it as demonic energy or demonic power. The same thing is given different names in different places. An ability user is essentially someone who has awakened the star bone within their body. The crystal core in a zombie's brain is equivalent to an artificial star spirit stone. The crystal core contains resentment, and even after purification, using it can cause certain mental pollution. This pollution lurks deep in the sea of consciousness and is usually undetectable. It only surfaces in life and death crises, making matters worse. Hearing this, Jiang Xia was shocked. Novels misled me. She almost got led astray by the novels from her previous life, thinking that the crystal core could help awaken abilities, meaning awakening the star bone. Fortunately, Jiang Lang educated her on this. Otherwise, she might have actually searched the star network to see if there were any crystal cores for sale, intending to buy some for Aunt Lee and others to use. Novels misled me. Jiang Xia continuously lamented in her heart while keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. There was a mutated carnivorous plant ahead, and many bones on the ground. When they saw it, they shouldn't be afraid. Jiang Lang gave his sister a heads up. Okay, I'll try my best. Jiang Xia couldn't guarantee that she, having lived 2 lives and never having seen anything bloody, wouldn't be scared. She could only say she would try her best. Fortunately, there was this simulation room, giving her time to adapt to all this. When they were about 10 meters away from the carnivorous plant, Jiang Lang told Jiang Xia to smell the air. Jiang Xia carefully sniffed and noticed a faint scent in the air. If Jiang Lang hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have noticed this fragrance. It was the scent emitted by the carnivorous plant to lure prey. Inhaling this scent would lead one into an illusion, sending them directly to the carnivorous plant to be devoured. The hallucinatory effect of the fragrance works on the mind. Since they were currently in a digital form, the effect would be greatly reduced. However, it still had some effect. As soon as Jiang Lang finished speaking, Jiang Xia saw a rabbit jump out of the bushes ahead, hopping towards the carnivorous plant. "Brother, there's a rabbit. Is it attracted by the scent from the carnivorous plant?" Jiang Lang replied, "It should be. Do you want to follow and take a look?" Jiang Xia felt a bit excited. "Let's go." The two quietly followed the rabbit forward. However, in Jiang Lang's view, it seemed that his sister hadn't heard what he said and was heading straight for the carnivorous plant. Now that they were in a digital form, even if they died, the damage wouldn't be significant. It was a good opportunity for his sister to learn a lesson. This was also why he and team made her wear a gas mask before entering the forest. Learning through experience was far more effective than lecturing 10 times. Jiang Lang's spiritual power was stronger than the carnivorous plant's lure, so he was not affected. He did not follow, but instead turned back toward the path they had come from. Dying in a digital form did not mean true death. They could be revived. The revival point was the place where they first arrived. This setup was very similar to a game. In fact, the simulation room was essentially a network game in another sense. However, it trained a person's combat experience, strategies against enemies, and awareness of the outside world. One could also battle with classmates in other simulation rooms, engage in team battles, etc., improving their chances of survival during interstellar exploration. When Jiang Lang returned to the edge of the forest, he saw Jiang Xia looking at him with a resentful expression. Jiang Lang chuckled a couple of times. "So, how do you feel?" Jiang Xia rolled her eyes at him and then asked, "How do we prevent illusions?" "It's simple. Increase your spiritual power." Jiang Xia rolled her eyes again, maintaining a calm demeanor as she asked, "That's a future concern. I'm asking how to deal with it right now." The societal pressures from her previous life had forged Jiang Xia's temperament. She could now remain unfazed even when faced with danger, maintaining a steady mindset and rational thinking. When her vision went dark and then opened again, she found herself back at the entrance of the forest. After a moment's thought, she understood what had happened. She was not angry at Jiang Lang's actions. Instead, she felt genuinely grateful, thankful that Jiang Lang treated her like a real family member and taught her without reservation. Rational love teaches a person how to survive rather than protecting them from every little harm. A flower in a greenhouse can only thrive in the greenhouse. Once it steps outside, there will be many who are willing to teach it the ways of survival. Jiang Lang said, "This carnivorous plant creates illusions by emitting a fragrance. So as long as you don't inhale the scent, you'll be fine." There are also some illusions that directly affect spiritual power and some natural illusion formations. Jiang Lang taught on the spot, and Jiang Xia listened attentively. In summary, increasing spiritual power can effectively prevent illusions. Improving one's temperament is key to breaking illusions. After the lesson, Jiang Lang took out 2 gas masks from his backpack and handed one to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia took the gas mask and put it on. Jiang Lang also donned a gas mask, and the two continued into the forest. This time, Jiang Xia smoothly arrived in front of the carnivorous plant. This plant seemed to have mutated from a wild butterfly flower, growing nearly 10 times larger. The originally small blue butterfly flower had become about the size of a palm. Its color was also deeper and darker. Surrounding it were many white bones. Judging by their shapes, there were bones of both humans and various animals. Those that had eaten humans must be killed. Jiang Lang approached with his sword and quickly dealt with the carnivorous plant. He also used a hoe to dig out its root system and burned it along with its branches and leaves. He only stopped once it was completely reduced to ashes. After extinguishing the embers, they continued to explore. Chapter 25. Awakening of the Battle Gene after killing a few zombies and 2 mutated animals. This early apocalypse map was fully explored. Jiang Xia and Jiang Lang chose to exit the map and woke up in reality. Jiang Lang said to Jiang Xia, "You review the experience. I will go train in another map." "All right, go ahead and train. Don't worry about me." After a pause, Jiang Xia added, "After I finish reviewing, I'll go out for a stroll. If there's anything, I'll find you." Jiang Lang thought for a moment. Since they were in the academy, there was no danger, so he agreed. "If you encounter anything unknown, be sure to find me." Okay. After that, the two got busy with their own tasks. Jiang Xia reviewed her previous experiences. The wilderness was indeed very dangerous. Any scent could be a deadly assassin. It seemed that she needed to learn more skills to stay alive. Medicine, poison, formations, she couldn't afford to neglect any of them. She had to learn them all, and she had to master them. As for combat, in the map, Jiang Lang had her kill a level 1 zombie. Although she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't control some of her instincts. Her combat-ready body was a digital entity, but her mental state was a real feedback to her original self. The adrenaline surged, keeping her in an excited state even now. Her rationality was there, but she couldn't control the trembling of her hands and feet. It seemed that the combative gene buried in her DNA was awakening. It urgently wanted to calm the tremors in her heart through more battles. Jiang Xia suddenly understood why the academy had a credit earning system. This was to constantly train a person's reaction time, adaptability, and alertness. As long as one developed the habit of being on guard and not easily trusting anyone, their survival ability in the galaxy would greatly improve. After completing her review, Jiang Xia set herself a study plan. Get up at 6 in the morning, wash up, and have breakfast. From 7 to 7:50, study medicine and poison. She didn't TF classes yet, but she could find relevant video tutorials for these foundational courses online. If she encountered something she didn't understand, she could leave a message under the video, and a teacher or a senior would respond. From 8 to 8:50, she would study formations. The intro level for formations was talismans, and she needed to apply for some talisman paper, ink, and brushes. The school provided these study materials for free, but she had to return the used paper and ink to the school to be able to apply for more next time. Once she successfully drew a talisman, she just needed to have it verified by a relevant teacher to be able to use it herself. When earning credits, she could show proof that these talismans were drawn by her. This was to prevent students from selling or giving away their study materials. From 9 to 10:50, she would meditate, cultivate, and reflect. Lunch started at 11, followed by a nap. The afternoon time was currently free to arrange. She could eat snacks, train, or familiarize herself with the campus. She could arrange it freely. After dinner, she would return to her dorm to review what she learned in the morning. Sleep by 10:30. Well, at present, this arrangement seemed very reasonable. If there were any changes in the future, she would make slight adjustments. She had Bowsy apply for the study materials she would need on the school's online platform. With Bowsy handling it, it was much more convenient and quicker than doing it herself. It only took 3 minutes to complete the complicated application process. Jiang Xia was only responsible for signing to confirm. After finishing her review and setting her study plan, Jiang Xia stood up and walked out of the combat simulation room. Yesterday, she learned from her brother that there were many clubs in the school: Formation Club, Medicine Club, Mecha Club, Star Demon Club, Logistics Club, Spiritual Tool Club, Beauty Club, Food Club, Star Beast Club, etc. It was said that joining the Logistics Club would grant a piece of land. Jiang Xia really wanted to have a piece of land. She wanted to grow some spices. Although the space had plenty of spices, enough for her to last 100 years. She had a particular characteristic from her previous life as a Dragon Kingdom citizen: a fear of food shortages and a fear of insufficient firepower. Therefore, wherever she went, she had to plant something. Even on the battlefield, if she stayed there for more than 3 days, she had to clear a piece of land. Even if she couldn't eat what she planted, she could leave it for those who came after her. She had Bowsy guide her to the location of the Logistics Club. The Logistics Club was in a remote corner of the academy, covering a vast area, mainly occupied by farmland. From a distance, Jiang Xia could see a large expanse of farmland. It was early spring, and the scene in the fields was divided into 2 parts. One part was planted with wheat, which was now an ear and full of vitality. The other part had just sprouted seedlings, along with some empty plots. At that moment, a few people and some agricultural mechas were busy in the fields. "Hello." From a distance, Jiang Xia began to greet them. Upon hearing her voice, everyone looked up at her. Jiang Xia continued, "Is this the logistics club? I want to learn about the situation in the club." What she said automatically translated in others' ears to, "I want to join the logistics club." The few people in the field exchanged glances, and one of the boys called out, "Guijiner, Jiang, you two go." This boy named Su Zhen was the vice president of the logistics club. All right. The two put down their work, dusted off their hands, and walked towards Jiang Xia. Seeing two people standing up and coming towards her, Jiang Xia also walked towards them. The two sides quickly met at the edge of a field. After explaining her purpose, the two told her about the logistics club. Logistics, as the name implies, serves as the logistical support for the battle teams. The logistic support for the battle teams includes clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and their club mainly studies food. To study food, it was inevitable to get hands-on with farming and raising livestock. Each battle team's logistics must engage in farming and raising livestock. Otherwise, if all food sources relied on purchases, the cost would be enormous, and one might not even be able to buy enough. In the interstellar era, the average lifespan of humans has increased. Even if births are fewer, the population is still very large. However, the arable land is limited. This leads to food shortages. The emergence of nutritional agents was to compensate for the food shortage. Ordinary people, those without jobs, living at home, relied on free nutritional agents to survive. This somewhat alleviated the shortfall in food supply. Ordinary plants can be planted with the help of mechas. However, star plants can only be planted manually. If mechas are used to plant star plants, they will become weak and often sick, and even if they manage to grow, the star power contained within will be minimal, and the taste will be poor. Many people want to know why there is such a distinction. If this puzzle could be solved, the yield of star plants could soar. In short, joining the logistics club means learning how to plant star plants and raise star beasts, and committing to research how to increase the yield of star plants and star beasts. There are both public and private plots of land. To have a private plot, one can apply in advance. Public plots are for research purposes, and the harvest belongs to the school, while the research results belong to the participants. Private plots can be cultivated by individuals, but 30 of the harvest must be submitted to the school. Some of the food in the school cafeteria comes from these farmlands. After listening, Jiang Xia thought for a moment and asked, "If I join the logistics club, can I join other clubs too?" Yes. Getting the answer she wanted, Jiang Xia chose to join the logistics club. From then on, Jiang Xia became the youngest member to join the logistics club. Chapter 26, Joining the Logistics Society to Farm. After a few procedures, Jiang Xia successfully joined the Logistics Society. As soon as she joined, she applied for a private plot of land. Her daily schedule was packed, so she only applied for 1 mu of land. The vice president approved it on the spot. Guijiner and Xiao took Jiang Xia to a vacant area and directly marked out 1 mu of land. They even set up a sign that read, "Private land of Jiang Xia from the Logistics Society." Jiang Xia was very satisfied with this efficiency. She couldn't fall behind either. She took out her usual agricultural mech from her space and had them plow the land. Then she started transplanting peppercorns, peppers, star anise, and cassia trees. These trees, which produce spices, she had placed in her space before the testing of the star bones on the barren planet, just for this moment of transplanting. The high-grade identity bracelet space has a preservation effect, which helps maintain the vitality of the seeds and plants. Therefore, these saplings could take root. Moreover, these saplings were cultivated over several years by Jiang Xia, who even activated her heavenly eye and put in a lot of effort. All the star plants were formed under special circumstances. Similarly, as long as they are cultivated properly, star plants can also be developed. However, this mutation has its uniqueness and cannot be replicated. Even with the heavenly eye, Jiang Xia couldn't cultivate many. Fortunately, as long as one plant is successfully cultivated, seeds can be obtained, allowing for more and more to be grown. While transplanting these saplings, she also instructed the agricultural mechs to scatter soybean and corn seeds in the remaining land. The soybean and corn seeds were just ordinary seeds. The Logistics Society did not provide seeds for students to plant on private land. If they wanted star plant seeds, they could purchase them from a school, which required spending credits. Jiang Xia felt that credits had other significant uses, so she chose to plant ordinary seeds for now. After planting, It was noon, time for lunch. Jiang Xia went to the canteen with the members of the Logistics Society. Everyone was curious about the spices Jiang Xia had transplanted, and they chattered and asked questions along the way. Jiang Xia answered each question patiently without any annoyance. When they reached the canteen, the members of the Logistics Society took Jiang Xia directly to the kitchen. Without Jiang Xia needing to ask, the others explained to her, the harvest from the farmland of the Logistics Society is actually delivered directly to the canteen when submitted to the school. Therefore, they had a very good relationship with the canteen staff. Moreover, the person managing the canteen also came from the Logistics Society, so they paid even more attention to the junior members. They could go straight to the kitchen to serve food without having to queue like other students. Upon entering the kitchen and passing through the ingredient area, they entered the kitchen where the chefs were busy. Some were stir-frying, while others were chopping and preparing dishes. Upon seeing them, the chefs greeted them. The members of the Logistics Society introduced Jiang Xia to the chefs. After everyone got to know each other, the members of the Logistics Society started to serve themselves. There was a row of freshly cooked dishes in the kitchen. Everyone took their bowls to serve their favorite dishes. Practitioners need to maintain sufficient vitality and blood, requiring a large intake of food. The higher the cultivation level, the larger the appetite. At a certain level of cultivation, one can directly use star power to sustain bodily functions, thus allowing for fasting. However, those at that level had long graduated. Students still needed to eat. Ordinary ingredients have scarce energy and cannot meet their normal vitality needs. Only star plants and star beasts can provide a large amount of energy. Different parts of star beasts have slightly different flavors. The dishes prepared for the Logistics Society members in the canteen are always made from the most succulent parts of the star beasts, making them more delicious. Jiang Xia took a lot without hesitation, and no one questioned her. Because when others encounter their favorite dishes, they also serve themselves extra portions to enjoy slowly. After serving their meals, everyone dispersed. Some prepared to return to their dorms to eat, while others stayed in the canteen. Jiang Xia also returned to her dorm to eat. After eating, she had the robot return the bowls and chopsticks to the canteen and then went to take a nap. After waking up from her nap, Jiang Xia started practicing boxing. This boxing technique is called soft body boxing, which can promote health and fitness as well as be used for fighting. Jiang Xia had been practicing it for 7 years. After practicing several rounds, she sat on the bed to rest. At the same time, she had Baozi open the school network to see what new posts had been made in the forum. The school network forum is divided into several sections, including a cultivation exchange area, a campus news area, a gossip area, etc. Jiang Xia opened the campus news forum. There were indeed many posts discussing who had ambushed L. Jiaqin yesterday and who had been counter-killed. Jiang Xia patiently browsed through each post and read the comments below. Many people were guessing who this person was. There were also many self-proclaimed witnesses posting, claiming that this person was so-and-so. These posts had many comments. Jiang Xia noticed that 2 of the posts mentioned Yang Hongtao. Other posts had different names, which clearly indicated that the posters were just trying to attract attention. Under the post that mentioned Yang Hongtao, Jiang Xia left a message asking if anyone knew his schedule, as she wanted to observe him up close. After leaving her message, Jiang Xia turned to the campus news section to catch up on gossip. After that, she switched to the love section to read. It must be said that campus romance is really very sweet and easy to enjoy, but sometimes it can also be very infuriating, especially in the interstellar era, a time that values strength. The indirect and scheming behavior of green tea bitches and saintly white lotuses is very well received and hard to see through. Jiang Xia felt like she was watching an old-fashioned romance, sometimes finding it amusing and other times feeling extremely angry. She almost wanted to become a righteous messenger to point out the issues. Not interfering in others' relationships is Jiang Xia's principle, and in the end, she angrily closed that section, swearing never to look at posts in that section again. She then browsed through the posts in the campus exchange meeting section. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. It notified her that someone had replied to her previous question. Clicking to check, she saw a reply. What a coincidence, he has a Star Beast class this afternoon. In classroom 3C of building 599, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you go there, you might be able to catch him. Looking at the time, it was now 2:32. Jiang Xia immediately had Baozi navigate to classroom 3C of building 599. She stood up and ran. The distance from the dormitory to there was far, and she was worried she wouldn't make it to the classroom before class started if she didn't run. She hurriedly took the elevator down, then sprinted towards the Starlight campus. She dashed along the way. In a rush, Jiang Xia ultimately fell behind. By the time she arrived at classroom 3C of building 599, the teacher was already taking attendance inside. Jiang Xia focused on listening to the names the teacher was calling while sneaking in through the back door, completely concentrated on the front. She didn't notice that a small tail was following her from behind. This little tail was also a little girl, mimicking Jiang Xia's actions and following closely behind her. Jiang Xia was focused ahead while the little tail was focused on her. When Jiang Xia sat down in an empty seat in the last row, the little tail sat down beside her. Jiang Xia looked around and suddenly spotted a little girl next to her, which startled her a bit. Fortunately, she didn't scream. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xia quietly asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 27. The Experience of Social Death. Who are you? The little tail retorted, sneaking around. What bad things are you planning? The little tail's face was full of excitement. Not like she was questioning, but more like she wanted to join in. Jiang Xia. She suspiciously looked the little tail up and down. The girl before her was wearing a red soft armor. The material was indiscernible, but it was clearly top quality. She had two cute bun hairstyles. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyes bright and clear, sparkling with clarity. It was evident she was a pampered child. Such a child would either be pure and adorable or be so oblivious to her own wickedness that she thought the world revolved around her, crying for her parents at the slightest inconvenience. Considering they were the Half Sky Academy, it wasn't hard to guess that she was also a beginner student like Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia hadn't been assigned classes yet and could wander around freely. The girl might have arrived at a bad time, just like Jiang Xia, and was also wandering around. Faced with a strange and unknown person, Jiang Xia didn't want to say much. "I'm looking for someone, what about you?" The little girl replied, "I came with you." Her voice was crisp and pleasant. "What are you planning to do?" "Take me along, I'll cover for you." Jiang Xia rolled her eyes at her, "Going to class." After saying that, she turned around, sat up straight, and continued to listen to the teacher calling the roll. Seeing that nothing was gleaned, the little girl didn't get discouraged and sat up properly, as if preparing to attend class. The teacher at the podium also noticed the two little girls in the back row. Seeing they weren't causing trouble and were sitting properly, he chose to ignore them. After finishing the roll call, the teacher began the lesson. Jiang Xia didn't hear the teacher call Yang Hongtao's name and guessed the teacher was probably doing a random check. Or perhaps she had come late and Yang Hongtao had already been called. She was sitting in the back and couldn't see the faces of others, so she couldn't determine which was the case. No matter, for now, she would quietly listen to the class. This lesson was about a common star beast encountered during interstellar navigation. It explained in detail everything from size, star power, combat power, and characteristics, to how they conceal their tracks and how to track and investigate them. The course was very professional, but somewhat dull. Jiang Xia listened intently. The more she understood about the stars, the more hope she had for survival during her future interstellar adventures. The class bell rang. Just as the teacher finished, class dismissed. After saying that, the teacher walked straight out the door. At this time, the student stood up and began to walk outside. Jiang Xia stood up, climbed onto her stool, and shouted into the crowd, "Yang Hongtao!" In the crowd, a few people turned around one after another. Among them was Yang Hongtao. The others were just onlookers. Jiang Xia's gaze quickly scanned the group and soon locked onto one person, Yang Hongtao. "What do you think about being ambushed by L. Jietian and then getting killed in retaliation?" As soon as the words came out, everyone else stopped in their tracks. All eyes on Yang Hongtao. Students began to whisper among themselves. "So, it's him? Can't even beat a useless person. Isn't he even more useless? Worthless." Yang Hongtao couldn't withstand the unusual gazes from his classmates and didn't want to hear those comments. Without saying a word, he fled in embarrassment. This was enough for him to suffer social death for a while. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Xia laughed heartily, feeling much better inside. This move of hers could be considered killing two birds with one stone. She exposed what he did and avenged L. Jietian. L. Jietian was someone she cared about. Bullying him was equivalent to bullying her. The little girl standing next to Jiang Xia looked at her with bright eyes. I knew you were here to do bad things. Jiang Xia's good mood was interrupted as she gave her a roll of the eyes. Jumping down from the stool, she walked towards the classroom exit, completely ignoring the unknown person. The little girl ran up to catch up with Jiang Xia. I'm Suyang. What's your name? Jiang Xia didn't want to pay her any attention. She wanted to head to the library to see some books. In the age of interstellar travel, e-books were prevalent, but physical books still existed. Jiang Xia was the type who loved the feeling of holding a book in her arms. As she observed her surroundings and the terrain while heading to the library, Suyang didn't believe she would actually go to the library and continue to follow her. Seeing Jiang Xia looking around, she took the initiative to introduce her to nearby buildings, plants, etc., and shared interesting stories that had happened there. At first, Jiang Xia didn't pay much attention, but as she listened, she realized the little girl was just as gossipy as herself. Gossip, the feeling of wanting to know gossip, but having no one to share it with, the itchiness and the feeling of not being acknowledged, was truly agonizing. This person didn't seem too bad to get to know. At least she could be a gossip buddy. Jiang Xia. Facing Jiang Xia's sudden self-introduction, Suyang was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she joyfully exclaimed, Jiang Xia? What a great name. Suyang was momentarily overwhelmed with joy, not knowing how to express her excitement. So she just complimented the name. Then she quickly asked her question. How did you know Yang Hongtao was the one who got defeated by El Jietian? Jiang Xia asked El Jietian directly. Suyang's mouth dropped open in surprise. So bold? You can actually ask the person directly about it? Jiang Xia looked at her with a puzzled expression, not understanding what she found surprising. Ignoring her, she continued walking forward. Bun, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, interjected. The application for a separate star power classification test has been approved. Report to the Half Sky Auditorium in the beginner level district at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, Bun. Remember to remind me tomorrow. Got it. Bun automatically set a reminder alarm. Suyang jogged to catch up. Where are we going now? To the library. The library? Are you really going there? Suyang thought Jiang Xia had said she was going to the library just to get rid of her. Now it seems she genuinely wanted to go there. What for? Is there some gossip I don't know about? Suyang was eager to know. Jiang Xia. To read. Suyang immediately deflated, still somewhat unconvinced. What book can't you find online? Let's go take a look. Upon arriving at the library, it wasn't built in a brick-and-mortar structure, but was set inside a towering ancient tree. Next to the ancient tree hung a sign introducing it. Qing Wudong, age unknown. Half Sky Academy Library. The star power around the Qing Wudong was clearly much higher than in other places in the academy. As she got closer, she felt significantly more comfortable. Many students were seated around the roots of the tree, meditating and practicing. The library's main entrance was a small wooden door, allowing only one adult to pass at a time. The two evenly sized children, Jiang Xia and Suyang, could walk through side by side. Entering the interior of the Qing Wudong, they saw an elderly man with silver hair sitting at the counter, dozing off. This scene reminded Jiang Xia of many novels featuring a sleeping monk. Although the old man didn't exude any pressure, she instinctively felt he was very mysterious. Chapter 28, Testing Stellar Power the next day, in the auditorium of the entry-level campus. The auditorium was solemn and magnificent, with a crane statue towering in the front. Jiang Xia arrived at the auditorium on time. As she passed the duty room, the supervising teacher told her, go straight in and wait in the dressing room behind the stage. Following the instructions, Jiang Xia went to the dressing room and sat on a stool to wait. At this moment, the dressing room was empty and silent. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Xia heard the sound of high heels clicking. It was likely a female teacher approaching. Jiang Xia speculated in her mind and stood up to wait for the teacher to enter. Following the sound, she soon saw a female teacher in a black and red dress, wearing a delicate small black lace hat. This was the first time Jiang Xia had seen someone dressed like this on campus. It was not surprising, as every student wore armor due to the credit system in the school. Although the armor had no defensive formations, its protective capabilities were certainly stronger than clothes made of fabric. This was also the only prop that students could reasonably use and purchase. Even many teachers wore armor. The female teacher quickly walked up to Jiang Xia, routinely confirming her student ID. Then she took out a crystal column from her space. There was also a tray at the bottom of the crystal column. She placed it on a nearest makeup table and said to Jiang Xia, "Cover one hand over it and input your stellar power." Jiang Xia stepped forward, placed her hand on the crystal column, and channeled her internal stellar power into it. The transparent liquid inside the crystal column began to churn upon contact with the stellar power. About 2 seconds later, a voice came from the crystal column. Space-type stellar power. What a rare stellar power. The voice was somewhat hoarse yet magnetic, resembling a synthetic voice. However, the words spoken were very casual, as if a sentient being was speaking. Could it be that this crystal column has become sentient? Jiang Xia thought to herself. The female teacher, upon hearing that Jiang Xia's stellar power was a rare space type, was also quite surprised. She couldn't help but feel happy. This was a talent that, if developed, would surely be exceptional. Attending the entry-level campus meant a connection with the Bermuda Group. Even if she didn't join the Bermuda Group in the future, she would remember the good of the Bermuda Group. The female teacher's face softened, and she broke into a smile. Congratulations. Your type is very rare, and it may be hard to find a combat mentor, but don't worry, I will report this and ensure you are assigned a very good mentor. By the way, do you have any requirements for your mentor? If she were dealing with an ordinary stellar power student, she would never have asked this last question. Jiang Xia thought for a moment. I want someone skilled in combat, and if they could be a bit cunning, that would be even better. Cunning? The female teacher looked at Jiang Xia in surprise. All right, I'll notify you as soon as I have news. The crystal column on the table spoke up. Cunning? Hee hee. A little girl should. The female teacher did not give it a chance to finish and directly put it away. Under Jiang Xia's astonished gaze, she calmly left the room. Jiang Xia was now certain that the crystal column had indeed become sentient. Just as the female teacher was about to exit the dressing room, Jiang Xia called out to her, "Teacher, please keep this a secret. Don't worry." After saying that, the female teacher continued to walk away. Leaving the auditorium, Jiang Xia was exceptionally happy. Now, she could finally study space-type abilities openly. It was still early, so she quickly returned to her dormitory and strictly followed the study plan she had set for herself yesterday. Being strict with herself, studying hard, and training seriously were the only ways to survive in the harsh interstellar world. Time to get to work. The pressure of the college entrance examination from her past life completely awakened at this moment. She had been researching the use of space-type abilities, but in the past, she had not dared to search for related terms online. One must be cautious, even if others could access the data through the internet. Not a single mistake could be found. Only by being cautious could one live long. Jiang Xia had always wanted to have a portable, plannable space. Over the years, she had focused most on this. Simple skills like space blade and space cutting were developed with a bit of research. However, the plannable space had always eluded her. Now she could finally search for space-type related terms openly. There were not many people who awakened space-type abilities, and most of the online entries were about how to create storage spaces. She also found several videos on refining secret realm cores into plannable and cultivable spaces. The authors of these posts and videos did not possess space-type stellar power. They had acquired the ability to use space-type stellar power through various opportunities or had touched upon the laws of the space-type path. Jiang Xia watched all these posts and videos and had to say she was deeply moved and gained a lot of insights. Taking advantage of this newfound understanding, Jiang Xia directly opened a space in her consciousness. One cannot achieve great things all at once. She planned to open the space first and then slowly research how to transform it into a plannable space. After continuous research for half a month, she finally discovered a glimmer of hope. She found a thread of, the beginning is always the hardest. As long as she sorted this out, everything else would be much easier. Soon, Jiang Xia opened a cubic consciousness space. At the same time, her mental strength was also depleted, and a sharp pain surged through her head. Jiang Xia lay down on her bed, closed her eyes to rest. A joyful smile spread across her face, a smile she couldn't suppress. With her mind relaxed, the fatigue that had accumulated over the days was released at that moment. Before long, Jiang Xia fell into a deep sleep. She woke up in the middle of the night, awakened by hunger. She took out the food she had gotten from the cafeteria and began to eat. After finishing, she continued to sleep. It wasn't until the next day that she woke up. After half a month, Jiang Xia finally ended her retreat and stepped out of her room again. She went to the cafeteria and crazily ordered a bunch of breakfast. She stored away more than half in her space and set a small portion on the table to eat. As her cultivation level increased, her appetite had also grown over time. To disguise herself, she usually only ate until she was half full in front of others, but after returning to her dormitory, she would continue eating. Today was the first time she had eaten so much in front of others. She came early, so there were no other students in the cafeteria. After finishing breakfast, she decided to go to the logistics department to see how her planted soybeans and corn were growing. From a distance, she saw a group of busy figures in the fields. The early bird catches the worm. Most farm work, such as transplanting seedlings and manual pollination, is done in the morning. It was summer now, the season for pumpkins and other plants to bloom and grow. Pumpkins and other star plants require manual pollination, and most of the figures in the field were busy with this. Jiang Xia greeted everyone and finally arrived at her private plot. The transplanted seasoning trees were growing well. The seedlings of soybeans and corn were also thriving. The agricultural mecca she left behind was watering, weeding, and pest control on schedule, saving her a lot of trouble. After inspecting, she went to the Starlight district to find Jiang Lang. It had been a long time since she had seen him, so she needed to show her face. She also had to pay a visit to Jiang. Chapter 29. Everything is possible after wandering around for a while and returning to her dormitory. Jiang Xia continued to study according to the schedule she had set for herself. The academy had assigned her 2 teachers. The first teacher, known as Young Master Hua, is female and the commander of the transport team of the Bermuda Group. Young Master Hua awakened her star power, which belongs to the fire element, and by chance mastered the laws of space, thus gaining the ability to use spatial power. With the aid of the laws of space, her strength skyrocketed, making her a galaxy master. Her combat power is among the top in the entire star system. Jiang Xia felt that having such a person as her teacher was somewhat of an overqualification, and it was clear that the Bermuda Group valued her highly. The second teacher also has an impressive background. He is Jiang Jitian's nephew, Jiang Swan, who is the strategist of the Bermuda Group. It is said that he prefers to fight dirty and never confronts his enemies head-on. When he attended the Air Academy, he was nicknamed Ghosts Fear Him, meaning even ghosts were afraid of him and worried about how to avoid him. He is skilled in talisman making and array engraving, and anything he can do, he absolutely won't let others do it for him. He fears being ambushed. After joining the Bermuda Group, he has become a reliable presence for his teammates and a hated one for his opponents. His level of hatred is considered the highest in the star system. Sending such a person to be her teacher, isn't she afraid he will lead her astray? No. Didn't she herself request to find a cunning teacher? However, she never expected to find a teacher who is this cunning. She overestimated this world. How did she end up with the most cunning person in the star system? And now she is worried he might lead her astray? No, this line of thinking is absolutely wrong. Adjust your attitude. Adjust your attitude. Adjust your attitude. This is the Bermuda Group. This is the acknowledgement and expectation from the great figures in the Air Academy towards her. She must study hard to live up to their expectations. After giving herself a mental pep talk, Jiang Xia felt that the world was much better, especially when she learned that other teachers take on hundreds of students at once, while these 2 only have her as their student. Her desire to study hard and serve her country grew even stronger. However, both teachers currently have tasks at hand and may take some time to arrive at the academy. But they did not let Jiang Xia slack off. Each of them assigned her homework. Young Master Hua's assignment was for her to date the spatial blade. At the same time, Young Master Hua organized her understanding of spatial star power into written and video formats and sent them to Jiang Xia. She was extremely grateful for this. After reading it, her understanding of space improved significantly. Jiang Swan's assignment was for her to learn to draw thorn talismans and to refine a type of blade. There are many videos online for these 2 subjects, and Jiang Swan asked her to search for them herself to learn. He did not provide her with any organized insights. These assignments must be completed before they arrive. The assignment from Young Master Hua was a piece of cake for Jiang Xia since she had already learned it. The assignment from Jiang Xia was slightly more challenging for her, but not too difficult. The hardest part of drawing talismans is controlling the output of star power. A little too much or too little can lead to failure in creating the talisman. Patience is also crucial. Jiang Xia is not lacking in patience and endurance. The second assignment she completed was learning to draw thorn talismans. Refining, however, was not part of her original plan, and now that it was added last minute, she would need to apply for a refining room at the school, as well as the necessary tools, ores, etc. Aside from the ordinary ores provided for free during the application, the school would not provide any ores for free afterward. Students can exchange credits for ores or purchase them with star coins from outside. The refining room is scorching hot, and she would have to swing a heavy hammer to forge iron. Jiang Xia feared that she would turn into a muscular girl with incredible strength. It was precisely this concern that had caused her to exclude this course from her mandatory study options earlier. Now, the teacher required her to learn it. She had no choice but to learn. After thinking about it, being a strong, muscular girl is definitely better than dying in vain, right? After successfully convincing herself again, Jiang Xia no longer resisted refining. The morning was already fully scheduled, so she arranged the refining course for the afternoon. She buried herself in her studies, ignoring everything outside. She even paused her hobby of browsing gossip on the school network. Gossip could be caught up later, but studies cannot be postponed. If she falls behind in her studies, it would lead to a continuous downward spiral. When a student from the branch campus arrived, the school was bustling with sparring every day, and various posts were emerging in the forums. Su Yang, excited by the lively atmosphere, had tried to contact Jiang Xia several times through the contacts list. Each time, Jiang Xia was busy with her studies, and later, Su Yang stopped bothering her. He only told her that once she finished this busy period, she must come to find him, and he would share all the gossip from this time with her. Jiang Xia did not decline. The lone wolf from the lower district, along with Jiang Lang, was tested and found to have star bones. They left the barren star together. Jiang Lang was sent to the Air Academy on the main star because he was only 10 years old, while the lone wolf was sent to the Lu District branch campus due to his older age. The lone wolf also attended this campus exchange meeting. Jiang Lang invited Jiang Xia to join them for a meal. Jiang Xia went. When they met, she learned that the lone wolf's name is Zina Shirluo. At this moment, Zina Shirluo no longer had the sense of fatigue and weariness he had in the lower district. His skin was much fairer than when he was on the barren star. He appeared younger, exuding a youthful vibe. Zina Shirluo's clothing had 2 white straps sewn on the front and back. These white straps in the Air Academy indicate that the person is a seriously injured patient, and no one is allowed to attack them for credits. Otherwise, there will be severe consequences. Out of curiosity, Jiang Xia couldn't help but ask, "Are you injured? How come you were still sent to participate in the exchange meeting?" If the injuries were caused by students fighting for credits, no matter how serious, the school could treat them. After all, it's just for credits. And there would be no deep-seated hatred, so no one would use deadly force. Most patients wearing white straps in the school are nearly uniformly those who suffered serious injuries while exploring outside. Hence, Jiang Xia was curious as to why the branch would send an injured person to the exchange meeting. Isn't this obviously asking for a beating? Zina Shirluo explained that he came to the exchange meeting with his classmates to seek treatment. The doctors at the branch campus couldn't cure him. They allowed him to come to the main campus to find a shaman for treatment. The Bermuda group has a very powerful shaman named Bellamy, who is a dual master of medicine and poison. Jiang Xia had once set a goal to become as formidable as Bellamy, at least to have a place in the world of poison. The doctors at the branch campus had already informed Bellamy about Zina Shirluo's condition, and after Bellamy agreed, Zina Shirluo was allowed to come along. Now it makes sense. After hearing this, Jiang Xiao's impression of the Bermuda group rose a level. At the same time, she inquired about his condition. Zina Shirluo just shook his head and said that even the doctors couldn't determine the cause and condition of his illness. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. To lighten the mood, Zina Shirluo continued, "I'm not the only one here to seek medical treatment. There's also a student from the border area branch. It is said that the star power he awakened carries toxins, and this toxin does not distinguish between friend and foe. It can even poison him. In the past, these toxins were not too strong, and they could still buy detoxification pills to cure the poison. As one ages and their strength increases, the toxins mutate. So far, there are no pills available to counteract his toxins. This student has been given the nickname, Toxic Body. Jiang Xia and Jiang Lang listened in amazement. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Such a bizarre star power is indeed unheard of. Chapter 30, Rampage. After the gathering broke up, Jiang Xia immersed herself wholeheartedly in her studies again, not even bothering to check out the lively campus exchange meeting that followed. She was completely focused on her training. By the time the two teachers arrived at the academy, she had already completed all the assignments they had given her, and even exceeded expectations. The two teachers were very pleased with Jiang Xia's diligent and eager attitude toward learning. Based on the courses arranged by the academy and their own combat experience, the two teachers tailored different courses for Jiang Xia. Yes, based on combat experience, not teaching experience. This was their first time as teachers, and their experience was severely lacking. But learning was ultimately about establishing oneself in the interstellar world. This was something they were well versed in, so teaching it was something they could do better than any other teacher. After all, most teachers had theoretical knowledge but little practical experience. Under the intense guidance of her two teachers, Jiang Xia grew rapidly. 3 years later, at the age of 15, she graduated from the introductory academy. Externally, she had already lit her star core and officially became a Starlight Master. Being a Starlight Master was also the standard for entering the Starlight District. Once in the Starlight District, she could start earning credits. Jiang Xuan assigned Jiang Xia her first task, to become the student with the highest credits within a month. Jiang Xia was full of confidence. She donned the armor she had crafted herself, which was inscribed with defensive and counterattack formations. She also put on a helmet, modeled after the electric bike helmets from her previous life. The head was of utmost importance. It absolutely could not be harmed in any way. The helmet was also inscribed with defensive and counterattack formations. If she weren't fighting classmates, she would have added many attack formations as well. Her space was also packed with various talismans she had drawn over the years, as well as small knives she had crafted. Considering her opponents were all classmates, she didn't apply any poison at all, not even anesthetics. How kind of her. Jiang Xia, who had been trained by the scheming Jiang Xuan, boasted like this. Jiang Xia did not regard her classmates as opponents. Her goal was clear: kill whoever she encountered. When fighting, she had to exude a fighting spirit. Schemes, they had to be executed with momentum. She was determined not to be like her teacher Jiang Xuan, calculating in the shadows, which lacked flair. Fully armed, Jiang Xia strode confidently toward the training ground, sword in her left hand and gun in her right. The gun was a replica of a modern handgun. While it looked similar on the outside, the ammunition inside was different. Jiang Xia had inscribed formations on the handgun, including fire formations, swamp formations, thorn formations, ice needle formations, and illusion sound formations. As long as she infused star power into the handgun, the star power would flow into the corresponding formations, allowing her to unleash the respective talismans. This was Jiang Xia's self-improved energy-saving talisman handgun. It drew inspiration from the handguns of her past life, combined with this life's array plates, a bit of cleverness, and a passion for research, leading to its development. Truth only exists within range. Holding the truth. Jiang Xia had always loved these two phrases in her previous life, and in this life, she finally held the truth in her hands. Ha ha ha. Along the way, whenever Jiang Xia encountered someone, she would fire a shot. One shot would first unleash an illusion sound for a mental attack. Next, a swamp would appear beneath their feet, binding their bodies. Then, thorns would rapidly grow from the swamp, quickly ensnaring them. Finally, ice needles would shoot swiftly toward their bodies. One shot could have so many effects. Usually, one shot was enough to determine the outcome. If one shot didn't resolve it, then she would fire two. Although the effective duration of the formations varied, depending on the opponent cultivation level, sustaining it for 10 seconds was generally not a problem. If they couldn't counterattack within 10 seconds, they would be deemed defeated. The battle was recorded by Baozi, and the results were sent to the enforcement team for review. After the enforcement team reviewed it, they would deduct the defeated student's credits and transfer them to her card. With this skill, Jiang Xia charged through the training ground like a hot knife through butter. At this moment, The training ground was filled with muscular bodies, a scene Jiang Xia particularly enjoyed. She wondered if Lu Jietian was among the trainees today. Was her brother, Jiang Lang, present? It didn't matter. She treated everyone equally. She stowed her handgun in her space and pulled out a hand cannon. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Xia sprayed the crowd with fire. The formations inscribed on the cannon were even more intricate. Compared to the handgun, the cannon-S formations had a longer range and more powerful trap runes. It also included a tracking-type spatial blade formation as the final lethal strike, to ensure the spatial blade wouldn't harm her classmates' heads. Jiang Xia painstakingly researched for a long time and even activated her secret eye to develop the first interstellar tracking rune. It was also the first spatial damage formation. Other spatial formations made by others were mostly teleportation arrays, transfer arrays, and storage arrays. These were already enough to make a fortune and were in high demand. No one bothered to study lethal spatial formations. Researching this formation required a deep understanding of runes, and one needed to be clear about the meaning of each rune. Additionally, a certain understanding of space was necessary. Across the entire interstellar realm, there were many who understood runes, and some who had a grasp of space. Yet none combined the two. Developing new runes and learning to draw runes were two different concepts. Therefore, when Jiang Xia successfully developed the spatial blade rune, it truly shocked her two teachers. The internal evaluation of Jiang Xia within the Bermuda Group reached a new height. The protective power also escalated to a new level. The leader of the Bermuda Group, he banned Kong himself, even personally crafted a life-saving trump card at the Star Domain Master level, which he had the two teachers secretly give to Jiang Xia. They were instructed not to reveal his name. Currently, there were only 7 people in the entire Star Domain with strength reaching the Star Domain Master level. It could be said that this life-saving trump card was incredibly valuable. Even if they encountered the other 6, when this trump card was revealed, they would hold back. Who doesn't have a favorite junior? If today you kill my junior, then tomorrow I can take your junior's life. Whoever breaks this rule first would become the public enemy of the other 6. Therefore, no one would risk their lives for a junior. Jiang Xia designated the cutting position of the spatial blades to the limbs. Each rune formation contained 4 spatial blades, perfectly targeting one limb each, severing everyone's ability to resist. Jiang Xia happily thought to herself, look how kind she was, only injuring everyone's limbs and not targeting their vital organs like hearts and heads. The damage from spatial blades was different from ordinary cuts. Healing them was much more difficult. If anyone dared to resist, the sword in Jiang Xia's hand was not just for show. Over the years, in order to conceal her spatial star power, she had truly trained herself like a body-refining cultivator. In close combat, she had nothing to fear. Bang, bang, bang. The classmates near Jiang Xia didn't react in time and were almost all bound, losing their combat effectiveness. Those further away immediately realized someone was earning credits and quickly retreated, drawing their weapons and keeping an eye on their surroundings. The students who had managed to endure in this academy were not afraid or cowardly. The retreating students didn't move too far back. Instead, they found a concealed spot to observe the situation. When they saw a young girl single-handedly wielding a cannon to spray the entire area, with a sword poised in her other hand, they were first incredulous, followed by an awakening of their combat instincts. I'll attack from the back. I'll come from the left. I'll go from the right. I'll provide long-range support. A dozen familiar faces quickly devised a counterattack plan. Chapter 31, Unstoppable Battle and Anti-Battle. The moment strikes. On the training ground, although most of the trainees were physical cultivators, there were also some magical cultivators. Those who were confident in their close combat skills hid themselves and quietly approached Jiang Xia, while those who were not confident took out ranged weapons, such as bows and arrows, to interfere with Jiang Xia and distract her. The weapons had to be self-made, so not many people took out their weapons. The magical cultivators controlled the distance between themselves and Jiang Xia, dodging attacks while releasing skills to attack her. Jiang Xia, seeing everyone starting to counterattack, felt very excited. For the first time, she was facing hundreds of people alone, and glory was within reach. How could she not be thrilled? Excited as she was, Jiang Xia did not forget to set up her battlefield. Centered around herself, she created a formation that surrounded her. Several classmates who had been hiding and trying to approach her were forced out by this formation and bound by it, with spatial blades hitting them, causing them to lose combat ability instantly. Standing within the encirclement, Jiang Xia felt a strong sense of security. She raised her cannon, aiming it at the arrows and other attacks flying toward her. Within the range of her cannon, she was the truth. After a few shots, all those attacks vanished. The sound of the cannon drew the attention of nearby classmates, as well as many teachers. They then saw a girl with a peculiar appearance, wielding a cannon and wreaking havoc, surrounded by a circle of thorns that seemed to dance wildly. In the distance, classmates were either kneeling, lying, or sitting in the mud, all bound by thorns. The thorns had pierced their bodies, causing blood to flow out profusely. From afar, it was quite chilling. These classmates had all lost their combat ability and looked at the girl protected by the thorns, gritting their teeth in silence. Jiang Xia herself was also restricted. She couldn't move for the time being and couldn't let the classmates outside her range feel her truth. She felt a bit regretful. As the ranged attacks became ineffective, many classmates panicked. With so many of us, we can't even deal with her alone. Where's the fire? Who's the fire element star power user? Burn those thorns. After asking around, no one was a fire element user, and someone suggested calling for reinforcements. Immediately, many people opened their contact lists and started calling for help. At this moment, they didn't care what type of star power it was. As long as they could come, any type would do. Classmates within the truth range were all taken down by Jiang Xia, while those further away could only watch helplessly. Faced with such inexperienced classmates, she didn't want to use her more lethal equipment. The battle situation became tense. A classmate standing far away shouted, "Hey, classmate, is that weapon in your hand made by you? Is the formation you created yourself?" They did not believe that the young girl in front of them could create the weapon she was holding. Jiang Xia replied loudly, "I want to change my name or surname. I am Jiang Xia. You can check my profile on the school network to verify." Although her research on the spatial blade rune had not been widely announced or awarded, it was noted in her personal honor section. At the same time, her levels in refining, rune-making, and formations were also marked in her personal specialties. As long as they checked, they would know that what she held was definitely made by herself. Hearing her confident declaration, all the classmates present, including those who had lost their combat ability, quickly sent commands to their learning robots to pull up Jiang Xia's student record. Jiang Xia, 16 years old. Cultivation level, Star Light, 9th rank. Personal honors, developer of the spatial blade rune. Personal specialties, medicine, master 2nd rank, poison, master 5th rank, refining, master 1st rank, formation, master 7th rank. Moreover, there were corresponding videos to support each skill. Looking at this row of master-level specialties, everyone gasped. How could this junior be so outstanding? At just 16, she had 3 master-level specialties. Was she a devil? She must be a devil sent by heaven to torment them. Many onlookers quietly stepped back. They didn't want to be caught up in this battlefield. In the defeated crowd, Jietian sat expressionless on the ground, watching the girl surrounded by thorns with an inexplicable look in his eyes. He still remembered their first meeting 3 years ago. After seeing her 2 more times, she seemed to evaporate from the human world and never appeared before him again. Their next encounter was this scene. He saw her impressive list of specialties and understood that those 3 years of disappearance must have been spent honing her skills. Thinking about himself, Jietian felt an inexplicable emotion and lowered his head in disappointment. Some ran away, but more people ran over from a distance. There were also those who were undeterred, shouting to Jiang Xia, "Hey, do you dare to put down your weapon and fight me one-on-one?" Jiang Xia looked at the person shouting with a look of disdain. "How old are you? How old am I? Do you want to challenge me on the arena? Or are you here just to earn credits? If you want to challenge, you need to bring something good as a stake. If you're just here for credits, you don't have the qualification to find me." Because the credit earning system clearly stipulated that senior students were not allowed to seek credits from junior students. However, junior students could seek credits from seniors. If a senior took the initiative, regardless of the outcome, they would be laughed at for life. This was also why so many people were watching, but no one took the initiative to act. At this moment, they deeply felt the malice of the credit earning system. A loophole. This was definitely a loophole in the credit earning system. It needed to be urgently amended. The classmate who had been challenged by Jiang Xia felt embarrassed and flushed. It was his fault for losing his rationality in anger and thinking of a one-on-one fight to turn the tide. He had forgotten the opponent's age. He wished he could slap himself. Hadn't he just looked at her profile? How could he forget it so quickly? At this time, the thorns on a training ground were gradually disappearing as time passed. Jiang Xia called out, "Those who have lost combat ability, quickly leave and go to the infirmary for treatment. If you don't want to leave, I'll 1T be responsible for the aftermath." Those who had lost their combat ability also realized that the blades that had struck them earlier were spatial blades. Such wounds healed slowly. After weighing their options, many stood up and slowly walked toward the infirmary. It wasn't that they didn't want to move quickly. It was just that the damage caused by the spatial blades was real. Blade wounds could be healed with bleeding-stopping medicine, but spatial blade injuries directly annihilated the flesh. To heal completely, they had to wait for the flesh to grow back. This was also the main reason why recovery from spatial blade injuries was slow. Such wounds were indeed painful, actually more so psychologically. Jiang Xia did not urge them. She even appreciated their battle-damaged state. This was somewhat perverse. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Xia chided herself. "Pa, this isn't perverse. It's called alternative appreciation." The crowd of classmates and teachers outside continued to grow. In the campus forum, someone had already uploaded a video of Jiang Xia wreaking havoc with an eye-catching title, "The Perverse Junior Slaughters All." Another one read, "What caused a genius junior to fall to this?" Many who saw the post, realizing the excitement wasn't over, rushed to the training ground as fast as they could. After a long time without seeing Jiang Xia, Su Yang, upon seeing this post, exclaimed, "Sister, awesome," and quickly rushed to the training ground. Chapter 32. Unexpected stumbling block. Jiang Xia looked at the growing crowd outside and couldn't help but smile. The classmates outside the range, watching the thicket of thorns around Jiang Xia gradually disappear, also prepared for battle. Some students who were purely there to watch the excitement wanted to run, but upon turning around, they found the perimeter already packed with people on 3 levels above and 3 levels below. Some students even took to flying devices just to get a better view. Those who assessed their battle strength and deemed themselves no match for Jiang Xia directly boarded the flying devices to escape. While running, they reassured themselves, "The junior just entered the Starlight District. We shouldn't take advantage of the few." Jiang Xia watched the thorns around her gradually vanish in the crowd of students surrounding her, her smile widening. She instantly took out the confinement array plates she had crafted from her space. She pulled out 8 at once, rapidly throwing the array plates in 8 directions. The plates expanded against the wind and quickly trapped the surrounding people. This included teachers who didn't manage to leave the battlefield in time. Fortunately, the teachers could protect themselves properly. These confinement array plates were specially made by Jiang Xia, inscribed only with runes for confinement, without any other runes. "I didn't inscribe any illusory or deadly runes. I'm really kind." Jiang Xia praised herself again. Students who wanted to escape but hadn't acted in time found themselves helplessly trapped in the array, crying out, "Ah, I just came to watch the excitement." Those who were the first to board the flying devices and leave felt relieved to have escaped quickly. Excitement can be watched at any time, but losing credits, especially to juniors, is not glorious at all. To prevent Jiang Xia from further expanding the battlefield, they quickly boarded flying devices and flew to the nearest public area. Public areas do not allow credit brushing, making them a safe zone. After throwing out all the confinement arrays, Jiang Xia swiftly took out a pair of boots from her space and put them on. These boots were also crafted by her. The boots were inscribed with runes, acceleration and flying, as well as hovering runes. Once she changed into the boots, Jiang Xia immediately started running. While running, she lifted her cannon and began measuring distances with truth energy. Each shot fired reduced the star power within her by 1 point. If it were anyone else, their star power would have been exhausted long ago. But Jiang Xia's star power was over 100 times that of others of the same level. Firing so many rounds barely consumed any of it. Moreover, the star power in her body was continually circulating, effectively replenishing itself. Using and replenishing simultaneously, she could never run out. Bang, bang, bang. Even if some students took out protective gear under the pretense of not wanting to participate in the battle, they could not escape the education of truth energy. Hundreds of rounds of truth energy fell, piling up on the ground, incapacitating students. Looking at her achievements, Jiang Xia nodded in satisfaction and boasted, "I said, isn't this straightforward calculation much more satisfying than sneaking attacks from behind?" From a distance, two teachers, Master Hua and Jiang Xuan, wore different expressions. Master Hua had a comforting smile on her face, relieved that her student hadn't been led astray by others. The identity of others could be discerned by where her gaze flicked. Jiang Xuan, who caught her glance, was oblivious, as he was currently shocked by the scene Jiang Xia had created. Direct confrontation could produce such a scene, and without a scratch. Look at this momentum. Look at this shocking scene. Can open confrontation make people heart-pounding and terrified enough not to want to face her a second time? No. Other students aren't unable to defeat Jiang Xia. It's the various restrictions on credit brushing that allowed her to wreak havoc like this. Without those restrictions, Jiang Xia could not have created such a scene. Therefore, in a real battlefield, his calculations were still correct. Jiang Xuan steadied his mind and further solidified his thoughts, contemplating where to send Jiang Xia for training, to let her experience the dangers of the interstellar realm. In a training ground sky, Jiang Xia hovered, waiting for Baozi to capture the faces of the defeated. Only by capturing faces could credits be calculated. It was that Baozi was slow. It was just that some people were piled together, making it impossible to capture their faces. Baozi had to fly down and communicate with the opponent's learning robots to get information before moving on to the next target. Jiang Xia. I never expected that the progression of my fame would be stuck on this. Also, it was an unexpected stumbling block that hindered my progress. Learning robots cannot stray too far from their owners. Otherwise, the program automatically makes them stop working and return to their owner. Hovering in the air, Jiang Xia didn't slack off and scanned other areas, looking for where there were people preparing to showcase her truth energy to her classmates again. At this moment, various posts were flooding the school network. Breaking news. Campus demon. The fear controlled by juniors. Equal treatment. Teachers passively brushed by the demon. Why the campus stacking game? Students who saw the posts, some hid in public areas, afraid to leave to avoid becoming part of the stacking game. Others, confident in their own strength and not wanting to appear before Jiang Xia due to their higher grade, quickly sought nearby public buildings to hide in. When Baozi finished its work and Jiang Xia rushed to other places, she found that every student in her view was inside public buildings. Some even stood on the rooftops, watching Jiang Xia and whispering to those beside them. After circling around, Jiang Xia, disappointed, discovered that no one was willing to step forward to fight her. Jiang Xia turned around sulkily and found her two teachers, boasting, "Mission accomplished." Master Hua sincerely praised, "Jiang Xia is really amazing." After saying that, she raised her hands and applauded. A month's task was completed in just one day. It was unprecedented. Jiang Xuan ruffled Jiang Xia's hair and, for once, complimented her not bad. Then, the next moment, he said, "Get ready. I'll take you out for training." Training? Where to? Jiang Xia was eager to try. Well, Jiang Xuan thought for a moment, this needs to be filtered. Once I've gone through the options and finalized it, I'll come find you to confirm the final training destination. Master Hua didn't refute Jiang Xuan for the first time. Jiang Xia's current strength was indeed sufficient for training. As for other subject courses, they could be learned through practice. They believed that with Jiang Xia's learning ability, she could certainly do both learning and practicing simultaneously. Moreover, this method of learning would yield greater progress for Jiang Xia than simply studying in school. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xia parted ways with her teachers and returned to her dormitory. She took off her armor, changed into regular clothes, and bounced down the stairs. She instructed Baozi to send the previous battle videos to the enforcement teacher to go out for training. She needed to prepare sufficient food and truth energy. First, she headed to the cafeteria's kitchen. The chefs were watching videos when they saw Jiang Xia come in, and they all crowded around. Xia is really amazing. The first time I saw Xia, I thought this child had extraordinary potential. The chefs showered Jiang Xia with compliments without hesitation. When everyone finally quieted down, Jiang Xia began to serve herself food. While serving food, she acted cute toward the chefs, Uncle Gao, Aunt Liang. After calling out to everyone without missing anyone, Jiang Xia continued. Jiang Xuan said he would take me out for training, and just thinking about not being able to eat the dishes you make for a long time. Chapter 33. Choosing the place for training after a performance of green tea antics by Jiang Xia, the uncles and aunts in the cafeteria were overflowing with affection, pointing to the sky and cursing Jiang Xuan for being a ghost who brings trouble. In the past, as a student, he harmed his classmates. Now that he is a teacher, he harms his students. There is no one more detestable in the world than him. While cursing, they told Jiang Xia not to worry. They would prepare various delicious foods for her to ensure she wouldn't go hungry outside. Jiang Xia had no sense of guilt about talking badly about the teacher behind his back. After all, this was also taught by Jiang Xuan. If a few harmless curses could be exchanged for actual benefits, then let them curse. After all, there was nothing to lose. If she told Jiang Xuan about this, he would not only not blame her, but would even praise her for doing well. After leaving the cafeteria, Jiang Xia headed towards the logistics department. Upon arriving at her private area, she looked at the tall and lush seasoning trees, feeling very pleased. Jiang Xia walked up to the seasoning trees, took out scissors from her space, and cut off a few branches from each type of seasoning tree. She placed these branches into her space. Over the years, she had been studying the plantable space, but even with her heavenly eye activated, she had not succeeded. A space cannot have vitality for no reason. Without vitality, planting and breeding are impossible. However, her sea of consciousness space had been expanded boundlessly, dozens of times larger than the blue star of her previous life. Jiang Xia did not tell anyone about this, and even bought 2 exceptionally large space jade pendants as a cover. After a drop of blood, the pendants can transform into patterns that attach to the skin. After cutting the branches, Jiang Xia looked at the star rice that was currently maturing. She wondered if the star rice would be ready before her training. After leaving the logistics department, Jiang Xia bought a lot of herbs, poisons, ores, and more. Back in her dormitory, she began to seclude herself to refine pills. She practiced making anesthetics, 5 poisons powder, illusion powder, spirit butterfly powder, hemostatic powder, healing pills, rejuvenation pills, etc., producing as many as she could. She also drew many talismans: swamp talismans, thorn talismans, illusion talismans, gravity talismans, space blade talismans, spirit locking talismans, etc. The most she drew were teleportation talismans. Directional teleportation talismans and random teleportation talismans were essential for survival, so the more the better. She also carved many formations. The difference between talismans and formations is that talismans are flexible in use, while formations are suitable for setting traps in advance. After finishing these, she went to the refining room to forge various truths. After forging the truths, some remained uncarved, while others were inscribed with commonly used runes. Jiang Xia was busy day by day. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan and young Master Hua diligently selected suitable places for Jiang Xia's training. After more than 10 days, Jiang Xia received a message from her 2 teachers, asking her to come to the mock battle room to choose a suitable training location. Jiang Xia rushed to the mock battle room sent by her teachers. The 2 teachers briefly introduced several trial locations they had selected for her using the map of the mock battle room. There were a few suitable secret realms. Unfortunately, the opening time for the secret realms was fixed, and it was not currently the opening time. The 2 teachers lamented for a moment before moving on. There were also trial live broadcast games created by entertainment companies. Each entertainment company had access to some resource-rich adventure locations. Participants in the live broadcast games could choose to take away what they gained from the training after the game ended or sell it to the gaming company. Of course, before participating in such trial broadcasts, one had to sign a death liability waiver. In the event of death during the broadcast, the livestream company bore no responsibility. Some lower-level demon domain battlefields were also suitable for training. However, the magnetic field there was chaotic, and a small mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. Many years ago, the son of the head of the Bermuda Group, Ban Kong, had an accident while training in the demon domain battlefield, and his life or death is still unknown. Many within the organization believe that this incident was not an accident, but man-made. Furthermore, after so many years, there had been no similar incidents in the demon domain battlefield since that one. The rumors about the potential for accidents in the demon domain battlefield were also spread intentionally. They did not stop the rumors, wanting to see what the motives of the person behind it were. They also hoped to uncover the identity of a mastermind. When the two teachers listed the demon domain battlefield, they truthfully explained these circumstances to Jiang Xia without hiding anything. There were also some apocalyptic planets with destroyed ecological environments that were suitable for training. The reasons for the apocalypse varied. Some were caused by the inhabitants of the planet themselves destroying the ecological chain, leading the planets to want to destroy everything and start over. Others were attacked by star beasts that had not yet been discovered by interstellar exploration. Some were invaded by the demon domain. After showing Jiang Xia all the suitable training locations, they asked her to go back and think it over carefully and to tell them once she made a decision. On her way back, Jiang Xia passed by the cafeteria and went to the kitchen, collecting the food that the chefs had prepared for her into her space. After collecting food for so many days, the meals Jiang Xia had gathered in her space were enough for her to eat for 3 to 4 years. This shows how kind the chefs were to her. Jiang Xia then gifted them the seasoning trees she had planted in her private area in the logistics department. Over the years, she had occasionally given some of her homemade seasonings to the friendly classmates and chefs. There are many varieties of Chinese seasonings, and there is always one that you will like. Many people enjoyed them. Some exchanged seasoning recipes with her, and she would trade. But no one could make them taste better than she did. The same went for the seasoning trees. When others exchanged with her, she would also trade. But the seasoning trees cultivated by others just did not taste as good as hers. Clearly, she had never been seen tending to those seasoning trees. So how could the flavors differ so much? The uncles and aunts in the kitchen had been coveting Jiang Xia's seasoning trees for a long time. This time, after preparing so much food for her, Jiang Xia returned the favor by gifting those seasoning trees to them. After returning to her dormitory, Jiang Xia did not draw any more talismans or car formations. Instead, she lay down on her bed to rest. She had been preparing the props needed for training day and night and was extremely fatigued. Before long, she fell asleep. When she woke up, Jiang Xia felt much clearer in her mind and began to think about where to train. In the end, she chose to train on an apocalyptic planet that had been invaded by the demon domain. There were 2 reasons for this choice. First, in her previous life, as a worker under capitalism, Jiang Xia was exploited every day and her mental state was on the verge of collapse. At that time, she longed for the apocalypse to reshuffle everything. Even if she died when the apocalypse arrived, it didn't matter. Unfortunately, the apocalypse never came to that world until her death. This became her obsession. Second, the demon domain always wanted to invade and dominate the interstellar space, and they were the enemy. Their ability to live safely now was all thanks to those fighting on the front lines who protected them from the demon domain. In the future, she would inevitably go to battle. It was best to understand some things in advance, so she would know what kind of props to prepare. She had a severe fear of insufficient firepower, and if she didn't prepare props a few hundred years in advance, she would feel uneasy. Once the 2 teachers received Jiang Xia's confirmed answer, they began to prepare for the journey. They told Jiang Xia to say goodbye to her friends and family in the next few days. They would depart in 3 days. Chapter 34 number. A 4479 doomsday planet the world invaded by the demon domain has one characteristic. There are zombies. Just thinking about zombies makes Jiang Xia instinctively think of stockpiling food, weapons, and building fortresses. The aftermath of reading novels in her previous life. After leaving the campus, Jiang Xia spent all her star spirit stones. Half of it was spent on tools for making talismans, which she would use to create talismans based on needs after arriving at her destination. The other half was used to buy ores, which she would use to forge the necessary truths or other weapons after arriving. After purchasing these, Jiang Xia's fear of insufficient firepower was slightly alleviated. She collected some food every year, plus enough meals taken from the cafeteria recently to last 3 or 4 years, which was also sufficient. Before leaving, Jiang Xia invited Jiang Lang and the lone wolf Xena, Shirluo, to have a meal together. She informed them that she would be going out to train next, with an uncertain duration and return date. She would periodically send them messages to report her safety. The lone wolf's illness had not yet been cured and was currently in a suppressed relief stage. Therefore, he remained at the main campus. The school arranged for a teacher to take care of his studies. Another toxic body who came with him a few years ago was in a similar situation, with the illness also being in a suppressed stage and unable to be completely cured. They all stayed at the main campus. The witch Dr. Bellamy was a dual saint of medicine and poison in the entire star region. If she was at a loss for a cure, others would be even more helpless. The next day, Jiang Xia left the campus with her 2 teachers and arrived at the Doomsday Planet through the teleportation array to begin her training. Number: a 4479 Doomsday Planet. The Doomsday has descended on this planet for over 1,000 years. With the help of the star region, it has passed the most difficult stage and is currently in a slow recovery phase. This recovery also relies on the assistance of star region practitioners. Without them, facing the indigenous people and the magical creatures and zombies on the planet would still be at a disadvantage. To protect the human development space on this planet, the star region controls the number of people going to train and their cultivation levels. After briefly understanding the situation in the Eastern and Western hemispheres, Jiang Xia chose to teleport to the Eastern Hemisphere. There is a country in the Eastern Hemisphere called the Jiang Lang Kingdom, which made Jiang Xia feel a sense of familiarity. In her previous life, the country she lived in had a mythical creature in its culture called the Jiang Lang. Seeing this Jiang Lang Kingdom, Jiang Xia couldn't help but feel a sense of immersion and warmth. After selecting her directional teleportation, Jiang Xia exchanged her star spirit stones with her 2 teachers and entered the teleportation array. The young Master Hua and Jiang Xuan, as teachers or guardians, could not intervene in the training planet. If they intervened to save the protected person and safely escape danger, both the protector and the protected person would have to leave the training planet. Furthermore, they could not re-enter this planet for training in the future. Generally, those who went into training would carry some life-saving items. To avoid being blacklisted, they would typically end their training when their life-saving items ran out. It is rare to encounter situations where guardians intervene. After a bout of dizziness, the 3 arrived at the Jiang Lang Kingdom's main city, the Jiang Lang base. The personnel in the reception hall registered their identities and provided them with identity badges and communication tools for this world. They could choose to use their real names or aliases. Jiang Xia chose to use an alias. Jiang Xia's alias, Xia Xia. The aliases of the 2 guardian teachers were not important. Their main role in this trip was to remain in the background and not participate in any of Jiang Xia's decisions or choices. Information would not be provided by the reception personnel. It was up to the practitioners to collect it themselves. Only in this way can they achieve the purpose of training. The personnel in the reception hall gave Jiang Xia 1,000 Jiang Lang coins as initial funds. This planet has not yet met the requirements to connect with the star region, so its currency is not unified with the star region. They also provided her with 10 sets of local clothing and a homophonic translator, which was used to translate star region language and the language of this planet. It would translate what others said into star region language for her and also convert what she said into the language of this planet in real time, so others would hear it in the local language. The written language could also be translated. Whether to reveal her origin from the star region was a personal choice. Jiang Xia chose not to disclose it. After changing into local clothes in the changing room, she left. Outside the reception hall was a small shop selling vegetables and fruits. At that moment, a few people were selecting fruits inside the shop. Jiang Xia quietly blended in, looked at the fruits for a while, and left without making a purchase. It was now evening dinner time. Jiang Xia wandered aimlessly on the street, looking around and feeling as if she were on a trip. The people of the Jiang Lang Kingdom had yellow skin and relatively gentle facial features. Her features were not too different from theirs, so she would not easily be identified as an outsider. At most, they would think she was a rare beauty. After strolling through 2 streets, Jiang Xia saw a term from a novel in her previous life, hunter association. In this world, only by becoming a hunter can one venture into dangerous areas. Without this hunter identity, one can only hunt in relatively safe areas designated by the authorities. This is also a mechanism to protect the survival chances of the locals. After learning this information, Jiang Xia decided to find a hunter tavern to gather some intelligence based on her experience from reading novels. There were quite a few small taverns near the Hunter Association. Jiang Xia compared the different taverns based on the patrons. She first excluded all female and all male taverns. Then, she ruled out taverns with an average age of patrons that was too high. Finally, she chose a small tavern with a younger average age of patrons. This step was purely to get closer to people of similar ages, as the generational gap shouldn't be too significant, right? The gap between the star region and the locals shouldn't be too big, right? With a nervous heart, Jiang Xia walked into the small tavern. Welcome. May I ask how many hunters? 1. The first floor hall has no minimum consumption. The second floor private room has a minimum consumption of 1,000 Qinglong coins. The hall. Please. All right, this way, please. Guided by the server, Jiang Xia arrived at a single-person card table. There were 7 seats at the single-person card table, but only one person sat in the middle, while the other seats were empty. Jiang Xia chose a seat by the side. She took the menu and, after browsing, she ordered a single-person set meal. First, she wanted to taste the flavor before considering anything else. The server took the menu and left, and Jiang Xia pricked up her ears to listen to the conversations around her. The first floor was crowded, and the voices mixed together, making it quite noisy. Distinguishing useful information from all the noise was somewhat challenging for the simultaneous translator. Jiang Xia spent some time adapting to this environment. The set meal was quickly served by the server. It included a plate of stir-fried intermediate magical beast meat, a plate of fried intermediate magical beast meat, and a glass of ordinary wheat beer. Magical beasts are actually star beasts. It's just a different name. Intermediate refers to having magical power in their bodies, but not reaching the minimum tier of strength. The meat of such magical beasts is tastier than ordinary beast meat, but does not compare to that of tiered magical beasts. However, it is abundant and affordable, making it suitable for farming and thus appealing to a wide audience. It is the first choice for many low-tier hunters. The utensils were also chopsticks, which were very friendly to Jiang Xia. She picked up a piece of stir-fried magical beast meat and put it in her mouth. The taste was slightly salty, and besides the meat flavor, she couldn't taste anything else. It lacked seasoning and was not rich in flavor, but it was edible. She tried a piece of fried intermediate magical beast meat. This magical beast meat seemed to be a different kind from the stir-fried one, and it had a slight fresh flavor. The taste is quite good. It would be even better with some vinegar. Jiang Xia restrained the urge to take out vinegar from her space, determined not to make herself stand out from the people around her. Chapter 35. Cultivation version of 996. After finishing a meal, Jiang Xia was only about 70 full. So she called the waiter again and got the menu. Jiang Xia adhered to the rule from her previous life that minors should not drink alcohol, and she hadn't touched the beer from the set meal. This time, she ordered 3 dishes and a drink. During the waiting period, she had already adapted to the environment and could distinguish some information. Unfortunately, she was unfamiliar with the geography, environment, and star beasts in this place, so she could only listen to the news without being able to digest it for now. Suddenly, she heard the words hunter trial. Perking up her ears, she made these words her focus and began to listen for relevant information. It was not until the waiter brought her ordered dishes again and she finished eating that she pieced together a message. The annual hunter trial was about to begin, and as long as one passed the trial, one could become a hunter. This news was very exciting for Jiang Xia. She could participate in this trial to see what level her strength was at in this world. Moreover, obtaining a hunter's license would facilitate her future actions. After finishing her meal and settling the bill, Jiang Xia left the tavern and headed to the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association was manned 24 hours a day. It looked unremarkable from the outside, but the interior had an interstellar design style and utilized spatial technology to expand the internal space. The decor background was a deep, dark blue, resembling a starry sky. Inside the association, several banners hung with words like Hunter Association and Home of Hunters. An electronic bulletin board displayed the latest news and information related to hunters. Jiang Xia stood in front of the bulletin board and browsed through all the information. After gaining a certain understanding, she approached the front desk. After explaining her purpose, the front desk staff gave her a paper map. The map marked a location where she needed to arrive before the trial to participate. According to local time, today was July 16th, and the trial would begin on August 8th at 1 p.m. After obtaining the necessary information, Jiang Xia left the Hunter Association with the map and found a nearby inn to stay in. After calculating her expenses, she realized she had spent 780. Money really doesn't last, does it? If she stayed another day, she'd probably have to sleep on the streets tomorrow night. Taking out her phone from this world, she input the address from the map to check the specific distance from her location to the trial site. The paper map provided by the Hunter Association only showed the trial location. After retrieving the information, Jiang Xia missed the learning robots from her academy. They were very useful. All she had to do was say a word, and they would help her get things done. Now, needing to do everything manually felt like a regression in technology. Indeed, the interstellar community provides some assistance to these planets, but it doesn't elevate all aspects to the interstellar level. The distance from her location to the trial site was over 3,000 kilometers. She could travel by car or boat with no restrictions on the means of transportation. However, using transportation would require money. Money. It's really hard to come by. Should she find a way to earn some money before setting off? Or should she earn money while on the road? The simplest and quickest way to earn money should be by hunting magical beasts. Alternatively, she could do what she was good at, drawing talismans and selling them. Jiang Xia studied the map and finally determined a route where she could earn money while traveling. She also searched online for the development level of auxiliary professions in this world: sewing, smelting, talisman drawing, etc. The commonly used talismans included swamp, wood spike, fireball, golden needle, whirlwind, and freeze. She found the runes and structures for these talismans online. The writing methods and drawing techniques for these runes were quite similar to those in the interstellar community, likely passed down from there. However, the ones she frequently used, like illusion arrays and thorn arrays, were not included. As for spatial runes, she had only sold them to the Bermuda group, which would not share them with others. This meant that in the short term, spatial runes would not circulate widely. Moreover, they had a very strong signature. Jiang Xia decided not to use these runes, treating them as a trump card. This would mean automatically lowering her advantages and increasing the difficulty of this trial. Well, challenges bring pressure, and pressure helps achieve the purpose of training. Thus, she would need to learn new runes or compositions. Taking out the blank truth she had previously crafted without any engraved talisman arrays, she sequentially engraved the swamp array, freeze technique, fireball technique, and golden needle technique. With this set of combos, no matter who faced her, they would at least break through some defense, right? At the very least, it should give her a few seconds of initiative, right? Uncertain, she needed to verify and practice. After engraving 10 handheld truths and 10 canon truths, she felt a bit more at ease. She hadn't taken talisman paper or ink to draw talismans to earn money because the materials for interstellar talisman paper and ink were different from those on this planet. She planned to wait until she bought local materials before drawing talismans and selling them for profit. Next came her daily training, physical exercises, and cultivation. After her training, she took a hot shower and went to bed. The next morning, after washing up, Jiang Xia took out the food she had brought from her space. After eating and drinking enough, she left. Great, preparing food in advance was the right decision. It saved her some money. She headed straight to the bus station and bought a ticket. The destination was a small town near a forest, officially marked as a relatively safe hunting area. Jiang Xia planned to hunt some magical beasts to sell. After a 4-hour bus ride, she arrived in the town around noon. After figuring out her direction, she headed straight for the forest. Once in the forest, she found a secluded spot away from human presence to have her lunch. After that, she began her hunting. In a simulation room, she had fought against various star beasts countless times, but she had never had real combat experience. Jiang Xia didn't take out the truth. Instead, she took out a sword she had crafted herself, intending to use it to increase her practical experience and close combat skills. Star beasts wouldn't have their levels stamped on their foreheads. Hunters needed to summarize their experiences through a lot of hunting. Jiang Xia didn't recognize the magical beasts in this world. She was just going to hunt whatever she encountered. From the initial probing to adjusting her state and adapting to real combat, Jiang Xia took 3 hours. She hunted over 20 magical beasts. Feeling in good condition, Jiang Xia continued to delve deeper into the forest and kept hunting. It wasn't until midnight, when her stomach began to growl, that she finally stopped. These magical beasts were of a lower level and couldn't push her into a desperate situation, but she fought with great enthusiasm. Most importantly, her practical experience had increased. This real combat was much more thrilling than virtual combat, testing her on-the-spot reactions more. Fortunately, her cultivation level was higher, and her defense was strong, even with occasional mistakes. She didn't get hurt. Sitting down anywhere, she began to eat. After finishing, she hurried back to the town. Luckily, her sense of direction was good, and even walking at night, she didn't get lost. After more than an hour, she arrived at the town. The town wasn't large, just 2 streets. Jiang Xia found a nearby inn to stay in. She took a hot shower to wash away the fatigue of the day, set an alarm, and went to sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by the alarm and felt extremely sleepy, not wanting to linger in bed. She gave herself a 3-minute mental pep talk before reluctantly getting up with her eyes closed. Unexpectedly, even after cultivating, she still couldn't sleep in. It was a bit tragic. This truly was a cultivation version of 996. Quite demanding. Chapter 36. The girl, the Taoist, and the monk. They collectively hunted 63 magical beasts. After deducting 10,000 Qinglong coins for daily expenses, the rest was all spent on talisman paper, ink, and brushes. With this 10,000 Qinglong coins as a base, the subsequent transportation costs were sufficient. They bought tickets and continued toward the trial site, Wanshou Mountain, taking a bus and a boat, without any detours or stops. It took them 10 days to finally reach Wanshou Mountain. There were 11 days left until August 8th. 11 days was more than enough time to reach the meeting point indicated on the map provided by the Hunter Association at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, she was joined by 2 young boys. One was bald with 6 ring scars on his head, likely a monk, dressed in a gray robe and holding a demon-slaying staff taller than himself. The other boy wore a Taoist robe and held a whisk. The boy in the Taoist robe was a head shorter than a monk. Upon seeing Jiang Xia, the Taoist boy was initially surprised, astonished that someone as young as her would come to participate in the hunter trials, and also captivated by her delicate features. He had never seen such a beautiful girl, and he fell for her at first sight. Then, with a grin, he approached and said, "Are you here for the hunter trials too?" "I, along with that monk, am here for the trials as well. My name is Dao Yi. I'm 16 years old, and I practice both talismans and martial arts, never backing down in a fight." The monk is Ling Ji. He's 17 years old, very hypocritical. He has unclean roots. He loves to eat meat. Ling Ji, listening from behind, silently rolled his eyes, clearly well acquainted with Dao Yi's incessant chatter and used to it. Wasn't it normal for a monk to eat meat? In ancient times, monks abstaining from meat was not a requirement for cultivation. Nowadays, if one didn't supplement their qi and blood with meat, their cultivation simply couldn't progress. The so-called wine and meat pass through the intestines. Good and evil lie in the heart. Truth is held in hand. As long as one acted rightly and benefited the extermination of worldly demons, what was wrong with drinking wine and eating meat? Thinking this, he pulled out a gourd from his space and took a big swig. The gourd was filled with wine. Hearing the noise, Dao, he turned around to glance, then turned back to Jiang Xia and said, "Look, he is drinking again. He is just a gluttonous monk. Let us both disdain him." Dao, he was quite informal. Finally, he extended an invitation. "Miss, let us travel together. It's better to have someone to keep an eye on you on the road." Jiang Xia agreed. So the 3 of them set off towards Wanshou Mountain together. A girl, a Taoist, and a monk. It felt very strange to see these 3 people walking together. As they walked, white mist began to appear on the mountain. At this point, Jiang Xia realized Dao Yi's voice had disappeared. Turning around, she found that both Dao Yi and Ling Ji had vanished. Shocked, she exclaimed, "Where did they go? Did I enter a maze? Or is this a solo instance?" Jiang Xia felt a surge of vigilance. She took out her sword and the truth from her space, holding the sword in her left hand and the cannon-like truth in her right. When faced with uncertainty, let the truth lead the way. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots from the truth distorted the space ahead visibly. A black shadow twisted a few times, let out a piercing scream, and then vanished. It vanished. "How eerie," Jiang Xia exclaimed, and the truth in her hand sprayed out shots again. She had anticipated that this world had zombies, but had not expected it to also have eerie beings. The difference between zombies and eerie beings was akin to the difference between Western horror and Chinese horror in her previous life. Facing Western horror, Jiang Xia was extraordinarily excited, grabbing a big knife and going for the kill. The bloodier, the more thrilling. But facing Chinese horror, a pair of embroidered shoes was enough to scare her into fainting. Jiang Xia once again created a surrounding circle around herself. This time, the encirclement didn't have chaotic thorns, only marshland. Fireballs ignited a few black shadows again. All eerie beings from the underworld feared fire. These black shadows were weak and were easily burned to death by the fire, partly due to the power of Jiang Xia's fireball formation. Screams echoed, impacting Jiang Xia's mental state. When Jiang Xia opened a space in her consciousness, she also effectively trained her mental strength. Furthermore, with every bit of space expanded, a corresponding amount of mental strength was fed back into her mind. It could be said that Jiang Xia's mental strength was now as deep as the sea. Although the screams of the black shadows could not shake her mental strength, their unpleasantness was still stimulating. When the black shadows completely dissipated, the white mist also vanished. With the disappearance of the mist, Jiang Xia saw Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji standing not far from her. She breathed a sigh of relief. What eerie thing did I encounter? Luckily, I got out. At this moment, reflecting on the name Wanshou Mountain. Wanshou, these two characters she hadn't noticed before, but now they sounded so ominous. The underworld? Wanshou Mountain? The mountain of the dead? Jiang Xia felt like crying without tears. Was it still possible to turn back? Or should she come back next year? She was scared of the eerie beings. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, her steps unconsciously moving closer to Dao Yi. She made up her mind that during her time on Wanshou Mountain, she would stick close to Dao Yi without leaving his side. This little Taoist had bright, clear eyes and was lively and cheerful. Following him, she would surely not be schemed against. Moreover, the Taoist specialized in dealing with eerie beings. It was time to hold on to the big leg. In the white mist, Dao Yi and Ling Ji had also separated. The Taoist and Buddhist spells were both effective against eerie beings, so they quickly made their way out as well. Dao Yi regained clarity and quickly looked towards Jiang Xia. Seeing her safe and sound, a smile broke out on his face. Miss, amazing. You came out of the eerie fog even earlier than I did, as a Taoist disciple. Your strength is not to be underestimated. His praise was sincere. Jiang Xia still showed signs of fear, and upon seeing Dao Yi come out, she hurriedly returned the sword in her left hand to her space. With her now free hand, she tightly grabbed a corner of Dao Yi's robe. Dao Yi Gij. I'm scared. Dao Yi's expression became serious as he said solemnly, Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Ling Ji, standing behind, silently rolled his eyes. You get all floaty when someone calls you brother. You don't even know her name, and you're already calling her sister. You'll definitely be a lecher when you grow up. No, you're already a lecher now. Next time I hear you speak ill of me, I'll call you a lecher. MHM. Jiang Xia gratefully nodded and thanked Dao Yi continuously. Thank you, Dao Yi Gij. They continued to ascend. Dao Yi began to chatter again, starting to educate Jiang Xia about the forgotten history of Wanshou Mountain. Wanshou Mountain was a relatively mysterious mountain before the Great Cataclysm. When the apocalypse first struck, it was called the Apocalypse. Now looking back at history, the apocalypse has been changed to the Great Cataclysm. Wanshou Mountain has been a burial ground for the dead since ancient times, and the Yin energy is quite heavy. There were rumors of white and green zombies even before the Cataclysm, though they can no longer be verified. However, during the Great Cataclysm, many white bone zombies did indeed crawl out of the ground here. Unlike other places where bones were buried, only the bones from Wanshou Mountain crawled out of the ground. It is said that each time they devour a living person, a bit of flesh and blood will grow on them. Jiang Xia listened, feeling the cold wind around her. It seemed as if a zombie would jump out from the side at any moment to eat her. Dao Yi noticed that Jiang Xia was a bit scared and quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, sister. There are no zombies in Wanshou Mountain now. After thinking for a moment, he realized he shouldn't be too certain, so he changed his words. Even if there are, they have already fled deep into the mountains and don't dare to come out. Jiang Xia. Thank you. Now she regretted walking with these two. If she hadn't known this, she might not have been so scared. Now that she knew, She felt as if countless eyes were watching her from the dark, waiting to devour her flesh and blood. Is there any medicine for regret? She wished she could turn back time to before she met them at the foot of the mountain. Would that be possible? Chapter 37. Mount Wanshou and the Yin Mountains. Dao Yi's words continued. But these are not to be feared. He suddenly lowered his voice and leaned slightly closer to Jiang Xia, who instinctively leaned in as well, wanting to hear what he would say next. I heard that before the great disaster, this mountain could not be entered easily. If you want to go into the mountain, you must first speak with the mountain guardian, who will communicate with the mountain god. After that, the guardian will take you in. If you enter the mountain on your own, there is a 99% chance you won't come back. Do you know what the mountain god is? Jiang Xia, who was both inexperienced and playful, imitated Dao Yi by lowering her voice and asked, "What is it?" "It's a trick." In the next moment, tears welled up in Jiang Xia's eyes as she looked at Dao Yi with a pitiful expression, remaining silent. Deep down, she was regretting her decision. Is there a way to undo regret? I wish I could go back to before I met these two. Why is this Taoist so mean? He asked, trying to scare her. Does he want to frighten her into quitting the trial? Is he short of opponents? Jiang Xia stubbornly reassured herself. I'm not afraid. Even if I have to die, I'll drag this detestable Taoist down with me. Suddenly, Ling Ji walked over and slapped Dao Yi on the forehead. Don't scare people. Dao Yi didn't dare to argue back. Seeing Jiang Xia on the verge of tears, he awkwardly apologized. Sister, I'm sorry. His apology came quickly. A verbal apology wasn't enough to express his sincerity. So Dao Yi rummaged through a storage bag and pulled out a talisman, handing it to Jiang Xia. Sister, this is the Tiangang talisman, specifically designed to counter tricks. You can take it. Specifically designed to counter tricks? Jiang Xia accepted it without hesitation. She had never heard of the Tiangang talisman, but after looking at the runes on the paper, she confirmed that they were symbols not found in the interstellar realm. New interstellar runes? Or were they developed by geniuses from this world? It didn't matter. A talisman that could counter tricks was a good talisman. She quickly stored the talisman in her space, planning to study it when she had time. Dao Yi turned to Ling Ji and innocently asked, I've finished my apology. Can I continue talking? Ling Ji, the veins on his forehead were bulging. This fool, if he wants to court death, let him do as he pleases. He didn't want to deal with this idiot anymore. The more he engaged, the more foolish he became. Ling Ji angrily walked past Dao Yi and Jiang Xia, heading forward alone. Dao Yi mistakenly thought Ling Ji had allowed him to continue, so he turned back to Jiang Xia. Sister, I'll continue telling you about the history of Mount Wanshou. Jiang Xia was momentarily confused about whether this Taoist was silly or foolish, or was she still in an illusion. So she reached out to pinch Dao Yi's face and pulled it outward with force. It hurts. It hurts. Dao Yi exclaimed it. You know pain? So it's not an illusion? This kid might just be truly foolish. How pitiful. I wonder how much he can be sold for? Jiang Xia only thought this in her heart and didn't say out loud. Dao Yi rubbed his sore face and asked, Sister, why did you pinch me? I wanted to see if you were an illusion. That absolutely cannot be. Dao Yi confidently replied, I am a natural descendant of the Taoist lineage, with skills that no one can match. Tricks cannot imitate me. Jiang Xia thought, confirmed. This kid is just a fool. Let us go. If we don't hurry, Ling Ji will walk far away. When Ling Ji slapped Dao Yi earlier, everyone had stopped and hadn't moved forward. Once Ling Ji passed them by, they didn't follow. Now, a certain distance had opened up between the two parties. All right, let us go. The inexperienced and playful Jiang Xia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't resist her curiosity. The mountain god is a trick. What next? Curiosity really does kill the cat. No pain, no gain. Seeing Jiang Xia interested, Dao excitedly began to talk again. He went on until evening. Meanwhile, they also arrived at the gathering place for the hunter trial. The gathering place was in a hollow in the mountain. A simple shed made of bamboo had been set up in the hollow. The shed was large, estimated to accommodate hundreds of people. There were talismans pasted on the shed. Jean Gue talisman. Kugitalismo. Dao immediately recognized the talismans on the bamboo shed. So as long as we are in the shed, we are safe. We won't be harmed by tricks. Jiang Xia dropped Dao Yi and ran towards the shed. Standing under the shed, she felt a great sense of security. Only then did Jiang Xia feel the urge to complain. This novel has misled me. The apocalyptic stories only say that people turn into zombies after being infected by a virus, and they never mention that souls turn into tricks. And they're so scary. It's just a replica of Chinese horror. The novel has misled me. No matter how much she lamented internally, her outward demeanor remained calm. At this point, many people had gathered under the shed, roughly around 200 to 300. Some were sitting, some standing, and some lying down, all waiting for the trial to begin. They would have to wait here for a few days, and Jiang Xia didn't want to make herself uncomfortable. She took out a single bed from her space and placed it at the outer edge of the shed, leaning against a bamboo pillar. The space technology used in the shed made it quite large, so her setup wouldn't take up much space and wouldn't inconvenience anyone. She also took out a pearl and hung it on the bamboo pillar as a light source. The shed didn't have any lighting tools. Everything was self-sufficient. Dao chased over and, seeing the scene, couldn't help but praise Sister. You've prepared very well. Saying this, he also took out a stool from his storage bag and sat down next to Jiang Xia's bed. Jiang Xia sat cross-legged on her bed. My name is Xia. Throughout their journey, Jiang Xia had somewhat acknowledged Dao Yi, so she told him her name. All right, Sister Xia, are you hungry? He said, pulling out a large pancake from his storage bag and handing it to Jiang Xia. Let us make do with this tonight. We'll go hunting tomorrow. The pancake was quite large, about the size of 4 or 5 palms. It was still steaming, indicating it had just been cooked. A savory meat aroma wafted over. It smelled quite good. Jiang Xia accepted the pancake. Thank you. At this moment, Ling Ji also came over. He took out a stool from his storage bag and sat near Dao Yi, a girl, a Taoist, and a monk. This combination attracted quite a few glances, but no one came over to strike up a conversation. Dao Yi also took out a pancake and handed it to Ling Ji. Jiang Xia took a bite of the pancake, and the rich meat flavor immediately filled her mouth. Delicious. One cannot only take from friendships without giving back. In between chews, Jiang Xia took a basin out of her space. The basin was full of roasted mountain chicken, a dish that closely resembled the cooking techniques of this world. The mountain chicken was a first-tier star beast, about the size of an ostrich from a previous life. The roasted mountain chicken in the basin was all cut into halves for easy access. With one hand holding the pancake, Jiang Xia could only use one hand to take the roasted mountain chicken. She first took a half piece and handed it to Dao Yi. Dao Yi accepted it and took a bite. Delicious. She then took another half piece and handed it to Dao Yi to pass to Ling Ji. Ling Ji was sitting a bit far from her, so she couldn't reach him and had to ask Dao Yi to pass it along. Ling Ji didn't decline and took the roasted mountain chicken to eat. Jiang Xia also took a half piece for herself and then stored the basin back in her space. The basin was also a small storage space, containing nearly 1,000 roasted mountain chickens. Low-tier storage spaces can fit into higher-tier ones. Ling Ji also shared some of his wine. He took out 2 brand-new gourds from his storage bag, giving one to Dao Yi and one to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia didn't drink, but she accepted it, put it away in a space, and wait until she turns 18 to drink it. Chapter 38. Fear of insufficient firepower after having a full meal. Jiang Xia took out the Tiangang talisman to study it. Dao noticed this and asked, Sister Xia can also draw talismans? Jiang Xia nodded. Then, she immersed herself in the runes, analyzing the meaning of each rune one by one. From time to time, she would gesture in the air with her hands. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xia finished analyzing all the runes in the Tiangang talisman. The next second, a folding table appeared in front of her. The talisman paper and writing tools of this world appeared on the folding table in sequence. Picking up the talisman brush and dipping it in the specially made ink, Jiang Xia began to draw the Tiangang talisman. The Taoist kept a close watch on Jiang Xia's movements and stood up to watch from the side without interrupting her. For the first talisman, Jiang Xia drew a bit slowly, considering how much star power to inject into each line and what curvature to make when turning, etc. After finishing one, the Tiangang talisman was complete. Clap, clap, clap. The Taoist quietly applauded, generously praising, Sister Xia is really impressive. Just looking at the runes on the talisman, she could draw it perfectly in one go without anyone teaching her. Truly a natural talent in the way of talismans. He thought to himself, "No wonder I was drawn to this girl at first sight. She is indeed remarkable." Jiang Xia ignored Dao and continued to draw talismans, experimenting with how much star power to inject into each line to maximize effectiveness. Jiang Xia drew nearly 100 talismans, successfully completing 63 and discarding 37. Thus, she began to grasp the Tiangang talisman thoroughly. Taking out 5 blank handheld truths, Jiang Xia began to carve formations, the Tiangang talisman and the Defying talisman. The Defying is particularly effective against all malevolent entities, even more so than ordinary fire. In fact, the most effective against malevolent entities is the 3-flavor true fire. However, carving the 3-flavor true fire requires specially made talisman paper. Otherwise, the runes cannot withstand it. Since Jiang Xia did not have this special talisman paper, she could only give up and settle for the Defying. Combining the Tiangang talisman and the Defying talisman together, she was sure they could eliminate 90% of malevolent entities. After carving 5 handheld truths, she took out 5 blank cannon tube truths and continued to carve. After finishing, she took out talisman paper and began to draw the Tiangang talisman and the Defying talisman. By this time, it was already late at night. Jiang Xia was consumed by the fear of insufficient firepower, feeling no fatigue as she continuously drew talismans. She kept drawing until dawn, having completed hundreds of talismans. Only when exhaustion hit her did she put down her brush. She packed up the folding table and everything on it, taking out a truth that had the Tiangang formation and Defying formation carved on it, hanging it within reach. Finally, she got out of bed and walked outside the bamboo shelter, which was actually just the other side of her bed, taking out her toiletries to wash up. When stocking up on supplies, Jiang Xia not only hoarded a lot of food, but also a lot of water. Ordinary water, spring water, filling over 100 space gourds. Each space gourd could hold 100 tons of water, based on a usage of 10 tons of water per person per month, which includes daily water usage and washing vegetables. 1 gourd's water could last for 10 months. That means 100 gourds could last, enough to support until the end of this trial. With malevolent entities in the mountains, who knows if there is anything strange in the water, like floating corpses or water malevolence. Such water she dare not use. Fortunately, she had prepared thoroughly, so she didn't have to worry about it. After washing up, she splashed some water into a patch of grass and returned to the bamboo shelter. Dao and Ling Ji were not there. They must have gone to wash up as well. Jiang Xia took out a rectangular table and placed it in front of her bed. She sat on the bed facing the table, the height just right. She took out a pot of fish slice porridge, a spoon, a bowl, and a pair of chopsticks. The pot also had spatial runes carved on it, so the porridge inside was not just what it appeared to be. Just as she finished serving herself, Dao and Ling Ji returned. "Come, let us eat together," Jiang Xia invited them. "Bring your own bowls and chopsticks." They had come out for the trial and should have brought food, so Jiang Xia thought. Ling Ji, who always carried a begging bowl, served himself some porridge. Dao rummaged around in the space, finally finding a wooden bowl in a corner. He sighed in relief and also served himself some porridge. After placing down his porridge bowl, he took out the pancakes from yesterday and divided one for each person. The fish slice porridge was delicious, and the meat pancakes were fragrant, pairing quite well together. The only downside was the lack of vegetables. A balanced diet is the best. There were many vegetables in the space, but they were all interstellar star plants. Jiang Xia wouldn't take them out until she knew whether this world had these star plants. At least, she wouldn't eat them in front of others. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Xia, exhausted, fell onto the bed and fell asleep. There were still 10 days until the trial time. Dao and Ling Ji discussed it. Since they were idle anyway, they might as well take turns to clear out the malevolent entities in the mountains and hunt at the same time. They couldn't keep eating meat pancakes for every meal, nor could they always eat Jiang Xia's food. After deciding, Dao stayed behind to guard the sleeping Jiang Xia while Ling Ji left with the demon-slaying staff that was taller than him. With more than half of the people under the bamboo shelter gone, either out to stretch their legs, hunt, or observe the surrounding terrain to prepare for the trial. Watching the sleeping Jiang Xia, Dao took out a defensive array disc, placed it by the bed, and activated the formation. He then went outside the bamboo shelter, found a secluded corner, and used a few closely spaced small trees to build a simple temporary toilet. He also set up a defensive array outside the toilet. Without a password or his permission, no one could enter. Looking at his handiwork, Dao was very satisfied. This was specially built for Jiang Xia, to prevent her from having trouble finding a suitable place to relieve herself. Feeling pleased, Dao returned to the bamboo shelter, retracted the formation by Jiang Xia's bed, and sat beside her to guard her. At noon, Lingji appeared carrying a demon goat. The goat had already been gutted and cleaned. Dao happily went over to help, setting up a roasting rack in an open area, placing the demon goat on the rack, lighting a fire, and starting to roast it. Meanwhile, many people around were either roasting or boiling various beast meats. The mixed aromas created an illusion of being in a night market. Jiang Xia was awakened by the delicious smells. In the days leading up to the trial, Jiang Xia spent her time drawing talismans, eating, drinking, and sleeping, never leaving the bamboo shelter. During this time, she also learned to draw the suppression talisman and the exorcism talisman. She only drew over 100 of these two talismans for backup, convenient for use at night while sleeping. The rest of the time, she focused on exterminating malevolent entities. Suppression and exorcism essentially give the malevolent entities 2 or 3 opportunities to harm themselves. Being merciful to others is cruel to oneself. Jiang Xia was not going to show mercy to any malevolent entities. As the day of the trial approached, more and more people gathered in the bamboo shelter. Because of this, Jiang Xia encountered all sorts of people. The trio of a girl, a Taoist, and a monk was no longer the most peculiar or eye-catching combination. The most attention-grabbing was a person who had a coffin bound with chains on their back. This person had their face covered in black, making it impossible to see their true appearance. They could only be identified as a middle-aged man. He wore a black, upright, cylindrical hat, somewhat resembling the hats worn by the black and white impermanents in TV dramas. The area around this person automatically cleared out of space, as no one wanted to get close. There was also a girl riding a striped black and white tiger. The girl had 2 ponytails and was followed by 2 middle-aged men who were also riding tigers. The difference was that the tiger the girl rode had a horn on its head, with lightning flickering around it. 2 middle-aged people were riding a tiger, which was just an ordinary tiger, even smaller than the horned tigers. Jiang Xia also encountered 2 young individuals from the stars, a boy named Jiang Xia, who was 20 years old, and a girl named Shu, who was 19. Jiang Xia knew this in such detail because they did not hide their identity as being from the stars at all. Within half a day of their arrival at the bamboo shed, everyone already knew they were from stars. Jiang Xia silently reminded herself to stay away from them. She did not want to expose her own identity as being from stars. Chapter 39, The First Trial, August 8th. This morning, everyone was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the afternoon. At noon, everyone had an early lunch and then waited patiently for 1 o'clock. Jiang Xia also packed her bed, table, and other items into her space, checking to ensure that her handheld truth was within reach. She arranged her talismans according to her habits, which talismans to throw first when encountering monsters, people, or magical beasts. She also checked where her formations were set up and under what circumstances to use them, ensuring everything was in order before feeling at ease. At 1 o'clock, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, in tattered clothes and unkempt, appeared before the crowd. He was holding a gourd filled with wine and had a sword slung over his back. Standing in front of the crowd, he scanned the audience. The number of participants this year was much higher than in previous years, with many more young people. The rules of the competition were simple. Before sunset on August 16th, find a token in this mountain and successfully bring it back alive to pass the first trial. Saying this, he raised the token in his hand for everyone to see, a diamond-shaped wooden token with the character for order carved on the front and nothing on the back. There were a total of 100 such tokens, while the crowd numbered around 500. This meant that in the first round, 4/5 would be eliminated. "All right, you may set off," he said, and immediately many people turned into afterimages and disappeared before everyone. Those who couldn't move that quickly hurriedly chose a direction and fled far away. The earlier one left, the greater the advantage. Not only could they seize the initiative, but they could also ambush those behind. Jiang Xia was unhurried and didn't care about this at all. She checked her items once more a truth for exterminating monsters in her left hand, and a truth for exterminating people in her right. Good, let's move forward. At this time, others had already left quite a bit. As soon as Jiang Xia started walking, Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji immediately followed. After spending time together, they had formed a strong friendship as meal buddies. The scruffy man glanced at their trio and quietly remarked, "It would be interesting if that little girl were a nun." A nun, a Taoist priest, and a monk walking together could inspire a dramatic series. Others didn't hear this, but Jiang Xia caught every word. She felt unhappy, shot a glance at the middle-aged man, and quietly replied, "Sick." Then she turned and walked away without looking back. The middle-aged man also heard the word sick and was a bit surprised. Did she hear that? Once out of the mountain depression, Jiang Xia asked Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji, "How should we proceed?" Since she arrived, she hadn't left the bamboo shed and knew nothing about the outside. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji went out hunting and exterminating monsters every day, so they should be familiar with the surroundings. Although the tokens were few and Wanshou Mountain was large, 3 days were enough to search thoroughly. The trial time was over 8 days, so there was no need to rush. Shall we find a place to settle down first? Dao, Yi suggested. Jiang Xia frowned. If we can search Wanshou Mountain in 3 days, why would the Hunters Guild give us 8 days? This was indeed a problem. The three exchanged glances. Even if survival of the fittest was the goal, it didn't require such a long time, right? There must be something they didn't know. As for what it was, they didn't know yet. But they believed that as the trial progressed, they would find out. Now was not the time to think about these things. They should first find a place to settle. Dao, Yi said, "I found a cave while hunting before. It looks suitable for temporary shelter. Let's go take a look and see if it's occupied. If not, we can settle there." Thanks to the recent hunting by the trial participants, there weren't many magical beasts left nearby. Either they had been hunted or had escaped to other places. They arrived safely at the cave Dao Yi mentioned. The cave was on a steep cliff, its entrance obscured by many vines. Generally, one would need luck to discover this cave. I chased a magical snake here back then. You all wait for me here. I'll go find the cave entrance." Dao Yi leaped down, grabbed a vine hanging over the cliff, and looked around for the entrance hidden beneath the vines. After searching, Dao Yi found the cave entrance. He jumped several times to reach the entrance, brushed aside the vines nearby, and called out, "Sister Xia, come down." Jiang Xia mimicked Dao Yi and leaped down, grabbing the vine to swing a bit before landing on a slightly protruding rock at the entrance. Standing before the cave entrance, Jiang Xia realized just how large the cave was. The entrance was about 5 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters high. Ling Ji quickly jumped down as well. The three of them brushed the vines back to their original position to reduce the chances of being discovered. Jiang Xia took out a concealment array and a defense array from her space, set them up at the entrance, and activated them. She also pasted a dispelling talisman and a calming talisman. After doing all this, she felt a bit safer. Then the three of them entered the cave to check for any dangers. The cave was exceedingly dark. Jiang Xia took out a pearl for illumination. Ling Ji walked ahead. Jiang Xia walked in the middle, and Dao Yi was at the back. The cave was dim, and as they went deeper, a foul smell gradually filled the air. Jiang Xia took out a gas mask from her space and put it on. This gas mask was a star version made based on the gas masks of her previous life. It not only had a filter that could detoxify better, but also had a detoxification array engraved on it. Since her first experience with the illusions of the man-eating flower in the simulated combat room, Jiang Xia had been particularly cautious about toxins and illusions. She endured all sorts of hardships to improve her resistance to poison, including eating toxic substances and soaking in medicinal baths. After years of effort, she had developed a certain level of toxin resistance. Ordinary poisons could no longer harm her, but some rare toxins could still take her down. The gas mask could filter out toxins and resist the foul smell with ease. She then took out 2 more gas masks and handed them to Dao Yi and Ling Ji. Want to prevent odor and poison? Dao Yi and Ling Ji took them directly and put them on their faces, imitating Jiang Xia. As soon as they put them on, the foul odor was instantly blocked out. This is really useful. They continued moving forward. The further they went, the wetter and stickier the ground became. Jiang Xia remained composed, continuing to observe her surroundings vigilantly, not minding the stickiness beneath her feet. The cave was large. After walking nearly 1,000 meters, they finally reached the end. Jiang Xia and the others could infer that the trial's duration was excessively long, indicating that there must be a special reason behind it. Others could guess some of it too. Everyone had fought against magical beasts, entered secret realms, and survived countless hardships. Even if they were initially clueless, they weren't fools now. They at least understood that a simple search task that could be completed in 3 days required more than double the time. Even accounting for the time spent fighting, so much trial time wasn't necessary. There must be something they didn't know in between. Thus, at the beginning of the trial, there was no fighting. However, this thought did not include a young couple from the stars, Jiang Xia and Shu Shu. They, relying on their experience from the stars, did not take the locals seriously and overlooked such obvious loopholes. Even if they discovered it, they would not care. Chapter 40. The corpse digger, the person carrying the coffin. From the moment he shouldered it, had his name changed to the corpse digger. His original name had long been abandoned. The corpse digger gave off a dark and cold aura, making him feel like a walking corpse. Coupled with the coffin he carried on his back, it made people want to avoid him even more. After separating from the crowd, the corpse digger walked step by step towards the cemetery on Wanshou Mountain. This place, which ordinary people would avoid, was the corpse digger's favorite. The cemetery on Wanshou Mountain had long become a mess due to skeletons crawling out of the graves. It was no different from a mass grave. The tombs had turned into pits, and coffin boards were scattered everywhere. Surrounding it was a black mist, accompanied by chilling winds. The black mist was a special kind of star power. For example, those who awakened star bones tested to have all sorts of star powers, with common elemental powers being metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal star power is golden. Wood star power is green. The black star power in this cemetery was naturally generated due to favorable geographical and magnetic conditions. The corpse digger wandered aimlessly in the cemetery. He spotted a wooden tombstone with black mushrooms growing on it, pulled them off, and put them in his mouth. As he chewed, black smoke poured out from his mouth, nose, and ears in succession. This was clearly a sign that the mushrooms were toxic. However, the corpse digger didn't care and continued to stuff his mouth with the black mushrooms. At the same time, the iron chains on his body underwent strange changes. The chains wriggled like a worm, transporting the essence of the black mushrooms he had just eaten through the chains into the coffin on his back. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that one end of the chain had burrowed into the corpse digger's body. The other end wrapped around the coffin and then pierced into the coffin's interior. The essence must have been transported into the corpse inside the coffin through the chains. However, due to the corpse digger's loose clothing and the frightening chill he emitted, no one dared to look closely at him. Plus, he usually avoided people, which is why he had not been discovered. The corpse digger remained indifferent, continuing to roam and look around. In a cemetery entirely in black, symbolizing death, a large red flower suddenly appeared. The vividly bright red flower was particularly striking against the dark background. The corpse digger approached, reached out to grab the large red flower, and brought it directly to his mouth. The large red flower had already developed spiritual consciousness. Its petals shook wildly, emitting sharp screeches, while its branches and leaves continuously slapped at the corpse digger. The screeching sound belonged to a sonic attack and had a wide range. The sword master and Shu Shu, who had been quietly following the corpse digger, were injured by this sudden sonic attack, causing their concealment to fail and their figures to reveal. They were directly spotted by the corpse digger. The corpse digger glanced at the place where the two were hiding, then shifted his gaze back to the large red flower. The roots of the red flower had also been pulled out and were vigorously kicking at the corpse digger. Unfortunately, the attack power of the large red flower seemed to the corpse digger like mere tickling, and he paid no attention to it. He put the large red flower into his mouth and took a bite. The branches and roots that had been resisting suddenly stopped moving, then lost all vitality and drooped down. The black mushrooms he had eaten earlier were black, and the essence was flowing through the chains, making it hard to distinguish anything. This time, the red essence flowed through the chains, and from a distance, it looked like food was wriggling in the intestines, creating a very indescribable visual effect. The corpse digger took bite after bite, consuming the large red flower along with its branches and roots. He then continued searching, paying no mind to the people following behind him. Shu, hiding in the shadows, stared at the writhing chains on the corpse digger's body, feeling utterly nauseated. Covering her mouth and nose, she turned her head away to alleviate the feeling of disgust. I told you he can't be a good person. Aside from him, we might as well eliminate a threat, Shu said. The sword master nodded emphatically. Who in their right mind would run to a mass grave? The two had not learned about the background of Wanshou Mountain and did not know that it was once a cemetery. The disarray, the decaying wooden tombstones, and the shattered stone tombstones scattered about led them to mistakenly believe it was a mass grave. Right? And eating raw. As she thought of this, Shu recalled the chains that wriggled like worms or intestines, making her feel nauseated again and wanting to vomit. The corpse digger spotted a few more black mushrooms and again picked them to eat. Even a small black snake was bitten at the neck, and he directly tore it apart and swallowed it whole. Bright red blood flowed down the corners of his mouth, and he did not wipe it, letting it flow. To the sword master and Shu, this scene was nothing short of heinous, a representation of unforgivable evil. It seemed as if the corpse digger was consuming not a snake, but a living person. Shu was extremely furious. Let's make a move now. I can't take this anymore, she said, wanting to rush out. The sword master grabbed her. Don't be impulsive. Didn't we agree to wait until he falls asleep before we act? Going out now would only make things harder for ourselves. Shu wanted to say something else, but the sword master continued. Have you forgotten what the master said? He told you to definitely not be impulsive. Do not be impulsive. Why do we choose this small world for our training? Isn't it to temper your impulsive nature? Shu glared angrily. But seeing that the sword master had even brought her father into the conversation, she had no choice but to relent. Seeing that this tactic was effective, the sword master added, do you still want to go to the demon domain battlefield? At this, Shu completely calmed down, her anger replaced with entanglement. But if he eats a person, I definitely won't stop you. But they're just a few low-level demon creatures. Demon creatures are not worth mourning. After thinking for a moment, Shu nodded, right? Seeing that Shu was no longer impulsive, the sword master finally let go of her. Unbeknownst to the sword master and Shu, while they were following the corpse digger, they too were being followed. The one tracking them was a man dressed in a black suit, wearing a top hat, and holding a cane. The man's face was either smeared with white paint or makeup, with a thick layer of pale white that looked quite eerie, especially around his eyes, which were deliberately painted black. The stark black and white contrast looked quite strange. This man was named Jiang. Ever since he learned that the sword master and Shu came from the stars, he had been secretly watching them. His purpose in participating in the hunter trials was to become a hunter and then have more opportunities to interact with people from stars. He hadn't expected to encounter them in the hunter trials. Truly, even heaven was helping him. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. In the Qinglong Kingdom, there are 5 major hunter families. The young woman riding the thunder tiger comes from one of these 5 families, the Meng family. The Meng family specializes in beast taming. The young woman is named Meng Qianghua, 20 years old, and is the second daughter of the current head of the Meng family. She had come to participate in the hunter trials this time, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, Meng Tong and Meng Ming, who were there to protect her while also participating in the trials. Of course, protecting Meng Qianghua came first, with participating in the trials being secondary. With the Meng family's reputation, many people had come to the bamboo shed over the past few days to network, to show their sincerity in befriending her, or rather their intention to join the Meng family. They all stated that they would help Meng Qianghua during the trials. For many, joining the Meng family, even as the most ordinary member, would provide more cultivation resources than they could earn through hard work outside. To facilitate communication, they even exchanged contact information. Now, to increase the chances of finding the token, those who had pledged their allegiance had dispersed to search separately from Meng Qianghua. Chapter 41. She, afraid to fight the sky, was getting darker. The moonlight shone down on the earth like a glow in the night, making the darkness no longer seem like an abyss. Wanshou Mountain had tall trees with dense branches and leaves intertwined, blocking the moonlight completely. Not a single beam was allowed to seep into Wanshou Mountain. Inside Wanshou Mountain, it was as dark as ink heavy and suffocating. The corpse craftsman found a relatively large pit and lay down in it. He lay on his side so as not to crush the coffin behind him. Even when sleeping, he did not let go of the coffin behind him. Previously, when living in the bamboo shed with so many people around, it didn't feel strange. Now, living in a cave, Jiang Xia felt that the night was exceptionally cold. The wind in the mountains was not just cold. It seemed to freeze one's soul through the bones. The formation could resist human attacks, but it could not resist the winds of nature. Jiang Xia quickly added some charcoal to the fire. This charcoal was brought from the interstellar realm, all gray-black in color. A non-professional charcoal burner would not be able to recognize the difference in material at all. To ward off the cold, Jiang Xia decided to take out her warming treasure, hot pot. This world had vine pepper, so she would take out the spicy hot pot base. It should be able to pass off as normal. She quickly set up a pot over the fire, added the spicy hot pot base, and poured in some mountain spring water to boil. As the temperature rose, the spicy aroma wafted from the pot. A sneeze. Caught off guard. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji were hit by the spicy smell, their noses uncomfortable, and they sneezed. Sister Xia, what are you cooking? The smell was both fragrant and pungent. So strange. It was too cold, so cooking some hot pot to drive away the chill was a good idea. They had just eaten a meal a little over 2 hours ago, so they weren't particularly hungry now. Dao, he explained, the bamboo shed had a formation that could block the yin wind. It's not here, which is why it feels so cold. Just sit and meditate to resist the yin wind. Jiang Xia was stunned, then eagerly asked, what kind of formation can resist the yin wind? Indeed, coming out to train was the right decision. Even if it was a small world, it had its characteristics, and one could learn knowledge not available in the academy. She was witnessing a world she had never imagined before. This was something she would only understand after becoming a hunter. Well, Jiang Xia began to select ingredients from her space that could fit in the pot. She took out 2 plates of fish balls made from entry-level fish and shrimp and dumped them in. She also added 2 handfuls of wild vegetables gathered that afternoon. These wild vegetables had been washed when she cooked dinner earlier and stored in her space. It wasn't that there were no wild vegetables in the mountains. It was just that Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji only loved to eat meat. So even if they saw wild vegetables in the mountains, they wouldn't pick them. Only Jiang Xia, who emphasized a balance of meat and vegetables, would gather wild vegetables when encountering them in the wild. She also added some meat from the magical beast she had caught a few days ago. With both meat and vegetables, Jiang Xia was very satisfied. Hiding in the shadows, Jian Shi and Shu Shu saw the corpse craftsman sleeping, and Shu Shu wanted to rush over to assassinate him. Jian Shi stopped her again. Wait a moment. He took out a soul-concealing incense from his backpack and lit it. This incense was specially made for the interstellar realm. It could genuinely confuse the souls of cultivators, causing them to unknowingly fall into nightmares. Below the star domain master, anyone who inhaled this incense for more than 3 breaths would definitely be affected. Once lit, the incense emitted a strange fragrance, which was ineffective when one was awake. It worked best when used during deep sleep, when a person was most defenseless. It was also a tool for assassination. Jian Shi directed the smoke towards where the corpse craftsman was sleeping. The sleeping corpse craftsman remained unaware, still quietly sleeping. Wasn't it a waste to use this incense on such a person? A stick of soul-concealing incense was not cheap. Better to be cautious. Jian Shi explained, remember, before you understand your opponent, no matter how careful you are, it's never too much. Shu Shu pouted, unconvinced. After the incense burned halfway, Jian Shi extinguished it and stored the remaining piece in his space. It couldn't be wasted, but it couldn't be used up either. Seeing Jian Shi put away the soul-concealing incense, Shu Shu hurriedly dashed out to the edge of the large pit where the corpse craftsman was sleeping. Earth come! Shu Shu's star power was of the earth element. She waved her hand, and the soil around the grave pit began to surge, transforming into spikes of earth aimed at the oblivious corpse craftsman. The earth spikes reached the corpse craftsman in an instant and were about to pierce his body. Shu Shu smiled secretly, declaring, "Isn't this simple?" Unexpectedly, the earth spikes did not penetrate the corpse craftsman's body as she had imagined, but were blocked. This meant that her earth spikes had not even broken through the corpse craftsman's surface defenses. How could this be? Shu Shu refused to believe it and injected more star power. The earth spikes still remained on the corpse craftsman's surface, unable to advance an inch. Furious, Shu Shu drew her sword. This sword was a Tao tool. Even if she could only unleash 1% of its power, it would be enough to kill the corpse craftsman. To die under a Tao tool, that could be considered your fate. Just then, the corpse craftsman in the pit suddenly opened his eyes, slapped the soil beneath him, and leaped up. He kicked a Shu Shu, sending her flying backward. Shu Shu. Jiang Xia did not expect that he had only delayed for a moment, and such a big change had occurred. There was no time to think. He directly leaped up to catch Shu Shu. The impact made him slide back 5 or 6 steps before he finally stopped. The corpse craftsman stood on a tombstone, arms outstretched, with 4 iron chains appearing out of thin air behind him, 2 extending outward and flying. Against someone who wanted to harm him, there was no need for words. He could directly counterattack. Under the corpse craftsman's control, the iron chains elongated and rushed toward Shu Shu and Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia set Shu Shu down, picked up his sword, and prepared to fight. Why did the soul-concealing incense have no effect? Jiang Xia was pondering this question while being cautious. In a moment of distraction, he failed to block the 4 iron chains, and one of them pierced into his abdomen. The iron chain did not withdraw, but began to absorb the vitality from Jiang Xia's body, transmitting it back to the corpse craftsman through the chain. Jiang Xia swung his sword down, aiming at the iron chain. The iron chain was usually exceptionally tough. The only time it was weak was when it was transmitting nutrients to its origin. The iron chain embedded in his abdomen was severed, but 2 of the remaining 3 iron chains pierced into his body again, while another pierced into Shu Shu. Before the battle, she had struck hard, but once it started, she became timid. Having been overly protected in the past, when fighting against her brothers, they would all let her win out of respect for her father. Unknowingly, this had fostered her inflated self-esteem, making her unable to recognize her true abilities and lacking adaptability in the field. Originally, the training ground selected by her father was not on this planet, and there were more brothers accompanying her in training than just Jiang Xia. However, she had designed to shake them off. Jiang Xia was the only one she couldn't shake off after several attempts, so he reluctantly stayed by her side. After Jiang Xia set her down, Shu Shu remained dazed until she was pierced by the iron chain, snapping her back to reality. Shu Shu had many treasures on her body, and when the iron chain was about to pierce her, it triggered her automatic defense, blocking the chain. After being jolted back to her senses, Shu Shu quickly retreated, looking at the corpse craftsman with fear. At this moment, the corpse craftsman's hair was flying. The iron chains danced menacingly, and his hands were claw-like at his sides, baring his teeth like a demon. The coffin on his back glimmered faintly, illuminated by several corpse bugs clinging to it. Backlit, the corpse craftsman looked like a demon from hell to Shu Shu. She was terrified and kept retreating. She was afraid to fight. Watching all this from the shadows, Jiang shook his head and sighed silently. Is this what people from the interstellar realm are like? Chapter 42. Our kindred the swordsman had no life-saving treasures on him, and because he needed to protect Shu Shu, he couldn't escape. The corpse craftsman's 4 iron chains pierced into him, and though he severed them, the corpse craftsman continued to insert them to drain his vitality. Gradually, the swordsman began to feel overwhelmed. Blood flowed from his wounds, and his consciousness started to fade. Suddenly, Jiang moved. He vanished from his original spot and reappeared beside the corpse craftsman, hovering in midair. He placed a hand on the corpse craftsman's shoulder, and an invisible pressure emanated from Jiang, forcibly halting the corpse craftsman's actions. In a voice only the 2 of them could hear, Jiang said, "We are kindred. I need them both. Take me to the stars." The corpse craftsman turned to look at Jiang. "Aren't you afraid of playing with fire and getting burned?" The corpse craftsman's voice was rough and grating, low and hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. "Not afraid." The 2 stared at each other in silence for a moment before the corpse craftsman retracted the iron chains. The chains shrank back and disappeared behind him. His hair no longer stood on end like barbs, but fell naturally. His expression also softened, and his hands hung naturally at his sides. He jumped down from the gravestone, found another grave pit, lay down sideways, and continued to sleep. Jiang flew to the swordsman's side, who was on the verge of collapse and whose consciousness was fading. and looked up at the unharmed Shu Shu. Do you have any healing medicine to save him? Though Jin's appearance was strange, Shu Shu was not afraid of him, at least compared to the corpse craftsman, whose ghastly visage had frightened her more. She took out a pill and placed it in the swordsman's mouth. After a moment, the wounds on the swordsman's body stopped bleeding, and the injuries visibly began to heal. However, the vitality he had lost couldn't be replenished immediately. Seeing the swordsman's wounds healing, Jin grabbed the swordsman with one hand and Shu Shu with the other, leaping several times to exit the large graveyard. The hot pot was ready. Jiang Xia first took out 2 slotted spoons, placing one on her side and the other on the side where Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji were sitting. Finally, she took out a bowl and rummaged through a corner of her space for the vinegar and sesame oil made on the desolate star, which had no starlight, and added them to the bowl to prepare a simple dipping sauce. Enthusiastically, she recommended to Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji, "This is something my family accidentally brewed. I call it seasoning. Many people don't like it, but I love it. Do you want to try?" Saying this, she scooped a piece of meat from the pot with the slotted spoon and placed it into the bowl. Jiang Xia picked up a piece of meat, completely submerged it in the sauce, rolled it around for a couple of times, and then placed it into her mouth, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. Delicious. After finishing a piece of meat, she noticed Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji were still motionless. "Aren't you full? That's perfect. I'll eat it myself." Dao Yi quickly rebutted, No, that's not what we mean." They didn't want to admit they had never seen anything like this before. Not only had they never seen this method of eating, but they hadn't even seen these 2 seasonings. They hurriedly took out their bowls and chopsticks, tried to mimic Jiang Xia by pouring some of each seasoning into their bowls. Then they copied Jiang Xia, scooping some meat slices, rolling them around in the sauce, and eating. The rich aroma of sesame combined with the sourness of the vinegar, followed by a burst of spiciness mixed with the meat's flavor. The taste unfolded layer by layer, ultimately blending together to be both stimulating and delicious. So good. How can it be this good? They instantly grabbed a slotted spoon and scooped another piece of meat into their bowls. Jiang Xia added 2 fish balls into her bowl and promoted, "You should try these fish balls. Although they're made from ordinary river fish and shrimp, they are very tender and smooth." Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji each scooped a fish ball, and after tasting it, they both doubted. Fish and shrimp can be this tender and delicious? Without time to ask further, they continued to grab food. "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, we'll cook more," Jiang Xia said. Perhaps because they were eating, or because the spiciness could really drive away the cold, Jiang Xia no longer felt the chill from earlier. "Hey, how are you?" Suddenly, a voice came from above the cave entrance, greeting them politely. Jiang Xia was startled by this voice, and a chill shot up from her feet to the top of her head. For a moment, her mind went completely blank. Her whole body stiffened, as if petrified. Who was this demon? Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji quickly switched from their bowls and chopsticks to their weapons, turning to look at the cave entrance. The cave had a foul smell, and they were not far from the entrance. Here, they wouldn't smell the stench from inside the cave, nor would they be blown by the cold wind. Then they saw a somewhat familiar face hanging upside down above the cave, looking at them. "You are." Dao, he couldn't recall where he had seen this familiar person. "I'm also a participant in this trial. It got too late, and it was inconvenient to move with 2 people, so I thought to come here and make do. I didn't expect to find you here." Even if he was not alone, he had no intention of leaving. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hanging at the entrance, greeting Jiang Xia and the others. After saying this, he flipped over from the stone wall, jumped down, and stood at the cave entrance, throwing the 2 people near Jiang Xia and the others. "I just wanted to save them, no ill will." After saying this, he walked over to sit against the stone wall at the cave entrance, maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Xia and the others. Seeing that it wasn't a monster attack, Jiang Xia's petrified body finally began to ease. She said, "With the monster-repelling talisman and the exorcising talisman here, how could there be monsters thinking of breaking in?" Looking at the man and woman who had been thrown on the ground, she recognized them as the pair from the stars. The man was unconscious. The woman was rubbing the places where she had been hurt from the fall, too scared to speak or say anything. After recovering from the shock, Jiang Xia felt cold sweat dripping down her back. When the night wind blew, it felt even colder, After confirming that they were not enemies for the time being, Jiang Xia continued to eat and drink. At the same time, she reflected, how could I subconsciously think it was a monster when something unexpected happened just because there are monsters in this mountain? I must overcome my fear of monsters. How can I overcome my fear of monsters? By seeing more? By encountering more monsters and killing some. I should be able to overcome my fear of them, right? This time out for training, I must gain something. So, the goal for this training will be to overcome my fear of monsters. After setting this goal, Jiang Xia continued to eat. As the food in the pot dwindled, Jiang Xia asked Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji to divide the remaining food quickly into their bowls. And she added more vegetables and meat to cook. Coming from the stars, she had no curiosity about them. She only glanced at the swordsman and Shu Shu and noticed they belonged to the demon clan. They had small patches of black scales on either side of their temples. After transforming into human form, the demon clan liked to leave their racial traits on their bodies, at least to distinguish themselves from the human race. Jiang Xia couldn't identify which demon clan they belonged to, nor did she intend to investigate. Dao Yi and Ling Ji were locals, having grown up hearing stories related to the stars. History detailed how the star people helped humanity through the most difficult times of catastrophe. If it weren't for the help of the stars, the people on this planet would likely have perished entirely. Afterwards, both sides agreed to wait. They had always known that star people would come to this planet for training, but they had never seen them before participating in the trial. When they were in the bamboo shed, they had seen the swordsman and Shu Shu from a distance. Their appearances were somewhat different from theirs, their clothing styles were different, and their hair colors were different. Now, having the opportunity, they stared at the swordsman and Shu Shu without stopping. The woman was unharmed, looking weak and fearful, while the man was in tattered clothes, stained with blood, and was unconscious. Chapter 43, 2 Wanshou Mountains the next day. Splash. It started raining at the foot of Wanshou Mountain. Jiang Xia's plan to go out and search was forcibly interrupted. Not only her, but the others in the cave and the other trial takers outside also chose to temporarily hide and postpone their search plans. Only two people were exceptions. One was a young woman named Ling Dang, who was 20 years old. The other was her childhood friend, Mudo, who was the same age as her. At this moment, Ling Dang was sitting cross-legged at the top of a big tree, meditating and cultivating. Mudo was sitting cross-legged under the tree, also meditating and cultivating. Ling Dang belonged to the water system of star power, meditating and cultivating in the rain, feeling the different states of water in various situations. On rainy days, she felt the rain in the open, whether it was heavy rain or light rain. When encountering streams, rivers, lakes, or seas, she would sit in them to cultivate. Ice and snow are other forms of water, and after gaining some understanding of water, she could also contemplate them. This method of cultivation was not created by Ling Dang, but discovered by a water system genius during a time of great disaster. By cultivating this way, as long as one comprehends the true meaning of water, even just a trace, their attack power would greatly increase. This method of cultivation spread, with some dismissing it and others cherishing it. The reason is simple. Understanding the true meaning of water requires insight. Those without insight cannot see, touch, or comprehend the true meaning of water, even if it is right in front of them. Those with insight, as long as they persist, can gain something. Many people envy those with strong abilities, but when faced with slightly difficult cultivation environments, few can persist. Ling Dang is one such person with enough perseverance to endure. The water system can enhance its cultivation through the understanding of water. Similarly, wood, metal, and other systems can also gain insight through tangible things. Mudo sat under the tree to feel the natural breath of wood, forest, and rain, and to sense the form and function of the wood system in this natural state. When in a good mood, eat a good meal. When in a bad mood, eat a good meal. When the weather is good, eat a good meal. When the weather is bad, eat a good meal. It rained today, so a good meal is a must to relieve the mood. Continuing the mindset of a foodie from her previous life, Jiang Xia found a reason that left Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji speechless, changed the pot base, and prepare to continue cooking hot pot. Yesterday, it was spicy. Today, it was changed to mushroom flavor. If the ingredients couldn't be changed, then change the flavor. The rain continued for 3 days before stopping. After the rain stopped, The trial takers quickly took action, except for the injured swordsman who was still healing in the cave. Shushu was accompanying him, and Jean was guarding nearby. The rest of them all took action. At this time, Shushu had lost her previous pride and pampering due to the terrifying appearance of the corpse craftsman. Without the swordsman's company, she no longer dared to go out alone. Although Jean saved them, she looked down on the locals from the bottom of her heart and did not trust them. Society teaches every spoiled monster how to behave. At first, everyone was focused on searching for tokens, and conflicts were few. But after searching for 2 days without finding a single token, many people began to go berserk. Conflicts increased. The number of dead also began to rise. The corpse craftsmen liked corpses, picking up the bodies that were thrown by the roadside and left unburied all over the mountains. With every corpse he picked up, he would refine it into his own corpse puppet. Thus, he had one more bodyguard behind him. The more dead people there were, the larger his following grew. Although corpse puppets could not exert their full strength from before death, there is a saying, many ants can kill an elephant. When many people encountered the corpse craftsman and his army of corpse puppets, they would actively avoid them. Who want to fight with corpses? Those things are already undead on another level, with no perception, no weaknesses, and they don't get tired. Even if you cut off their heads, they can still fight. Unless you can find the control center of the corpse puppets and smash it, you cannot truly kill them. But this thing is hard to find. It's like you have to chop at the corpse puppet countless times and go through countless trial and error to find it. They don't know how long the corpse puppets can last, but they know that when facing the army of corpse puppets, they don't have the time for trial and error. So avoiding the corpse craftsman is the best choice. Many people complained about how they encountered such a pervert in this trial. Jiang Xia had also had several conflicts with others in these days. Each time, she was the first to strike, with Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji backing her up. Her practical combat experience became richer. She hurt others but did not kill, leading to rumors among the trial takers of her being strong, but soft-hearted and easy to deceive. Human nature is sometimes like this. If you let them go, they will not only not be grateful, but will also see you as a weak target to bully. When necessary, you might even become their shield. Jiang Xia didn't think about so much, or rather, her understanding of the evil in human nature was still not deep enough. Time unknowingly came to the night of August 14th. Jiang Xia and the others no longer had the composure of the first day. In these days, they had turned Taishan inside and out and had not found even a single token. Although Jiang Xia, Dao Yi, and Ling Ji remained calm, they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. For the first time in days, Ling Ji took out a wooden fish, began to strike it, and chant scriptures. They no longer deliberately searched for a place to stay at night. Instead, they rested on the spot. Choosing an empty space, they began to cook. If things went well, they would celebrate with a meal. If things didn't go well, they would eat a good meal to dispel their bad luck. Jiang Xia attempted to impart her foodie secret to Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji. Now that they couldn't find the token, it wasn't that the three of them couldn't find it. Suddenly, Jiang Xia had a flash of inspiration. Could this be the trick of the Hunter Association? Dao Yi also realized. Is this the reason why Wanshou Mountain, which could be searched in 3 days, was given over 8 days by the Hunter Association? Yes, it must be like this. Ling Ji also suddenly understood the problem, silently putting away the wooden fish and asking, "What are we eating tonight?" "I just saw some fresh wild vegetables over there. Should we go pick some?" After spending these days together, Dao Yi and Ling Ji could now distinguish which were wild vegetables, which were weeds, and which were herbs. Now, Jiang Xia's words relieved their anxiety from the past few days, and he wanted to help actively. In fact, they had thought of this issue on the first day, considering that the Hunter Association might be hiding something, but they never expected they would keep failing to find the token. Some also doubted whether the Hunter Association had not placed any tokens. Otherwise, how could it be that after so many days, not a single token had been searched? This is a trial. Hunters should not joke about this. There must be some mystery that they have not comprehended. The night wind was cool. The chilling wind blew. The night grew darker and darker, as if it were a deep abyss, ready to open its mouth and swallow everyone at any moment. Jiang Xia gradually felt uneasy. She could sense something surging in the air. Even the star power in the air was restless. Jiang Xia opened her eyes and activated her heavenly eye. The world suddenly appeared before her in a 3-dimensional, 6-dimensional, and clearly defined grid format. The previously pitch-black night, where one couldn't see their fingers, became clear and bright. Although it wasn't as bright as daytime, it was still visible. She saw dark clouds rolling in the air. Or was it black demonic energy rolling? Jiang Xia couldn't tell for a moment. For now, let's call it the black cloud. As the black cloud rolled, the air became increasingly heavy. Is this the information hidden by the Hunter Association? The black cloud grew larger and larger, magnificent in its presence, yet utterly silent, a bizarre sight, until it enveloped the entire Wanshou Mountain. Outside of Wanshou Mountain, there was not a trace of disturbance. The black cloud did not cross the boundary to the outside world. Suddenly, Jiang Xia saw Wanshou Mountain in front of him, as if experiencing a frame error, suddenly appearing with a double image. It seemed like there were two Wanshou Mountains. One Wanshou Mountain was shrouded in rolling black clouds, while the other was as transparent as a mirror. Boom! Thud! Jiang Xia seemed to hear two loud sounds. Then, the two Wanshou Mountains merged into one, and the black cloud dissipated in an instant. The oppressive feeling in the air vanished. A crisis quietly emerged. Chapter 44 Nursery Rhyme. At the last moment of August 14th, at midnight on August 15th, the two Wanshou Mountains merged into one. The scene of Wanshou Mountain suddenly changed. The ink-black night, like a deep abyss ready to devour people, vanished without a trace. In its place was a night filled with fireflies, resembling a real, ordinary forest. The moonlight broke through the branches cover and poured into the forest. This must be the true Wanshou Mountain, or perhaps the one where the hunter hid the token. Jiang Xia guessed this as she closed her eyes and opened them again. Her vision returned to normal. Ding! A crisp bell sound broke the silence of the night. Ding! The ringing shattered the confinement of space, echoing in everyone's ears. All participants in the trial, whether they were keeping watch, meditating, or sleeping, opened their eyes and looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. Ding! The sound rang in their ears, seeming to come from the horizon. It seemed to come from the front, back, left, right, above, and below simultaneously, finally converging into a single voice that resonated in their ears, making it hard to discern the direction. This night, is it different from before? Soon, someone noticed the unusualness around them. Where there was one, there were two. More and more people realized tonight was extraordinary. Is this what the Hunter Association was hiding? But how exactly is the current Wanshou Mountain different from before? Before everyone could figure it out, they all simultaneously thought of one thing: the token. Almost all the survivors took action at the same time, preparing to search for the token throughout the night. Not knowing how long this change would last, it was naturally better to act sooner. The sooner they acted, the greater the chance of finding the token. On the 15th of August, the moon is full, the annual Good Festival. A good festival suitable for marriage. The young man from the east, talented and good-looking, is suitable to be a husband. The young woman from the west, virtuous and kind, is suitable to be a wife. The crisp, pleasant voices of children echoed in every corner of Wanshou Mountain. This time, the sound was no longer the ethereal, rootless bell from before, but came closer and closer. It was clear that the children singing the nursery rhyme were gradually approaching. Almost everyone felt this way. Thus, those who originally wanted to take action stood still, wanted to see what changes would happen next. Soon, everyone saw the answers they sought. A group of children dressed in ancient clothing, with double buns, holding ancient palace lanterns, singing nursery rhymes as they walked towards them. The children had blush on their cheeks, and their eyes were large and vacant. The lanterns had the character for longevity written on them. Their walking posture was somewhat strange, somewhat unnatural. Jiang Xia couldn't tell if others noticed, but she felt that these children, who were of similar height and appearance, looked like paper figures. Just like in her previous life, families that favored Chinese funerals would burn paper boys and girls for the deceased so that they could have attendants in the afterlife. In the past, when technology was not advanced, they would also burn paper horses, cows, gold and silver ingots, etc. After technology advanced, they added paper replicas of mobile phones, televisions, cars, and money to burn. Western funerals did not have these. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia couldn't help but let her imagination wander. If the world in her previous life also had strange existences like this world, then those paper offerings burned in the past might really allow the deceased to enjoy some wealth? Those who advocated Western funerals only sent a bouquet of flowers. How poor must they be after they descend? If resources are needed to survive in the afterlife, wouldn't they have to work? How tragic. No wonder her country in her previous life had a history of 9,000 years, both up and down. No matter how other countries changed and replaced each other, only her own country remained standing. It turned out that the ancestors were quite affluent and did not need to work to continue blessing their descendants. Unfortunately, her ancestors' tombs did not emit green smoke. She toiled her whole life. After her thoughts wandered, a girl approached her. A boy walked up to Dao. A girl approached Lingji. The three children, not knowing where they got a piece of paper and a pen, handed them to the three of them, simultaneously saying, "Please fill out." Fill what? Write what? How strange. The three exchanged glances, not immediately taking the paper and pen. After 7 breaths, the children again said in unison, "Please fill it out." Not only them, but others faced the same situation. Most people felt it was odd and did not take the paper and pen immediately. Some directly refused, "I won't write." But the children seemed not to have heard and continued to hold out the paper and pen in front of them. Even if they walked away, the children would follow, unyielding, their attitude firm. Some felt that something unusual must be afoot and directly attacked the paper figures. The paper figure was cut in half and fell to the ground. The next second, the paper figures seemed to have a shadow, flickering twice like a frame jump before disappearing. Then, in front of the person who killed the paper figure, another complete paper figure appeared again. Just like before, it held out the paper and pen, saying in a flat voice, "Please fill it out." Again they attacked, and the paper figure shattered into pieces. The remnants of the paper figure repeated the previous scene, flickering before reappearing, holding out the paper and pen, repeating, "Please fill out." No matter how many times they were killed, the paper figures would stand in front of them again, holding out the paper and pen, saying, "Please fill it out." They were surprisingly polite. After all, they used the word please. Some chose to run away. No matter how fast they were, the paper figures remained like shadows. Even their movements did not change. They still held out the paper and pen, continuously repeating, "Please fill it out." This scene was quite eerie. Some said, "I want to see what trickery is involved." Then they took the paper and pen, preparing to fill it out. The content on the paper was, "The young woman from the West, virtuous and kind, is suitable to be a wife." It turned out to be a part of the nursery rhyme they sang earlier. However, when the nursery rhyme reached this part, the required filling-in section seemed to be blocked. They had not heard it at all. What should they do? If they filled it out incorrectly, would it cost them their lives? Everyone had such concerns and did not fill it out immediately. The paper figures standing nearby did not urge them. They just stood there, staring at them with their emotionless eyes. Those being stared at always felt a chill run down their spine. While others were racking their brains on how to tackle this fill-in-the-blank question, the mortician encountered no such troubles. Or, rather, the figures that approached him were not children, but paper figures resembling ancient servants. Behind the servant, there followed a paper figure dressed as an ancient maid. The servant approached the mortician, respectfully lowering his head, and said, "Honorable guest, welcome to my master's wedding banquet. This way, please." As he spoke, he made a respectful gesture of invitation. The politeness was such that it was hard to believe he was a paper figure. The maid automatically walked ahead, holding the lantern to lead the mortician and illuminate the path ahead. The servant walked behind the mortician. Following at the back was the mortician's entourage of nearly 100 corpse puppets. The group marched grandly through the forest. Chapter 45. Correct answer: the woman in the West, virtuous and kind, is suitable to be a wife. Still a fill-in-the-blank question. Not too bad. Thankfully, it's not a reading comprehension task. The fear of being dominated by the Chinese education system in her previous life, even after being reincarnated, remains deeply imprinted in Jiang Xia's soul. Among the aspects of Chinese education, she feared reading comprehension the most. Did any of you hear the nursery rhyme just now? Jiang Xia asked Dao, Yi, and Lingji. The two shook their heads, didn't hear it clearly. No one heard it clearly? After receiving a confirming answer again, Jiang Xia was dumbfounded. Immediately, she looked at the paper figure in front of her and smiled obsequiously. Hee hee, could you sing the nursery rhyme again? This operation stunned Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji. Is that allowed? Jiang Xia confidently retorted. Why not? It's not a closed book exam. Dao, Yi, Ling Ji. What a powerful reason. Can't refute. But I've never heard of an exam where you can directly ask the teacher for answers. This operation truly astonished the two. No, you have to fill it out yourself. Unexpectedly, the paper figure actually responded. But the answer was not what Jiang Xia wanted. With her eyes rolling, Jiang Xia had a flash of inspiration and asked again, well, if I fill out incorrectly, will there be life-threatening danger? If there is, I'm not afraid. She's not someone to be easily bullied. When dealing with people, she can be merciful. But when dealing with strange creatures, she must kill them and turn them to ashes, ensuring that nothing remains. No danger. The paper figure answered again. Getting a positive answer, Jiang Xia felt relieved. She confidently and wickedly smiled. She picked up the pen and made 6 dots on the line. An ellipsis was thus completed. Then she handed the paper and pen back to the paper figure. I'm done filling it out. The paper figure took the paper and pen, jumped once, flickered twice, and then disappeared. Just like that, it vanished into thin air. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji stared at Jiang Xia in shock. What did you just write? They couldn't be sure of what they saw and could only ask. Jiang Xia, 6 dots. She couldn't just say, I can't write the characters of this world, so I can only make do like this, right? Is that enough? It's simply unbelievable. Jiang Xia nodded. Well, you saw the result. You can choose not to believe hearsay from others, but you have to believe personal experience. Even if this personal experience is not much different from hearsay, it still has to be believed. Dao, Yi quickly drew 3 crosses on the line and handed it to the paper figure. Ling Ji quickly drew 3 circles on the line and handed it to the paper figure. After the paper figure took them, it all disappeared. Jiang Xia looked on with envy. I wonder what kind of skill that flickering is. Can I learn it? Learning skills from strange creatures? Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji were once again shocked by Jiang Xia's wild imagination. They wanted to advise her. Sister, be a bit more mindful. Well, that might not be possible. Dao Yi, racial talent. Ling Ji, Jiang Xia, feeling a bit disappointed. But thinking again, she has spatial powers. So perhaps after reaching a certain level of cultivation, she could also achieve flickering? Thinking this way, she became happy again. Meanwhile, on the other side with the other testers, after some back and forth, it was discovered that they couldn't avoid answering. So everyone filled out the answers according to their own thoughts. Some filled in 3 characters that were relatively symmetrical based on tones. Some filled in randomly, disregarding the number of characters or rhymes, writing whatever they wanted. Halfway up Wanshou Mountain, there stood an ancient and elegant courtyard. The courtyard was adorned with red lanterns, each hanging below, which was a small wooden sign. Upon closer inspection, these wooden signs were none other than the tokens needed for participating in the hunter trial. The windows of the courtyard were plastered with big red characters and red paper cuttings. Even the trees in the courtyard were draped with red satin to signify celebration. The courtyard was brightly lit, making the large courtyard appear like daylight. Many strange creatures were busying themselves. Strange creatures skilled in singing and playing instruments gathered together, performing cheerful songs one after another. Some strange creatures, resembling guests, clustered in groups of 3 to 5, excitedly discussing something, with laughter echoing from time to time. The atmosphere was lively and festive. In one courtyard, more than 10 stoves were set up outdoors, with over 100 strange creatures busying themselves. They were preparing for the upcoming feast. Some strange creatures were picking vegetables and washing them. Some were cutting and chopping meat. Some were frying meatballs. Some strange creatures were patrolling the courtyard with weapons. From a distance, the smoke from the courtyard wafted gently, giving one a feeling of dreaming back to the human world. Those boys and girls who had disappeared in front of the testers appeared in front of this large mansion. They entered the mansion one by one, heading towards the most festively decorated courtyard. At the entrance of that courtyard, for little servants stood guard. All the boys and girls handed the papers with the testers' answers to one of the little servants. After collecting all the papers, the little servant jogged into the courtyard. Upon reaching the main bedroom of the courtyard, he knocked on the door. Gumin, a calm, slightly magnetic male voice came from within. The little servant went inside. About 10 minutes later, the little servant came out again. The stack of papers in his hand had changed from a thick pile to just a few thin sheets. The little servant took the papers and returned to the front of the courtyard. At this time, the boys and girls at the courtyard gate had already dispersed, busying themselves elsewhere. The little servant, holding the papers, jogged off to find someone. After the boys and girls disappeared, everyone was momentarily confused. Just like that, they disappeared? Before they received the paper and pen, they were unkillable and couldn't escape, making them seem frightening. Who knew that they could pass just by writing something on paper? If they had known sooner, they wouldn't have resisted so much. Subsequently, they began searching everywhere for the tokens. Jiang Xia and her companions were also walking in the forest, starting to look for places where the tokens might appear. Taking out a luminous pearl for lighting, they scanned the trees above and below with their divine sense, and checked the surface of the ground to determine that there were no tokens hidden here. Hiding things, after all, could be anywhere. They moved forward with a plan. About half an hour later, they heard the nursery rhyme again. The moon is full on the 15th of August, an annual good festival, a good festival suitable for marriage. The man in the east, good education, good looks, suitable to be a husband. The woman in the west, virtuous and kind, with a big bottom, good for childbirth, suitable to be a wife. Hearing the lyrics clearly, Jiang Xia felt unwell all over. What the heck? What kind of nursery rhyme is this? Not only is it asymmetric, but also has a strong feudalistic and rotten flavor. Before she could complain, the nursery rhyme rang out again. The moon is full on the 15th of August, an annual good festival, a good festival, suitable for marriage. The man in the east, good education, good looks, suitable to be a husband. The woman in the west, virtuous and kind, managing the kitchen and the hall, suitable to be a wife. The moon is full on the 15th of August, an annual good festival, a good festival, suitable for marriage. The man in the east, good education, good looks, suitable to be a husband. The woman in the west, virtuous and kind, as beautiful as an immortal, suitable to be a wife. Is it possible for the same nursery rhyme to have so many different words? That is definitely not possible. Remembering how the boys and girls had them fill out the paper and pen earlier, they had a bold guess. The lyrics being sung must be what the testers filled in. It's very likely to be the case. Jiang Xia furrowed her brows tightly. No wonder she was able to pass earlier. It turns out it wasn't necessary for everyone to fill in the correct answer. The nursery rhyme sang 7 times. Every time the last sentence is different. Jiang Xia doesn't understand why these selected lyrics have to be sung out loud. Dao Yi and Ling Ji also don't understand. Chapter 46, 7 Brides in a Place Unseen by Jiang Xia and her companions. A wedding procession singing songs was marching grandly through the mountains and forests. 7 versions of the songs. 7 wedding processions. Each procession featured a large red sedan chair carried by 8 people, accompanied by a matchmaker, 2 maidservants holding bridal garments, 2 pairs of flower-throwing boys and girls, and an 8-member band playing music. Each corner of the red sedan chair was adorned with a token. Everyone was dressed in festive red. The 7 processions headed towards 7 individuals who had provided corresponding answers. For instance, the procession singing about a big bottom, good for breeding, was there to greet the trial taker who had filled in that answer. As they sang, the bottom of this trial taker, a man, began to grow larger, so large that it ripped his pants. Feeling a cool breeze on his rear, he reached back to touch it. What is going on? Am I possessed by a big-bottom spirit? Why is my bottom so big? It even ripped my pants. He anxiously asked his companions nearby. Did anything change with you guys? I think I've been possessed by a big-bottom spirit. The other 6 selected individuals also experienced corresponding changes based on their answers. Those who wrote about beauty became even more stunning. These 7 people, regardless of gender, were the brides that the wedding processions were about to welcome. It turned out that filling out the nursery rhyme was to select brides for the spirit groom. The 7 processions stopped in front of the 7 brides. The matchmaker shouted loudly, "Help the bride change her clothes." As soon as she finished speaking, the bride's body seemed to be bound by some force, unable to move freely. Her companions, who were actually mostly temporary partners in this journey, were curious about the development of this situation. They also noticed the tokens hanging on the red sedan chair. They wanted to find an opportunity to grab the tokens hanging on the chair. With so many spirits around, if a conflict broke out now, they weren't sure they could successfully obtain the tokens. However, if they followed along, once the bride was sent inside the sedan chair, it would surely be taken to an unguarded place. Then they could safely retrieve the tokens. So they asked the matchmaker, "We are friends of the bride. Can we follow along to the banquet?" The matchmaker, hearing this, smiled and welcomed them. "Of course. You are also considered family of the bride. It's only right to send her off. With you accompanying her, the bride will have more face." Two maidservants stepped forward with the bridal garments and immediately began to drape them over the bride, whenever they needed to lift her arms or legs. The bride's body would cooperate automatically. This cooperation had nothing to do with the bride's own willpower. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, but only the bride's expression was one of fear and terror. Unfortunately, she could not move her body or speak, only passively comply. She looked like a marionette. "Please, the bride, get into the sedan chair." The bride's body autonomously moved towards the chair and sat inside. "Lift the sedan," the matchmaker shouted loudly. The bearers all shouted in unison, exerting their strength to lift the sedan. They turned to walk back the way they came, and the procession followed suit. The bride's companions walked at the end of the line, after all 7 brides were taken away by their respective wedding processions. The previously quiet mountain forest was suddenly stirred by a gust of wind, causing the trees to sway. A chilling wind blew, and a dark, terrifying atmosphere of Chinese horror immediately set in. Woo-woo. The crying of a female spirit heightened the terror. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Xia was so frightened that her heart raced and adrenaline surged. But her hands didn't stop. She shot 3 blasts of spirit-exterminating truth towards the direction of the sound. Out of fear, she acted quickly. How ruthless! The voice of the female spirit echoed again, and as it floated out from its hiding place, it appeared before Jiang Xia and her companions. To their surprise, the one blocked by it was a girl, a Taoist priest, and a monk. This combination certainly did not seem like a group that would show mercy toward spirits. It really was, giving itself a difficult problem. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the female spirit show itself, Jiang Xia didn't hesitate and attacked again. She was determined to make the truth in her hands teach it a lesson. "Oh no, wait, it should be to teach the spirit. Sister, don't attack. I know where the token you're looking for is." The female spirit quickly floated backward while revealing its trump card. It was afraid that if it spoke slowly, it would be eliminated. Even though it had lived for over 3,000 years and was powerful, it wasn't particularly afraid of ordinary fire. But for some reason, the fire produced by this young girl made it feel uneasy. Jiang Xia's spirit-exterminating truth was inscribed with the heavenly gang symbols of this world, as well as the karma fire symbols that only she could inscribe. During the interstellar period, she revealed the space runes to conceal her own star power type. It was to create a reasonable excuse for her future use of space-related magic. She didn't reveal the karma fire runes to keep a trump card for herself. The power of the heavenly gang symbols was directly ignored by the female spirit, which indicated its terrifying nature. However, the karma fire could burn away all karmic energy in the world, especially being the nemesis of spirits. Just a spark was enough to reduce spirits to ashes. The karma fire was that terrifying. Hearing the female spirit mention the token, Jiang Xia temporarily halted her attacks, but the truth remained aimed at the spirit. Jiang Xia looked at Dao Yi, then at Ling Ji. After a moment of eye contact, Dao Yi asked the female spirit, "The token? What token?" It was absolutely impossible to directly ask the female spirit where the token was or how it knew they were looking for it. Such questions would hand over the initiative of the conversation to the female spirit. Only these denial-type questions would maintain their advantage and position of dominance. The female spirit secretly cursed, truly a little demon, but it could only start explaining. After the spirit door opened, I followed a bridal sedan here, seeing many people looking for something. Later, I heard them say they wanted to find an opportunity to get the token on the sedan. When I met you, I saw you were also looking for something, so I made a guess. Jiang Xia and her companions exchanged glances again. Can the female spirit's words be trusted? Not sure, but it should be worth a look. So should we check it out? Let's go see. After all, we have no leads now, and regardless of whether it's a trap, it's better than where we are now. Dao, he spoke again. Take us to the bridal sedan you mentioned. Jiang Xia added, if what you said is true, then we will spare your life. If it's false, then you will pay with your life. The female spirit repeatedly assured that it wouldn't dare lie, and then led the way towards a large mansion halfway up the mountain. Meanwhile, at the other trial takers' locations, after the 7 bridal sedans left, they also encountered different female spirits. Those female spirits were clearly luckier, as no one had the powerful karma fire as a weapon. Although they didn't hold the initiative in conversation, they were eventually led by the female spirits towards the large mansion halfway up the mountain. Whether it was the wedding processions or the female spirits, despite their different purposes, their actions were aimed at bringing the trial takers to the large mansion. Chapter 47 Story from a Distance. Jiang Xia and the other 2 saw the brightly lit mansion halfway up the mountain. The surrounding area of the mansion was adorned with lanterns for illumination, which were ordinary lanterns without tokens. On either side of the mansion's entrance hung 2 large red lanterns. Beneath each large red lantern was a diamond-shaped wooden plaque. One side of the plaque bore the character for command, while the other side was blank. This was precisely the token that the Hunter Association required the trial participants to find during this trial. Now, they were still some distance away from the mansion. Jiang Xia turned to the female ghost and said, go ahead, tell us. What do you want from us? As the saying goes, no one visits the 3 treasures hall without a reason, especially when it comes to ghosts. The female ghost did not hesitate and began to tell her story. After hearing her story, Jiang Xia and the others summarized it. The owner of the mansion halfway up Wansho Mountain was a male ghost, who was also the husband of the female ghost. However, the male ghost had many wives. The female ghost they were talking to was just one of his many wives. In life, the male ghost was a wealthy young master, but he was frail and sickly since childhood. Despite his handsome appearance, he was the dream lover of many girls in the small town, so his marriages went relatively smoothly. However, his first bride died suddenly on their wedding night. The second bride also died suddenly on their wedding night. This led to rumors that the male ghost was fated to kill his wives. Though he was wealthy and could marry women from well-matched families, he ended up marrying poor girls from the countryside. Strangely, no matter how many times he married, the brides always died on the wedding night. It wasn't until she was married to him that she discovered those brides had all been murdered. After the bride and groom drank their wedding wine, the bride lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself bound in a formation, with a sword stabbed in her chest, blood gushing from the wound and flowing into the formation beneath her until she died. She was just one of the many brides. That formation was a life-sustaining formation that transferred the vitality of the sacrificed person to another. In other words, the life of the sacrificed bride was transferred to the groom. Evil deeds lead to self-destruction. The frail groom ultimately died. Every bride who was murdered became a vengeful ghost after death. At this point, Jiang Xia noticed that the female ghost was wearing an ancient red wedding dress. The story recounted by the female ghost was similarly told by other female ghosts to other trial participants. Their plea was to use the hands of the trial participants to kill the male ghost. Every trial participant who heard the female ghost story was filled with righteous indignation, vowing to kill the male ghost and help the female ghost take revenge. Even Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji were somewhat swayed by the story. Only Jiang Xia, who had experienced the era of information explosion, understood that one should not take any side without hearing both parties. Even if the victim's words were entirely true, one should also listen to the perpetrator's side. One should never listen to one side only. Jiang Xia coldly said, "Don't worry if what you said is true. I will definitely help you take revenge." At the same time, she raised her hand, pointing the truth at the female ghost. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 sounds, the female ghost was engulfed in karmic fire. Watching the female ghost being burned, she slowly spoke, "But before that, let me send you on your way." This time, the female ghost was closer to Jiang Xia, so even if she wanted to escape, it would be too late. The female ghost screamed in agony, asking unwillingly, "Why?" Jiang Xia, unwilling to let her die with regrets, kindly explained, "You are all ghosts. No matter what grievances you have among yourselves, to me, as long as you're a ghost that has harmed humans, you deserve to die. My karmic fire only kills ghosts that have harmed humans. The karmic fire can burn all Yin entities, but Jiang Xia felt that there should always be a chance for survival. Even if a killing formation exists, there should be a chance for survival, and Yin entities should not be sentenced to death merely because of their nature. In her view, Yin entities are a type of existence within the world, and as long as they do not harm others, they should be given a chance to survive. Therefore, every formation she created allowed for a chance of survival for the ghosts. She added a set of runes to the formation, which meant, as long as one does not stain their hands with human blood, they will not be harmed. This explanation was more for Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji. In fact, while listening to the female ghost story, she had quietly opened her eye of heavenly secrets and seen the karma on the female ghost. She had over 10 human lives on her hands. The female ghost was burned to near nothing in her unwillingness. Looking at the mansion ahead, Jiang Xia finally understood. Although there seemed to be more than 8 days of trial time, in reality, it was only on the 15th day of the 8th month. At the same time, more female ghosts appeared, each bringing trial participants with them. When the trial participants saw the tokens hanging under the red lanterns of the mansion, they were all overjoyed. It was truly a stroke of luck to find something without even searching for it. Some, unable to contain their excitement, rushed directly toward the mansion, running to the lanterns and reaching out to grab the tokens. Patrolling guards suddenly appeared, kicking one participant away and loudly scolding. Who dares to cause trouble at the Lu mansion? A few participants who had tried to grab the tokens got up from the ground, their faces filled with anger, and shouted at the little ghosts, "Damn ghosts, watch me uphold justice today and exterminate you." The two sides began a fight. Jiang Xia led Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji directly to the front door of the mansion. There were 2 stone lions guarding the front door. Perhaps it was a festive day, as both stone lions were adorned with large red flowers. 2 little servants stood at the entrance to welcome guests. Jiang Xia and the others walked straight up to one of the little servants. "Today is a joyous occasion at your mansion. May we ask for a cup of wine?" The little servant smiled warmly. "Ladies, please come in, Taoist. Please come in, master, please come in." He personally led the way, taking them to a courtyard, inviting them to sit at an empty table. "You must finish the feast. Our Lu Mansion's banquet is quite famous in this area." "All right, we will definitely savor it," they replied. After the little servant left, the 3 of them gathered together to whisper, "Those 100 tokens. Could they all be hung on the red lanterns of the Lu Mansion? It's very possible. In other words, this Lu Mansion is our trial location." After saying this, the 3 of them nodded in agreement. "That's quite devious, making us run around for so many days for nothing." "Dao," he said angrily. Jiang Xia replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps the Hunter Association wants to teach us a lesson called the malice of human hearts. Even the most trustworthy person in daily life is not always worth believing." Doi, Ling Ji. The 2 exchanged glances and then nodded, giving Jiang Xia a thumbs up. As expected of Xia, always able to hit the nail on the head, Jiang Xia changed the subject and looked at the red lanterns in the courtyard. "How do we obtain that token?" This courtyard seemed to be specifically for receiving guests, with dozens of large round tables set up, some of which already had guests sitting. There were also some maids standing on both sides, seemingly to follow the guest orders, but it was hard to say they weren't there to guard these tokens. The trial participants standing at the entrance of the mansion saw Jiang Xia and the others say something to the little servant, and they were led into the mansion. Many others also wanted to go in and take a look, whether it was to help the female ghost fulfill their request to kill the male ghost or to see if there were any tokens left inside the mansion. They all headed toward the mansion entrance. Thus, they also walked toward the entrance of the mansion. The participants who had previously attempted to forcibly seize the tokens had already been subdued by the guards and escorted into the mansion. Chapter 48, another story. Just as Jiang Xia and the others were discussing what to do next, a token was placed in front of Jiang Xia. The 3 of them were taken aback and then looked up to see an unexpected person, the corpse craftsman. They all had a question mark above their heads. Why? What does this guy mean? Is this token a gift for them? Jiang Xia stared at the corpse craftsman, thinking, who is this person? Could he be a senior from the academy? Then she asked, who are you? And picked up the token. What is this? The corpse craftsman replied, it's a gift for you. His hoarse voice sounded like 2 old objects rubbing against each other, somewhat dull and unpleasant. This is the reason. Why are you giving me this? Don't you need it yourself? Besides being forced to accept help from Jiang Lang and others during her infancy on the wasteland, she had never received such goodwill from anyone else. She couldn't figure out why at that moment. If she hadn't accepted Jiang Lang's help back then, she might not have survived. The corpse craftsman said, "I need it. After the hunter trial ends, I will find you." After saying this, he turned and left. The Liu family treated him as a distinguished guest, arranging a separate courtyard for him, personally accompanied by the chief steward. When he requested 2 tokens, the chief steward personally fetched 2 and gave them to him. He then gave one of the tokens to Jiang Xia. After delivering it, he was about to leave, or else his corpse puppets would go out of control. This action startled Jiang Xia so much that she forgot to ask how he obtained the token. It wasn't until she saw the corpse craftsman walk out of the courtyard that the 3 of them regained their senses and remembered this matter. Soon after, they saw other trial participants being brought over. These participants took their seats based on their familiarity with one another. Shushu Jianshi and Jean sat closely next to Jiang Xia and her companions. Seeing the token in Jiang Xia's hand, Shushu immediately asked, "Hey, where did your token come from?" This question attracted the attention of others, and many gazes turned toward Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia calmly put away the token, ignoring Shushu's question and the gazes of others. Instead, she said to Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji, "Let's go." Jiang Xia stood up and walked away, with Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji following behind. Shushu watched Jiang Xia's back, filled with resentment. A native who can't even leave her own planet dares to give her the cold shoulder. Her eyes were filled with venom. This version of her was completely different from the one who just participated in the hunter trial. Jianshi frowned at Shushu's transformation, but said nothing. Jean, on the side, observed with a detached demeanor, not caring at all. After leaving the courtyard, Jiang Xia asked a passing servant if they could go to observe the ceremony. She had learned from the female specter earlier that the male specter was selecting brides from among the trial participants. This meant that the ceremony might either be taking place or it could still be about to begin. If the ceremony had already concluded, the banquet would have started. So she speculated that it hadn't yet. The servant said, "The auspicious time hasn't arrived yet. Once it does, you can naturally go to the front courtyard to observe." After saying this, the servant left. Jiang Xia actually wanted to ask, how long until the auspicious time? Unfortunately, the servant had already walked far away. "Do you know when the auspicious time is?" She could only turn to Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji. Dao, he shook his head. He didn't know the auspicious time the specters were talking about, only the human world's auspicious time. Ling Ji also shook his head. "Then let's take a stroll around the garden to familiarize ourselves with the layout." As for the male specters past, Jiang Xia couldn't care less, since he was already dead. However, she had to manage the matter of the male specter taking trial participants as brides. Since they were going to make trouble in this mansion, it was better to familiarize themselves with the terrain for future strategic planning. However, being among a group of specters, her fear had lessened significantly. This was likely related to the fact that the specters here all had kind expressions. If they all had grotesque faces, she might have already been unable to suppress her urge to educate them with the truth. This mansion was indeed quite large, Jiang Xia thought as she strolled around. The passing servants and maids saw them, or rather, saw Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji, and let them wander freely. If it were someone else, they would have been stopped. Sometimes a special identity really is a pass. Halfway through their stroll, they heard a thunderous sound of Suona at the courtyard entrance. At the first sound, they knew the bride was arriving. Thus, the auspicious time was approaching. The 3 exchanged glances and followed the sound toward the front courtyard. In the front courtyard, 7 large red flower palanquins were neatly arranged in order at the entrance. The groom was kicking the door of the first palanquin. Jiang Xia opened her heavenly insight eye to look at the groom. Under the heavenly insight eye, the groom was shining with golden light, a person of great virtue. Moreover, he bore no lives on his hands. In contrast, the female specter leading them had the burden of over a dozen lives. Comparing the two, evil people like to complain first, was Jiang Xia's first thought. If it weren't for her heavenly inside eye, how would she distinguish the truth from the falsehood? Jiang Xia directly asked Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji, "What do you think of this groom?" Because of what Jiang Xia had said when she killed the female specter earlier, Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji looked at the groom's back, who was tall and dressed in wedding attire. Xia and Ling Ji extended their hands to start calculating. After a moment, they spoke. We can't figure it out. The heavenly insight here has been obscured. On the groom's side, he finished kicking the doors of the 7 flower palanquins one by one. The matchmaker was leading the brides down from the flower palanquins to carry out the subsequent ceremonies. At this moment, the groom walked up to Jiang Xia and her companions, greeted them one by one, and then said, "Could I have a word with you three?" Jiang Xia was also curious about what the groom wanted to say, so she nodded. The groom set aside the ongoing wedding and led Jiang Xia, Yi, and Ling Ji to a secluded courtyard. 2 servants stood guard outside the courtyard to prevent anyone from interrupting their conversation. The groom directly said, "Could you 3 listen to my story? Please go ahead." The groom began to narrate. "In my previous life, I was the second son of Lu Yuanwai's family in a town at the foot of the mountain. I loved reading since I was young and did quite well in my studies. Due to my affluent family background, decent looks, and good talent, I became a scholar at the age of 15. From then on, I became the dream lover of many young ladies. Even though I was already betrothed, I still received handkerchiefs from some girls. I remained unmoved. One day, a group of people came to my house. They carried a wooden board on which lay the corpse of a girl around 14 years old. They shouted at my doorstep, claiming that I had caused her death. But I didn't even know her. How could I have harmed her? Later, through their narration, I learned that the girl had feelings for me, but I was already engaged, just waiting for her to come of age to marry. The girl's parents were looking for a matchmaker to find her a husband. She was unwilling and only wanted to marry me, so her parents' efforts were all thwarted by her. She even declared that she would be willing to be my concubine. Her parents had no choice but to confine her at home, preventing her from going out. They forcibly arranged a marriage for her. She cried every day. One day, she escaped in the middle of the night while her family was not paying attention. A little girl traveling at night was discovered by bandits and was abducted. The next day, her parents found out she had run away and began searching everywhere. By the time they found her, she had already become a corpse. The death of the beautiful girl was not my intention, yet was due to me. After discussing it with my fiancé's family, I brought that girl into my home with the rights of a concubine. Her corpse was buried in the ancestral grave of Wanshou Mountain. I also took good care of her family. At this point, the groom paused before continuing. Some things should not be initiated. Once they are started, endless troubles will follow. Chapter 49. The symbiotic array. The subsequent story made Jiang Xia, Yi, and Ling Ji once again refreshed their understanding of the treachery of human hearts. Many young women happily imitated, first refusing the marriages arranged by their families. Then, they threatened their relatives with a piece of white silk, saying that if they did not marry young Master Lu, they would rather die. Their relatives would then go to the homes of the men to cause a scene. Should they manage it? But why should he be responsible for those unrelated people? Should they ignore it? With a line like, "Do you want to kill our daughter? Do you want to kill us, scholar? Do you think someone like you deserves to read the classics?" These parents mostly indulged their daughters' mischief for the sake of money. If they truly cared for their daughters, they should persuade them to let go. Better to be a humble wife than a high-status concubine. Moreover, his family was just ordinary merchants. Apart from being somewhat well-off, their social status was very low. They were the kind of people anyone could trample on. What was there to fight over for a concubine of someone like him? Why should they risk their lives over a concubine? It was simply that their parents were jealous of how well his family had handled the burial of the first deceased girl. He could see through the game, but could not stop its development. He was even more powerless to change the board. A moment of weakness had forced him into a dilemma. Later, unable to bear the disturbance, they reported it to the authorities, but it did not solve anything. So they further indulged those people, and thus they decided to move. Perhaps it was precisely because of this decision that stimulated them, making them even crazier, even more frenzied. The final outcome of the story was one that angered both gods and men. The women who loved but could not have set a trap. They kidnapped young Master Lu's fiancée. They sent him a letter saying that as long as he dared to go alone to Wanshou Mountain to rescue his fiancée, they would believe their love was unbreakable. They would let go. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. For the safety of his fiancée's life and to persuade them, young Master Lu went up the mountain alone. As promised, he went to the halfway point of Wanshou Mountain. He did not see his fiancée, but saw several women dressed in red wedding garments. They asked young Master Lu, Are we beautiful? Young Master Lu noticed that those girls seemed a bit delusional in being alone. He did not dare to say anything that might anger them. At first, he just remained silent. But as they pressed him repeatedly, young Master Lu chose a middle ground response. All brides are beautiful. This statement seemed to trigger something, and they began to laugh maniacally. One of them, taking advantage of young Master Lu's moment of inattention, quietly approached him from behind and struck him on the neck with a stone. Young Master Lu fainted on the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a blood array. His limbs were nailed to the ground with wooden stakes, unable to move. Inside his body, it felt as if millions of ants were gnawing at him, a fine, dense pain covering his entire being. Those brides in wedding attire stood at the edge of the blood array, using their blood and his blood to draw a formation that imprisoned him in life and death. They also imprisoned themselves. After he bled to death, those brides would also hang themselves around him. Fortunately, his fiancée left Wansho Mountain alive. After death, they were all trapped in this formation, unable to enter reincarnation. They could not leave. The grievances of their lives ended here. The grievances after death only multiplied. His relatives burned down the mansion and many servants, especially this mansion, which had been blessed by a high monk and had been arranged with formations to effectively prevent those female spirits from approaching him. At first, young Master Lu hid in the mansion, feeling peaceful and carefree. It felt even better than when he was alive. He did not have to deal with the likes or dislikes, real or fake, nor worry about burdening his family. No matter how those female spirits caused a ruckus, there were stewards and guards outside to handle it, so he did not need to report to him. For him, this was another kind of liberation. Until those female spirits splashed the mansion walls with human blood, trying to pollute the formation. Young Master Lu did not want to interfere, feeling that their actions would eventually bring about their own doom. He was focused on finding a way to leave this place and reincarnate. Unfortunately, every attempt failed. It was then he realized he had been trapped here by them. As long as they were not destroyed, he would never be able to leave. As for marrying, it was actually a way to protect the living. Many people, if you spoke to them nicely, saying that there were female spirits trying to harm him and inviting him to temporarily hide in the mansion, they would not only refuse to listen, but would think he was the bad guy. They believed the words of the female spirits without question. On this point, Jiang Xia completely agreed. Naturally rebellious, who isn't like that? In her past life, she was the same, disliking when others said, "I'm doing this to save you. I'm doing this for your own good." Anyone who said that to her, she would get angry and even do the opposite. After hearing the whole story, "Dao," he said, "if I'm not mistaken, that formation might be the symbiotic array." It refers to the formation where young Master Lu's limbs were nailed in the last moment of his life, surrounded by the female spirits in a circle. The symbiotic array connects the lives of two people or even multiple people together. In life and death, they're entangled across lifetimes. Because it goes against the natural order, it is classified as a forbidden array. The lives of those female spirits are now completely intertwined with yours. The following words were that if one female spirit died, the others in the symbiotic array would be injured, but not fatally. Once the number of dead symbiotic spirits exceeded half, the remaining spirits would also soon scatter due to various accidents. Jiang Xia's heart sank. She regretted acting too early. Dao noticed Jiang Xia's unease and comforted her. There are many symbiotic spirits. Killing one or two won't have a significant impact. Jiang Xia nodded, while once again feeling amazed. The world is vast and full of wonders. She had never heard of such a formation before. Was there really no way to break the symbiotic array? Dao, he shook his head. I don't know. I only saw records of the symbiotic array in ancient texts. I don't know its structure, nor do I know if there's a way to break it. Dao bowed to young Master Lu. I'm sorry. Ling Ji also said a prayer for young Master Lu. Amit Ba. Jiang Xia thought to herself. The great Dao has 50, and the heavens transform into 49. Humanity escapes one. Others may not have a way, but she, as a celestial mechanic, could see what others could not. Perhaps she had a way. Maybe she was young Master Lu's only glimmer of hope. Just as she was about to say something, an urgent voice from the young servant outside interrupted. Young Master, that group has started a riot. They are killing everywhere, claiming to act on behalf of heaven. Young Master Lu was not facing this scene for the first time. He calmly instructed, "Close the doors and let them play hide and seek until it's safe to send them away." Yes, the young servant left in response. Jiang Xia noticed the young servant's face showed no signs of worry. Instead, he looked cheerful. A bit confused, she could not help but ask, "He seems very happy?" Young Master Lu explained, "During the great calamity of heaven, Wanshou Mountain also underwent a change, splitting into two, one yin and one yang. The Wanshou Mountain we usually see is only the yang side. The yin side only manifests on certain special days. Only on those days do the yin and yang sides merge into one, becoming the true Wanshou Mountain. The 15th day of the 8th month is one of those days. For the rest of the time, the yin side exists in another layer of space. It is desolate, cold, everything heavy like stagnant water. This rare day of release makes everyone very happy. In the past, protecting the living was a task. Now, protecting the living is a joy, naturally making them happy. Although they are paper figures, they are all brought to life, possessing the spirit and emotions of real people, such as joy and anger. Chapter 50 Black Chains. After the newcomers entered, they were assisted by the matchmaker to the main hall. Afterward, except for the brides who stood there motionless, the other strange beings all sat down and began chatting. The trial takers, who were there in the capacity of the bride's family, were led to the courtyard where Jiang Xia was previously located. The trial takers brought here by the female specters met up with the trial takers from the bride's family. After exchanging some information, they decided to turn over this big mansion. As they erupted into action, all the lanterns around them suddenly went out. This left the people who had just acted confused. What happened? How did all the lanterns go out at once? Indeed, this groom specter was not a good thing, right? Find it and eliminate it. While they were communicating, the strange beings quickly removed the tokens from under the lanterns and hid away. Whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind swept through the mansion. Everyone quickly felt a chilling aura surrounding them. Some trial takers dressed lightly could not help but fold their arms, asking, "Did you feel like the temperature suddenly dropped?" Hee hee hee. A creepy voice echoed. "Welcome everyone to the Lu family mansion. The hide-and-seek game begins now. As long as you find one of us, you can obtain a token. Game start." Hee hee hee. "Come find me." Another voice chimed in. I'm here. Voices echoed one after another. These sounds were sometimes near and sometimes far, floating unpredictably, making it impossible to discern their source. Thus, there was no way to locate the positions of the strange beings based on sound. A trial taker near the red lantern approached it and looked closely. Indeed, the token hanging under the lantern was gone. These strange beings were truly despicable, using the tokens to trick them in, and now they want to play some game with the tokens. Wasn't it just to separate them and take them out one by one? The group whispered among themselves, discussing whether to set the place on fire. Hide and seek? Meng Xianghua, while stroking the thunder tiger beside her, loudly asked, "If you become invisible, how can we find you? If you want to play a game, we need to set some rules first." Hearing this, the other trial takers secretly admired her. As expected of someone from one of the 5 great families, she has the courage to negotiate with the strange beings. They stopped whispering and decided to observe the situation first. "Okay, we'll take turns speaking," came the voice of the strange beings. Meng Xianghua replied, "You go first. This is a hide-and-seek game. Once you find us, you must not attack us. If you violate this rule, even if you find us, we won't give you a single token." This was the condition set by the strange beings. They were strange beings, not immortal. They also feared death. However, not everyone could eliminate them. Meng Xianghua addressed the others. "Did everyone hear that? I hope everyone can abide by this rule. If anyone violates it, I can guarantee they will become the public enemy of the 5 great families and will be hunted down by them." No one wanted to become the public enemy of the 5 great families, so everyone voiced their agreement to follow the rule. Then, Meng Xianghua, representing the trial takers, asked the strange beings, "Should this rule apply to you as well? You also can't eliminate us?" The strange beings had brought them here, essentially to protect them from the female specter's persecution, so they naturally wouldn't harm them. Thus they answered decisively, "That is natural." "Good, then if anyone here is missing, believe me, whether I can leave here or not, The 5 great families will definitely send people to flatten this place, threatening the strange beings. Meng Xianghua was quite at ease and unafraid. The strange beings chuckled a few times and replied with one word, fine. Finally, Meng Xianghua proposed her own rule. During the hide-and-seek, you cannot use your racial abilities to become invisible or float. You must play this game like normal humans. What a clever little girl. The strange beings praised in unison. They also agreed. Okay, with the rules set, the game could begin. Meng Xianghua said, I'll count to 10, and once I'm done, we'll start looking. After speaking, Meng Xianghua began the countdown. The others accepted to play this game for now, as there was no life-threatening danger. If they didn't follow the strange beings' requests, they would hide the tokens again. Where would they find them? After all, there was just a little over a day left until the trial ended, and there wasn't enough time to search all of Wanshou Mountain. Shushu really wanted to ask the strange beings why one person could get a token without participating in the game, but was held back by Jiang Xia. The countdown ended, and the hide-and-seek game officially began. Everyone scattered and started searching for the strange beings. The bride's family had completely forgotten about the brides. The brides, who were forgotten in the front hall, also heard the conversation between the strange beings and Meng Xianghua. When the game started, they tried to move and found that the previous restraints were gone and they could move again. So they tore off their wedding garments, preparing to join the game and search for the strange beings. The areas on their bodies that had changed also returned to normal. Jiang Xia already had a token, so she said to Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji, You go too. What about you? I already have a token. I'll wait here for you. After you find the token, come back here to find me. Okay. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji didn't think of anything else. And after saying goodbye to young Master Lu, they left the courtyard to join the hide-and-seek game. Once they left, Jiang Xia could finally unleash her abilities. She solemnly said to young Master Lu, Young Master Lu, I have some talent in formations. You sit there and don't move. Let me see if I can solve your issue. Young Master Lu smiled and said, all right. For him, time had stopped long ago. He had already seen everything with indifference. He didn't take Jiang Xia as words to heart and just cooperated mechanically. Jiang Xia sat down on the ground, opened her heavenly eye, and looked at young Master Lu. She saw that above young Master Lu's soul, there was a formation that was invisible to the naked eye, constantly operating. The formation patterns were black and red, resembling blood and demons, giving a strange feeling. Young Master Lu's soul was at the center of the formation, from which extended several invisible chains. The chains were all black, reaching towards the sky and disappearing into the void. One of the black chains had broken its link and drooped to one side. Jiang Xia had seen this black chain on the female specters she had eliminated before. At that time, she didn't know what it was and didn't investigate it. Now it seemed that these chains were the things connecting young Master Lu's life to those female specters' lives. However, it was unclear whether destroying the chains was enough or if she needed to unravel the formation to break the connection. Time was pressing, so she suppressed her wandering thoughts and focused on understanding the structure of the formation and the meaning of each rune. Only by understanding these could she know the answer. Otherwise, it would all be empty talk. Chapter 51. Racing against time, the symbiotic formation consists of thousands of individual runes. It is made up of several groups of individual runes. These groups combine with one another to form a structure. Within these groups or structures, there may also be embedded 1 or 2 individual runes. The way they are constructed is completely different from the arrangement of interstellar runes. If it weren't for her having disassembled the heavenly gang runes of this world earlier, giving her a rough understanding of the structure of the runes in this world, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult now. Even the individual runes are written in a way that differs from interstellar ones. Therefore, unlocking this symbiotic formation is not an ordinary challenge. The difficulty is not a problem. She can first memorize all the runes and then study them slowly afterward. When she figures out a solution, she can return to Wanshou Mountain. When the positive and negative sides of Wanshou Mountain merge into one, she can help young Master Lu solve the issue of this symbiotic formation as well. Jiang Xia's mind was racing, quickly memorizing these runes from left to right. Group by group, her eyes remained fixed on the formation, and her hands moved slightly in front of her, using her own method to remember these runes. Each time she memorized a group, she stored them in a certain place in her memory center. She categorized and recorded them bit by bit. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. By the time dawn broke, she had only managed to memorize 1/5 of it. This large mansion could shield against divine sense scanning. And with poor visibility at night, none of the trial participants found the strange creatures during the hide-and-seek game. Consequently, no one obtained a token. As dawn arrived, visibility improved, which was very advantageous for the trial participants. Familiar participants began to gather together. After searching for several hours without even a glimpse of the strange creatures, they became somewhat irritable, especially since they hadn't eaten all night and were a bit hungry. They gathered to eat something, take a break, and discuss strategies together. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji also came together, but they were not in a hurry. They understood the reason and purpose behind the strange creatures playing hide-and-seek with the trial participants, so they knew that no one would be able to catch them at that moment. Thus, they continued to eat and drink without any urgency. Even when they encountered the corpse craftsmen, they discussed whether the combat power of the corpse puppets could be enhanced further based on the current capabilities, such as teaching the corpse puppets some simple attack formations or defense formations. The corpse craftsman continued to lead his army of corpse puppets in that courtyard, unconcerned about the hide-and-seek game outside. He simply waited quietly. If trial participants broke in, he wouldn't inquire, allowing them to search around before leaving. The courtyard where young Master Lu was located had activated its concealment formation after Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji left, rendering it hidden. No one could find this courtyard before the game ended. Even if Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji wanted to come back, it was impossible. Even cultivators, with their eyes fixed on the void for an extended period, their minds racing and not daring to be the slightest bit negligent under such high pressure. After a night without sleep, Jiang Xia's eyes were now bloodshot. Young Master Lu watched Jiang Xia and wanted to advise her to take a break, to say that she had endured for thousands of years and that continuing like this wouldn't matter. He wanted to say that he didn't care about the outcome, that her effort was enough. But each time he opened his mouth, he closed it again. Could one really get used to such days? Impossible. No one could ever get used to being controlled by others. Jiang Xia did not notice young Master Lu's hesitation and small movements. She was entirely focused on her own world, immersed in the realm of runes. Even mere memorization of some profound runes related to space, time, and life consumed a great deal of mental energy. Moreover, dealing with these profound runes meant touching upon some rules, the great principles, etc., which were beyond what her current cultivation could support. Fortunately, she was only memorizing these runes and not trying to understand them. Otherwise, even with her identity as a celestial mechanist, she would still struggle to escape the fate of being assimilated by the great principles and dissipating into the universe. Right now, Jiang Xia was essentially dancing on the edge of death. At the same time, she was racing against time. A moment of carelessness could cost her life. She dared not rest, her mind highly focused. In the evening, just before complete darkness fell, Meng Qianghua caught a strange creature and successfully obtained a token from it. This news quickly spread to other trial participants. The timing of this news was very timely, soothing the restless crowd. An hour later, another trial participant caught a strange creature and successfully got a token. This news spread, further invigorating the trial participants. They attributed this success to their familiarity with the terrain, making their search more effective. They were completely unaware that the strange creatures were letting them catch them. In this mansion, there were formations constantly in operation, and the strange creatures could easily hide within a formation, making it impossible for the trial participants to find them, unless they could decipher the formations. But they hadn't even discovered the formations, let alone deciphered them. Half an hour later, news came again that someone had caught a strange creature and obtained a token, which boosted the confidence of others even more. As time gradually approached midnight, more and more trial participants obtained tokens. However, there were only 100 tokens, and as the number of people receiving tokens increased, the remaining participants became increasingly anxious. At this moment, some people chose another way to play the hide-and-seek game. Instead of catching the strange creatures, they turned to catch their companions who had already obtained tokens, demanding they hand over their tokens. The game rule stated that they could not harm the strange creatures, but it did not say they could not harm their companions. In the aftermath, even Meng Qianghua could not say anything about it. As time passed, the bloodshot veins in Jiang Xia's eyes increased, and her mental energy gradually depleted. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, her lips were dry and white, and her expression was haggard. It seemed like she would collapse to the ground at any moment. At this time, young Master Lu could no longer hold back and spoke up. "Take a break, child. I'm Fine." Engrossed in her own world, Jiang Xia did not hear him speak. She had completely entered another realm, her eyes filled only with runes, completely unaware of anything else. Even time had slipped her mind. Young Master Lu tried to persuade her a few times, but seeing that he couldn't sway her, he understood that Jiang Xia had entered a state akin to meditation, and it was best not to disturb her. He continued to sit, hoping that Jiang Xia would awaken soon. Otherwise, forcibly sending her back to her original world would disrupt her current state and could cause harm. At 11 o'clock on the night of the 15th of August, the strange creatures had distributed all 100 tokens and then used their racial traits to hide, no longer caring about anything else. In another hour, these people would be able to leave entirely. They only needed to ensure that these people were not harmed by the female strange creatures. As for their infighting, that was a matter for the humans themselves and had nothing to do with the strange creatures. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji also each obtained a token. They wanted to reunite with Jiang Xia. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find the previous courtyard. They tried to find a strange creature to ask, but after a few turns, they couldn't even see any strange creatures. At 11:30, Jiang Xia's mental energy was pushed to the limit, and the bloodshot veins in her eyes became even more pronounced. They were so pronounced that her eyes appeared filled with blood, with no white visible. She had memorized all the thousands of runes. Now, she was recording the construction of the formation, the arrangement methods, and the direction of the stellar energy flowing within the runes. If she did not record these, merely inscribing the runes without connecting them would be useless. Chapter 52, The Second Trial Ground, August 15th, 11:50 p.m. The air became heavy once again. Invisible black clouds rolled and boiled between Mount Wanshou. At 11:59 p.m., the shaded side of Mount Wanshou gradually detached from the sunlit side. The testers could not understand these changes but could feel the tearing in the air and the instability of their souls. Those who were still fighting quickly ceased hostilities, sitting down to stabilize their spirits. August 16th, 12:00 a.m. The shaded side of Mount Wanshou disappeared again, moving to another space. Mount Wanshou returned to the moonless, dark night. All testers returned to the familiar Mount Wanshou. Those holding tokens rushed to the bamboo shed. As long as they reached the bamboo shed smoothly, others could no longer attack. Those without tokens also hurried to the bamboo shed, aiming to intercept the token holders at a distance from the shed. When Mount Wanshou returned to its usual appearance, Jiang Xia spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji immediately released their spiritual senses to scan the mountain forest, searching for Jiang Xia's figure. The corpse craftsman also searched for Jiang Xia at the first opportunity. In the last second before the shaded side of Mount Wanshou detached from the sunlit side, young Master Lu used a formation to send Dao, Yi, Ling Ji, and the corpse craftsman near Jiang Xia. He was the master of the large estate, and everything that happened within it could not escape his notice. He knew that the corpse craftsman had taken 2 tokens from the steward, giving one to Jiang Xia. So he believed the corpse craftsman would protect her. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji had always been with Jiang Xia, so they should be friends and might also protect her. Thus, he sent the 3 of them to Jiang Xia's side for her protection. When they found Jiang Xia, they were shocked by her condition. They quickly fed her a medicinal pill and then carried her towards the bamboo shed. The first trial of the hunter's trial came to an end. 100 qualified individuals boarded the spaceship heading to the next trial location, the forest maze. It would take 7 days to reach the forest maze, just enough time for the injured to recover. Jiang Xia was one of those recovering. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji asked her how she got injured, and she simply said it was due to exhaustion of her mental power while studying formations, without going into details. The corpse craftsman continued to act alone. No one dared to provoke him, nor approach him. The forest maze was naturally formed, a tropical rainforest. The content of this trial was to drop testers from above the tropical rainforest and they needed to exit the forest maze within 10 days to pass the trial. Each tester wore an armband issued by the Hunter Association. This armband allowed for real-time location tracking, enabling the supervising hunters to understand everyone's position. Additionally, the armband had a distress signal function. If they encountered insurmountable danger, they could press the only button on the armband, which would create a protective light circle around them. It would also send a distress signal to the supervising hunters, who would then conduct a rescue. There were 10 supervising hunters, each stationed in 10 different locations in the forest for easy rescue. The tropical rainforest was rainy, and when the spaceship arrived above the forest maze, it was indeed raining. It was drizzling, not too heavy, but also not light. A layer of white mist rose above the forest, obscuring the internal conditions of the forest. Everyone drew lots and jumped down from the spaceship in order. The spaceship was about 100 meters above the ground, a height that wouldn't be fatal for them. If they couldn't even manage this first step, they might as well not participate in the subsequent trials. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how they died. Jiang Xia drew number 15, Dao Yi drew number 6, and Ling Ji drew number 19. The spaceship remained stationary, and the first person jumped down in order. After each person jumped, those behind them would jump down after a 5-minute interval. Finally, it was Jiang Xia's turn. She said a temporary goodbye to Dao, Yi, and the others. With her legs slightly bent, she leaped. This was Jiang Xia's first time jumping down like this. There was no fear, only excitement. She opened her spiritual senses and could clearly perceive the conditions on the ground. Below was a river. Jiang Xia praised the Hunter Association. The landing point was chosen quite well, provided there were no dangers in the river. As she approached the river's surface, Jiang Xia shot a blast of truth towards the river, using the recoil to cushion her descent. She took out several pieces of wood from her space and dropped them down as landing points. After throwing a few, she chose the nearest one to land on. These pieces of wood were prepared when she was gathering supplies in interstellar space, and she had also prepared some simple rafts and boats. She planned to use the wood as landing points first, and then fly out over the river like in martial arts dramas. Therefore, she wouldn't need the boat. Just as she landed on a piece of wood, the water below began to stir. Suddenly, a current surged, pulling Jiang Xia down towards the riverbed. Jiang Xia had no experience in underwater combat, and after struggling a few times and finding she couldn't break free, she allowed herself to be pulled down. Being skilled means being bold. She wanted to see what this strange current was up to. At the same time, she was distracted, wondering if those who jumped down before her were also pulled to the riverbed or if she was the only one. She didn't hold her breath. How could she breathe smoothly? Jiang Xia belatedly realized that the armband issued by the Hunter Association was emitting a faint light, forming a light circle that enveloped her. It not only protected her from the water, but also allowed her to breathe freely underwater. This landing point was chosen by the Hunter Association. They couldn't possibly be unaware of the river's conditions. This meant that being pulled into the riverbed was anticipated by the Hunter Association. Therefore, it was very likely that others were also pulled into the riverbed. After descending for an unknown distance, Jiang Xia saw that the river water had layers. Very distinct layers. The layer of water she was currently in was somewhat dim, resembling a normal riverbed. Below this layer of water, there was actually a faint glow. There was light. At the junction of the two layers of water, there seemed to be a clear boundary line separating them. The darkness above did not affect the light below. The light below could not reach above. There were secrets at the riverbed. As the current continued to pull her down, Jiang Xia carefully felt as she passed through the boundary. Aside from the normal water resistance, there was no other obstruction, nor any discomfort. The current that had been pulling her down disappeared after she crossed the boundary. It seemed that the purpose of the current was to bring her here. At the same time, the resistance of the water in this layer also decreased. She tried moving her limbs and found it relatively easy. The faint light at the bottom of the water allowed her to see some things clearly. There were some artificial hills at the bottom, oddly shaped and somewhat grotesque. There were also some humanoid stone statues standing, each with different forms. She heard some muffled sounds in her ears, resembling crying, laughing, or whispering. Upon listening closely, they also sounded like the wind. After listening for a while, Jiang Xia felt somewhat dazed, wanting to go down and take a look, wanting to join them. In her previous life, she was a poor swimmer, and in this life, she hadn't learned to swim either. Now she could only awkwardly paddle like a dog to propel herself forward. She swam towards a group of artificial hills and stone statues. Chapter 53, Black Pollution. As she approached, she realized that the humanoid stone statue was not a statue at all, but a human corpse. Those grotesque and somewhat terrifying rock formations were the remains of various monstrous beasts, and they were shattered corpses. The standing corpses looked bizarre no matter how one viewed them. Whimpering voices whispered in Jiang Xia's ears, sometimes distant and sometimes near, intertwining different sounds, searching for a brainwave frequency that resonated with Jiang Xia. These voices carried pollution. Unprepared, Jiang Xia had already been contaminated by these sounds and drifted close to the corpses. Her expression was somewhat dazed and somewhat dreamy. Standing at the bottom of the river, looking at the surrounding corpses, a scene suddenly appeared before her. A sky filled with yellow sand, sounds of fighting, shouts, cries, calls, farewells, reminders, and so on, all intertwined like a battlefield or a scene of parting. Familiar and unfamiliar faces flickered before her eyes. Each face was filled with the tragic determination of facing death, written with the resolve to fight for their loved ones, friends, and country to escape the passage of time. A sorrowful atmosphere permeated the air, gradually chipping away at Jiang Xia's defenses. Finally, as this sorrow resonated with Jiang Xia, her emotions began to turn sad, and the scene began to shift. Brothers, charge! Kill one for value, kill two, and it's a profit. A life for a life, fighting style. They fought bravely to protect their homeland, each one dying tragically. A tear silently slid down the corner of Jiang Xia's eye. At that moment, her emotions resonated. Looking at the dry corpses around her now felt like seeing her loved ones, her friends. The corpses of the monstrous beasts also reminded her of comrades who once fought side by side. The sorrowful emotion grew stronger. Just as Jiang Xia was immersed in this sadness and unable to extricate herself, moss began to crawl up her feet. This moss was identical to the lichen on the surrounding corpses. Unaware and unfeeling, Jiang Xia's gaze gradually dimmed. With only one thought in her mind, my family and friends are over here. Where can I go? Where else can I go? I want to stay. To accompany them here. As these thoughts surged in her heart, the moss crawled up faster. It quickly climbed up Jiang Xia's legs, then to her hips, waist. The light in Jiang Xia's eyes faded little by little, until only darkness remained. The moss swiftly crawled up Jiang Xia's head, completely covering her. If an outsider were to come, they would not be able to tell the difference between Jiang Xia and the other corpses. Perhaps Jiang Xia's body was a bit fatter. After all, the other corpses were all emaciated. In her sea of consciousness, Jiang Xia's spirit curled up in a corner, hugging her legs, filled with sadness and insecurity. Black mist enveloped Jiang Xia's spirit, gradually polluting her. Immersed in sorrow, Jiang Xia recalled countless sad events from her past life and this life. In her past life, as a worker, she diligently worked every day, only to be denied by her superiors and bullied by her colleagues. The school taught her to be kind to others, while society taught her that kindness could lead to being taken advantage of. The moment her faith collapsed, her mind followed suit. She just wanted to escape, to distance herself from the noise of the world, seeking a rural life of planting vegetables. Even if it was hard and tiring, it didn't matter. Unfortunately, even that required money to sustain. She had no money. In this life, she was abandoned at birth. It could be said that it was a catastrophic start. Even with the memories of an adult, she did not know who her abandoning family was. She was discarded, left in a pile of trash. The sorrow peaked at this moment, and she felt as if the entire world despised her, abandoned her. What is the meaning of living? Woo-woo. As Jiang Xia's sadness deepened, the black pollution's impact on her spirit accelerated. Black spots crawled up her skin. The black spots gradually expanded. Once these black spots completely polluted Jiang Xia's spirit, there would be no more Jiang Xia in this world. Suddenly, a light appeared in Jiang Xia's sea of consciousness. That light was warm and gentle. It transformed into a hand, covering Jiang Xia's head just as the black pollution was about to completely engulf her. A warm current flowed through Jiang Xia's entire body. The beam of light turned into countless stars and dissipated as if it had never existed. The sorrow gradually receded from Jiang Xia's heart, and the warm current surged within her. The black pollution retreated in response to this warm flow, emitting unwilling, sharp, and piercing screams. Jiang Xia's fighting spirit gradually returned, and starlight began to appear in her eyes. In her past life, she had been bullied to the point of going crazy. They say not to provoke honest people. Once an honest person truly gets angry, not everyone can bear it. With nothing left to live for, what did she care about? After that moment of madness, no one dared to bully her again. Although work was still busy, and she earned little money, which she couldn't save, life suddenly became much better than before. Her spirit was liberated, and when she faced everything again, although everything was still the same, it was no longer the same. In this life, she had Jiang Lang, Aunt Li, and others who loved her. She also had top-tier star bones. Growing was just a matter of time. A bright future lay ahead. At this moment, Jiang Xia's fighting spirit soared. The black pollution was defeated and retreated from Jiang Xia's sea of consciousness. The lichen covering Jiang Xia's body also began to dissipate little by little. Consciousness returned. This time, the whimpering sounds drifting around the bottom of the water no longer held power over Jiang Xia. They were just ordinary sounds of flowing water. As the water flowed through the holes in the corpses, it produced different sounds depending on the size of the holes. These sounds intertwined to form the whimpering sounds, resembling human cries and shouts. The lichen on her body completely faded, and Jiang Xia regained her freedom. After moving her arms and legs and feeling no abnormalities, she finally relaxed. She walked through the mountain of corpses, simultaneously scanning the surroundings with her spirit. It seemed there was some restriction at the bottom of the water, preventing Jiang Xia's spirit from probing far. At most, she could only scan 100 meters. Jiang Xia sotet in being, wanting to find the source of the pollution that had nearly killed her. What she saw, aside from the different corpses, was nothing else. So she could only take action to look for anomalies. She used her sword to scrape off the moss on the corpses, which fell off like ordinary moss without any other reaction. The part of the corpse that was scraped did not become covered by moss again. Taking out the truth used to eliminate anomalies, she directed it at the corpses and the bottom of the water. Jiang Xia classified all these invisible and intangible things as anomalies, so using karmic fire to burn them was definitely the right choice. Although this was underwater, karmic fire was not ordinary fire and was not afraid of mundane water. Did this slightly glowing water emit light? Or did it contain microorganisms that could emit light? Uncertain, she decided to take back a sample for research. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia took out a jade bottle, removed the cap, and the water automatically poured into the jade bottle. Once it was full, Jiang Xia capped the bottle and used her mental power to clean the outside, ensuring it didn't pick up any suspicious substances before storing it separately in her space. The places burned by karmic fire showed no reaction. There were no special screeching sounds. Jiang Xia furrowed her brows, deepening her confusion about this forest of corpses. If there was nothing abnormal, how had she nearly died here? With this thought, Jiang Xia felt even more furious. Directly moving upstream, when I reach more than 2 meters above the corpse forest, I will directly take out the Heavenly Gang's true fire cannon and conduct a carpet-style covering fire. No matter what kind of monster or strange creature you are, I will directly cover you with firepower. If this firepower is not effective, then I'll switch to another type. I'll go through them one by one, and there will surely be one that can hurt you. Chapter 54. Black Wuchang. The area of the corpse forest is vast. Corpses stand densely upright at the bottom of the water, and from her perspective, it looks like a jungle. The first round of fire coverage took Jiang Xia half an hour. In this fire coverage, she accidentally saved a person. This person also came to participate in the hunter trials and jumped off the spaceship before Jiang Xia. He is also one of the few people in the trials who dress strangely. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Xia remembered him. This person is the one dressed somewhat like a black and white Wuchang, and his name seems to be Black Wuchang. Only this one person appeared. The rest were all dried corpses left from before. This means that not everyone gets swept to the bottom of the river. What luck! Is it good or bad? After Black Wuchang escaped danger, he looked around and moved his limbs. The flames around were blazing as if burning something, and it felt like nature itself. Though he had never seen the flames of karma, he could tell that the fire burning at the bottom of the water was certainly not ordinary fire. He had been trapped longer than Jiang Xia. Although his body was unharmed, he felt some mental pollution. When he noticed Jiang Xia, she was also looking at him. He quickly swam to her side and said, "Thanks." Jiang Xia replied, "You're welcome." She had also unintentionally saved someone and didn't want to take credit for it. Jiang Xia listened carefully, distinguishing the muffled sounds, trying to confirm if there were any other noises, such as eerie hissing sounds. At the same time, she activated her heavenly eye to inspect the corpses. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, apart from the black mist surrounding the corpses, no other abnormalities could be seen. The karma fire could burn this black mist, but it couldn't burn it all away. This black mist should be a product of the environment here, possessing a certain level of pollution and transmission capability. Jiang Xia was torn in her heart, debating whether to completely destroy this place. If she were to destroy it, how would she do it? With so many corpses, it would be easy to damage them, but the aftermath will be difficult. The main issue was clearing the black gas, which posed a considerable challenge. And what was that current that pulled her down from the river surface? If she wanted to destroy this place, would that current cause trouble? Another thing was that the ecosystem here had already formed. Would recklessly destroying the corpse forest disrupt the ecological environment? This was a bit too far in thought. Having been influenced by the sustainable ecological environmental protection from her previous life, Jiang Xia couldn't help but think of this issue when she wanted to destroy a place. She didn't know if this was fortunate or unfortunate. If she didn't destroy it, Jiang Xia felt somewhat unwilling. It always felt like she hadn't avenged her near-death experience. Jiang Xia felt indignant. So she switched to a different truth and continued to fire at the corpse forest. This time, she switched to a truth with spatial blades. After a few shots, the affected corpses were torn apart, some collapsing directly. That strange current appeared again, sweeping Jiang Xia and Black Wuchang out. When Jiang Xia came to her senses, she had already been thrown onto the shore. It was a real throw, landing her in a disheveled state, completely humiliated. While it didn't hurt much, as her cultivation provided her with decent defense, she hardly felt any pain from the fall. Soaking wet, water dripping down. Black Wuchang next to her was about the same. Jiang Xia was furious. She stood up and yelled at the river. "You dead thing pulled me into the water. Almost killed me, and when I slightly fought back, you threw me out again? Can't play fair, huh? If you can't handle it, then don't play. You can only win, not lose. I'm going to take you down today." It must be said that Jiang Xia had a rebellious streak in her. She was hesitating about whether to destroy it earlier, but after being thrown out, her anger flared up, and she directly wanted to annihilate the place. She didn't consider the aftermath or ecological issues anymore. After saying that, Jiang Xia jumped straight into the river and swam downstream. Black Wuchang was left stunned. He had seen people seeking benefits and avoiding harm, seen those who fawned over power, seen those who dodged danger. But he had never seen anyone so angrily cursing and relentlessly pursuing like this. He didn't even give him the chance to stop her from jumping in. Forget it. He might as well change his clothes first. He walked behind a big tree. When he returned to the riverbank, he had changed his clothes, and his hair was dry. However, he still wore the outfit of Black Wuchang. This outfit seemed changed, but also seemed unchanged. He didn't leave directly. He wanted to wait for Jiang Xia. In a way, he wanted to see what would happen next, and also hoped to accompany her. Looking around, from the terrain and environment here, it was clear that this was not the section of the river under the spaceship. He didn't know if they had deviated from that section of the river while at the river bottom, or if they had intentionally deviated when the current swept them up. Overthinking this issue was pointless. There would be no answer. While waiting for Jiang Xia to return, he took the opportunity to sit cross-legged, meditating, trying to clear the pollution attached to his sea of consciousness. Jiang Xia was still diving down to the river bottom. Her swimming skills weren't great, so her speed was somewhat slow. But no matter how slow, she would eventually reach the bottom of the water, where she saw the ordinary, mundane muddy riverbed and some aquatic creatures crawling around. Jiang Xia was furious. She immediately started cursing. "Go to hell, you coward. If you have the guts, don't hide. Come out." She swore for half an hour without repeating a single sentence. She scared all the surrounding fish and shrimp away, not daring to appear before her for fear of being implicated. After venting, Jiang Xia calmed down a bit. Her spiritual sense could not detect where that special water area was. Jiang Xia had a guess. That water area probably required special conditions to enter. Perhaps it was only by being chosen by that strange current that one could be dragged in and then thrown out. Otherwise, it would be impossible to freely enter and exit that water area. Forget it. She still had to continue participating in the trials. So she wouldn't argue with it here. However, since she was already here and came empty-handed, she couldn't go back empty-handed. She decided to catch some fish and shrimp to fill the food gap in her space, and also to taste the flavor of the local aquatic life. After spending nearly another hour, she caught many fish, shrimp, and shells before returning to the shore. Upon returning, she noticed that Black Wuchang hadn't left and curiously asked, "Why didn't you leave?" He replied, "Waiting for you." Jiang Xia. That's unnecessary. But since he had waited, she couldn't say anything hurtful. She tossed a fish she had just caught to him. "You kill the fish and I'll come back to cook it." This counted as agreeing to travel together. They had jumped off the spaceship at noon. Now the sun was about to set, and it was time to prepare dinner. This fish was large, somewhat resembling a whale from her past life. It was over 2 meters long, enough for 2 people to have a meal. Black Wuchang. He silently held down the flopping fish and quietly punched it. Once the fish was stunned, he picked it up, went to the riverbank, and took out a dagger from his space, starting to gut it. Jiang Xia hid behind a big tree, using the cover of the grass and trees to change her clothes and wring out her hair. Then she searched in the woods for some wild vegetables and returned to the riverbank. Black Wuchang was still scraping off the fish scales. She took out the stones from her space used for building a stove and constructed a simple cooking platform. These stones were collected from Wanshou Mountain. To make things convenient, she hadn't thrown them away at the time and had instead put them in her space for reuse. Now they came in handy again. Such a big fish definitely cannot be cooked in just one way. It must have both soup and grilled meat. The fish head is used for soup, and the fish meat is for grilling. As for the fish fins, she can keep them for herself to stew later. Thinking this way, she set up another fire to grill the fish. Chapter 55. The King of Serpents in the Forest, Mei's Jiang Xia did not take the term maze to heart. She had no interest in how to solve it. A naturally formed maze sounded impressive, but for someone like Jiang Xia, who was skilled and loved to study formations, it was merely an entry-level challenge. She could leave at any time if she wanted to. Instead, she was very interested in collecting various poisons and toxic strains found in the forest. These were all medicines. They were means of survival. Of course, she also needed to collect the antidotes near the poisons and toxic strains. She did not dare to use the poison she concocted in the interstellar realm, but she was willing to use those made from local toxins. He Wuchang followed her closely, watching her mess around and helping her collect things. More than that, he gathered wild vegetables and hunted magical beasts for food. It wasn't until the 9th day, just before the second trial was about to end, that Jiang Xia regretfully decided to leave the forest first to complete the trial task. If she wanted to come back here, she could do so later. Together with He Wuchang, she jumped onto the head of the great serpent, allowing it to carry them out of the forest. This serpent was hundreds of meters long, the king of snakes in the forest maze. Jiang Xia had fought it 3 times before taming it. In the first battle, she bound the Serpent King with a formation. Although the Serpent King was captured and its life was in Jiang Xia's hands, it looked at her with defiance, as if to say, "Even if you kill me, I will not submit." Jiang Xia was provoked by its rebellious gaze, and she felt rebellious too. She immediately decided that even if she did not eat its flesh, she would tame it. In the second battle, Jiang Xia used poison to incapacitate the Serpent King, causing it to collapse weakly on the ground. Its gaze towards Jiang Xia was filled with disdain, as if to say, "You only know these underhanded tricks." Jiang Xia, with a determination, decided to give up all means and tame it with her bare hands. In the third battle, Jiang Xia tamed the Serpent King with her fists. With each punch, she expressed her love, and if it did not submit, she kept hitting. Finally, after a night of beating, she managed to win over the Serpent King, who ultimately submitted to her. It had no choice. If it did not submit, it would get beaten. The beating was painful, especially when it was already injured, making it hurt even more. From then on, the Serpent King became Jiang Xia's mount in the forest maze. After putting in so much effort to tame it, she could not bear to eat it. Together, they searched for all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs in the forest. The Serpent King was much faster than Jiang Xia in finding things. It was very familiar with the forest and quickly led Jiang Xia and He Wuchang to the edge of it. Jiang Xia and He Wuchang jumped down. Standing in front of the Serpent King, Jiang Xia took out a star spirit medicine from her space and handed it to the Serpent King. "Little Serpent King, come, eat this medicine." This star spirit medicine was meant for pets in the interstellar realm, with the effect of enhancing intelligence, beneficial and harmless. The Serpent King had already gained some intelligence, much like a 3-year-old child. After spending several days together, Jiang Xia grew very fond of it and decided to help it out. After consuming this intelligence-enhancing medicine, the Serpent King's intelligence would grow to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child over the next year. With increased intelligence, its path of cultivation would also become smoother, and it might even have the chance to cultivate into a human form. The Serpent King sensed that the star spirit medicine was a good thing and swallowed it without hesitation. After swallowing, it rubbed its head against Jiang Xia to show its affection. Jiang Xia patted its head. "Little Serpent King, we are leaving now. You should cultivate well here. Don't cause trouble. You can kill, but you can't eat people, understand?" She had used her heavenly machine, Eye, to check the Serpent King's karma, confirming that it had never eaten a person before bringing it along, but must not be deceived by others. Understood? The Serpent King nodded, indicating that it understood. Jiang Xia chattered with the Serpent King for a while before bidding it farewell and turning to leave. They were now just a few steps away from the edge of the forest. As Jiang Xia and He Wuchang reached the forest's edge, they heard from their wristbands. Jiang Xia successfully exited the forest maze, second trial passed. He Wuchang successfully exited the forest maze, second trial passed. Soon, hunters stationed nearby approached them and led them to the gathering point. The gathering point was still that spaceship. They were to take this spaceship to the final trial. Once on the spaceship, Jiang Xia saw several familiar faces: Dao Yi, Ling Ji, Shi Jiang, Shu Shu, Jian Shi, Jin, and others. Dao Yi and Ling Ji came over, and Jiang Xia smiled and greeted them. Great, everyone passed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three of them found a secluded spot to chat about what happened in the forest. Jiang Xia mentioned being swept underwater by a current and seeing a forest of corpses. Dao Yi and Ling Ji both said they had not experienced such encounters and had never heard of it. Perhaps someone in the Hunter Association might know something about it. Otherwise, why would there be so many forbidden areas that people cannot easily enter, even cultivators? One must become a hunter first to step into those places. This indicates that those areas have some inexplicable phenomena and are prone to fatal dangers. The Hunter Association does this for 2 reasons. First, to block information and prevent public panic. Second, to protect untrained cultivators, preventing them from stepping into those places too early and facing death. Their conversation continued until evening. By this time, the second trial had ended. Those who did not exit the forest maze were eliminated and taken out by the hunters. Everyone who successfully exited the forest maze within 10 days was brought onto this spaceship. Before dinner, the Hunter Association gathered all who passed the trials in the hall. On the podium in the hall stood 3 hunters, 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man had a rugged face, weathered by time, with a serious expression and an air of sternness about him. The man and woman standing behind him lacked that imposing presence, appearing somewhat gentler. Once all the trial participants were gathered, the leading man began to speak. The final trial to become a hunter is about to begin. Before that, there is something I need to explain to you. Depending on your own magical attributes and personal preferences, you can choose to become hunters with different developmental directions. There are 3 categories for hunter development. First, historical archaeology. These hunters enjoy researching history and often go to uninhabited places to study it. Second, support type. This category is broad, including raising magical beasts, seeking delicacies, engaging in commerce, etc. As long as it helps hunters advance or improves the lives of hunters and even ordinary people, it can be included in this category. These hunters rarely go to the front lines and have lower combat requirements. Third, free exploration type. The highest number of hunters choose this category, and the death rate is also high. When unsolvable issues arise worldwide, they are handed over to them to resolve. Even if it costs lives, they must resolve the issues or suppress them to prevent danger from spreading. They also need to regularly patrol dangerous areas to confirm whether the danger level is rising and the status of dangerous species, etc. The purpose of sharing this with you is to allow you to choose what path you want to take in the future. You have until tomorrow morning at 8 to think about it. We will gather here again, and you can tell me your choices then. We will conduct different trials based on your choices. Dismissed. To Jiang Xia. This was essentially about choosing a career direction. Different career paths come with different levels of danger. Naturally, Jiang Xia would choose the most dangerous free exploration path. Her purpose for being here was to gain experience. Without danger, how could she gain that experience? He also chose this development direction. Chapter 56. The broken latitude and longitude. Choosing different development directions means being led by different hunters for the final trial assessment. Those who choose free exploration will leave with A-grade Hunter Thomas, the one who spoke up yesterday with an air of intimidation. Those who choose the support direction will follow A-grade Hunter Meng Bingwei, the only female hunter among the 3 present yesterday. She is also from the Meng family, one of the 5 great families, and the aunt of Meng Qianghua, who is participating in this trial. The last hunter is A-grade Hunter Jiang He, who specializes in history and archaeology. Those who choose the historical direction will go with him. After choosing their direction, they waited on the spaceship for it to take them to their destination. The first group to arrive at the assessment location were those who chose the support direction. After dropping them off, the spaceship continued its journey. After flying for another 2 days, they arrived at Bo City, the location of this trial. The spaceship stopped, and Thomas took 7 people, including Jiang Xia, Dao Yi, Ling Ji, Shi Jiang, Ling Dong, Mu Tu, and He Wucheng, off the ship. These 7 are the challengers for the free exploration trial. Bo City is a small coastal town. It was already evening when Thomas brought the 7 directly to a star-rated hotel that has a partnership with the Hunter Association. Hunters can stay for free indefinitely, and participants in the trial can stay for free during the trial period. After checking in, Jiang Xia, Dao Yi, and Ling Ji set out together. The content of this assessment is to investigate strange events occurring in Bo City. Relevant information had already been sent to them while they were on the spaceship. The story goes like this. One day, the police station received an elderly man who reported that his grandson was missing. The police immediately pulled up the man's information from the system and found that it stated he had lived alone for many years and had no grandson, neither biological nor adopted. However, the old man insisted that his grandson was missing and showed them a photo, claiming that the child in the picture was his grandson. The police scanned the photo and checked it against the household registration system, but found no match. They assumed the old man had dementia and forgot things. So they didn't take the matter seriously. A few days later, another report came in, this time from a woman. The woman reported that someone had stolen her newborn baby. After gathering information, including from the woman's husband, parents, and in-laws, it turned out that the woman had been pregnant for 7 months, but suddenly had a miscarriage. They were actually in the hospital for that reason, not for giving birth. So there was no case of a child being stolen. Next, a cat came in to report. Yes, a cat. You heard it right, a tabby cat. A cat that had gained intelligence, had cultivated, and could speak human language came to report that someone who had been feeding it had disappeared. Even the scent of that person was fading. The police responded again, but after an investigation, they were unable to find the person the cat mentioned. Even the household registration system had no record of that person. The tabby cat had already become a demon, and its memory was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although nothing was found, the police began to pay attention to these reports. The continuous receipt of such ambiguous reports made the police suspicious that something unusual was happening. They then transferred this information to the Hunter Association, which took this case as the final trial for the assessment. Many times, cases taken over by the Hunter Association are like this, without clear beginnings or ends. Because non-cultivators cannot discover many clues, they can only provide these ambiguous hints that seem to exist but might not. While still on the spaceship, Dao used divination to predict that there were indeed some anomalies in Bo City. This case was also related to these anomalies. However, the specifics of these anomalies could not be divined. Lingji also tried to divine the situation, and the result was the same. Although Jiang Xia was a Tianshu master, she was not skilled in divination. Watching them divine, she couldn't help but think that maybe she should find some time to learn this divination technique. Then she could attribute what she saw with her Tianshu eye to divination. Wouldn't that save her a lot of trouble? Yes, that indeed sounds like a good idea. After the three left the hotel, they did not immediately go to inquire about the three reporters for clues, but decided to first explore the streets and alleys of Bo City. This would help them familiarize themselves with the terrain and check for any anomalies. They spent the entire evening wandering through the streets and alleys of Bo City. Bo City is a small town where humans and demons coexist. Because it is coastal and relies on the sea for sustenance, there's a slight salty taste of seawater in the air. Long-term residents cannot smell it, but newcomers like Jiang Xia can. It is a very ordinary small town. However, Jiang Xia always felt that there seemed to be some hidden crisis within this ordinariness, a crisis that preys on people. Ever since she entered this small town, her hair stood on end. Her sixth sense prompted her to escape. The farther, the better. But Jiang Xia would not run away, not only because this was a trial, but also because she was a madwoman, and danger awakened her madness and combat genes. She wanted to capture the source of this chilling danger. After buying local specialty seafood porridge for breakfast, the three returned to the hotel, each going to their own rooms to eat and rest. While they rested, others began to go out searching for clues. After breakfast, Jiang Xia took a short nap to relieve her fatigue and then got up to observe the small town with her Tianshu eye. Once activated, the entire city held no secrets from Jiang Xia. The walls became three-dimensional and transparent, and living beings turned into movable models. Each latitude and longitude was clear and visible. Suddenly, Jiang Xia saw something out of place. The latitude and longitude of Bo City were actually broken. Can latitude and longitude be broken? This exceeded Jiang Xia's understanding. What does it mean for the latitude and longitude of a place to be broken? Jiang Xia did not know. Could this disappearance event be related to it? She didn't have time to verify. She hurriedly glanced around for any other anomalies. Not seeing any for the moment, Jiang Xia closed her Tianshu eye and opened the interstellar network. She quickly searched for terms related to latitude and longitude. There were many entries, and Jiang Xia scrolled through them one by one. In the end, she was disappointed to find that none were related to broken latitude and longitude. Well, others don't have the Tianshu eye, so it's impossible for them to see whether the latitude and longitude are broken or not. What to do? What to do? Jiang Xia felt anxious for the first time. She didn't know what to do. If she asked her two teachers, how could she explain why she suddenly brought up this question? It wouldn't be plausible to say it just came to her mind, right? Who would think of the possibility that latitude and longitude could break? More importantly, in many people's understanding, latitude and longitude are lines drawn on planets for learning purposes. In reality, latitude and longitude don't exist. Based on this understanding, her question about the broken latitude and longitude seemed ridiculous. No wonder some say there's only a thin line between genius and madness. Is it possible that those who are mad because they see the essence of the world? Just like she does now. If she told others that the latitude and longitude of Bo City were broken, she would definitely be deemed insane. What to do? What to do? Jiang Xia was pacing back and forth in her room, feeling anxious and restless. Chapter 57, Third Perspective. In the end, Jiang Xia made a decision. She would keep the eye of heaven open and continuously observe the effects of the broken lines of latitude and longitude on the present world before making any further decisions. Thinking of this, she first messaged Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji, saying, I suddenly feel that the opportunity for a breakthrough has arrived, and I need to go into seclusion for a few days. If she made up another excuse, the two would definitely come to check on her. Only by using the excuse of a breakthrough could she avoid them. For a celestial mechanic, opening the eye of heaven was as simple as a normal person opening their eyes, requiring no other conditions. However, after opening the eye of heaven, her eyes would appear different from usual, so she needed to avoid crowds and not be seen by others. She had to observe carefully looking at the changes in Bo City as if reviewing surveillance footage without getting distracted. Therefore, she couldn't act normally and needed a quiet, undisturbed environment to do so. Only then would she have the possibility of discovering abnormalities. After thinking it over, she sent another message to Dao Yi, asking him to help her by going to the police station to obtain all the household registration data of Bo City. Wasn't it said that once a person disappeared, their information couldn't be found on the household registration? If she copied these registration details in advance, printed them on paper, and stored them in her own consciousness space, would those details still disappear invisibly? If that wasn't safe enough, what about uploading this data to the interstellar network? Surely that couldn't be affected, right? If it could be, then they wouldn't be hiding away in this small place called Bo City. Currently, all household registration data was stored online, making it easy to tamper with. If these details were printed on paper and placed in their respective storage bags, would they still disappear? How would she know without trying? This was Jiang Xia's reason for persuading Dao Yi to save Bo City's household registrations separately. This was indeed an easily overlooked point. Everyone was born in a digital age. Physical books were distant antiques to them, and they couldn't even conceive of it. Only someone like Jiang Xia, who had read physical books in her previous life and wrote and drew on paper, would have such associations. In the digital age, it was very difficult to buy paper for writing books, but buying talisman paper was easy. Talisman paper could also be used, as long as it could be written on. Printing was also simple. One just needed to search online for a printing program and download it. If there wasn't one, they could ask someone to write one. Moreover, what if the tampering with a household registration was done by internal personnel at the police station? Whether the police could be trusted needed to be investigated first. After explaining all this, Jiang Xia checked to ensure the door was locked, took out a formation, and began to set it up in her room. A defensive formation was essential. The gathering spirit formation in this world, it should be called the gathering demon formation. Gathering magical energy to create the illusion that she was truly breaking through her cultivation. Then, Jiang Xia pulled out a fasting pill from her space. Taking this fasting pill would allow her to go a month without eating, saving her time and preventing her from missing any important changes. This was the first time Jiang Xia was so dedicated, even sacrificing her meal times. For a food lover, this was indeed a significant sacrifice, showcasing her determination. After taking the fasting pill, she opened the eye of heaven. Everything in Bo City came into view. The third-person perspective of a celestial mechanic allowed her to stand on the land of Bo City while also having her vision independent of the world, overlooking the entire city. Jiang Xia was like a modeler sitting in front of a computer, controlling the perspective, size, and framing of Bo City. She needed to observe the overall changes in the city while also zooming in on certain key areas to examine details. Additionally, she needed to specially mark the residences of those who reported cases to see if there was any connection among them. After finishing all this, Jiang Xia focused on the broken lines of latitude and longitude, and a thought suddenly popped in her mind. If these lines could break, could they be repaired? If, by chance, she could repair these lines, it would surely attract the attention of the one who broke them, and they would definitely show themselves. Even if they didn't, quietly observing and searching for the enemy, like she was doing, was also acceptable. She couldn't believe that if she repaired all the lines, the other party would still be able to remain calm. What if the other party really could remain calm, not making any moves for 10 days, half a month, or even months? Then she might not really have time to waste with them. After all, she was participating in the hunter trials. Putting that aside for now, she should first try to see if she could repair these lines. If she couldn't, then everything would be in vain. Jiang Xia attempted to use her mental energy to touch those lines. Her mental energy passed through the lines like air. Jiang Xia frowned in thought. It must be that her sitting posture was wrong, causing this. She changed her sitting position and continued to control her mental energy to touch the lines. She kept changing her posture and kept trying to touch the lines. If there were outsiders present, they would see Jiang Xia looking a bit manic, perhaps feeling that Jiang Xia's manic posture was inappropriate. The Big Dipper in her consciousness couldn't bear to watch any longer. Flickering a few times, sending a wave of information into Jiang Xia's consciousness. The amount of information was overwhelming. Although Jiang Xia didn't faint, she did freeze for a moment. When she regained her senses, she hurriedly sat down, closed her eyes, and calmed her mind to digest this information. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. This information appeared in written form in Jiang Xia's consciousness. It started from the origin of the planet. Jiang Xia skimmed through it, skipping the unimportant information and focusing on finding messages that were useful to her at the moment. As for the rest, she could study them in detail later when she was finished with her tasks. After reading through all the information, several hours had passed. Jiang Xia summarized the information she had obtained. In fact, there were no lines of latitude and longitude on the planet. Lines of latitude and longitude were merely a way for people to express the space and position of a planet. Through this method, coordinates were illustrated. Based on these coordinates, specific information about a location could be conveyed conveniently and quickly. The lines of latitude and longitude under the eye of heaven were actually an expression of spatial forms. Using lines of latitude and longitude made it more intuitive and specific, which is why the eye of heaven borrowed this mode of expression. In reality, lines of latitude and longitude did not exist. The broken lines expressed that the space here had been misaligned, fractured, or broken, etc. This was not a simple problem that could be solved just by repairing those non-existent lines. Jiang Xia. Ignorance is no excuse. Forgive her for her foolish actions a few hours ago. Attempting to repair non-existent lines of latitude and longitude to fix space was truly foolish. Cough cough anyway. This matter was only known to herself. Well, knowing it herself meant no one else knew. Great. Her image still remained lofty. After a moment of self-comfort, Jiang Xia returned to the main topic. Whether it was spatial dislocation, spatial fracture, or something else, this was not something her current self could deal with. Even if her star power was of the space type, it didn't matter. She was merely a space-type ability user and hadn't become arrogant enough to think she could control space. How many powerful beings found themselves helpless when faced with the power of space, wishing they could escape? Not to mention that her current cultivation was low, and she hadn't grasped any rules of power at all. Faced with the natural power of space, she couldn't resist at all. No wonder her sixth sense urged her to escape when she first arrived in Bo City. The farther away, the better. So that was the reason. But was the space here naturally fractured and collapsed? Or was it man-made? Or is it the work of the bizarre? Currently, these fractured spaces are suspended in mid-air, avoiding areas of normal human activity. In other words, temporarily staying in Bo City is still safe. Therefore, she still has the opportunity to continue her investigation. Chapter 58. Spatial Rift. The issue of spatial rifts is not a trivial matter. If the spatial rift is stable, then it's fine. The surrounding environment won't change much. However, if the spatial rift is unstable, then anything could happen. A collapse of space could lead to the death of surrounding beings. These are just the basics. In severe cases, it could even shatter an entire planet. Based on the information received, Jiang Xia simply determined that the spatial rift above Bo City was stable. Why? Because the lines of latitude and longitude around the rift were straight. If the lines of latitude and longitude around the rift were curved and chaotic, it would indicate that the rift was unstable. The turbulence inside the rift continuously stirs the surroundings, leading to instability in the space around it, with a risk of fracturing at any moment. Bo City could hold out for a few years, or it might last for decades, or even 100 years. Jiang Xia relayed the information about the spatial rift above Bo City to her two teachers who were secretly protecting her. After that, she continued to observe the modeling of Bo City, trying to find out the truth behind the missing population. Upon receiving Jiang Xia's message, young Master Hua and Jiang Xuan exchanged glances and finally asked in unison, "What is she talking about? How does she know there's a rift and a risk of collapse above Bo City? Why is she still there? Is she still thinking about the Hunter trial? Is life not more important than this little world's trial? She must be brought back." No, calm down. They were both over 1,000 years old. They couldn't lose their composure over a bit of trouble. Deep breath. How could they lack composure more than their own student? Is this even about composure? Young Master Hua was so angry that he nearly wanted to appear directly and bring this disobedient student back to the stars. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan stopped him at the critical moment. Calm down. We need to first verify the authenticity of the information. Then we can make plans. What if her information is inaccurate? Young Master Hua was also worried about her. Suddenly, he understood the hardships his teacher faced back in the day. Jiang Xuan felt the same. He suddenly understood the mixed feelings his teachers had when they looked at him. Love and hate. Now, he finally experienced it. Just as he felt towards Jiang Xia, both love and hate. He loved her intelligence and talent, but hated that she didn't know how to avoid danger. Could she not make him worry a little less? Aging happens quickly, you know. Complaints aside, this matter still needed to be reported upwards. They were currently training in this small world, so naturally, they had to report to the Interstellar Management Association stationed in this small world. The authenticity of this news and the arrangements for the citizens of Bo City would be negotiated with the locals. Their responsibility as teachers was just to keep a close watch on their student and to bring her away at a critical moment. Other matters were beyond their concern. After receiving Jiang Xuan's message, the Interstellar Management Association was also shocked beyond measure. Spatial rifts typically only appear in areas of unstable space. When the Interstellar Association signed a support agreement with this planet, they had surveyed the surrounding space to confirm its stability, thickness, etc. before signing the agreement. How long has it been? How could a spatial rift suddenly appear? What caused it? Is there a risk of collapse? They must urgently investigate. First, they needed to inform the higher-ups in the Interstellar Association and have them send people to investigate. Then, they would notify the local management so they could prepare. Upon receiving this news, the local officials felt as if the sky was about to fall. A spatial rift. What a dangerous term. How did it appear in their world? And it appeared above the city? Is the land they live on still safe? After confirming repeatedly with the interstellar side that they would send people to check, and that they would do so as soon as possible, they finally felt a bit more at ease, but only a little. They then quickly notified all high-level officials to convene a meeting to see how to resolve this matter. By evening, Jiang Xia had not noticed anything unusual. After continuously straining her eyes, they felt a bit dry. Unfortunately, she couldn't find anyone else to help with this task. She had to do it herself. Without eye drops, Jiang Xia could only use her star power to wash her eyes. As time passed and night deepened, Jiang Xia began to feel sleepy. It was maddening. Cultivating did not change the fact that she needed sleep. If she didn't sleep, she'd get tired. Tired to the point of having to sleep. If she slept, she might miss something important. Or maybe not. Nothing might happen. After all, she had been monitoring for a whole day and nothing had occurred. After a battle of wills, Jiang Xia decided to solve this with fragmented sleep. She found an alarm clock, set it for 1 hour later, and then went to sleep with peace of mind. An hour later, Jiang Xia struggled to wake up to the alarm's urging. She splashed her face with cold water to refresh herself before opening her third eye to check if there was anything unusual in Bo City. If not, she would sleep for another half hour. First, she used her third vision to get an overall view of Bo City. Good. Nothing unusual. There weren't many night owls. Just a few here and there, likely just coming back from the bar. Then she checked the marked monsters in the city. Good. Those who were sleeping, and those who were cultivating were cultivating. It was a day without any man-eating incidents. Next, she checked if the emotions around the spatial rift were stable. Good. The lines of latitude and longitude near the rift were straight. It was a stable day overall. Everything seemed safe, no? Wait, what is that? Jiang Xia swallowed the word no that she was about to say, her eyes widening as she looked at a few threads hanging down from the spatial rift. These threads were also white, somewhat similar to the lines of latitude and longitude, and because they were hanging straight down from midair, Jiang Xia didn't notice them at first. If the lines of latitude and longitude in that area hadn't all been severed, she wouldn't have noticed those threads at all. Upon closer inspection, these threads were different from the lines of latitude and longitude. The lines of latitude and longitude were fake and non-existent, so they looked a bit hollow. However, the threads hanging down were solid and glossy, clearly existing in reality. Looking down along the threads, they connected to several people. These threads were linked to the tops of these people's heads. They seemed to be controlled, walking forward in a line. Jiang Xia counted. There were a total of 10 people. Enlarging this part of the image to look closely, she could see that these people had blank expressions, their eyes devoid of any sparkle. They looked just like walking corpses. Jiang Xia took pictures of their faces and saved them on the Interstellar Network. She then checked the household registration information that Dao had sent her. Her intuition told her that this scene was closely related to the case of the missing persons. Through search and matching portraits, Jiang Xia quickly locked onto this individual's information. She took screenshots of the information of these 10 people and saved one copy in her usual storage bag, one in her sea of consciousness, and one on the interstellar network. Better to be safe than sorry. She also made a paper copy and placed it on the table. Storing it in multiple places would be good for comparison. After doing all this, Jiang Xia compared her current position with the positions of those 10 people. After confirming the directions and distances, Jiang Xia opened the hotel window and jumped out, rushing towards those 10 individuals. Chapter 59. Chimeras Under the Quiet Moonlight. Jiang Xia concealed her presence and raced forward. Flying was prohibited within the city, so she could only run. When she encountered buildings in her path, she leaped up and ran across the rooftops. She had to reach the vicinity of those 10 people at the closest distance and the fastest speed. She wanted to see what was going on. The threads hanging down from the spatial rift were controlling where these people went. What was the purpose? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and Jiang Xia quickly caught up with the group. She fell behind them, wanting to see where they were headed. Up close, the threads falling from the sky were not obvious under the cover of the night. Jiang Xia deliberately took out her phone from this world, activated the recording function, aimed it at the 10 people, and began recording. At first, she kept her distance, capturing the background of the 10 individuals. Following them, they gradually moved away from the bustling area until there were no more people around. With no one else around, there were no more constraints. Without constraints, Jiang Xia's courage grew. She swiftly emerged from the shadows, sprinted toward the 10 people, and pointed her phone at each of them, recording their current states one by one. These people now had vacant expressions and looked like walking corpses. She also searched for their household registration and recorded that in the video too. After recording everyone, nothing came out to stop Jiang Xia. The speed of the 10 people's movement remained unchanged. Jiang Xia guessed that there was no surveillance around. Or rather, the threads controlling these 10 people could only control them and did not have the function of monitoring the surroundings. What was behind these threads? Jiang Xia stared at the threads. Gradually, a bold idea surged in her mind. Follow the threads upward to investigate what was in the spatial rift. As for danger, she still had some life-saving trump cards given to her by her 2 teachers. Jiang Xia believed that with those trump cards, escaping would not be a problem. After glancing at the 10 individuals walking ahead, Jiang Xia weighed it in her heart. Currently, these people were not in life-threatening danger, so leaving for a bit should be fine. She looked up at the sky, where there was a spatial rift, but it was not visible to the naked eye. The space was stable, so there should not be any danger. Go quickly and return quickly. In the end, Jiang Xia made up her mind. She leaped up and flew up along the threads. Soon, Jiang Xia reached the end of the threads. She had seen some videos about spatial rifts and knew that behind them was endless darkness and chaotic winds. No living creature could survive in a spatial rift. However, when she was here, she saw a scene that she had never even dared to imagine. A dopamine-colored background, as if she had entered a fairy tale dream. The threads were arranged on the ground, extending forward. Jiang Xia entered the spatial rift, extending her consciousness and remaining vigilant. Her consciousness was not interfered with here and flowed freely. After walking for a while, Jiang Xia saw several eggs. The pitch-black eggshells were inscribed with mysterious runes. These runes appear to be innate. Upon closer inspection, she found that the threads controlling the people extended from these runes. Her consciousness scanned the vicinity a few times and confirmed that there was nothing else around these eggs. Only then did she feel relieved to observe the eggs. Each egg was half a person tall. Counting them, there were a total of 11 eggs. 11? But the threads that fell to the ground to capture people were 10. Jiang Xia quickly examined them carefully and found that one egg was shorter than the others, and the runes on its surface were fewer. Only this egg did not have threads hanging down to capture people. Even without using her eye of heaven's secrets, Jiang Xia could guess what these eggs were capturing people for. The eggs could not eat people. They were likely absorbing the essence from within the human bodies through those threads to nourish themselves or increase their cultivation, etc. Some demon cultivators. in order to quickly advance and improve their cultivation, would absorb human essence. Humans are the supreme beings among all creatures. Absorbing human essence can indeed increase cultivation, but it also buries many hidden dangers. At the same time, it means standing against humanity. Humans would never allow a creature that has consumed their kind to live. Activating her eye of heaven's secrets, Jiang Xia looked at these eggs. The insides of these eggs were not normal embryos. Instead, they were a combination of dark energy and strange entities. This dark energy was not a special star force that naturally derived from geographical environments or special magnetic fields. Rather, it was a manifestation of one's inner demons. Inner demons? Aren't inner demons the obsessions within a person's heart, formed by unresolved emotions? Isn't this just an idea, or even merely a concept? How could it manifest physically? Moreover, how did it separate from its original body? Whose inner demons were these? And how did they end up in these eggs? Jiang Xia examined the insides of each egg. She confirmed that the interiors of the 10 eggs contained dark inner demons and strange entities. The egg that had not absorbed human essence contained not inner demons and strange entities, but nightmares and strange entities. The color of the nightmares matched the dopamine color of this space, both being glassy and dreamlike. Inside the 10 eggs, the inner demons and strange entities devoured each other while also merging. The absorbed essence simultaneously provided them with nourishment. Currently, these eggs had not hatched because their interiors had not reached a balance. Once the internal absorption yielded results, it would signify the birth of a new species. Moreover, it would be a chimera. When the time came, it would not be long before they were born. Even before they hatched, they were already feeding on humans. Once they were born, how would they wreak havoc on the world? This planet cannot contain them. If they were allowed to grow, they would surely become a disaster, even more difficult to handle than the demon race. Also, what was going on with this spatial rift? Who raised them here? Or was it naturally formed? Jiang Xia walked up to the egg that had not absorbed human essence and stored it in her consciousness space. This egg had no karmic obstacles, and she wanted to see if it could complete the combination of 2 species and what it would give birth to. As for the other 10 eggs, Jiang Xia decided to eliminate them in the cradle. One hand pressed against an eggshell, channeling the star force within her body, spatial blade. The spatial blade she personally activated was much more powerful than the ones activated by carved runes. She unleashed 3 successive spatial blades. Jiang Xia felt that this level of attack was sufficient to deal with 1 egg. However, it was somewhat strange that the spatial blades obliterate the impact area of the struck object. Generally, for such an egg, enduring 1 hit would cause the eggshell to shatter. This egg withstood 3 hits, yet remained perfectly intact. Jiang Xia activated her eye of heaven's secrets to inspect. Not only was the surface of the eggshell undamaged, but the interior of the eggshell also showed no signs of injury. Jiang Xia's expression turned serious. She did not expect such an unexpected situation to occur. There were 2 possibilities for this unexpected occurrence. First, this egg absorbed her spatial blades as nourishment. This indicated that its own abilities were stronger than hers, and it was unafraid of spatial blades. Looking again at this spatial rift, Jiang Xia's mind began to form a different thought. Perhaps the reason this spatial rift could be so stable was not because it was inherently stable. Rather, it was the presence of these eggs that stabilized the spatial rift. Second, these eggs themselves also possessed spatial abilities, and her spatial blades were neutralized by the spatial skills emitted from within the eggs. Regardless of which scenario it was not good news for Jiang Xia. Her life-saving trump card, which she took pride in, had failed for the first time. Jiang Xia felt a bit flustered. What should she do? What other trump cards did she have to deal with these eggs? Chapter 64's termination. What does the heart demon fear? There really isn't a unified answer. After all, everyone's heart demon is different, and the things they fear are naturally different. Therefore, the methods of extermination also vary. However, Jiang Xia is very clear about what the strange creatures fear. They fear karma fire. They fear the true fire of the 3 flavors. They fear all things that can restrain evil and sinister forces. If she uses karma fire to burn the egg, it might only harm the strange creature inside the egg. The balance within the egg would be broken, and the heart demon would gain the upper hand. Would the newly born species then possess more characteristics of the heart demon, making it even harder to kill? In her previous life, some superchildren were chimeras, irritable, angry, and with antisocial personalities. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia actually hopes that the strange creatures can gain the upper hand and annihilate the heart demon. Would the newly born species be relatively easier to eliminate then? In fact, if they could be crushed in the cradle, that would be the best choice. Jiang Xia's gaze once again turned to the runes on the eggshell. What do these runes mean? If she could decipher these runes, could she stop the birth of a new species? Jiang Xia activated her heavenly eye, focusing on the runes on the eggshell. It seemed that her recent attack had triggered the egg's self-protection mechanism, causing those runes to hide away from the eggshell, disappearing from view. All 10 eggs reacted this way. Who would have thought these eggs were so united? Jiang Xia. But those threads did not disappear. Jiang Xia took out her sword and slashed at those threads. Since she had already torn her face, she had no more qualms about it. The threads were quite easily cut. Once the threads were severed, the originally stable spatial rift began to tremble, as if it were about to collapse. Jiang Xia knew this was a counterattack from the eggs. She quickly reached out, putting 9 of the eggs into her sea of consciousness, then jumped out of the spatial rift. In her sea of consciousness, she was the absolute master. She could suppress these eggs, preventing them from continuing to evolve. This was an idea she came up with in a moment of crisis as the spatial rift shook. The reason she left one egg was twofold. First, to stabilize the spatial rift and prevent it from collapsing. Second, she had already informed the 2 teachers who would definitely pass on the news. And when someone came to investigate, they would take the egg back for research. She was really curious to know whether these eggs were natural or man-made. After landing, Jiang Xia followed the threads to find the 10 individuals. At this time, the 10 people had already arrived at a desolate graveyard. Jiang Xia guessed that when they reached the graveyard, it would be their moment of death. She untangled the threads from these people and stored them in her space, planning to study them later. Everything unknown is worth researching. The 10 people lay on the ground, breathing steadily. Jiang Xia used her divine sense and heavenly eye to check again, confirming that there were no other abnormalities. They were merely in a coma. A good sleep would solve it. Jiang Xia wandered around the graveyard and found that there were already over 100 relatively fresh corpses. These corpses were all skin and bones, thin as sticks, and would break if touched, as if they had died many years ago. This is what happens when a person's essence is completely drained. It seems that many people have gone missing in Bo City, but very few have been discovered. Jiang Xia became even more curious about how the 10 eggs erased all traces of these people's existence. They could even alter memories? Was there someone helping from behind? Or was it some ability of their own? If it was the former, that would be one thing. If it was the latter, then just the form of the eggs had so many incredible abilities. What kind of disaster would they bring once they were born? Jiang Xia looked worriedly at the spatial rift in the sky. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that she was just a child and shouldn't worry too much. She should just go back to sleep. The 10 people lying outside the graveyard would leave on their own once they woke up, concealing her presence and form. Jiang Xia returned to the hotel. After lying on the bed, Jiang Xia felt that this experience had truly opened her eyes. She had gained a lot of worldly knowledge, seen the dangers of nature, and developed a greater respect for life. How did the yin and yang sides of Mount Wanshou form? What secrets lie in the corpse forest beneath the water? Why were 10 of the 11 eggs in the spatial rift identical, while only one was different? So many unsolved mysteries lingered in her mind, igniting Jiang Xia's curiosity and motivating her to work harder in her cultivation. Without enough strength, how could she venture into the unknown? Without enough strength, how could she ensure her safety during exploration? Thinking of this, Jiang Xia sat up suddenly, meditating and cultivating. The next day, Thomas received news that there was a spatial rift above Bo City. Regardless of whether the spatial rift was stable or not, it was no longer suitable for habitation. The people of Bo City must evacuate immediately. If they did not wish to evacuate, they must sign a waiver relinquishing their right to seek official assistance. Afterwards, if the space collapsed, these people could not seek help from the authorities or the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association's Bo City branch would assist in the evacuation of the civilians. This trial was forcibly terminated. The content of the trial would also need to be revised. It was impossible to directly pass them through the assessment without conducting the trial. That would be irresponsible to the participants and their lives. Jiang Xia had previously claimed to be breaking through, so Thomas did not disturb her and sent her a message, asking her to contact him once she finished her breakthrough, and he would come pick her up. The other trial participants had gone to assist in evacuating the citizens of Bo City. Soon, two individuals appeared from the starry realm. Both of these individuals were powerful beings who understood the laws of space and had some knowledge of spatial power. Their cultivation was at the peak of the galaxy master level. They were also very famous in the starry realm. When the two appeared above Bo City, they quickly discovered the spatial rift and the egg within it. How could there be an egg in the spatial rift? Curious, the two took the egg back with them. After surveying the area, they confirmed that the surrounding space was very stable and posed no risk of further collapse. This spatial rift was similar to the spatial passages opened by star worms in the starry sky. It was stable and could be filled. However, what kind of creature had opened it? The two powerful beings did not know, nor could they guess. At this time, the egg played its role, prompting everyone to speculate whether the rift was opened by the egg's owner or its mother in order to hide it. Everyone used their divine sense to examine the egg, attempting to penetrate the eggshell to see what kind of creature was inside. But none of the people present succeeded. The inhabitants of this planet were very eager to ask the two powerful beings for the egg, thinking that once it hatched, it might enhance their combat strength. However, they had not contributed personnel or resources to the handling of the spatial rift, making it difficult to bring this up. After weighing their options, they cautiously inquired if they could exchange other resources for the egg. The two powerful beings neither agreed nor disagreed, only saying they needed to go back and discuss it. In fact, this meant that if it were an ordinary monster egg, they would consider the trade. If it were rare or unknown, it would likely be impossible to exchange. Chapter 61. New trial mission. Jiang Xia had been in seclusion for another day and pretended that she had successfully broken through before emerging. In just 2 days, Bo City had successfully evacuated everyone. Afterwards, the results of the interstellar investigation were announced, indicating that Bo City was currently safe and fishing could continue. They encouraged those who relied on fishing to keep at it, and established a monitoring point to keep a constant watch on the spatial rift above Bo City to prevent any unusual activity. After receiving the message from Jiang Xia, Thomas arrived quickly. He took Jiang Xia to meet Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji. The two parties gathered in North City, where their new trial mission would take place. The new trial mission was to protect the son of the richest man in North City, Sima Zhou, during an underground auction. The underground auction was essentially a black market auction, where the items sold were mostly unspeakable. Attending the auction without sufficient combat power would make it impossible to leave with any items, and it could even cost lives. Hence, asking hunters to protect themselves was reasonable. However, it was quite unusual for people to privately hire hunters at underground contact points instead of straightforwardly requesting them from the Hunter Guild. Given that the Sima family was the largest supporter of the Hunter Association, mostly in terms of financial contributions, the Hunter Association turned a blind eye and accepted the commission. Although the task seemed simple, it could test everyone's observational skills, so they treated this commission as a trial mission. With an A-rank hunter like Thomas present, safety was sufficiently ensured. At the very least, they could guarantee the client's escape. In North City, the Sima family had built a magnificent residence, complete with pavilions, towers, and intricate carvings, which matched Jiang Xia's stereotype of a successful business family from her past life. In the courtyard, guards were stationed every few steps, all of them bodyguards. These bodyguards were either strong, ordinary people or cultivators with little potential for further advancement. They were employed by the Sima family, which could be considered a high-paying job. Thomas brought Jiang Xia to the room where the trial participants were gathered. They were currently collecting information related to the auction, such as the auction location, surrounding terrain, and potential ambush points. They also needed to identify who would be attending the auction, whether any of these individuals were enemies of the employer, and if any enemies might take action against the employer after the auction. What items would be auctioned? Did any of these items pose a danger? After the Great Cataclysm, Some sentient items had become dangerous, while others were harmless, and some remained unknown. The unknown items carried a high risk, as triggering them required specific conditions. Without meeting those conditions, no one could ascertain whether they were harmful. Moreover, testing the danger level of these conditions often required lives. In addition to collecting this information, they also had to prepare various contingency plans for potential dangers. At least 3 evacuation plans were necessary. These crisis plans required cooperation from the security personnel, so there were 2 security guards in the room. Jiang Xia looked around. Everyone was present except for Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji. She then asked Thomas where they were. Thomas informed her that they had been invited by Sima Zhou for personal protection. People generally trusted Taoists and monks more than others at any time, which was likely due to their professions. Jiang Xia nodded, greeted everyone briefly, and then joined them to start reviewing the materials for this mission. The auction was scheduled for October 10th at 10 p.m., taking place on Red Light Street, number 8 in North City. A significant portion of the auction items were recently unearthed artifacts from ancient tombs, which had undergone preliminary testing and were deemed low risk. However, several items were still labeled as unknown. The item that Sima Zhou was interested in was among those marked as unknown. Jiang Xia pulled up a photo of this item from the materials. It was a painting of maidens washing clothes. This painting had been buried underground for thousands of years, with the silk only slightly yellowed and no damage evident. The maidens depicted in the painting appeared lively, seemingly influenced by the cheerful atmosphere in the artwork. One could almost hear their tinkling laughter. This painting was indeed peculiar. Even more strange was its title, Secret. It was rumored that some ancient painters used a double-layer painting technique, where a painting would look one way under normal indoor light and reveal a different image in sunlight or when wet. This secret employed such a double-layer technique. The person responsible for testing at the auction could not determine what the second image of the maiden painting was, thus failing to uncover the secret hidden within the secret. This aspect piqued the curiosity of many. Unraveling this mystery would surely earn them fame in their circles. Jiang Xia was also curious about this secret, but unfortunately, it was just a photo, and her heavenly master S.I. couldn't discern it. Realizing this, Jiang Xia suddenly found that she had been relying too much on the heavenly master S.I. lately, which somewhat contradicted her original intention of going out for training. However, thinking from another perspective, she did have a cheat. If she didn't use it, what was the point of having it? Yes, that was it. Jiang Xia nodded affirmatively. She then reminded herself that while it was fine to use the cheat, she should not overlook the importance of critical thinking. Time passed as Jiang Xia reviewed the materials. A butler came to invite them to the dining hall. Not knowing the way, Jiang Xia followed behind everyone. In the corridor leading to the dining hall, many paintings of maidens were hung, some featuring one maiden, others 2 or more. It was evident how much the owner enjoyed these paintings. One particular painting of a single maiden seemed to have a spirit. Jiang Xia felt that with just the right opportunity, the maiden in the painting could come to life. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Jiang Xia saw that Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji were already seated and waiting. Upon seeing her, Dao Yi waved, Xia over here. The dining tables were all single seat, and the dishes served were identical. 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Quite a feast. Jiang Xia sat down next to Dao Yi, while Ling Ji sat on the other side, with Dao Yi sandwiched between them. Seeing Jiang Xia, Dao Yi's motherly instincts kicked in again, and she started chatting with Jiang Xia about what had happened in the past few days, detailing how they had helped evacuate the citizens of Bo City, where those people had been arranged, and the bizarre incidents that occurred during the escort. As Jiang Xia listened, she couldn't help but wonder if she had also participated in the evacuation of Bo City citizens. How else would she know so many details? Boom! En explosion sounded. The trial participants quickly set down their bowls and chopsticks and sprang into action. Dao Yi and Ling Ji went to find the employer, as their primary task was to ensure the employer's safety. The others swiftly ran out of the dining hall toward the source of the explosion. In the courtyard, the bodyguards had already grabbed their firearms and were engaged in combat with the attackers. Chapter 62. The wolf demon. The attacker was not interested in fighting. Tell your employer to give up on this auction. He left this message and ran away. When Jiang Xia came out, she only saw a silhouette. While running, she activated her heavenly eye. Even though she only saw a back, she gathered some information. Recently, she had been using the heavenly eye more frequently, and to avoid being noticed for her unusual eyes, she bought herself a pair of black contact lenses. There are images online showing how the pupils change after using eye-related skills, and some academies offer teachings on this aspect. Jiang Xia couldn't casually fabricate skills related to her pupils, so she had to conceal them. The attacker was a wolf demon. The Hunter Association should have a record of shape-shifting wolf demons, right? There are not many shape-shifting beasts. Every beast wishing to survive in the human world must comply with the Hunter Association's management and at least be registered for future management, especially for shape-shifting beasts. If they want to walk in the human world, they must have identification and register with the Hunter Association. Even the black market wouldn't dare to use unidentified beasts, especially shape-shifting ones. They are in it for the dirty money, not to throw their lives away. Those without identification and not registered with the Hunter Association are not used either. As soon as Jiang Xia spoke, someone responded, "As long as the beast doesn't eat people, the association won't interfere with these matters, nor will they let us check the beast's information." Jiang Xia turned to look at the girl who spoke. She remembered her name was Belle. Jiang Xia was not a local and lacked some common knowledge. To avoid exposing this, she immediately changed the topic. "Is there no defense array set up around this house? How could someone throw in a smoke bomb without being detected?" Yes, the wolf demon threw a smoke bomb that had no lethal power. Its main purpose was intimidation, to threaten Sima Zhou, hoping he would voluntarily withdraw from this underground auction. Belle explained, "This is a temporary residence. It's not cost-effective to set up large defense arrays here." Jiang Xia could inscribe arrays and carried many with her, but she didn't understand the difficulty others faced in purchasing arrays. Especially for ordinary people, buying arrays could be very expensive. Sometimes, even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy one. After all, for cultivators, worldly money, no matter how much, is useless. The Sima family consists of ordinary people, none of whom have the qualifications to cultivate. Therefore, they can't buy many defense arrays, at least not enough to use freely. Arrays need to be set up and maintained with magic crystals to operate normally. This is also difficult for rich people in the ordinary world to maintain. If it weren't for the Sima family's good relationship with the Hunter Association, they might not even find a purchasing channel. Even for those like Belle who participated in the Hunter trials, they basically only had one set of defense arrays, which was for personal use. This shows the downside of not joining the interstellar community, where various industries are not synchronized with it. At least in the interstellar realm, there are no ordinary people. Those who cannot cultivate ordinary people can become cosmic beings by injecting potions at the age of 20. Therefore, currency in the interstellar realm is unified, and the network is interconnected, making it easy to purchase common items. Defense arrays are considered essential household items in the interstellar realm and are quite common. This is also a difference between the interstellar realm and here. Jiang Xia further exposed her lack of common knowledge in this world. Although the temporary residents of the Sima family used the highest defense technology, capable of detecting and resisting some technological weapons, it couldn't detect certain special beasts or cultivators. Jiang Xia frowned. She didn't want to face such surprises at any moment. She directly took out a set of defense arrays from her space and said to the other trial participants, "I'm an array master. I'll set up a defense array to reduce our workload. Without this defense array, they would have to take turns keeping watch tonight. For the next few days, they would need to stay highly alert, investigating any slight movements." Jiang Xia did not want to waste time on this. Taking out a set of defense arrays could significantly reduce the workload. The time saved could be used for inscribing more defense arrays or for cultivation. Anything would work. If something can be solved with money, don't waste time on it. Time is the most precious resource. Moreover, arrays can be recycled and reused without any loss. If there were any loss, it would only be a few magic crystals needed to maintain the array's operation. The corpse craftsman watched Jiang Xia busying herself. "I'm going to the mass grave." After saying this, he didn't give anyone time to react and leaped over the wall, disappearing with a few jumps. The puppets the corpse craftsman collected from Wanshou Mountain were not taken when he left. Mainly, the people from the Hunter Association did not allow him to bring those corpse puppets onto the spaceship. During the second trial, he made animal corpse puppets in the forest maze. This time, the people from the Hunter Association wouldn't let him bring them onto the spaceship either. Essentially, wherever his corpse puppets went, he would make them, and he would leave them behind. Besides the coffin on his back, he had not utilized his professional characteristics at all. As long as there were enough corpses, he could be a powerful combat team all by himself. A fearless one at that. Without enough corpse puppets, he felt insecure. The recent explosion made him realize he needed to create some corpse puppets quickly. The security personnel saw Jiang Xia installing the defense array. On the surface, they were expressionless. But deep down, they were quite happy. With this array, their work would be easier and their lives would be more secure. They also relayed this news to their employer. Upon hearing this, Sima Zhou immediately took Dao Yi and Ling Ji to meet Jiang Xia, while also inquiring about her. Dao Yi only said they had interacted during the trials and were not familiar. Ling Ji merely replied with Ba and stopped speaking. Seeing that he couldn't get much information, Sima Zhou wasn't upset. He understood that he only had a certain status among ordinary people, which meant little in the eyes of these cultivators. After Jiang Xia finished setting up the array, she took out several magic crystals, placed them in the appropriate positions, and activated the array. Once activated, a thin, transparent light circle protected the courtyard, covering the sky and the ground without any dead angles. Sima stood in the courtyard and waited for Jiang Xia to finish before approaching her. "Thank you, Mississippi. What do you need? As long as I can find it, I will definitely provide it." Jiang Xia waved her hand. "No need. I just want to have a good night's sleep. You don't have to thank me. At least let me cover these magic crystals." These magic crystals were obtained by Jiang Xia from hunting magical beasts in the forest maze. Although she didn't lack these items, she wouldn't refuse Sima Zhou's willingness to take on the cost. "All right. Let us settle it after the auction ends." "Okay." Sima Zhou nodded, agreeing to Jiang Xia's proposal. "If the girl needs anything, feel free to contact me." "Sure." After their conversation, Sima Zhou turned to leave. Throughout, he had been very refined and easygoing. After he left, Belle walked over. "You're really generous, bringing out such valuable items just for a good night's sleep. You've also reduced our workload, so when we calculate how many magic crystals were used, we should share some of the burden." "No need. The employer has already said he would cover the cost." "All right then, you can find me if you need anything." Belle was also straightforward, changing the topic and starting to chat about other things. She had developed an intention to befriend Jiang Xia, who wouldn't like a straightforward and generous friend. Chapter 63. Chaos. They returned to the restaurant to finish their unfinished meals. After dinner, Belle suggested that everyone spar with each other to understand each other's combat abilities and to better arrange the subsequent defense work. "Sounds good." Dao Yi's voice came from behind. With Jiang Xia's defensive formation, Dao Yi and Ling Ji wouldn't need to take turns guarding Sima Zhou tonight. "Yes, now that everyone is here, we can get to know each other a bit." Jiang Xia thought. Should they not leave out the corpse craftsman? He's out right now. Should they wait for him to return? It's fine. The corpse craftsman can control the dead, both offensive and defensive. Better to arrange him. The most important thing is, with the corpse craftsman's appearance, anyone who sees him would feel somewhat intimidated. If possible, they would prefer not to face him. Sparring as well. They didn't want to face him. The corpse craftsman is, to some extent, quite famous. Since everyone said so, Jiang Xia didn't want to dampen the mood. "So, where shall we spar?" "Come on, we'll take you to the training room." After turning a few corners, Jiang Xia saw everyone enter a room. She followed them in. The room was large, about the size of a school playground. Inside was just an empty room, devoid of any fitness equipment or decorations, just a blank space. "This will do." "Okay, how shall we spar?" "A free-for-all." After saying this, Belle raised his hand and then brought it down, causing a rain of water to fall from the sky, explaining, "I am of the water element, please enlighten me." Growing up with Belle, Wood jumped away from the falling rain while activating a skill. "I am of the wood element. Everyone be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, several tree roots sprang up from the ground near the other's feet, attempting to bind and attack nearby individuals. These were all probing attacks, lacking much lethality, and everyone easily dodged them. Dao Yi's floating dust moved freely, blocking the attack of the tree roots. The 108 Buddhist beads in Ling Ji's hand broke apart, with each bead clearly floating around him, providing comprehensive protection. It turned out that these 108 beads were not strung together with ordinary silk thread, but were instead linked by Ling Ji's star power, which had manifested into lines. This method allowed him to constantly practice microcontrol over his star power. Seeing this, Bell and would raise their evaluation of Ling Ji. Black Wuchang drew a sword and easily cut through the tree roots in a few strokes. Jiang Xia jumped to avoid the rain and the tree roots attacks. She was thinking about what weapon to use in combat against people. A sword? The truth? If she used a formation, would it not give everyone a chance to showcase their skills? In fact, she didn't have much experience in close combat. Then, I'll use a sword this time. It would also let her experience the thrill of blades up close. With that thought, Jiang Xia took out a sword from her space. She swung the sword towards Bell. Black Wuchang engaged with Wood. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji remained nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Wood summoned many vines to ensnare Black Wuchang. Black Wuchang's sword moved quickly, slicing the vines into segments beside him. Wood deliberately controlled the vines, allowing them to fall around Black Wuchang when cut, subtly surrounding him. Suddenly, Wood took a spark from his space and threw it onto the vines at Black Wuchang's feet. Whoosh! The spark ignited the vine segments, and Black Wuchang was instantly surrounded by flames. Fire overcomes Wood. Wood aids the fire. Wood actually used his own weakness to fight, which surprised many and proved he was strong. At this moment, Ling Ji made his move, sending several beads to block Black Wuchang's path above, preventing him from leaping out of the fire circle. Jiang Xia also shifted the battlefield, swinging her sword towards Black Wuchang, determined to block him and not give him a chance to escape the sea of fire. Dao used his floating dust to bind Bell, who retaliated, and the two engaged in combat. Bell transformed water into a dragon, charging towards Dao Yi. This wave of attack was quite fierce, and Dao Yi decisively gave up resistance, leaping into the air to evade this attack. Unexpectedly, the water dragon turned and continued to chase Dao Yi. It seemed this water dragon wouldn't dissipate until it hit someone. Dao Yi glanced around the battlefield and quickly ran towards Black Wuchang. It wasn't that he wanted to help Black Wuchang escape the sea of fire, but rather that water and fire countered each other. He was merely using the fire to eliminate the water dragon chasing him from behind. Seeing Dao Yi running with the water dragon, Jiang Xia and Ling Ji quickly withdrew from this battlefield, turning to deal with Bell. One by one, Buddhist beads flew towards Bell, who was distractedly dodging while facing Jiang Xia. She had already given up control over the water dragon, as there was no way to evade the flames. The water dragon followed Dao Yi to Black Wuchang's vicinity. Dao Yi jumped above Black Wuchang. The water dragon, unable to react in time, charged straight into the flames. At the critical moment, Black Wuchang sidestepped and leaped out of the fire circle, evading the dual attack of the water dragon and flames. Having been surrounded by flames for so long, he remained completely clean, with no signs of distress from being engulfed by fire, nor any burn marks. It wasn't that his clothes were fireproof. He had attached star power to himself, negating the flames that tried to reach him. With a turn, Black Wuchang faced off against Dao Yi, would also control the vines to attack Dao Yi. Dao Yi swung his floating dust, catching all the vines and forcibly binding them together while dodging Black Wuchang's sword strikes. By flipping to evade Black Wuchang, he also twisted the vines into a braid. Using his floating dust to pull and swing, he hurled the vines like ropes around, this area attack hitting whoever it touched. Seeing his summoned vines being used against him, Wood directly commanded, "Dissipate." He forcibly dispelled the vines, allowing them to return to star power and disperse. This move also demonstrated his control over star power had reached a level of mastery. The chaotic battle had begun. The corpse craftsman, carrying a coffin, traversed through streets and alleys, arriving in the suburbs. He found a mass grave. The mass grave was a remnant from the period of great disaster, filled with bodies that were left unburied and unclaimed during that dark time. After the great disaster, no one had gone to deal with the mass grave. Thus it remained. The corpse craftsman arrived at the mass grave and casually found a place to sit on the ground. He pressed both hands down. Several chains on him loosened and detached from the coffin, inserting into the ground. The next moment, several skeletons pushed away the debris on them and stood up, The corpse craftsman controlled a chain to touch the nearest skeleton. He tapped on the skeleton to judge its hardness according to the sound to see if it could be used. If it couldn't be used, he would release control, letting the skeleton fall back down. If it could be used, he would direct the skeleton to the side, lining them up to stand. The corpse craftsman selected usable skeletons bit by bit. After choosing a total of 20 skeletons, he stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to select more skeletons to create corpse puppets. It was at this time he was operating in the city, and controlling too many corpse puppets would be inconvenient. He also feared scaring ordinary people and receiving complaints. If he received too many complaints, the Hunter Association would restrict his access to the city. He only needed to create temporary corpse puppets, which didn't require too complex a process. He controlled the chains to place talismans on the chest of each skeleton and finally activated these talismans. Using incantations, he controlled the runes in the talismans, which then detached from the talismans and began to roam on the skeletons. After the runes circled the skeletons 3 times, the temporary refinement was complete. The ritual was complete, and the corpse craftsman stood up, taking the zombie puppets back with him. Chapter 64. Red Light Street. After a few minutes of chaotic fighting, as everyone became slightly familiar with each other's combat styles, Jiang Xia took out the truth and swept the field. Actually, while like most is this kind of firepower coverage, a crushing style of play, this planet also has similar firearms, so no one doubted anything. However, most of the firearms are powered by magic crystals. They thought Jiang Xia's weapon was also magic crystal powered and assumed she was a hidden rich person. So they didn't ask much. After the melee ended, Dao suggested taking Jiang Xia to walk through the auction house to familiarize herself with the terrain. The others had arrived yesterday and had already walked through it once. Thus, Jiang Xia followed Dao and Ling Ji to know. 8. Red Light Street in the North City. As the name suggests, Red Light Street is a hub for entertainment and romance. During the day, this street is desolate and empty. At night, it is filled with bright lights and loud music, where people experience both joy and sorrow, constantly enacting tales of love and heartbreak. There are taverns, foot massage parlors, massage shops, entertainment venues, and casinos. Everything one could want. Different consumption levels enter different establishments. Number 8 Red Light Street is the largest casino in the area. As Jiang Xia walked, she looked around with a mix of curiosity and exploration. Several young women standing on the second floor spotted Jiang Xia and shouted, "Hey, pretty little sister, this isn't a place for you. Hurry back home." It's not that women are prohibited from spending here, but vulnerable women without self-defense are often preyed upon by men. In fact, if someone is sufficiently interested, 4 situations can occur. These fallen women couldn't bear to see a young girl like Jiang Xia, driven by curiosity, come here and potentially be targeted by certain individuals. Jiang Xia looked up and sweetly greeted them. "Hello, pretty sisters." "Ha ha, hee hee hee." Some laughed heartily at her greeting, while others giggled and covered their faces. Regardless of the reaction, they were all genuinely amused. In stark contrast to their usual interactions with men, Jiang Xia noticed that the sisters were in number 7, right next to her target, number 8. No, 7 was a bar, lavishly decorated, with 2 doormen at the entrance, specifically opening the door for incoming guests. Jiang Xia glanced at Dao and Ling Ji, nodded toward the bar, and said, "Let's go," in a declarative tone rather than a question or rhetorical statement. With that, she entered the bar first. "Welcome," the doormen said in unison, opening the door for Jiang Xia. In this era, the only reason for manually opening doors is to give customers a sense of being cared for and valued. Jiang Xia was in a good mood at that moment. The purpose of coming to such a place is simply to receive emotional value from their services. When the emotional value is provided, spending will naturally follow. Inside the bar, the lights flickered, the music was pumping, and the crowd was lively, dancing wildly on the floor. It was Jiang Xia's first time in such an environment, and to be honest, she felt somewhat out of place. Rubbing her ears, she almost had her eardrums shattered by the noise. Outside, one couldn't hear a thing. The soundproofing was excellent. As she stood there looking around, Dao and Ling Ji followed her in. Some people on the dance floor noticed Jiang Xia. Although she was still a teenager, she had grown into a tall and graceful figure, like a water lily, pure and elegant. Produce. Jiang Xia wore riding gear for convenience in combat, which, while not as form-fitting as tight clothes, still highlighted her youthful charm. With her innocent looks and restrained figure, she was the epitome of many men's dreams. Immediately, someone whistled at Jiang Xia. The whistling echoed, accompanied by calls. "Little sister, come play. It's on me." A few regulars who spent money lavishly in the bar called the bartender, asking who the newcomer was and if she could join them for a drink and make a friend. Jiang Xia scanned the room, confirmed the positions of the main entrance, side doors and back doors, then walked toward the stairs. At the spiral staircase, two bartenders stood guard, separating the second floor from the main hall. Jiang Xia walked over, passing directly between the two bartenders and up the stairs. The bartenders did not stop her, seeing her ascend to the second floor. The expressions of a few men who wanted to inquire about her darkened. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji followed behind, and as they passed the bartenders, one extended a hand to block them. "What's going on? We want to go up," Dao Yi said. Hearing Dao Yi's words, Jiang Xia also stopped to look at the two being blocked, curious about why they were stopped. "The second floor requires a reservation. No reservation, no entry." "Then how did she get up?" Dao Yi pointed at Jiang Xia. "She's a girl, and a beautiful one at that," the bartenders explained. Dao Yi and Ling Ji, not understanding the implication, wondered, what kind of reasoning is this? Is the rule here set only for men? Generally speaking, this is indeed the case. After all, beautiful girls, even if they have no money, will have many people eager to pay for them. Only the beautiful ones, the unattractive ones, do not have this privilege. Dao Yi and Ling Ji did not comprehend, but Jiang Xia understood. After all, she had lived two lives. The bartenders, bowing and smiling, explained to Dao Yi and Ling Ji, "We're just following orders. We cannot casually stop anyone. You too can go up without a reservation. But the second floor has a minimum spending requirement of 200 high-quality magic crystals. The first floor does not require magic crystals for settlement, making it more affordable. In a place where the mainstream currency is the locally issued currency, the sudden appearance of a place using magic crystals, a cultivation resource, as currency means that spending is beyond what many can afford. This further indicates that the second floor does not cater to ordinary customers. If ordinary customers heard this, they might curse a few words, but would leave due to the unexpected costs. If they still wanted to go up, it meant they had the financial means, and they could be let through. Is there no minimum spending if you have a reservation? Jiang Xia asked. If you have a reservation, the minimum spending is 100 high-quality magic crystals. If you have a reservation, the minimum spending is halved. Jiang Xia nodded. All right, let them come up. 200 high-quality magic crystals were not a concern for her. In fact, she didn't care about the currency in this world at all, as once she left, it wouldn't be usable in the interstellar realm. Magic crystals might be exchanged for other cultivation resources. But Jiang Xia was now wealthy and didn't care about that little bit of resource. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's words, the bartenders lowered their hands, allowing Dao Yi and Ling Ji to ascend. Climbing the stairs, turning a couple of corners, they arrived on the second floor. The second floor was quite elegant. In the entrance hall, several pots of vibrant potted plants were displayed. There were also sofas and tea tables for people to relax. On the tea table were 2 fruit platters, each containing a few magic spirit fruits. At that moment, the 4 young women who had just spoken to Jiang Xia were seated on the sofa, giggling at her. 2 leaned against the railing, sizing her up. I didn't expect the little sister to be so generous. They had their own methods of communication and had already learned from the 2 bartenders at the entrance about what had just happened. Sisters, shall we go chat for a bit? The 4 exchanged glances and then looked at Jiang Xia. Are we all going? You sure have a big appetite. Treat us to spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and the cost will be quite high. Sister, think it over again. Each person has 1 sentence. All trying to persuade Jiang Xia. Chapter 65. Invasion of interstellar criminals with the eye of the heavenly secret. Jiang Xia essentially has the ability of X-ray vision. It's quite simple to quietly dig a magic crystal vein in the forest maze. She hasn't forgotten that when she first arrived on this planet, she nearly starved for a little money. The forest maze has many veins, and Jiang Xia did not dig randomly. She only took 1/3 from each of several major veins. Magic crystals are a renewable resource, as long as the core, is not destroyed. Jiang Xia did not touch the cores of those veins, so the magic crystals can continue to grow. Therefore, she has the most high-quality and superior magic crystals, with some medium and low-quality ones as well. To reassure the four young ladies, Jiang Xia took out 10 high-quality magic crystals from her space and made them float in front of her. Will these be enough to spend a night? One high-quality magic crystal is equivalent to 100 superior magic crystals. Of course, this is more than enough. After showing them, Jiang Xia waved her hand, and the magic crystals returned to her space. Seeing Jiang Xia display her wealth, the four young ladies no longer tried to stop her and guessed she must be the daughter of some wealthy family out for fun. Looking at Dao Yi and Ling Ji, they felt that the two were indeed Jiang Xia as bodyguards. Dao Yi and Ling Ji followed Jiang Xia silently, which added to that impression. The four young ladies smiled and surrounded Jiang Xia as they entered a private room. Each private room has its own theme style, and the one they entered had a theme of a sea of flowers. The artist's skills were impressive, painting various flowers with clear layers on the walls, creating a visual feast at first glance. When the lights were turned on, the colors of the flower sea changed, even reflecting the four seasons. As soon as Jiang Xia sat down, several bartenders came over. Some carried drinks, some brought fruit platters, and some served snacks. These were not ordered by Jiang Xia, but were complimentary upon entering the room. After pouring a drink for everyone, they asked what else was needed before leaving. The young ladies could order whatever they wanted to eat or drink. Jiang Xia was financially generous. She turned to Dao Yi and Ling Ji. Eat and drink as you like. She also picked up a spirit fruit and started eating. How long have you sisters been here? The few of them chatted while eating and drinking. Once the high-tier magic beast meat Jiang Xia ordered was served, the atmosphere in the room became much more harmonious. Magic beast meat can prolong the lifespan of ordinary people, but should not be eaten in excess, as the magic energy can cause internal chaos and lead to explosion. For cultivators, it can maintain their internal energy and provide the strength needed for cultivation. The four seasonal beauties were all of limited cultivation talent and had no family background, ultimately ending up in this place to earn resources for cultivation. When Jiang Xia invited them to eat the high-tier magic beast meat, they felt quite happy. Although there were many rich people, not every rich person was willing to treat them to high-tier magic beast meat. Jiang Xia and her companions were full before coming out to explore, so they only tasted a few bites and then set down their chopsticks. The rest was shared among the seasonal beauties. After eating and drinking well, Jiang Xia began to ask, "Do you sisters know about the auction happening next door?" This was, after all, the ultimate goal of Jiang Xia's visit. With people coming and going, and since room number 8 was nearby, there must have been guests discussing this topic inadvertently. Jiang Xia wanted to inquire about anything related to the auction. "Hee, you little clever girl," one sister teased Jiang Xia. "However, I did hear a piece of news, unsure if it's true." "What is it?" Jiang Xia asked curiously. Dao Yi and Ling Ji also perked up their ears to listen carefully. "I heard that there will be an item auctioned at this auction that, once consumed, can allow those who cannot cultivate to cultivate." This statement stunned Jiang Xia. She knew some things about this planet that others did not. That is, a person without star bones cannot grow star bones no matter what heavenly materials or earthly treasures they consume. There's only one way to allow a person to grow star bones: to excavate the star bones from someone who has them, preserve their vitality through secret methods, and then transfer them to another person. This is against the natural order. This is a forbidden technique. How could such a forbidden technique appear on this planet? Or have interstellar criminals come here? In an instant, Jiang Xia's thoughts surged, and various schemes rolled through her mind. At the same time, she also recalled the intimidation she faced at the Sima family today. Could it also be related to this matter? The Sima family is wealthy, and no one can cultivate. They must have dreamed of having a cultivator in their family. If they participate in the auction, they would be a formidable opponent. If they could scare off their opponents in advance, wouldn't that save a lot of trouble? Is there really such a miraculous elixir? Another seasonal beauty chimed in. "I don't know. I just overheard that gentleman whispering to someone else as I passed by," she said. "I accidentally heard it. Whether this is true or not, I don't know. Even if it is true, people like us would never be able to gather that price in our lifetime." This was indeed the truth. dousing the excitement that had just ignited in the other three young ladies. Do you want to compete at the auction? The sister who leaked the information looked at Jiang Xia with a smile. What? That thing can also enhance cultivation qualifications? Jiang Xia retorted with a smile. It can be used by others in the family. Jiang Xia shook her head and sighed. Ah, if my family members can cultivate, we 1T need that thing. Do you sisters have any other news? Recently, among the guests, 9 out of 10 are discussing this auction. But how could any truly useful information be said in front of us? What we can hear are all trivial bits of information. For example, it said that some of the auction items are newly unearthed, and some possess a lot of spirituality. I heard that this auction will have interstellar participants. They brought several treasures with them. Interstellar? What treasures? This made Jiang Xia more certain of her suspicions. Interstellar criminals have come to this planet. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. If the criminals collude with the locals, those who awaken their star bones on this planet will be very dangerous. I heard that there's a kind of potion that, once injected, can enhance cultivation. Yes, I also heard that after an ordinary person injects it, their lifespan can be extended to 1,000 years. Jiang Xia. Isn't this just a potion given for free to ordinary people in the interstellar realm to extend their lifespan? Why aren't those who cannot cultivate on this planet injecting this? Jiang Xia hadn't paid attention to this before and thought to send a message to her teacher when she returned. The fact is that this planet has not joined the interstellar realm and has not allied with any interstellar forces. So some basic welfare benefits for the populace in the interstellar realm are not freely provided to them. If they had to buy it themselves, they couldn't afford that many resources. Or rather, resources should be provided to those with high potential, allowing them to quickly enhance their cultivation to reach the threshold for joining the interstellar realm. This would help the planet gain a certain voice when it joins the interstellar realm in the future. This also provides an opportunity for some interstellar criminals to engage in speculative activities. Chapter 66. The auction begins October 10th night. The auction starts at 10 o'clock in the evening, and everyone must arrive at the auction site beforehand, knowing that there are interstellar criminals participating in this auction. Jiang Xia lent a set of self-defense equipment to Sima Zhou to ensure the employer's safety. At the same time, she also provided him with 2 truths for self-defense. These 2 truths were modified by Jiang Xia, allowing ordinary people to use them with just 2 magic crystals. The recoil issue was also resolved. Jiang Xia, Deng Yi, Ling Ji, and He Wuchang provided close protection for Sima Zhou. Ling Dun, Mu Tiaoyu, and Shi Jiang were responsible for monitoring the outside of the auction venue and providing support in case of any accidents. Each person was equipped with a mini communicator, or earpiece, for constant communication and information exchange. There were several ordinary security personnel present. These security personnel did not enter the auction venue. They were only responsible for driving and maintaining appearances. Each security staff member was dressed in black uniforms, which were particularly imposing. Just seeing them made Jiang Xia want to hire a team of such security personnel for her next outing. Whether they could protect her was not important. What mattered was their presence. It would look good to take them out. After lunch, Ling Dang, Mu Tu, and Shi Jiang set off first to scout the situation on Red Light Street. Jiang Xia and the others left the residence with Sima Zhou at 9 o'clock. They arrived at Red Light Street at 9:30. Due to this auction, the traffic on Red Light Street was particularly heavy tonight. They got out of the car and walked to number 8 Red Light Street. Number 8 Red Light Street was closed for the day for tonight's auction. There were 2 people guarding the entrance. Sima Zhou approached the door, took out an invitation, and handed it over. One of the guards took the invitation, inspected it, then returned it and bowed to invite Sima Zhou inside. The main auction venue was underground. There was a large hall with ordinary seating, mostly occupied by casual cultivators. There were also private boxes prepared for VIPs. The invitation Sima Zhou received was for a private box. Box number 6 on the 5th underground floor. Jiang Xia, wearing colored contact lenses, activated her heavenly eye and observed as they walked. To ensure the auction could proceed normally, many preparations were made at the auction venue. Numerous skilled cultivators were hidden in the shadows, along with various formations: confinement formations, illusion formations, and defense formations. The runes for the confinement and illusion formations were written in interstellar script. Jiang Xia guessed that these two formations might have been provided by the interstellar criminals or sold to the auction organizers. The confinement formation restricts stellar power, while this world restricts magical power. The magical power inside and outside the formations no longer flows between each other. At the same time, mobilizing the magical power within one's body became somewhat difficult, akin to a phone signal stuck on loading. When it would load completely depended on luck. This effectively sealed the strength of all cultivators, preventing them from causing trouble easily. If one wanted to cause trouble, the illusion formation was there. This formation continuously spun, and anyone causing trouble would immediately fall into the illusion and remain unaware. Lastly, the defense formation was likely to prevent others from using firepower to breach the auction venue. Upon arriving at the box, Jiang Xia took out a vial from her spatial storage, poured out a few pills, and distributed one to everyone present. She also took one for herself. The others did not ask why and followed suit. Sima Zhou was curious about the effect of the pill, but swallowed the question, thinking there might be ears on the other side of the wall. Seeing everyone had taken it, he did as well. This pill would keep one's consciousness clear for 2 hours, preventing confusion from the illusion formation or any other distraction. In summary, it could break any mental illusions. The box was about the size of a room and seemed to employ spatial technology. On the wall by the entrance, there was a projection of the auction stage. Inside the room, there were tables, chairs, and 2 fruit platters, as well as 2 potted plants. On the table was a button and a microphone. To participate in the auction, one only needed to press this button. The microphone was also used during the auction, allowing everyone present to hear what was said. At 10 o'clock sharp, the auction began. A curvaceous and sharply dressed beauty stepped onto the stage. The auction begins. Without any opening remarks, she went straight to the point. Let us welcome the first item for auction. A female host approached, holding a long tray with both hands. The tray was covered with a red cloth, so the item was not visible. The host walked over and lifted the red cloth. Our first item for auction, the frost sword. This sword has already gained sentience. With a little nurturing, it can cultivate a weapon spirit. Everyone may use their spiritual sense to inspect it. A sword that is about to give birth to a weapon spirit? This is a great item. Even in the interstellar realm, it would be a highly sought-after object. Using it as the first auction item shows that the subsequent items will only be of greater value. The attendees' expectations skyrocketed. However, the sword's inherent frost attribute limited its users to those with ice, water, or snow attributes of stellar power. Otherwise, they could not unleash its full potential. Jiang Xia also used her spiritual sense to investigate. The frost sword showed no signs of damage and was full of spirit. She could clearly see the sword energy swirling within the blade, and a small weapon spirit had already taken shape, currently closing its eyes and rising and falling with the sword energy. Just as the host said, with a little nurturing, the weapon spirit could awaken. This is even rarer than a weapon spirit that already possesses self-awareness. A self-aware weapon spirit has its own temper. They choose their masters, not the other way around. But this unawakened weapon spirit means whoever possesses it is its master. It will not be picky. Jiang Xia was also very tempted, but unfortunately, her stellar power was not a match, so she regrettably gave up. Her brother, Jiang Lang, is a body cultivator and cannot use it either. Among the people she knew, only Ling Dang was of the water attribute, which should be suitable. Ling Dang, being outside, was unaware of the events inside the auction and therefore did not know about this item. It was also not listed in the catalog of auction items she saw at the Sima family. Jiang Xia felt that Ling Dang would be very disappointed to miss out on this item. So she communicated with Sima Zhou to see if she could inform Ling Dang. After receiving a positive answer, Jiang Xia used the earpiece to tell Ling Dang about it and asked if she wanted to bid. Ling Dang was also very interested and asked Jiang Xia to help her bid if possible. However, she mentioned that she was short on funds and told Jiang Xia to let it go if it got too expensive. Jiang Xia. Too expensive? How much is considered too expensive? She had no concept of that. Ugh. She should have checked the average consumption level in this world. What a miscalculation. Forget it. She would use the number of magic crystals in her space as a standard. If it exceeded 80%, she would stop bidding. The people at the auction venue were eager after inspecting the item and urged the host to start the bidding quickly. The host was very pleased with the crowd's reaction. Starting bid, 1,000 top-grade magic crystals, with each bid increasing by no less than 100 top-grade magic crystals. Let the bidding begin. 1,100, 1,500. The initial bidders were all sitting in the hall. Once they had shouted their bids, the people in the boxes would start bidding. A sword like this, even if one cannot use it, purchasing it for collection, leaving it for future generations, or gifting it to friends and family would be a good choice. When the bidding in the hall reached 5,000 top-grade magic crystals, the pace slowed down. Jiang Xia directly called out, 10,000 top-grade magic crystals. The host exclaimed, box number 6 on the 5th floor bids 10,000 top-grade magic crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? 15,000 top-grade magic crystals. Another box called out. Chapter 67 Auction of Starbone in the End. The first item was bid on by Jiang Xia for 1 million top-quality magic crystals. In Jiang Xia's view, this price was not high. If it weren't for the following items being more worthy of others' bids, this price might have multiplied by dozens of times. Now, let's welcome the second item. The auctioneer's voice came from outside. A beautiful young lady walked in gracefully, holding a tray. This time, the tray was not covered with a red cloth, and several potion bottles were presented to everyone. The auctioneer began to introduce. These potions have magical functions. No matter who takes them, their lifespan can be extended to 1,000 years. As soon as the introduction was finished, many people's breaths became heavy. Whether you are a cultivator or an ordinary person, the effect is the same. However, cultivators will not gain cultivation from taking them, the auctioneer said with a teasing tone, eliciting knowing smiles from many. In the box where Jiang Xia was seated, Sima Zhou changed his posture, leaning slightly towards the table, with his hand resting on the edge of the table, as if ready to bid at any moment. Dao Yi, Ling Ji, and He Wuchang showed no changes. They were confident in themselves. As long as they reached the Star Energy Master level, their lifespan would naturally extend to 1,000 years. They were currently Star Light Masters, just one major realm away from Star Energy Masters. It was only a matter of time. Jiang Xia wanted to say that bidding on this was really unnecessary because this stuff is free. Unfortunately, the information here was out of sync with the interstellar world. The people who brought these potions to sell were profiting from this information gap. Jiang Xia understood the reasoning, but did not intend to profit from it. She had a clear self-identification, an interstellar explorer, an adventurer, but certainly not a merchant. Starting bid, 1,000 top-quality magic crystals. Each bid must increase by no less than 100 top-quality magic crystals. The auction begins. 2,000, 3,000. It was still the people in the hall who participated in the bidding first. The increase in bids was clearly higher than that of the first item. It was evident that in their minds, the value of life far exceeded that of a spirit treasure. And indeed, as long as one is alive, there are infinite possibilities. If they did not win this spirit treasure, they could try again next time. If they couldn't find the same one, they could find a substitute. As the bids increased rapidly, the people in the box could no longer sit still and joined in. Many people knew in advance that there were a total of 10 portions of this potion, so although many were frantic, they still maintained some rationality. In the end, this batch of potions was sold for over 200,000 top-quality magic crystals. Although Sima Zhou was tempted, he did not participate in the bidding at all. It seemed that his goal was not these potions. The subsequent items were potions, auctioned one by one, with prices fluctuating between 2 million and 5 million top-quality magic crystals. No one bid higher than that. The next auction item was newly unearthed burial goods. There were bronze artifacts, unknown items, and a painting titled Secrets depicting a lady washing clothes. After these, there were some rare and precious materials and herbs. As each item was successfully auctioned, time passed little by little. Finally, it came to the last item. The next and final item was an extremely rare object. It was also something that could change the trajectory of a life. As soon as this was said, many people immediately understood what the last item was. Many had come specifically for this last item. Sima Zhou had also come for this last item, to have enough funds to bid on it. He did not bid on his favorite painting of a lady. Now let's welcome the last item. The auctioneer's final words were particularly powerful. Meanwhile, in another box, 6 oddly dressed individuals were staring at a young boy. At this moment, the boy was completely focused on the painting in his hands. This painting was none other than the one just auctioned, the lady washing clothes. After the auction item is completed, it will be delivered to the successful bidder's hands. Payment is made upon delivery. After that, whether the buyer stays or leaves is up to them. How long until it's my turn? The speaker was a robust man, bald, with his upper body bare. The left side of his face was tattooed with a heart-shaped pattern, and the right side had an arrow pointing towards the heart. He wore pants that were half red and half black, with a sea of flowers tattooed on his back. He was the leader of this 7-person group. Others could ignore the boy's words, but when the leader spoke, the boy had to respond. Give me 5 more minutes. The boy was not young. He just had a small stature and could not grow taller, so he enjoyed dressing like a youth. 5 minutes was enough time. Now, on the auction stage outside, the last item had just been brought out. The red cloth had been removed, revealing a crystal. The crystal was merely a carrier. What floated inside was a small golden sword, which was the auction item. This item was called Starbone. The auctioneer began to introduce the item. Just this sentence made Jiang Xia's anger surge. What is Starbone? It is awakened from within the human body. On this planet, it is not called Starbone, but spiritual root or magic root, so they do not know how Starbone comes about. A piece of Starbone is equivalent to a human life. Moreover, it must be found and excavated while the person is still alive. If a person dies, the Starbone will dissipate and return to the heavens and earth. Starbone has no shape within the human body. Only when it is excavated and sealed for preservation. It is shaped through forbidden techniques for easy identification. The small sword displayed on the auction stage represents that this Starbone belongs to the gold element. This was the information Jiang Xia had found after entering the Sky Academy. She also learned that there exists a black industrial chain in the interstellar world. In the interstellar market, everyone who buys Starbone in the black market knows its origin. Yet, they still buy it without guilt. If the people on this planet knew this, even if they knew, it should not stop their determination to purchase. They might even feel relieved knowing the source of these Starbones, thinking they are no longer unattainable items. As long as the price is right, people can still be treated as commodities. Jiang Xia never underestimated anyone's greed, including her own. She was unsure if she would recklessly desire to obtain a piece of Starbone if she were in the position of an ordinary person. She understood, but did not agree. She did not agree with this practice. She struggled to suppress the anger within her. She never expected to actually see Starbone here. It seemed that this world had indeed been infiltrated by interstellar criminals. The auctioneer continued to explain. Starbone, once taken, will give rise to a magic root within the body. This piece of Starbone belongs to the gold element, and taking it will awaken the gold magic root. Starting bid, 100,000 top-quality magic crystals. Each bid must be no less than 10,000 top-quality magic crystals. The auction begins. 1 million. The first bidder raised the price so high. The next moment, a clear and pleasant female voice came out. Who raised the price so high? Can't you raise it a bit slower? Let me bid too. If I can't afford it, so be it, but can I at least feel involved? This playful remark eased some of the tense atmosphere. It was still that strange 7-person box, and the one who spoke was the only woman among the 7. She wore a simple white dress, with long black hair cascading down, barefoot, dressed in the most ordinary and normal way. One stands out as abnormal among a crowd of eccentric people. Haha, as the young lady said. Let's take it slow with the bidding and give everyone a sense of participation. The host responded with a smile. Chapter 68. The blood-colored great array is unraveled. In a private room with 7 strangely dressed individuals, a young man suddenly shouted, "Hurry, just say how to do it." The leader spoke. The others also stared at the young man with serious expressions. Although they did not speak, their expressions indicated agreement with what the leader said. The young man laid a picture of noble women washing clothes flat on the table. It's simple, just drip blood on the 7 noble women in the painting. And the secret of this painting will be revealed. This secret just happens to help us when the auction items downstairs. Does it mean whoever drips this blood will be recognized as the master by the secret? The one who spoke was the fattest among the 7. His neck and waist were layered with swim rings. His face was painted with blush, and he had a top knot on his head, dressed in a red belly band. seemingly imitating the dolls in New Year paintings. This picture is quite special. It just so happens to depict 7 noble women, and we are also 7 people. Each person chooses one and drips blood. Let's do as the fool said, the leader commanded. We 7 are determined by the 7 deadly sins. Could it be that the number of people in this painting is the same? The woman in the white dress casually remarked. Who knows? Someone replied. More people stood up in silence and walked toward the table. They all stood by the table, casually selected the nearest noblewoman, cut their fingers, and dripped blood. Once all 7 had finished dripping their blood, the painting of the noble women began to change. The blood originally pooled on the painting started to scatter. The blood dispersed into tiny molecules, running along a certain trajectory. Soon, these blood molecules connected and formed a blood-colored great array. All 7 felt a connection to the great array and were able to use and control it. They also grasped the secret contained in this ancient painting called Secret. After sensing the function of the great array, all 7 revealed expressions of joy. The leader was happy inwardly, but maintained a calm exterior. The young man smiled innocently, hiding something sinister beneath. The woman in white smiled charmingly, concealing a murderous intent. The fat man laughed heartily, his voice the loudest and most booming. The others also had their own distinct characteristics. Who will go? The leader asked. I'll go. The young man picked up the painting from the table, went to the window of the private room, opened it, and outside was the auction hall. Below, nearly 1,000 people were sitting and standing. At that moment, the auction was at its most intense, and the bidding for the star bones had already reached astronomical figures. The young man's appearance did not attract anyone's attention. He raised the painting in his hand and threw it into the air while shouting, "Sacrifice!" The ancient painting floated in midair, and the blood-colored great array instantly activated. At the same time, everyone in building number 8 saw darkness before their eyes and was pulled into the array. Fortunately, building number 8 had a defensive array, isolating the inside from the outside. After the blood-colored great array was activated, it only absorbed the people inside the building and did not affect those outside. The person holding the star bones was sucked away by the blood-colored great array, and the tray fell to the ground, with the crystal ball rolling several times before stopping. The young man used his mental power to retrieve the crystal ball from a distance. After getting the crystal ball, the young man glanced at it twice, turned, and tossed it to the leader. Then he turned back to retrieve the ancient painting floating in midair. The leader caught the crystal ball and played with it in his hand for a while before tossing it to the others. They were all cultivators and had no interest in the star bones inside the crystal ball. Just playing with it was enough to broaden their knowledge. The crystal ball eventually returned to the leader's hands. Done. Let's go. The group pushed open the door of the private room and left through a concealed passage in the auction hall. Exiting the concealed passage, they left Red Light Street, and the 7 of them each tore apart a teleportation talisman, departing in 7 different directions. Inside the blood-colored great array, Jiang Xia stood among the crowd, moving forward with the flow. Beneath her feet was a bridge made of wooden planks. The bridge was narrow, only allowing one person to pass at a time. Below the bridge was a blood pool. In the pool were red blood and human bones. Those people seemed to be drowning, constantly struggling and shouting for help. Some tried to swim to the shore, attempting to climb up. Jiang Xia saw one person reach the shore with one hand just touching it, but the next second, they disappeared. Upon closer inspection, she saw that person's figure in the middle of the blood pool again. No wonder there were no patrols or guards. It turned out there was an array at the edge of the blood pool. As soon as someone tried to escape and touch the array, they would be teleported back into the blood pool. Some swam to the edge of the bridge, reaching out their hands to grab the bridge or the people on it. Standing on the bridge, the distance between the bridge surface and the blood pool did not seem far, and it appeared that those hands could quickly grab the bridge planks or the people on it. However, no matter how high those hands reached, they could not touch the bridge surface. If someone on the bridge panicked and fell into the blood pool, they would just fall. No one would care. The air was thick with the smell of blood and death. Jiang Xia looked at the people around her, all dressed in white, their hands bound in chains in front of them. She was dressed the same way. Her mind was blank. She was who? Jiang Xia struggled to remember the question. Who was she? Why was she here? Where was this place? It looked somewhat like hell. Hell? The hell one goes to after death? Did she die? How did she die? Why did she go to hell? What evil deeds did she commit in her life? Finally, she circled back to the first question. Who was she? The blood-colored great array had a total of 7 layers. Jiang Xia was on the first layer. Dao, Yi, and Ling Ji were imprisoned on the same layer, the 5th layer, but in different rooms. Dao, Yi opened his eyes to find himself tied to a pillar. Surrounding him was a void, with nothing visible. It seemed that in this world, only he existed, along with the stone pillar behind him and the iron chains on his body. Above him, dark clouds gathered, rolling ominously, with lightning striking down from time to time, hitting Dao Yi. Dao Yi convulsed from the electric shock, spitting out blood. His internal organs were severely injured. Each time lightning struck, a voice echoed in the void. Do you know your wrongs? At that moment, Dao Yi, like Jiang Xia, had forgotten many things, not remembering who he was or why he was there. After being questioned, he instinctively repeated, Do you know your wrongs? His voice was very faint and weak. However, the being in the void seemed to hear Dao Yi's words, thinking he was unrepentant, and became furious. The next second, a more powerful bolt of lightning struck Dao Yi. The voice in the void roared angrily, Do you know your wrongs? It had the tone of forcing a confession. Dao Yi's injuries worsened, and he felt unbearable pain, his mind becoming somewhat unclear, but he still maintained clarity. He spoke up to ask, What crime have I committed? Why am I imprisoned here? Where is this place? The being in the void was furious. Pretending to be foolish, your crime is doubled. With that, another bolt of heavenly thunder struck Dao Yi. His Taoist robe was made of ordinary material and could not withstand the lightning's attack, now tattered and torn. On the other side, Ling Ji was sitting face to face with an evil ghost. The evil ghost wanted to discuss morality with Ling Ji, debating good and evil in humanity. The evil ghost insisted that humans are inherently evil. Regardless of wealth or poverty, it cannot conceal the evil beneath human nature. Doing good is merely putting forward unnecessary things to create a facade. Chapter 69. The bet the evil spirit insists that humans are inherently lazy, if given a choice. Who would be willing to contribute or work? It also maintains that human nature is fundamentally evil, devoid of compassion and righteousness. On the other hand, Lingji believes that humans are hardworking and inclined towards goodness. He holds that human nature is inherently good, and even a wicked person, with a little guidance and the opportunity to reform, can surely abandon evil for good. When it comes to arguing with words, neither Lingji nor the evil spirit is willing to yield to the other. Eventually, they decide to let facts speak for themselves. They agree to choose a place and help the people there in their own ways, to see who will be the victor in the end. For their first stop, they choose the disaster victims currently suffering from flooding. Dao Yi chooses to possess a disaster victim, becoming one among them so that he can better understand what they need and help them directly. The evil spirit opts to become a well-known local gentry. The flood has destroyed the homes of the victims, leaving them homeless. The government is slow to act, failing to provide immediate assistance or effective measures, leading to several riots among the victims, resulting in countless casualties and many wandering beggars. The person Dao Yi possesses is one of the victims who chose to stay, unwilling to leave his hometown. The first thing Dao Yi does after possessing this victim is to organize everyone to search for food in the surrounding woods, as well as to negotiate with the government to see what disaster relief measures the court has in place. The evil spirit, possessing the gentry, sets up a tent on a safe high ground to distribute porridge. Each person receives a bowl of porridge and a bun. Although it is not much, it is enough to last a day if saved. Following Dao Yi to search for food might not even yield as much, and it is tiring to run around all day. As a result, more and more people choose to receive one bowl of porridge and one bun daily, eat, and then sleep. No one wants to go out with Lingji anymore. Instead, they persuade Lingji, saying that there is ready food available. So why expend effort to search for it? They mock Lingji for being foolish, saying that if he doesn't want to eat, he can give his portion to them. The evil spirit finds Lingji and triumphantly tells him, See, human nature is inherently degenerate. Lingji keeps turning the prayer beads in his hand, unable to figure out where the problem lies, and finally says, Best of 3. The evil spirit laughs heartily, Good. and you can choose the scenario. Lingji thinks for a moment, reflecting on the lessons learned from their last failure, and says, "This time we won't possess anyone. We will let things develop on their own and see how it turns out in the end." "Fine," the evil spirit responds confidently, not caring how Lingji arranges it. Life has no rehearsals, no elaborate setups or arrangements. However, human selfishness cannot be avoided by mere setups. Lingji, I choose a scholar. He has also learned from the last experience, believing that those disaster victims are uneducated and do not understand propriety or shame. This time, he chooses someone who has studied, understands Confucian principles, knows good from evil, and is sure to live up to his expectations and withstand the test. The evil spirit says, "Then I bet that after he passes the imperial examination, he will choose to abandon his lowly wife for a noble lady." Lingji responds, "Poverty cannot change one's loyalty, and power cannot bend one's will. I choose that he will not abandon his lowly wife." Thus, they watch the life of the chosen scholar through the water mirror. The scholar rises early every day to study. His wife wakes up early as well, busy serving her in-laws, farming, and cooking, working diligently. The mother-in-law does nothing all day, wandering around aimlessly. The father-in-law is also a scholar with a degree, so their land is exempt from taxes. He was wronged during his youth while taking the examination, injuring his leg, which has never healed properly. With a bad leg, he remains at home, feeling frustrated, and occasionally drinks to relieve his boredom. In her spare time, the scholar's wife also does embroidery work to sell. The scholar's daily expenses are all covered by his wife's earnings from her embroidery work. It can be said that the entire family relies solely on the wife for support. The only drawback is that they have no children, due to the bet between Lingji and the evil spirit. The scholar passes every examination he faces and eventually reaches the imperial court, ultimately becoming the top scholar. The daughter of the prime minister selects him as her husband. Upon inquiring with friends who have studied with the scholar, they learn that he is not married and has no engagement, still single. Thus, the prime minister's family entrusts a matchmaker to inquire about the scholar's opinion. Upon hearing that the other party is the daughter of the current prime minister, the scholar immediately agrees. Seeing this, the evil spirit laughs heartily. "Monk, are you convinced?" Lingji spins the prayer beads in his hand faster and mutters, "How can this be? How can it be like this? Why is it like this? I don't believe it. I need to ask." Lingji insists on personally asking the scholar what he thinks. The evil spirit shrugs. "Fine, go ahead and ask." Lingji transforms into the appearance of the scholar's wife and finds the scholar. Upon seeing her, the scholar immediately pulls her to a secluded place, frowning and reproaching her. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you at home taking care of your parents?" Lingji, in the guise of the wife, replies, "I heard you became the top scholar, so I thought you might need someone to take care of you. So I came." The scholar's expression darkens, and he coldly says, "I don't need your care here. You should go home quickly. Are you hiding something from me?" Lingji, considering her dignity, asks delicately. The scholar's expression grows colder than before. "What could I possibly hide from you? Hurry back. This is not a place for you." "Not a place for me? What do you mean it's not a place for me? You became the top scholar. I am your wife. How can I not come here?" Lingji presses, "Tell me, do you want to abandon your lowly wife?" Now angry, Lingji directly asks. The scholar sneers. "There are 3 unfilial acts, and the greatest is to have no descendants. You have been barren for years. I have already divorced you." "Divorced?" Lingji is shocked. "This is the divorce decree. Take it." The scholar pulls out a divorce document from his bosom and shoves it into Lingji's hands. At this moment, Lingji's thoughts are racing, and he numbly accepts the divorce decree. Not knowing what to say, the scholar hands over the decree and turns to leave. Lingji, unwilling to accept this, finally shouts, "Are you doing this to marry the prime minister's daughter?" The scholar turns back to look at Lingji, who is transformed into the wife. With a cold smile, "Since you already know, just go back obediently. If you dare to ruin my good fortune." The scholar's expression is cold and fierce, looking at the wife with eyes as if she were a corpse. "Why?" As the illusion fades, Lingji finds himself once again sitting across from the evil spirit. The person has returned, but the spirit has not. "Aren't you a scholar? The vows of sharing joys and sorrows, made to the god of marriage, are they all false?" The evil spirit laughs heartily, feeling utterly pleased. Its goal is to destroy this monk's resolve, to shatter his faith. now that it has achieved half of its purpose. How could it not be happy? The evil spirit continues to stoke the flames. No man is truly a man without some ruthlessness. The coldest hearts in the world are those of these scholars. They will do anything to climb higher, even betray friends and sell their own sisters and children as bargaining chips to the powerful. Such things are commonplace. A lowly wife is merely a stepping stone for them. Once they step over it and attain a higher status, they will naturally replace her. Lingji has grown up in the Buddhist temple, learning about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and the path of saving sentient beings. The people he has interacted with have all had very simple characters. Growing up in a small circle, he has not experienced much hardship, having been nurtured. He has never encountered the treachery of the human heart. It is normal for him to be unable to comprehend these matters at first encounter. Chapter 70. Finding a Way Out. The second layer of the blood array. The oil pots were boiling hot. Individuals were bound above the oil pots, with little demons nearby rolling the ropes, controlling the people above the pots. Cries of agony echoed one after another. The smell of fried meat was overwhelming. Black Wuchang was tied over one pot, which was boiling beneath him. He had also lost his memory, and his mind was blank at that moment. After glancing around, he made a simple judgment about his current situation. Is this the oil pot in hell? With ropes binding him and his mouth unsealed, he directly asked the little demon beside him, "Sir, what crime have I committed? Why am I sentenced to the oil pot?" The little demon scoffed, "Humph, you're already here, and you're still asking this? What's the use? Just accept your punishment, and when it's over, you'll be thrown into the beast path to atone." The oil temperature was already sufficient. "First batch, go." As he spoke, the little demon shook the axle and began to release the ropes. Black Wuchang watched as the boiling oil approached, not feeling fear, but instead continuously pondering. Who am I? Why am I here? Why can't I remember anything? His mind was empty, devoid of any thoughts. Am I dead? That shouldn't be the case. He kept trying to recall. Even with his mind blank, he was still thinking. Even when he was thrown into the oil pot, his body burned by the hot oil, and the aroma of cooked flesh wafted around him, he did not stop thinking. The little demon in charge of him, not hearing his screams, was puzzled, thinking the oil temperature was insufficient, and even reached into the pot to test it, only to get scalded and jump around. The punishment of being thrown into the oil pot was meant to inflict pain, allowing the punished to experience the agony of being fried, but not to die. After being fried for a while, he would be pulled up, his skin raw and flesh torn, with no good flesh left. He would then be left to cool for a while. After that, cold water would be splashed on him. The pain, it was heart-wrenching, to say the least. If this were in the human realm, the body would faint due to self-preservation. But here, no matter how much it hurt, one had to endure it. It was no different from being cut and had bones removed. Jiang Xia mechanically followed the crowd forward. Her body felt as if it were imprisoned, lacking the ability to act independently, only able to passively move forward. Soon, she arrived at a table. Sitting at the table was a little demon, wearing a hat and official attire. At first glance, he was a little leader. The other little demons were half naked, covering only the essential parts. On the table was a booklet. The little leader glanced at Jiang Xia, then looked down at the booklet and said, "Blood pool." A little demon nearby came over, grabbed Jiang Xia, and began leading her towards the blood pool. Jiang Xia wanted to ask, "What did you see? Why are you directly assigning her to the blood pool? Does the booklet only have the words blood pool?" Unfortunately, when Jiang Xia opened her mouth, she found she was unable to make a sound. She wanted to resist, but her body did not obey her commands and just mechanically followed the little demon. When they reached the edge of the blood pool, the little demon pushed her directly into the pool. Jiang Xia fell headfirst into the blood pool. The iron chains on her hands automatically dissolved upon contact with the blood water. Jiang Xia's hands were freed. Then, she discovered that the force imprisoning her body had also disappeared. She tried to move her arms and legs and found she could now move freely. The blood water had a strong, sour, and rotten smell. Jiang Xia quickly turned around and swam upwards. She couldn't swim, and her movements were chaotic. When her head broke the surface of the blood pool, she wiped her face to remove some of the blood water. She saw that the flesh on her hands had been corroded. Checking her other hand, it was the same. Looking down at her body, she noticed her clothes were being corroded little by little. The areas being corroded felt a burning, biting pain. Looking at the white bones floating in the blood pool, she knew this was the final fate of everyone in the blood pool. She still couldn't remember who she was, but she knew she shouldn't die here. She couldn't die here. Others had already tried, and escaping from the edge of the blood pool was impossible. The plank bridge above the pool was not a way out either. So, it only left the bottom of the blood pool. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xia swam towards the bottom of the blood pool. Whether it was the thickness of the blood water or her poor swimming skills, she felt her descent was very slow. Her vision should have been obstructed in the blood water. But Jiang Xia could see through the layers of red to the bottom of the pool. It was as if the red was transparent, non-existent. Jiang Xia's gaze kept scanning the bottom of the water, searching. When she felt her breath becoming labored, she surfaced for air. After catching her breath, she continued to dive. Finally, after what seemed like countless gasps for air, she discovered something different. She found a formation at the bottom of the blood pool. Why would there be a formation at the bottom of the blood pool? At this point, there was no good flesh left on her body. But she couldn't think too much about it and swam straight towards the formation. He had endured countless heavenly lightning strikes. His body was battered and bruised. The voice in the void continued to ask, "Do you acknowledge your mistakes?" Dao Yi's mental strength was damaged, his consciousness unclear. But he still repeated, "I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong." Suddenly, a spark of brilliance lit up in Dao Yi's eyes, and he looked up at the void, shouting loudly, "I've remembered. I shouldn't be here. My name is Dao Yi, and I am participating in the Hunter trial. I am on a mission. I remember everything." Dao Yi remembered everything, and this place could no longer trap him. A flash of light passed, and the scene before Dao Yi transformed once again. After the light, Dao Yi opened his eyes. The scene before him was also unfamiliar. It was not an auction house. He was locked in a small room. Along with him were others. Upon closer inspection, they were all little girls. They were indeed all girls, all looking around 8 or 9 years old. He was the only boy. No, he was horrified to discover he had now turned into a little girl. No. He should not have turned into a little girl. His consciousness had attached itself to this little girl's body. How could this happen? Just then, a fragment of memory suddenly appeared in his mind. The little girl lived in a village by the sea, where generations had made a living by fishing. Going out to sea for fishing was dangerous, and they often went hungry. If the government issued some difficult tasks, such as having to catch a certain size of coral within a specific time, they would have to sacrifice lives to fulfill it. One year, the government issued another command. The princess in the palace likes pink pearls, and everyone must catch enough pink pearls before her birthday. Otherwise, all the strong men in the village would be taken to fill the sea. Filling the sea meant chopping up people and throwing them into the sea. Pink pearls? The villagers had never even heard of them, let alone catch them. Even white pearls, they might not be able to catch many. The villagers were distraught. Running away was impossible. In those times, one needed a travel permit, which was issued by the government, effectively cutting off their chances of escape from the start. Unless they became pirates at sea. Becoming a pirate, was it really that easy? Chapter 71. Sacrifice every year. Some people can no longer bear the pressure of life and escape to the sea. There are many reefs in the sea that can serve as shelters. However, there are also real sea bandits out there. They burn, kill, and plunder, committing all sorts of atrocities. The authorities, afraid to confront these true sea bandits, resort to killing the villagers who have fled to the sea, using their heads as trophies for their anti-bandit achievements. As the day for delivering the pink pearls approaches, the villagers from several nearby villages gather together to discuss countermeasures. After much discussion, they cannot come up with a way out. Everywhere they look, there are dead ends. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The sage is indifferent, treating the common people as mere fodder. Since death is inevitable, why not go all out? To destroy a person, it is not enough to make them suffer physically. Rather, it is to destroy their beliefs, to destroy their path. The evil spirit discusses the Tao with Lingji, aiming to dismantle the worldview and values that Lingji has built up throughout his life. Once these are destroyed, Lingji's faith will also be shattered. When faith is destroyed, the path will become unstable. As long as there is a crack in the path, that person's future will be completely ruined. After betting on whether human hearts lean towards good or evil for the third time, the evil spirit wins decisively against Lingji with 3 victories. However, Lingji is not convinced. The evil spirit has seen many stubborn people who refuse to accept defeat. That's fine. Society will teach them what it means to be truly convinced. Its goal is to destroy Lingji's path, so it doesn't care about the number of times they gamble. On the contrary, it hopes Lingji will gamble more rounds. The more they gamble, the more thoroughly Lingji's path will be destroyed. Thus, as long as Lingji proposes to gamble again, it agrees without hesitation, not mentioning the previously agreed-upon best of 3. The evil spirit engages in several rounds of gambling with Lingji again. Lingji chooses to embody a benevolent person from 10 lifetimes, hoping to use him to educate the surrounding villagers. Initially, everything goes relatively smoothly. However, when disasters strike, the reputation of the benevolent becomes a burden. The villagers he has educated morally coerce him, forcing him to use his family assets to save everyone. The benevolent person is genuinely kind-hearted, and even without coercion, he would help others. When the benevolent's resources are depleted, the government's disaster relief policies still do not arrive, and the county office has no plans, only knowing how to drive the villagers away. Good people are bullied, and kind horses are ridden. The desperate villagers dare not oppose the authorities or go to other wealthy households to beg or cause trouble. But they dare to coerce the benevolent person who has always treated them well. They force him to borrow food from others. To save their lives, the benevolent truly goes to borrow. Unfortunately, everyone wants to live, and even a benevolent person will eventually run out of goodwill and be unable to borrow food. Especially since others know that the benevolent is not borrowing food for himself. Some advise him not to care about those who are coercing him. Unfortunately, persuasion has little effect. The benevolent is soft-hearted. When he sees the children crying from hunger, he cannot help but share his rations. In the end, this leads to his own child starving to death and his wife dying from hitting a pillar in front of him. When the villagers come knocking again, they ignore his recent loss of wife and child, coercing him with words, morally binding him, demanding he provide food. When the benevolent cannot provide, the villagers turn to violence, ransacking his home. The crowd, furious after finding not a single grain of food, is filled with a mix of hunger and anger, needing an outlet for their impulses. The benevolent becomes their tool for venting. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the benevolent is beaten to death by the very people he sought to educate. Lingji loses again. Lingji learns from this lesson, feeling that if the government had issued disaster relief orders in time, or if the county office had taken action, the benevolent would not have met such a fate. Thus, a new round of tests begins, and Lingji chooses an official. He lets the official educate the villagers, which is both his profession and a requirement of the bet. Lingji does not understand the officialdom. He watches as the official struggles between the villagers and preserving his position. Choosing the villagers means defying higher orders and going against colleagues, which could lead to death. Choosing to preserve his position means putting the villagers in peril, his own life or the lives of others. This choice will be difficult for any conscientious person. Not making a choice is a veiled way of preserving one's life. The villagers will help him make the choice. Lingji fails once again. Lingji learns from this lesson, believing that the main reason for his failure this time is the lack of power. So he chooses the emperor next. The emperor possesses supreme authority. Whatever he wants to do, he can surely succeed. This is what Lingji believes. Unfortunately, reality tells him otherwise. Even as emperor, it does not mean he can act without hindrance, with laws following his every word. Resistance comes from court officials, from the imperial harem, from the balance of power, and from how to secure his throne. Exhausted, he has no time to care about the lives of the villagers. Lingji is confused, his eyes dull and lifeless. He cannot figure out where the problem lies. After pouring cold water on him several times, the little ghost hangs Black Wuchang up again. He is hung over a pot of oil, repeating the previous actions. Once the punishment for Black Wuchang reaches the required number, the little ghost drags him to a transmission passage. Above the passage are the words, Animal Realm. The little ghost throws Black Wuchang into the passage and turns to leave. This kind of thing it has done many times already familiar with the routine. When Black Wuchang opens his eyes again, he finds that he has become a pig. Moreover, a pig with all four limbs tied. An adult pig waiting to be slaughtered. Reincarnation? Isn't reincarnation supposed to mean being reborn as a newborn? Who reincarnates directly into an adult livestock? And a pig that is about to be slaughtered. Black Wuchang feels it is utterly absurd. There is no one to reason with. Around him, there are many other livestock waiting to be slaughtered. There are sheep, cattle, chickens, ducks, etc. Many people surround them, whispering to one another. These people, whether adults or children, are full of sorrow, their eyes lifeless. They look like walking corpses. There is no joy of about to slaughter pigs and sheep for meat. Only when discussing a certain matter do they show anger and resentment, wishing they could kill someone, at which point their faces show some emotion. The whole person seems more human. Not far away, there's a table set up. On the table lies a black cloth, and on the cloth sits a wooden carving. The carving is neither a deity nor a Taoist figure. Instead, it is a depiction of an evil spirit. In front of the evil spirit is an incense altar. Is this scene meant for a sacrifice? A sacrifice to the evil spirit? Is he livestock being sacrificed to the evil spirit? Black Wuchang has now forgotten to ponder who he is and why he is here. He only remembers the pain of being thrown into the oil pot, the repeated torment of being doused with cold water, both physically and mentally strained, as well as the fear of the impending death. The time has come. A few young people emerge from the crowd, approach the livestock, and hold them down to prevent them from struggling. The butcher, with a knife in hand, swiftly slits the throats of the livestock one by one. Another person takes a basin to collect the blood flowing from these livestock. Mixing all the blood together, they stir it while adding something to it. Moments later, it is made into blood ink, a special ink used to draw summoning formations for evil spirits. An old man takes the freshly made mop, dips it in the blood ink, and begins to draw the evil spirit summoning formation on the ground. At this moment, Black Wuchang is already dead. His spirit does not immediately enter reincarnation, but instead stands beside his corpse, watching everything before him. Beside him stand the spirits of other slaughtered livestock. All of them are in human form. A few souls looked at each other and then tacitly shifted their gaze to elsewhere. Although they were kindred spirits in hardship, there was really no need for acquaintance, especially in such a situation. Chapter 72. Hell is empty. Dao He was still digesting the information from his memories. After discussing with several villages, everyone ultimately decided to sacrifice to the evil spirits and seek their protection. After obtaining the consent of the entire village, they began to raise funds to purchase pigs, cattle, sheep, and other livestock for the sacrifice. There were also 5 pairs of young boys and girls. Dao He was currently inhabiting one of the young girls. According to the memories, all the young boys and girls had volunteered. No one was coerced. In life, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, no one would willingly sacrifice themselves to become fodder for an evil spirit. Dao He was now bound within the body of a young girl, and he could only passively observe everything from a strange perspective. He couldn't speak or do anything. Everyone was draped in white cloth. The villagers had originally intended to dress all the young boys and girls in white clothes, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough money, so they could only drape a piece of white cloth over each child's shoulders. It was unclear how much time had passed when someone came to lead them. All the young boys and girls exited the house and followed the adult to a square. In the square, an old man was using blood ink to draw a formation on the ground. They stood by, waiting. Summoning evil spirits was an act that was intolerable by heaven and earth. Therefore, as the formation was nearly completed, it was sensed by the heavens, and a fierce wind began to blow. The sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled. What else with the sudden change in weather? The officials approaching the village murmured in dissatisfaction. It looks like it's going to rain soon. Should we find a place to take shelter? Hurry up. Let us go to those villagers' homes to avoid the rain. Others seemed to suddenly catch on and chimed in, yes, let us go to the villager's home to take shelter. Going to the villager's home not only means good food and drink, but also women to serve us. It truly felt like a day of divine blessings. They could use the excuse of seeking shelter to stay for a couple more days. Thinking of this, their hearts warmed and their pace quickened. Several officials carrying the county magistrate felt miserable but had no choice but to speed up and keep up. In the square, the old man was at the center of the fierce wind. Struggling against the force of the wind took all his strength, and he could not continue drawing the summoning formation. If he stopped now, it would be equivalent to a wasted effort. Seeing the old man's situation, someone quickly called the villagers to his side. Some supported him from behind to prevent him from falling, while others stood in front of him, forming a human wall to block the wind. Thus, the old man was able to continue drawing, as the fierce wind did not hinder the drawing of the summoning formation. The heavens began to rain. Torrential rain fell rapidly from the sky, hitting everyone in the summoning formation. No one cared about the pain of the rain hitting their bodies. They all anxiously looked at the formation. It was still a little short of completion, and if the rain washed away the previously drawn lines, it would also mean wasted effort. This rain was not falling on the villagers' bodies. It was falling on their hearts. Watching the rain splatter on the blood ink, blurring it into a mess. The blood mixed with the rainwater flowed freely, quickly dyeing the surroundings red. Looking at this blood, it felt like seeing their own death approaching. The old man, unable to stand firm, directly fell into the pool of blood. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the outcome, murmuring, "How could this happen? How could this happen? The heavens do not give us a way to live, not even allowing us to die together. Why is our fate so bitter?" As soon as the first person cried, a second and a third followed. Some, unable to withstand the blow, had already fallen to the ground, beating their chests and crying to the heavens for those who had died in search of a path to life. They also cried for themselves. They summoned the evil spirits, hoping the spirits would help them kill those officials. But they also knew that making a deal with evil spirits required trading their lives. Therefore, the path they chose was, in fact, a path to mutual destruction. Who would choose a path of certain death unless they were at the end of their rope? But even this path was denied by the heavens. Wasn't this pushing them to their deaths? Sadness spread in everyone's heart. At that moment, a group of officials and a sedan chair appeared in their line of sight. Upon seeing them, the villagers' hatred erupted. They stood up, shouting, "I'll fight you to the death," and rushed toward the officials. Some picked up stones to fight desperately. Only the butcher had a knife. Most villagers were unarmed, but they had the advantage in numbers. And once they resolved to fight, their explosive power was terrifying. Villagers struck by knives clung tightly to the blades, creating opportunities for others. In the chaos, a few officials were killed. The surviving officials looked at the furious villagers as if they were seeing evil spirits. They were so frightened they turned to flee. They were already scared out of their wits, and with the heavy rain and muddy ground, they couldn't run far. Soon, they were caught by the villagers. The county magistrate in the sedan chair was trembling in fear, not daring to go out. His hefty body could not support him in fleeing. Or rather, he was so scared he couldn't move. The angry villagers lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and dragged the county magistrate out. "Please spare me. I promise that if you let me go, today's events will be overlooked." After all, he was a county magistrate, and he had some resilience under pressure. Even though the villagers were aggressive, and even though they had killed all the officials he had brought, he still sought to negotiate. After all, he had an official position. If he died, the court would investigate. The villagers paid no attention to his words. After dragging him out, they directly began to strike him with fists and feet. By the time the county magistrate breathed his last and could no longer harm anyone, many corpses were already lying on the ground. The fierce wind stopped. The thunderstorm also ceased. He stared blankly at everything happening before him, unsure of what to do. Through the body he possessed, he could vividly feel the young girl as anger, sadness, and hatred. He had never known that a person could live so bitterly. For the first time, he deeply understood the weight of a phrase. Hell is empty, and the devils are here on earth. At the bottom of the blood pool, Jiang Xia had finally swum to the formation after great effort. Although she still didn't remember who she was, she felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing the formation. She could understand the meaning of every rune and every structure in the formation. Soon, she realized this was a teleportation array. Moreover, it was one-way and one-time use. How fortunate! Jiang Xia felt relieved in her heart. She activated the formation. The formation continuously absorbed the energy from the blood pool. and the blood water in the pool visibly dimmed. Once the formation had absorbed enough energy, the teleportation array opened. Jiang Xia entered the teleportation array. After a dizzying whirl, the feeling of being trapped and bound surged over her again. Here we go again. Jiang Xia complained softly. Why is it always this kind of beginning? Can't we change it up a bit? Chapter 73. Pure evil this time. Jiang Xia was bound within the body of a Taoist priest, traveling through various places. One day, the Taoist journeyed to a strange fishing village. In this village, the inhabitants were not people, but the obsessions of humans. Day after day, year after year, they repeated the scenes of their last day alive. These villagers were exploited by the court, barely able to feed themselves or clothe their bodies, each one weak and emaciated. One day, the court issued an impossible task, demanding they dive into the sea to collect pink pearls. Even though Jiang Xia didn't understand pearls, she knew that pink pearls were not natural but cultivated through special methods. There wasn't a single pearl farmer in the nearby villages, let alone anyone who knew about this. The villagers only knew that failing the task meant certain death. Praying to gods and Buddha was useless. After so many years of prayer, their lives had not improved, but had gotten worse. Since neither humans nor gods could help them survive, they decided to summon evil spirits with their lives, hoping these spirits would avenge them. In several nearby villages, all the villagers, young and old, agreed to sacrifice themselves, fearless even if it meant giving up their lives. After making preparations, they awaited the officials to collect the pearls and planned to summon the evil spirits. On the day the county magistrate came to collect the pearls, the villagers began their summoning. However, the heavens did not grant their wishes. Heavy rain extinguished the summoning array they were drawing, extinguishing the last spark of hope in the villagers. At this point, the villagers lost their faith and their last bit of sanity. When a magistrate and his officers came to collect the pink pearls, they surged forward and killed them all. The ground was littered with corpses, those of the officers, the magistrate, and the villagers. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xia felt a surge of emotions. Relying on heaven and earth was not as good as relying on oneself. Praying to gods and Buddha was futile. Everything always depended on oneself. The higher-ups, in order to better control the villagers, did not educate them, leading to their ignorance. They had never considered rebelling, even when faced with death. In the end, if the last hope hadn't been extinguished, hatred and resentment mixed together, and in a moment of impulse, they might have acted. Otherwise, it would have likely ended with them being slaughtered unilaterally. Prosperity brings suffering to the people. Destruction brings suffering to the people. Jiang Xia felt deep sympathy for their plight. However, time had passed, and all she could do was sigh at the whims of fate. The surviving villagers did not bury the dead, but instead found ropes from their homes and all hanged themselves from the tree at the entrance of the village that had summoned the evil spirits. Thus, several nearby villages became desolate. The place where the evil spirits were summoned, due to deep resentment and obsession, turned into a haunted ground, endlessly replaying the scenes of their last day alive. If a person intruded there, they would be assimilated by the resentment and become one of them. The wandering Taoist arrived at this place, learned everything, and sealed all the anomalies into a formation called the blood color array. The carrier of the blood color array was a piece of silk, to prevent anyone who obtained the blood color array from using the anomalies for evil after his death. The Taoist painted a picture of maidens washing clothes over the array as a cover. He titled this painting Secret. The method to activate the blood color array was simple. Just drop blood on the 7 maidens. Afterward, Jiang Xia detached from the body of the wandering Taoist. Memories surged into her mind, recalling everything. She immediately understood her current situation. She was now within the secret blood color array. However, she was fortunate to have found a way to escape the blood color array. Once she separated from the body of the wandering Taoist, she entered a void space. This time, her body was her own. It's not easy, Jiang Xia sighed. Finally, she no longer had to inhabit someone else's body and experience that feeling of being trapped. You are the only one who has reached here after all these years, the voice of the wandering Taoist echoed. Jiang Xia scrutinized the Taoist, and after a moment asked, "Are you a wisp of divine consciousness? Do you want to pass on your legacy to me?" Having read many fantasy novels in her past life, She boldly guessed this scenario. Ha ha ha. The wandering Taoist laughed heartily. Little friend, you are indeed bold, clever, and quite wise. However, I have no legacy here. Only the method to control the blood color array. Little friend, would you like to accept it? Having the painting secret and unlocking its mystery to use it does not mean one has mastered it. An unowned object can be used by anyone who finds the method. Currently, the blood color array is being used by the owner of the painting secret. Hearing that there was no legacy, Jiang Xia felt a bit disappointed. However, being able to control the blood color array meant she could also rescue Dao, Yi, and others. Those who attended the auction must have been sucked into the blood color array. At the same time, she realized that the painting's secret had already been auctioned off. Although she didn't know who had bought it, the other party must have the ability to decipher its secrets in such a short time. Even if she could escape the blood color array and detach from secret, it didn't prevent the other party from trapping her again. Regardless of whether others would do this, Jiang Xia believed she could. First, trap the person with the formation. Even if she couldn't control the array to kill them, she could hold them for a while and then set a deadly trap for them. The moment they exited the blood color array, they would fall into the death trap. This would save time, effort, and trouble. If one can outwit with words, why fight with force? Therefore, if she could control the blood color array, not only could she rescue those who participated in the auction, but she could also add a trump card for herself. Well, a visible trump card is still a trump card. At least in the eyes of others, her combat power would be elevated, and her reputation would greatly improve, benefiting her future experiences. Jiang Xia immediately agreed. The wandering Taoist revealed the method to control the blood color array to Jiang Xia. Once she fully mastered it, his wisp of divine consciousness dissipated. The void space collapsed. Jiang Xia knew she was about to leave the scroll and return to reality. She quickly took out 2 truth weapons from the space, one in each hand, preparing for battle. Outside, it was already early morning. The abnormality in the auction venue had long been discovered. At this moment, the auction venue was surrounded. The Hunter Association had also been notified and was sending people to assist in the investigation. Thomas, who was responsible for this trial, along with Bell and Wood, who were in charge of the auction venue's periphery, had gathered together. Bell and Wood detailed the events of the night to Thomas and showed him all the information about the guests. The guest information was also sent to the desks of various authorities. They attempted to find out who was ambushing at the auction through this information. Everyone lacked the means to reverse time and could only investigate the case through these means. The organizers of this auction were extremely angry as well. Kidnapping guests was equivalent to ruining their event. It destroyed their credibility. If they couldn't rescue those who attended the auction, they would be finished. Finally, a practitioner skilled in divination, through various messages and divination techniques, located a kidnapped person. This person had had their invitation to the auction stolen after being kidnapped and was then thrown into an empty house. After rescuing this person and based on their description of the thief's appearance, they identified the thief as the only woman in the Pure Evil organization, Chung. The Pure Evil organization commits every imaginable crime. This organization consists of 7 members, named Love, Hate, Chung, Obsession, Greed, Rage, and Lust. Chapter 74. Escape from Death. Jiang Xia emerged from the scroll, each hand holding a truth, one for dealing with humans and another for confronting monsters. The opponent could be a person, a monster, or a zombie. She constantly reminded herself that she had entered a zombie apocalypse world. Even though she had yet to encounter any zombies, she could not let her guard down. She was cautious. According to interstellar data, the ultimate evolution of zombies leads to vampires. Vampires, who appear to be indistinguishable from humans, cannot be recognized by the naked eye. As soon as she emerged, without clearly assessing her surroundings, Jiang Xia fired the truth gun. Bang, bang, bang. Once she could see her surroundings, she realized she was suspended in mid-air. It turned out that Ji had sensed something unusual about the scroll and had decisively thrown it into the air. So, when Jiang Xia emerged, she found herself in mid-air. After recognizing her situation, Jiang Xia quickly turned her gun towards the only person on the ground and fired again. After leaving Red Light Street, the 7 Pure Evil members had separated. Others who held the scroll would not know how to use it, so it was in Ji's hands. Xingu had been taken away by Hen to negotiate with the employer. Usually, they dispersed and regrouped only when there was a task. Now that the mission was complete, they naturally went their separate ways. At this moment, Xi was walking through a wilderness, traveling overnight. Where to? It didn't matter. As long as he was on the move and not staying still, that was enough. Xi's ability was related to mental power, but was somewhat different from ordinary mental power. Ordinary mental power could not decipher. His mental power could decipher to a certain extent. The secret of the blood-colored array on the scroll was something he had obtained through resonating with the scroll using his mental power. Ordinary mental power can be offensive and defensive, but cannot decipher. With a few jumps, Xi evaded Jiang Xia's truth attacks. Jiang Xia successfully landed on the ground and caught the falling scroll. Jiang Xia quickly scanned her surroundings with her mental power and found that apart from the person in front of her, there were no others around. Oh, what a pretty little sister. Xi chuckled. Why is such a beautiful sister all alone here? After saying this, he slapped his forehead and regretfully added, Look at my memory. The pretty sister just came out of the scroll. Where does the pretty sister want to go? I could take you. Jiang Xia looked at the boy who seemed to be about her age and asked, How did you decipher the secret of this scroll? Xi smiled but maintained his guard. Do you want to know, pretty sister? This is a secret you can't tell the living. Well, you can't tell any living person except for pure evil. But I can tell you, pretty sister, because you will soon become a dead person. No, you will become my collection, the most beautiful sister among all my collections. A sense of crisis surged within Jiang Xia. Without saying a word, she activated the blood-colored array, pulling the boy into it. She didn't care what his secret was. Other secrets weren't as important as her own life. This blood-colored array was divided into 2 layers. The first layer was a 7-story pagoda. This pagoda was modeled after the legendary 7 hells, but differed somewhat from the legendary hells, incorporating some personal ideas. Entering the pagoda would cause one to lose their personal memories, which was extremely deadly. If one couldn't remember who they were, they wouldn't know their current situation and wouldn't think of breaking the array. Currently, many people from the auction were trapped inside the pagoda. They had lost their memories and were forced to endure punishments like mountains of knives and seas of fire within the tower. Even without memories, some still actively sought a way to escape. Those who successfully left the first layer would enter the second layer of the blood-colored array. The second layer was an illusion array. This illusion array depicted the events that occurred on the last day in that village. Those who escaped from the pagoda would be trapped in these grievances, forced to experience the events of their last day in life in an infinite loop. This illusion array was very difficult to break. General illusion arrays primarily confuse, and once one wakes from the confusion, the illusion array is broken. However, this illusion array is not confusing, it is restraining. It restrains your ability to act, binding you within the hatred of the characters, trapped in their grievances. When a certain number of people with the same emotion gather in one place, this emotion forms a magnetic field. Those within this magnetic field will gradually be influenced by it and resonate with these emotions, ultimately being assimilated. Moreover, just after escaping from the first layer of the pagoda, one would be physically and mentally exhausted, making their defenses weak. If infected by such emotions, the consequences could be terrifying. If lightly affected, one might continue to escape and break free from the restraints. Heavily affected, one would become one of them, dazed and unable to escape the scroll until death. This information about the blood-colored array was what Jiang Xia sensed after completely mastering it. Why would she confront the person who trapped her in the blood-colored array? Directly trapping him in the blood-colored array would not only eliminate the immediate threat, but also allow her to take revenge. Why not? She didn't want to fight just for the sake of fighting. The blood-colored array was already difficult to escape when unowned. Now that it had an owner, it would be even harder to escape. Jiang Xia thoughtfully set up the most challenging level for Xi, sending him into the first layer of the pagoda. And after clearing it, he would enter the second layer, continuing to the third layer, and so on. He would only enter the second layer of the blood-colored array. The illusion array, after clearing all 7 layers of the pagoda, ensuring he wouldn't escape in a short time, made Jiang Xia very relieved. Just then, her communicator rang. It turned out that Thomas had arranged for Belle and Wood to occasionally contact the missing trialists, although they didn't know how everyone had vanished. It was better than doing nothing. What if they just came back? Everyone initially didn't take this method seriously, nor did they think it was reliable. But since Bell and Wood were trialists, they could not resist Thomas's assigned tasks and could only obey. When Bell called Jiang Xia for the nth time, suddenly a ringing sound came through. It was no longer the cold message saying the number was out of service, and Bell was overjoyed. Something's happening, Bell shouted excitedly. This sentence was like a drop of water falling into a pot of hot oil, startling many people. Everyone began to ask, "What's going on?" At this moment, Bell was in the North City branch of the Hunter Association, surrounded by many clerical members of the association. Jiang Xia quickly connected. "Hello?" Bell put on speakerphone for everyone to listen. "Xia, where are you now? What's going on? Is it convenient to talk?" Jiang Xia looked around. It was a vast wilderness, and she didn't know where it was. "I'm safe for now. Many things can't be explained in a few words. Why get back? I'll explain in detail. To keep it short, do you remember the secret painting from the auction?" "Yes." "Now everyone is trapped in that painting, and I just escaped from it. The painting is in my hands. I'll share my location shortly. Tell Thomas to come and pick me up." Chapter 75, Psychological Trauma. Jiang Xia was taken to the Hunter Association in Beijing. At this moment, the outside of the Hunter Association was crowded with people from all walks of life. They were eager to know what had happened at the auction. However, with the president of the Hunter Association present, they did not dare to directly interrogate Jiang Xia. To say interrogate was polite. Their true intention was to torture her. On her way here, Jiang Xia had already explained the situation to Thomas. The listeners included the president of the Hunter Association, Bell, Wood, and the corpse craftsman. Now, arriving at the center of the Hunter Association, she intended to release the people trapped in the blood array. As the master of the blood array, she could naturally choose who to release. The hall of the Hunter Association was large, and Jiang Xia chose to release the people there. At that moment, the hall was empty, but outside the door and by the windows were crowds of anxious people. Jiang Xia waved her hand, and a scroll floated into the air, followed by one figure after another being projected into the hall. Since these individuals were in different locations within the blood tower, and some were in the illusion array, Jiang Xia had to confirm one by one whether they were people taken during the auction before releasing them. Therefore, the process was somewhat slow. It took a full 10 minutes to release everyone. Afterward, under the guidance of the staff of the Hunter Association, Jiang Xia went to rest in a guest room. She was very tired that night, at least mentally, and needed a good sleep. The hall became lively, noisy like a vegetable market. Those looking for someone shouted loudly the names of the people they were searching for. Various voices mixed together, creating a ruckus. Some of those just released from the blood array were crying loudly, while others were in a daze, still unable to recover from their previous torment. Some needed time to buffer themselves. Those who could still cry, after venting their emotions, would move on as they had before. This was considered a good situation. Those in a daze were obviously in worse condition. After the people who were there to pick someone up had left, some individuals remained in the hall. These people had participated in the auction alone or had come just to see what it was like. They hadn't informed their friends or relatives, and some didn't even have any. "Let's take them in for now and let them rest," the president of the Hunter Association said. By the time Jiang Xia woke up, it was already 2 days later. The first news she received upon waking was a notification. "Congratulations on becoming a formal and excellent hunter." Bell, Wood, the corpse craftsman, and Dao he had also become hunters. He Wu Chang and Ling Ji would need to assess their situations before making a decision. Dao he had managed to recover his memories through his own efforts while in the blood array. So after calming himself down a bit upon coming out of the scroll, he was fine. Thus, he successfully obtained his hunter certificate and became a hunter. He Wu Chang had been moving back and forth between the first and second layers of the blood array, undergoing a cycle of being fried, splashed with cold water, reborn as livestock, killed, and then returning to the tower to be fried again. Therefore, even after returning to reality and regaining his memories, he had experienced some psychological trauma. After careful consideration and discussion, the Hunter Association decided that if he could overcome the trauma within 6 months, they would issue him a hunter certificate. If not, he would be deemed unqualified. This was also a responsibility toward his life. Being a hunter is a high-risk profession, and those with obvious psychological issues are more likely to perish. Of course, during this period, They would also find a professional therapy team to help them overcome their psychological trauma. Ling Ji also needed to undergo treatment in this regard. He Wuchang's situation was somewhat better. When Jiang Xia visited him, he could still communicate normally and thanked Jiang Xia for rescuing him. Ling Ji's situation was very tricky. When Jiang Xia followed To to see him, he appeared dazed, completely lost. He kept mumbling words like impossible, shouldn't be, how could this happen? He seemed as if someone had drained his spirit. It was as if he was trapped in a dead end, unable to escape. He Wuchang could still communicate normally and accept treatment. But with Ling Ji's condition, it was impossible to even begin psychological counseling. He seemed to have sealed off his five senses, and external sounds could not penetrate at all. How could this be treated? Ling Ji's state clearly indicated that his Dao heart had been destroyed. Jiang Xia and He couldn't see it, but the experienced therapy team pointed out the issue directly. In such a situation, even if he could eventually recover to a normal state, his Dao heart would not be restored. Continuing cultivation would essentially be impossible. In his case, even if he returned to normal, the Hunter Association would not issue him a hunter certificate until his Dao heart was restored. And who knows how many years that would take. By then, if he still wanted to become a hunter, he would have to retake the assessment. Seeing his childhood companion in such a state made He very sad. He sent messages to his sect and to Ling Ji's temple. At least during the next 6 months, the Hunter Association would provide free treatment for He Wuchang and Ling Ji. So they temporarily stayed at the Hunter Association. He stayed at a hotel near the Hunter Association, accompanying Ling Ji while waiting for someone from Ling Ji's sect to arrive. Jiang Xia also stayed at a nearby hotel. With their hunter certificates, they could stay in a hotel that cooperated with the Hunter Association for free. She and Ling Ji shared a bond from their journey together and wanted to stay and see if she could help in any way. Although she was the master of the blood array and knew the situation inside, Ling Ji had encountered problems before she became a master. Additionally, since there were many people trapped in the array at that time, she didn't observe each one individually and simply release them. Now, although she was the master and had a certain understanding of the array, it was only a general understanding. The finer details would still take time to grasp. She wanted to spend time researching the array and understanding it better, hoping to deduce what had happened to Ling Ji so they could provide targeted help. On the other hand, she also needed time to study the symbiotic array obtained from the strange groom at Wanshou Mountain, looking for solutions. It seemed she would be staying here for quite a while. At least 3 to 5 months, she thought. This meant she would need to plant some vegetables for self-sufficiency. The farming gene awakened. Jiang Xia sprang into action. The hotel room she was in resembled a 2-bedroom apartment from her past life. The decor was exquisite, and there was a large sunlit balcony. Jiang Xia decided to transform the balcony into her temporary little vegetable garden. She immediately bought many vegetable seeds from this world and went to the suburbs to dig up some soil. In just half a day, a small balcony garden was established. Jiang Xia was very satisfied. Although she could make the seeds germinate quickly by applying a ripening agent, she preferred naturally grown vegetables, so she didn't use any. Many people were in situations like He Wuchang and Ling Ji, all of whom had emerged from the blood array. The therapy team, which usually received little attention, suddenly became very sought after. Many of these individuals held high positions or were relatives of those in power and were very trusting. It was easy to imagine how angry they were. Their fury almost extended to Jiang Xia. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xia released Qi from the blood array and handed him over to the Hunter Association. Let everyone have a place to vent their anger. Shift everyone's anger. Madness. Publicly executed. Chapter 76. The coming storm in a bar named Nightshade. The lights flickered and the music was soft and suggestive. Many women were quietly discussing a man who had been appearing every day recently. He is so handsome. Yes, especially his eyes. They're particularly beautiful. They're simply right on the tip of my heart. His temperament is the best, so dignified, grand, and elegant. Exactly. Elegance is timeless. The man being discussed had a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes, exquisite and three-dimensional features, and with his tall stature and graceful posture, he immediately attracted many gazes. This man was none other than the charming member of the pure Evil Seven. His star power was somewhat special, belonging to the control type, and his combat ability was relatively weak. Rather than engaging in direct confrontation, he preferred to control others to do things for him to achieve his own goals. In his words, solving problems this way was much more elegant. At this moment, he held a cocktail, his eyes hazy as he stared at the singer on stage, occasionally taking a sip from his glass. It seemed he was listening to the music, savoring the drink, and perhaps reminiscing about something. High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. This time, his target was a secretary responsible for leading the special operations team that was hunting down the pure evil organization. An ordinary woman without any magical power. This woman's name was Jiang Xia. She had an official background and was a military personnel herself. At 29 years old, she had an elegant figure and a beautiful appearance. Having spent years in the military, she exuded a strong aura of heroism but lacked femininity. She was not his type. If she hadn't been transferred to the special operations team, they would have never crossed paths in their lives. She occasionally came to the bar to relax with friends. Thus, he chose this place as his hunting ground. A woman dressed seductively approached him with a drink and sat down beside him, starting a conversation. He continued to listen to the music, somewhat dazed, but would respond to her words. It was unclear what they talked about, but soon the woman left in anger. Shortly after, another woman approached empty-handed and sat beside him. They seemed to converse, but suddenly the woman stood up, angrily snatched the drink from his hand, and splashed it on his face. The women who had been quietly paying attention gasped. "What is going on?" Some regulars could guess the situation. The woman who splashed the drink was the daughter of the richest man in the city. She must have taken a liking to him and wanted to pursue him. Everyone knew what kind of pursuit it was, no need to say it out loud. It was clear that she had been rejected, leading to her furious act of throwing the drink. This explanation spread quietly throughout the bar, with everyone knowing what they should and shouldn't know. Color calmly wiped the drink from his face, stood up, and left. In the following days, he was not seen in the bar again. Some regulars felt it was a pity. Even if they couldn't strike up a conversation, such an elegant and handsome man was still a pleasure to look at, right? Just as everyone lamented that he might not return, he appeared again, still at the same high stool, still with a cocktail in hand. He gazed somewhat hazily at the stage, as if lost in thought. Excited patrons chattered incessantly among their small groups. Originally, some who hadn't planned to come to the bar that night rushed over upon hearing the news. Everyone began to speculate why he was here again. If it was just a drink, he could easily choose another bar. Being targeted by the daughter of the richest man and still not changing venues must mean there was something more to it. If it were someone less attractive, the hidden meaning would shift to an unspeakable secret. There was sympathy, and then there were conspiracy theories. The difference is evident. Regardless of the time, the saying that one's worldview follows one's appearance remains relevant. Thus, some curious individuals began to follow him, trying to uncover secrets unknown to others. In the pure evil organization, love, hate, greed, and fury were straightforward and action-oriented, without the twists and turns of the charming member. They watched the public execution video of Qi and turned back to the North City. Chen also adjusted her action route towards North City. However, she appeared unhurried, leisurely riding in a carriage pulled by a unicorn. Qi, while imprisoned in the blood-red formation by Jiang Xia, had his memory erased and was continuously tortured in the tower. In reality, Qi was very bad. He would directly seize and kill for something he liked. He would also deal with people he found displeasing by punishing them, even killing them outright. Such wanton behavior, acting on a whim, made him an unstable factor in society. He was a ticking time bomb. His evil stemmed from the abuse he suffered as a child, leading to a twisted personality, causing his unpredictable nature. In the 7-story pagoda, when all memories were erased, he became an ordinary person, enduring abuse. He wanted to resist, but lacked the ability to do so. Not everyone instinctively seeks a way out after losing all memories. Qi's star power was a mental ability that interpreted information from objects through resonance. If he encountered a scroll similar to a secret, upon deciphering its information, it would be equivalent to unraveling the secret. In this scenario, his ability was akin to decryption. This was an active skill, not a passive one. Therefore, no matter how much he was tormented or how much damage he sustained, he could not activate his skill and could only remain trapped inside. Jiang Xia had somewhat overestimated him, setting a difficulty level for him. In reality, he couldn't even pass the first level after losing his memory. When released, he was carefully placed into a trap in front of several A-rank hunters. Such a careful and cautious attitude was quietly learned by many. After Qi was released, he was immediately fitted with star-locking shackles. The star-locking shackles were made of star-locking stones. Once worn, they could lock the star bones within the body, preventing the flow of star power. This meant that once a cultivator was locked by the star-locking stones, they would become no different from an ordinary person. Body cultivators would have some differences, as the physical changes achieved through hard training could not be locked away, although the lack of star power would reduce danger somewhat. Their formidable physique and explosive power remained very dangerous. After being locked up, Qi regained his memory, but did not exhibit the despair or depression that others typically showed after their release. He had no psychological issues whatsoever, because, compared to the abuse he suffered as a child, these experiences were trivial. Had he not lost his memory, he would have certainly caused chaos in the blood-red formation. Ha ha ha! Qi laughed maniacally, his gaze dangerously fixed on Jiang Xia. Pretty sister, I like you even more now. After saying this, he even licked around the edge of his lips with his tongue. Be honest. Thomas gave Qi a heavy smack. Qi ignored it, his gaze still glued to Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was not afraid. On the contrary, she trembled with excitement. The dangerous and wild battle genes within her body had awakened. Jiang Xia met Shai's dangerous gaze. Smiling warmly, welcome to battle. Her tone was very gentle. Chapter 77 Punishment Qi was hung in the largest square of North City. The Special Operations Team administered 2 types of poison to him. The first type targets flesh and blood. This virus is peculiar. It lies dormant in the body when healthy. Once there are viruses or mutated genes in the body, the virus will wildly replicate those mutated genes, infecting healthy cells. This virus is very well hidden. People will only think that the illness is fierce and difficult to contain, without suspecting that it is caused by another virus. The virus itself is not toxic, but its mortality rate is extremely high. This virus is the star power of the Hunter Association's president. He has concealed it well. At least no one besides himself knows. He is the deputy leader of the Special Operations Team hunting the pure evil organization, and he secretly poisoned Qi by taking advantage of his position. To cover this up, he studied medicine and poison. The second type of poison administered to Qi affects his mental power. This poison can amplify the perception of the 5 senses, magnifying pain several times over. The exact multiplier depends on the difference in mental power between the poisoner and the poisoned. Qi is originally from the mental system, and even though his internal magical power is sealed and his mental power cannot operate, the thickness of his sea of consciousness remains unchanged. Therefore, the effect of this poison is greatly reduced. All of this is done in secret. The public punishment involves other methods. A bell is placed on Qi's head. It is a type of ancient chime, made of bronze, producing a clear and melodious sound. The bell placed on Qi is small, just enough to fit over his head and cover down to his neck. To enhance Qi's experience of the punishment, a lingering sound formation was specially added to the bell. When struck from the outside, the sound inside will echo continuously, over and over. This sound wave attack is extremely stimulating. It can make a person dizzy, nauseous, feel like their head is being pricked with needles, and be extraordinarily uncomfortable. This punishment does not reveal his face. So to allow the other 6 members of the pure evil organization to recognize him, there are also some punishments that expose his face. The second method involves inserting over 100 needles into Qi's body. The needles are connected with copper wires and electrified. The voltage is controlled to prevent Qi from being electrocuted to death. The third method involves crushing his fingers. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. This is a very ancient punishment that looks simple but is excruciatingly painful. Do not think these punishments are severe. Those killed by the pure evil organization have relatives who would love to eat their flesh. Never feel sympathy for evil people. Sympathy for evil people is cruelty to oneself. These 3 types of punishments will be administered in rotation, watching to see when he can no longer endure, then stopping to let him rest. When necessary, he will also receive simple treatment. Before attracting the other members of the pure evil organization, he must not die. Even if not all can be lured, attracting one or two is still possible. Around the square, both openly and secretly, arrangements have been made. Secretly, there are binding formations and illusion formations around the square. Openly, there are also some S-rank hunters and soldiers taking turns guarding the square. The security is tight. The corpse craftsman made another trip to the mass grave. This time, he brought back over 1,000 corpse puppets. Under the cover of night, he ambushed these corpse puppets underground in the square. He had just become a hunter, the lowest rank, and was not qualified to participate in this operation. So he used his own method to join the battle. After giving instructions to the corpse puppets, he could become invisible in the surroundings, maintain a normal routine, and practice on time. Once there was a situation, he would know immediately. In the night color bar, the reason why Say appeared in this bar has quietly spread. The information they dug up was all prompted by Say. After all, the credibility of what one says is far less than what is quietly investigated and unearthed. Human beings sometimes have such strange thought processes. In this story, Say is known as Jiang Lang has a good brother who participated in the recent number 8 auction. The situation of the No. 8 auction has now spread widely. Everyone who attended that auction was tormented by the pure, evil organization's people until they went insane. Jiang Lang was supposed to attend the auction with his brother, but on that night, Jiang Lang's storage bag was stolen, and he missed the auction while chasing after the thief. Everyone was indignant. The thief who stole the storage bag was truly despicable. At the same time, they were grateful to the thief. If he hadn't stolen the storage bag, Jiang Lang would have been tortured. Now, Jiang Lang takes his brother to the Hunter Association for treatment every day. It is said that his good brother loves to come to the night color bar for drinks. At this point in the story, the fans will start to imagine that he comes to this bar to reminisce about his good brother. Such a story filled with holes, because it was uncovered by themselves, has not raised any suspicions, but instead, it has given Say a filter of deep loyalty. Many fans can't help but fantasize that if Jiang Lang could care for them like that, it would truly be worth dying for. Say appeared again in the night color bar, and the revenge of the rich man's daughter began to unfold. But she also dared not go too far. Otherwise, the young ladies in the bar would not let her off. Her family is wealthy, but they are only the richest in North City. Some of those young ladies are descendants of powerful figures. They have also shown interest in Jiang Lang, but they have not taken action yet, weighing their options. Moreover, Jiang Lang is a practitioner. Even if he is a waste, he is not someone an ordinary person like her can compare to. At most, she could instruct her bodyguards to beat him up in the underground parking lot. When Say was beaten again, Jiang Hua saw it. Jiang Hua is the fish Say wants to catch. After the rich man's daughter left with her bodyguards, Jiang Hua appeared next to Say. Why didn't you agree to her? Just now, the rich man's daughter seemed to want to ease the relationship between her and Say by offering to help him find a therapy team for his brother. Say rejected this offer. Jiang Hua was asking about this, wanting to know why he refused. Say elegantly brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. There is no free lunch in the world, and no goodwill comes without reason. After saying this, he left without any hesitation, leaving Jiang Hua standing there, watching his back. From this moment on, Say's name was etched in Jiang Hua's mind, and the favorability was not low. Jiang Xia did not participate in the matters concerning Qi. Her primary task is to study the blood color grade formation. Ling Ji's fellow disciples and master have come. They looked at Ling Ji's condition with worry. However, they were powerless to help. Looking at Dao Yi, who was also caught up in the painting but seemed unaffected, they couldn't help but sigh. How can there be such a big difference between two people who grew up together? One is unharmed, while the other has a shattered Dao heart. Can this gap not be significant? At the same time, they couldn't help but recall the education they had provided to Ling Ji over the years and Ling Ji's character. Was there a mistake somewhere in between? They also felt it was a great pity. Ling Ji was the most talented disciple in their temple. The expectations for him were very high. Just like that. Chapter 78. Success. After analyzing the tower bit by bit, Jiang Xia finally found a potential reason that could shatter Ling Ji's Dao heart. The blood red formation. The first layer is a mountain of blades and a sea of blood. When Jiang Xia first entered the tower, she entered the first layer of the blood sea. The second layer, the oil pot. This layer is special, as it is connected to the second layer of the blood red formation. These are runes and construction methods that Jiang Xia had never encountered before, making the analysis very difficult and time-consuming. In the end, there were several places related to the power of rules that she could not analyze. She had to regretfully give up for now and study the third layer. The third layer involves punishments, such as tongue extraction and strangulation. The fourth layer consists of the most feared things in life, with scenes repeatedly playing out. This belongs to psychological harm. Jiang Xia speculated that those with severe psychological shadows might all be released from this layer. Did Ling Ji also come from here? Is his shattered Dao heart related to this? Uncertain, she decided to wait and see. She would discuss it after completing the research on all 7 layers of the tower. The 5th layer involves heavenly thunder punishment and a debate space. Debate? Jiang Xia frowned, unable to understand the utility of this debate and what kind of punishment it could achieve. She would never have thought that Ling Ji had shattered his Dao heart here while debating with evil spirits. Although Jiang Xia spent a lot of time analyzing the heavenly thunder area, she finally managed to figure it out. However, the analysis of the debate space proved to be more difficult. It seemed to involve a Dao artifact and some power of rules. Since Jiang Xia had not yet comprehended the power of rules, she could not analyze this part. She strategically decided to give up for now. The 6th and 7th layers of the tower require the master to understand the power of rules before they can be opened. This means that when they are in Ji's hands, they cannot be opened either. No one has been collected into these 2 layers. She also cannot open these 2 layers now. It was a pity that she had initially arranged punishments from the 1st to the 7th layer for Ji with such confidence. Now it seemed that this arrangement was in vain. It was very likely that because these 2 layers could not be opened, they would directly skip them and send Ji into the 2nd layer of the blood-red formation, the illusion array. After analyzing all this, Jiang Xia felt emotional. Overall, this world is quite backward, but in certain insights, it is still very powerful. For example, this blood-red formation definitely belongs to this world. The power of rules involved, the construction of the formation, and its application are even more profound than what she learned in the interstellar realm. It could also be that there are similar formations in the interstellar realm, but they are considered family secrets and not passed on. If it were her, she certainly wouldn't share such a powerful formation unless she were on the verge of death, setting up a secret realm for her descendants, leaving it for those with fate. Digressing, Jiang Xia shared her speculation that Ling Ji might have been repeatedly tormented by his most feared things in the blood-red formation, which led to the shattering of his Dao heart, with Dao Yi, Ling Ji's master and senior brothers. Ling Ji's master is an old monk with white hair and beard. The old monk was severely injured in his youth, causing his Dao foundation to be damaged, resulting in his inability to advance in cultivation. Thus, he stayed in the temple to teach the younger generation. He would not easily give up on any disciple until the last moment. The old monk looked at several juniors. Do you usually spend the most time with Ling Ji? Do you know what he fears the most? Ling Ji's senior brothers exchanged glances and shook their heads. We haven't heard Ling Ji mention what he is afraid of. The old monk then turned his gaze to Dao Yi. Dao Yi also shook his head. Not knowing what Ling Ji fears the most, how could they treat it effectively? They could only place their hopes on the therapy team. There is a mental healing mage in the therapy team. Recently, through his mental power sorting, Ling Ji's emotions have improved significantly. He is no longer as crazy as when he first came out of the blood-red formation. They just hope that when Ling Ji's emotions stabilize, he can tell them what he fears the most, and then they can provide targeted treatment. The horror of the blood-red formation also spread due to the incident at auction number 8, attracting the covetous eyes of some people. The local snobbery in this world can be disregarded. However, they must be wary of the interstellar poachers lurking in the dark. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. With her current strength, Jiang Xia is still not enough to confront the interstellar poachers. Therefore, she is considering whether to end this trial after finding a way to break the symbiotic formation and help the strange groom resolve it, and then return to the academy for a rest. She also needs to digest and improve her cultivation. It's just that the hunter's certificate she just obtained will be put on ice. It doesn't matter. She will come back again in the future. During this period, she has seen many unresolved mysteries in this world. The reason she cannot solve the mysteries now must be due to insufficient cultivation. Once her strength increases, she wants to explore further. If her speculation is correct, each unresolved mystery is a prototype of an innate Tao artifact or a prototype of a secret realm. Even if it isn't, it is still an extraordinary treasure. This is a conclusion Jiang Xia reached after reading too many fantasy novels in her past life. However, this speculation is likely close to the truth. The ability of Sei is especially suitable for charming women. As long as he makes eye contact for 15 seconds, there's a certain probability of making the other person fall in love with him. This probability fluctuates according to the other's level of affection for him. In other words, the higher the affection for Sei, the higher the success rate of his ability. Sei has laid so much groundwork in the night bar just to leave an impression on Jiang Hua first, thereby generating affection. Then, through eye contact, he made Jiang Hua fall in love with him. Sei, who has spent a long time among women, is very experienced in how to gain a woman's affection. In this hunt, he successfully won Jiang Hua's affection by presenting himself as a loyal and righteous brother. His actions, which do not cater to the powerful, further increased Jiang Hua's affection for him. Although Jiang Hua is an ordinary person, she occupies a high position and has seen many faces that flatter and fawn. The degree to which she despises such people is equal to the degree to which she appreciates the persona Sei has deliberately crafted. Coupled with Sei's outstanding appearance, it is only natural for Jiang Hua to be moved. 15 seconds of eye contact made Jiang Hua completely fall in love with Sei. He then took her home, completely possessing her both physically and mentally. During their intimate moments, Sei planted a peach blossom goo in Jiang Hua's body. This is a skill he developed while researching his own abilities. The peach blossom goo needs to be planted through physical contact. After being planted, the peach blossom goo will absorb the host life force and grow on its own. Sei can control the speed of this growth. The person who has been implanted with the peach blossom goo will have their consciousness completely controlled by Sei, without being aware of it. When Sei withdrew from Jiang Hua, he learned everything he wanted to know. However, Jiang Hua is still useful, so he temporarily did not kill her. Instead, he continued to maintain his persona, gently taking care of Jiang Hua. He carried her to wash her body, then brought her back to bed. After coaxing her to sleep, Sei shared the information he obtained with the other 6. He is not good at combat, so he did everything he could. The rest of the matters were left to the others. After receiving Sei's intelligence, the others became aware of the traps buried around Ji and who was preparing to hunt them. Chapter 79. The Return of the Pure Evil Organization. The members of the Pure Evil Organization left Beicheng using teleportation talismans, traveling thousands of kilometers in one go. The talismans were provided by the buyer to facilitate their quick escape after seizing the Starbone, ensuring the safety of their goods. However, there were no teleportation talismans or arrays available for their return to Beicheng. Lacking their own teleportation tools like talismans or flying boats, they could only rely on ordinary means of transportation, which slowed them down. This time delay allowed Sei to gather information. Sei was particularly skilled at deceiving women, making it easy for him to obtain a teleportation talisman from one. Therefore, he was the first to arrive in Beicheng, where he began to gather, or rather, deceive for information. Now that he had collected the news, the others had also arrived in Beicheng one after another. That night, in Beicheng Square, during the shift change of the 2 guarding teams, boom, boom, explosions erupted. At the same time, a gravitational suppression descended upon the square. All members of the Special Operations Team of the Pure Evil Organization, who were in the middle of their shift change, were suddenly pinned to the ground by the unexpected gravitational force. Normally, they train under gravity, but it was only increased to 10 times at most, which was sufficient for most situations. This time, however, the leader of the Pure Evil Organization, AI, directly increased the gravity to 1,000 times. This was the limit of his current abilities. Using this skill would drain most of his magic power, but he didn't care at all. It also demonstrated how furious he was. Under the 1,000-fold gravity, all members of the Special Operations Team present were annihilated. Their bodies were mangled and bones shattered. Even a few who managed to summon defense arrays were of no help. One force can break all laws. This is the kind of dominance it embodies. She remained unscathed. AI was still able to control his skills to avoid harming his own people. AI and Hen stepped through the blood and mud towards the suspended Qi. Hen had a scar across his forehead and another slanting down from the forehead to the left, crossing his left eye. These scars could all be removed with current cosmetic technology, but Hen chose to keep them. To him, they were his medals of honor. Each scar represented a powerful enemy he had defeated. He stood, while his enemies had long turned to ashes. Thus, these were all medals of honor. Hen, holding a large black knife without a sheath, said to Qi, "You look quite disheveled." His tone was ordinary, devoid of anger or any other emotion, as calm as if he were just greeting someone. As soon as he finished speaking, his large knife swung toward the rope, suspending Qi. The rope was severed, and the star lock was also cut. Qi fell to the ground, crashing down hard. Hen frowned. He hadn't expected Qi to be so weak, lacking even the strength to stand. "Bury me next to that camellia," Qi said before completely fainting. He was too exhausted and wanted to rest. "Who dares let you die without my permission?" A crisp female voice emerged. It was Chun. Chen's figure vanished, transforming into a dodder flower that slithered towards Qi's body. Along the way, it picked up blood, dyeing its vines red. The dodder flower wrapped around Qi. Chen's ability was the dodder flower. She could control magic to transform into a dodder flower or become one herself. After transforming, she could attach herself to a person. Once attached, she could randomly copy one of that person's skills, but the copied skill could only be used once. She could also coexist with the person she attached to, sharing the life force of the host, or sharing her own life force with the host. "You're really quite sick," Qi's body swayed as he stood up, the voice sounding like a combination of Chun and Qi, hoarse and unpleasant. One eye retained its normal color, while the other turned blood red. After sharing life, she could clearly sense Qi's injuries. He was very close to death. Then, the unpleasant voice rang out again. "You're the first man to share my life." A vague, eerie laughter followed. Sharing life comes at a cost. It drains some life force. In other words, if she lives normally for 1 minute, she consumes 1 point of life force. Sharing life with Qi for a minute would require an additional point of life force to sustain his life. Therefore, to live normally for 1 minute, while sharing life would cost 3 points of life force. The life force consumed is related to the duration of the shared life. The cost is the same. When she shares someone else's life, that cost is borne by the other party. When she shares her own life, she pays the cost herself. Due to the high cost, she usually shares others' lives and never her own. Of course, she had never disclosed this cost to anyone. Though not explicitly stated, Chen silently held a grudge against the girl named Jiang Xia. If it weren't for her, Qi wouldn't have been captured. If Qi hadn't been captured, she wouldn't have had to share her life force. Who doesn't care about their own life force? From this moment on, Chun marked Jiang Xia as the first on her kill list, completely disregarding the true cause of these events, which stemmed from their attempt to seize the Starbone. "I'll take him to get treated," Chen said. Sharing life could ensure Qi wouldn't die, but it couldn't heal his injuries. Healing required finding a doctor. They had a long-time collaborating doctor within the organization who had also been notified to come to Beijing this time. Now, that unscrupulous doctor was drinking in a tavern in Beijing. Just then, the square began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. It couldn't be an earthquake. This commotion indicated that someone was coming. "You go first," AI said to Chen. Chen quickly ran off. As the ground shook, the stone slabs began to crack, and the soil was pushed up from below, as if something was about to break through the ground. AI and Hen did not act recklessly. They waited for the enemy to make an appearance. The first to break through the ground was a series of tall pillars. The pillars were pitch black, carved with various mythical beasts. Each pillar featured a different beast. These pillars were arranged around the square, ultimately encircling it. There were a total of 108 pillars. AI and Hen observed the pillars with serious expressions. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps grew louder. As the footsteps approached, a 2-meter-tall super-fat man appeared before AI and Hen. The newcomer was Tan, a member of the Pure Evil organization. His star power attribute was somewhat similar to that of glutton, so he often ate while holding food. He would eat anything, just like a true glutton, consuming all sorts of things: food, metal, plants, rivers and mountains, including people. He could eat anything, and he had eaten it all. Behind him followed a monk-like figure. This monk had no scar on his head, his upper body was bare, and his lower body was clad in black pants. His body was tattooed with images of evil spirits, and he wore a necklace of prayer beads, each the size of a fist. This monk was Rage. The two of them stood outside the encirclement of pillars, while Ai and Hen stood inside. At this point, all the other members of the pure evil organization had appeared for the rescue of Qi Sei, had gathered intelligence, and had perfectly withdrawn. Chen had taken Qi to find the unscrupulous doctor. The remaining people stayed behind to hold the rear. Looking at these stone pillars, the Furious One exclaimed, "It seems this isn't in the intel." Though he was called Furious, he was usually very cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it out of hell and survived. The Greedy One didn't care whether this was in the intel or not, directly saying, "Whatever it is, I'll eat it all." Eating helped him enhance his cultivation, especially various spiritual treasures and magical artifacts, which significantly boosted his cultivation after consumption. Seeing the waves of ominous energy emanating from the stone pillars, the Greedy One couldn't help but drool, his mouth unconsciously starting to secrete saliva. Chapter 80, Battle 108 Huabiao. On the surface, each one is distinct, each a separate entity. However, under the influence of a hidden formation, these 108 Huabiao are interconnected. They separate the square into two worlds. Within the Huabiao circle is the domain. The domain is another manifestation of a cultivator's comprehension of the power of rules. It is also the cultivator's exclusive territory, where the domain master holds absolute authority and exerts pressure on enemies. To break the domain, one must be within the domain itself. Life is always full of surprises and unexpected events. Gon gazes intently at the Huabiao. Outside the Huabiao circle, Greed and Rage feel no pressure from within the circle and are unaware that they are facing a domain. They only think it is a spiritual treasure or a Tao artifact. Greed steps forward, hugs one Huabiao, and begins to pull. At first, he uses 30% of his strength, but fails to move it. Then he uses 50%, still with no success. Greed is now furious and uses all his strength. It still does not budge. Channeling the magic power within him, he continues to pull. His face turns beet red, but still he cannot move it. At this moment, the domain has not yet been activated by the domain master, and the sounds can still be transmitted between the inside and outside. Watching Greed with glee, someone cheers. "Come on, fatty, try to break this domain." Domain? Greed is somewhat surprised. He immediately lets go. If it is indeed a domain, then he cannot pull it. He has not comprehended the power of rules and cannot construct a domain. However, if the domain master were to die, he could easily pull these Huabiao. He even thinks happily that if the domain master dies and he consumes these Huabiao, would he then intuitively comprehend some power of rules? Where is the domain master? Greed shouts, "What? Are you too scared to come out?" At this time, the domain master, also known as the corpse craftsman, is leisurely walking towards the square, unhurried. He is not at all worried about the pure, evil organization members escaping outside the domain. Although he is not in the square, he can clearly know the situation on that side through the domain. Those Huabiao were also buried by him beneath the square, allowing them to appear in time to keep the pure, evil members contained. With the people now trapped, the next step is to eliminate them. He does not care what the pure, evil organization has done. He only knows that the heads of the pure, evil organization members can serve as his tokens of allegiance, specifically for Jiang Xia. Therefore, he needs to leave at least 2 heads. 1 head is not enough to present. Next, the corpse craftsman silently recites a mantra, and the corpses he buried beneath the square begin to crawl out from underground. These corpses were protected by the Huabiao and had not been crushed by the 1,000-fold gravity, remaining completely intact, just as they were when buried. One by one, the corpses crawl out, creating a rather eerie scene. Both inside and outside the domain, there are corpses. Inside the domain, hate slashes down, severing many of the corpses' heads. Even without heads, the corpses do not stop moving and continue to crawl out. This is what makes corpses particularly disgusting. They are hard to kill. Outside the domain, Greed grabs a corpse with each hand and puts them into his mouth. As long as he eats them, they are all food. Meanwhile, the corpse craftsman notices that the markings of the corpses are suddenly disappearing. Connecting it to the information he saw online, he quickly understands what is happening. They must have been eaten by the glutton. Glutton is the nickname given to Greed by the outside world. One must admit that the eyes of the masses are sharp. They have pinpointed the theme in an instant. Rage jumps onto the Huabiao, leaving the ground for Greed to act freely. The crawling corpses attack Greed, but without the corpse craftsman's command, these attacks are chaotic. To Greed, it's like being tickled. He does not care and simply grabs them and puts them in his mouth. After a few chews, he swallows them down. No matter how many come, they are all his snacks. Not far away, the corpse craftsman thinks, "I miscalculated." He decides not to waste energy controlling the corpses to attack Greed anymore. Fortunately, the corpses within the domain still have some effect. Watching as the corpses are chopped into pieces, the corpse craftsman silently adds to his thoughts, but the effect is not significant. Momins late. He adds, the quality of his batch of corpses is poor. If they were well-crafted corpses, they certainly wouldn't be defeated so quickly. It seems that in the future, he needs to carefully select a powerful corpse to refine into a corpse servant. The corpse craftsman no longer conceals his aura and steps out of the shadows. As soon as he appears, Rage leaps into the air and charges at the corpse craftsman. At the same time, he clenches his right fist and quickly gathers energy. He then unleashes a skill at the spot where the corpse craftsman stands. The ground beneath the corpse craftsman instantly heats up, turning red, and fiery lava begins to flow freely. The corpse craftsman reacts quickly, snapping 7 of the 8 iron chains binding him, leaving only one to restrain the coffin behind him. The 7 broken chains swirl around the corpse craftsman. From a distance, it looks like 7 tentacles have sprouted from either side of him, which is quite bizarre. These chains fly through the air, lifting the corpse craftsman upward, away from the lava below. Rage lands on the ground, quickly stabilizing himself, and with a powerful stomp of his heel, charges at the corpse craftsman again. The chains behind the corpse craftsman extend towards Rage. Seeing this, Greed throws the corpses in his hands towards the chains, attempting to disrupt them. Instantly, one chain automatically meets the thrown corpses, knocking them all away. The corpses fall into the lava, melting away in the high temperature, leaving no trace. Greed abandons the corpses on the ground and focuses his attention on the flying iron chains. These chains are definitely not a domain. They should be his spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasures can be eaten. They are delicious. Greed leaps up and charges towards the corpse craftsman. The corpse craftsman sends one chain to deal with him, while the other chains go to confront Rage. Rage, channeling his magic power, envelopes himself in a layer of lava armor, appearing like a walking lava creature. This is somewhat tricky. The corpse craftsman focuses most of his attention on fighting Rage. As for Greed, if he wants to eat, he will send him a chain to eat, as long as he can consume it. He does not fear the chain being eaten. Greed meets the incoming chain head-on, not dodging or avoiding it, and grabs it. The chain then slams him down towards the lava. Greed does not care about the chain's actions and opens his mouth wide to bite the chain. Crack! The chain is bitten in half by Greed, making a crisp sound, just like a normal person crunching on potato chips. The chain suddenly elongates. Except for the part Greed is holding, the remaining chain begins to wrap around Greed's body. In the battle with Rage, the chains are steadily losing ground, retreating, flying, and dodging. The corpse craftsman also continues to evade. Fighting Greed is much simpler. He binds him and throws him into the lava. Of course, the chain must follow Greed into the lava. Otherwise, Greed will escape halfway. Greed bites down on the chain, completely unconcerned about being thrown into the lava. The chain, carrying Greed, rapidly plunges into the lava. The flesh on Greed's body makes sizzling sounds as it cooks. The red apron he wears, originally a magical item that could help him defend against certain attacks, is now rendered useless in the ultra-high temperature lava. Rage's lava ability is not ordinary lava. It is core lava. It has an extremely high temperature. Greed opens his mouth wide and inhales forcefully, sucking the lava in as if it were water. After swallowing it, he burps contentedly. Rage, who is entangled with the corpse craftsman, shouts at Greed, "You really are a talent. You can't tell friend from foe. Why are you eating his lava? Don't you know that's a trap set for the corpse craftsman?" Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, there is an office monitoring the square around the clock. At the same time, they are also responsible for the global broadcast of the punishment for the insane. The many cameras in the square managed to evade the first wave of explosions, but could not withstand the 1,000-fold gravity and were crushed to pieces by the force. The video suddenly went black, and the monitoring personnel knew something had gone wrong. They immediately called to inform the president of the Hunter Association, Qinzu, as well as General Wu Zi, the leader of the Special Operations Team against the Pure Evil Organization. Chapter 81. The True Corpse Craftsman when Qianzhu. The president of the Hunter Association arrived at the square. The battle between the corpse craftsman and Rage was already coming to an end. Greed lay on the ground. His stomach exploded, blood flowing everywhere, unconscious between life and death. Rage had beaten the corpse craftsman to the point of no vitality, half kneeling on the ground. The left half of his body had been struck off by Rage, losing an arm and part of his internal organs. A portion of his left cheek had also been knocked off, exposing his teeth inside. The flesh and blood had been scorched by the high temperature of the magma, so there was no blood flowing out. The corpse craftsman was inhaling more than he was exhaling, and he could no longer resist. However, the coffin on his back remained intact. Even so, the corpse craftsman did not abandon the coffin. Rage raised his fist, gathering strength, ready to deliver the final blow to the corpse craftsman. At that moment, President Qianzhu appeared. Qianzhu shot a strand of spider silk from his hand directly towards Rage. The coffin behind the corpse craftsman was indeed eye-catching. The president recognized at a glance that this person was a newcomer who had just become a hunter a few days ago. Although he didn't yet know how the other party ended up here, saving him was imperative. He also wondered where the special operations team had gone. Rage, caught up in his fury, did not notice the incoming spider silk and was struck, instantly sent flying. This spider silk was a spiritual treasure of the president. Because of it, the president gained the nickname Qianzhu Monster. Over time, everyone forgot his name and referred to him as Qianzhu instead. The president didn't mind. In fact, he found it amusing. The uncontrolled Huabiao began to shake at that moment, shrinking into the ground. AI hate and Rage all thought that the corpse craftsman was about to die, and his domain was about to dissipate. The president leaped to the corpse craftsman's side, and with a flick of his hand, a pill appeared. He directly fed the pill to the corpse craftsman to stabilize his breath. Although these injuries looked severe, as long as he didn't die, he could recover. The pill that could revive the dead and turn flesh into bones was rare, but not non-existent. Given that the corpse craftsman was fighting alone against pure evil, the Hunter Association would definitely provide such a pill. For the entire Hunter Association, obtaining such a pill was not particularly difficult. As he emerged from the domain, Hate swung a large knife towards the president, with the knife's aura also encompassing the corpse craftsman. The president first threw a defensive formation towards the corpse craftsman before facing the incoming blade. Hate's magic focused on enhancing physical abilities, so he had diligently trained in swordsmanship. He had made some achievements in this area and did not fall behind against the president. With Rage providing support from the side, the president was held off by the two of them. After emerging from the domain, AI went straight to Greed's corpse, scooping it up with one hand and preparing to flee. The previous thousand-fold gravity had consumed most of AI's magic power. At this moment, with little magic left, he chose to retreat first. The president was held up and couldn't spare a hand to stop their escape. The president felt some resentment towards the silent general in his heart. The other party's arrival speed was too slow. A moment of distraction caused him to be hit by Rage's magma, sustaining some injuries. No longer distracted, the president spread out the Qianzhu spider silk. The spider silk opened in midair, forming a massive net that descended from the sky, intending to ensnare both Rage and Hate. Seeing this, Rage and Hate decisively retreated. They had heard of the Qianzhu monster's spider silk. Before retreating, they instinctively attacked the corpse craftsman. Hate first swung his knife forcefully at the corpse craftsman. The corpse craftsman's defensive shield had already consumed most of its energy from the aftermath of the president's battle with Hate and Rage. Hate's strike directly shattered the defensive shield. Rage then hurled a ball of magma towards the corpse craftsman. If the Qianzhu monster chose to pursue them, the corpse craftsman would undoubtedly die. If the Qianzhu monster chose to save the corpse craftsman, they would be able to escape successfully. President Qianzhu decisively chose to save the person. He would not take responsibility for failing to capture the pure evil organization members. At most, he would be scolded a few times. The silent general had still not arrived, which was evidently problematic. Someone wanted to protect the pure evil organization members. If he did not save the corpse craftsman, the Hunter Association would lose a powerful ally. and the country's future would lose a bit of hope. Therefore, he had to save the corpse craftsman. Just as the president was about to leap to the corpse craftsman's side to take him away, the coffin behind the corpse craftsman suddenly cracked open with a bang, splitting in two. The coffin lid flew away, while the coffin body remained unchanged. I thought I wouldn't need to make an appearance. A voice with a magnetic, slightly hoarse quality emerged. The voice was not loud, but precisely reached everyone's ears. Then came a roar. "Leave it to me." The voice carried a clear anger. In front of hate and rage, a huabiao suddenly appeared. The huabiao exuded pressure, locking them in place, making it impossible for them to evade as it charged directly at them. Bang! Hate and rage were sent flying backward. The magma that was flying toward the corpse craftsman also turned to ash, disappearing without a trace. The president also halted, staring blankly at the sudden change, momentarily confused. At that moment, a pale, bony hand grasped the edge of the coffin. Then, a somewhat sickly, delicate, beautiful face appeared. The beautiful face referred to a good-looking appearance, resembling a beauty, regardless of the person's gender. The person in the coffin was a man. The man stepped out of the coffin, first glancing around, then walked up to the president. The president looked at the man before him, dressed in an ancient shroud, his life force weak, but clearly a living person, and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the corpse craftsman," the man replied, also examining the president before him. The vibrant life force indicated that his life was still long, and he was not an elder. However, his appearance resembled that of an old man, likely due to the identity of the Hunter Association president. This image of an old man might earn him more respect from his subordinates than a young man, the corpse craftsman thought uncertainly. The president's gaze swept towards the still half-kneeling figure who had lost an arm and part of his internal organs, seemingly saying, "You are the corpse craftsman." "Then who is he?" "He is my corpse puppet," the true corpse craftsman continued, crossing over the president, a corpse puppet that took 10 years to meticulously refine. "Made using the zombie king. What do you think? Doesn't he look quite human?" At least during the Hunter trials, no one discovered that he was a zombie. No one doubted that he was anything but human, merely a corpse puppet. People just thought he was a bit strange. But there were many strange people. Moreover, due to his peculiar profession, many were afraid of him but never suspected him. After all, apart from his particularly professional behavior, he had never harmed anyone. His actions were very much in line with his profession, so no one doubted him. While speaking with the president, he was still distractedly controlling two huabiao to beat hate and rage. Hate and rage had no chance to counterattack, only passively enduring the blows. Under the rules, they were like ants. The corpse craftsmen had mastered the power of the rules, while they had not. They were suppressed by the power of the rules on the huabiao, only able to take hits. If it weren't for the corpse craftsman wanting to vent his anger on them, they would have been scattered souls by now. They still retained a glimmer of clarity, presumably to let them experience a taste of the breakdown and despair that comes with being on the brink of death. The corpse craftsman used the huabiao to bring them all before him, and then put the huabiao away. Looking at the bruised and battered duo, the corpse craftsman said nothing. With a cold gaze, he lifted one foot and crushed it down on each of them in succession. Hate and rage felt something shatter within their bodies, and then lost all 5 senses, fainting into oblivion. The corpse craftsman walked back, passing by the president. The two of them had lost their cultivation and had become ordinary people. Hanging here, live streaming torture. Death. After saying this, he held the zombie king, put away his coffin, and vanished before the president. The corpse craftsman's words were very concise, but the president understood. The corpse craftsman had destroyed the foundation of the two pure evils, and their cultivation had completely dissipated, reducing them to ordinary people. Hanging in this square live streaming, he was telling the already fleeing pure evil organization and those who supported them from behind, "Do you still want to save them? One comes, one dies. Two come, a pair dies." Chapter 82. Identity revealed. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, it was the time when Jiang Xia was sleeping the soundest. Hearing the knocking, she felt quite angry. Who is it? Knocking on the door so early in the morning. A dream disruptor is a bad person. Bad people can be ignored. So, Jiang Xia turned over, plugged her ears, and continued to sleep. She wasn't the least bit worried that someone would break in and take her life. First of all, this is a hotel with very high security. Secondly, she had set up a defensive formation in her room. Lastly, who would be polite enough to knock on the door if they were there to kill? They must have come for something, hence the courtesy. Therefore, she slept soundly, without any psychological burden. The corpse craftsman knocked for half an hour before confirming that Jiang Xia would not come to open the door. Then he simply sat down at the door. He took out a fifth-level fish from his space, preparing to make a delicacy. This fish was large, over 10 meters long, its massive body almost filling the hallway. When the fish was taken out, it was still lively, and the corpse craftsman knocked it out with a chop of his hand. He quickly spent 10 minutes cleaning the fish. The waste was thrown into the garbage dump using the power of spatial rules, which was really time-saving and labor-saving, though a bit wasteful of rules. Once cleaned, he chopped the fish into several pieces. He kept the fish head and tail, only leaving the most tender middle section, which was also half a meter long. He took out a large pot from his space, big enough to hold the half-meter-long piece of fish. After a quick wash, he started to heat oil. Once the pot was hot, he tossed the fish pieces in a sot. When both sides were golden brown, he poured in boiling water. This was the key to the fish soup being milky white. It had to be scalding hot water. Then he added seasonings as needed, flipping the fish as necessary. Before long, an incredibly fragrant aroma wafted out from the pot. Coupled with the natural freshness of the fifth-level ingredient, the flavor was taken to another level. The corpse craftsman guided the aroma to drift into the room, reaching Jiang Xia's nostrils. Through their interactions during the trial, he discovered that Jiang Xia particularly loved delicious food. Since he couldn't wake her by knocking, why not try with food? Sure enough, Jiang Xia couldn't resist the temptation of delicacies. After futilely resisting, she decisively got up, opened the door quickly, and was ready to scold whoever was cooking at her doorstep for lacking public morals. As soon as the door opened, she saw a handsome young man standing at the door, holding out a bowl towards her. "Sister Xia, would you like some fish soup? It's made from a fifth-level ingredient, guaranteed to be fresh and delicious." His magnetic voice and gentle tone. Slap. Jiang Xia quickly retreated back in her room and shut the door. Then, she touched her rapidly beating heart and muttered to herself, No. It must be that I opened the door wrong. How could such a beautiful person be so gentle with me? This way of waking someone up is truly something out of a dream. It felt as if she had suddenly entered a two-dimensional world, experiencing the surreal feeling of an electronic husband stepping into reality. Though she said she didn't believe it, she hurried to wash up and change her clothes, leaving the corpse craftsman standing outside the door, holding the bowl, in a daze, unsure of what to do. He rarely interacted with people and didn't know how to handle the situation. The hotel had set up anti-peeping walls to prevent others from using spiritual senses to scan the surroundings and spy on others. So Jiang Xia had no idea who was outside before she opened the door. The corpse craftsman also couldn't know what Jiang Xia was doing inside. After just 2 minutes, Jiang Xia, refreshed and renewed, opened the door again. Outside, the corpse craftsman was still holding the bowl of fish soup. Deep in thought about how to get Jiang Xia to open the door. Suddenly hearing the door open, he saw Jiang Xia appear, and the confusion in his eyes turned into immense surprise. This change in his gaze was caught by Jiang Xia, and her heart fluttered once more. How could he be so pure-hearted? How could he be so cute? Then, seeing the shroud he was wearing, she thought to herself, he's just a younger brother who likes cosplay. You call me sister, and I call you brother. This is perfectly normal in the two-dimensional world. Sister Xia, would you like to drink some fish soup? Come in and have some. Thus, the corpse craftsman successfully entered Jiang Xia's hotel room as a guest. The super large pot was also brought in, placed beside the dining table. Jiang Xia took out many small steam buns from her space, with various fillings. She also took out vinegar, chili, and prepared 2 bowls of dipping sauce, one for herself and one for the handsome younger brother. Eating delicious buns, sipping on the tasty fish soup, and looking at the beautiful younger brother, Jiang Xia felt that life was truly wonderful. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xia finally remembered to ask who he was and why he had come to find her. Cough, cough. She firmly refused to admit that beauty can mislead people and that food can mislead people. She just wanted to think about it a little later, to face her troubles a little later. I am the corpse craftsman, Sister Xia. I have come to seek refuge with you. The first sentence left Jiang Xia stunned, and she didn't hear a single word after that. The corpse craftsman? Isn't the corpse craftsman a tall, middle-aged uncle? That eerie, terrifying uncle who always carries a coffin on his back. She remembered that the corpse craftsman's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. When did he become this beautiful, approachable younger brother, speaking in a magnetic, gentle tone? No, his height and build don't match either. One is tall and eerie, while the other is beautiful and stylish. They are completely two extremes. You're telling me this is the same person? Jiang Xia felt like her CPU was fried by this statement. For a moment, she couldn't regain her senses. After being stunned for 3 minutes by a single sentence, Jiang Xia's thoughts began to swirl, asking, "You, the corpse craftsman? How could you be the corpse craftsman? You were previously." Jiang Xia gestured a tall figure with her hands. And now, Jiang Xia gestured at his now slender figure, shaking her head to indicate, a person's appearance can change, but the bone structure doesn't change. The corpse craftsman directly took out the zombie king he had been nurturing in the corpse bag. Are you talking about this? It is my corpse puppet, made from the zombie king. I don't like walking outside, so I'll let him walk outside for me and help me do some things. I'll just hide in the coffin he carries and sleep. Following that, he recounted the battle in the square last night, and so on. Finally, excitedly, he told Jiang Xia, "My zombie king killed one. That counts as me killing one. I incapacitated 2 people, and today I will live stream their punishment killing them. They are captured by me, so that also counts as me killing them. In this way, I have killed 3 people who pose a threat to Sister Xia. So how about it, Sister Xia? Are you satisfied with this token of loyalty? Can I follow you and go to the interstellar space with you?" Though Jiang Xia was shocked by the earlier words, she remained relatively calm. However, the last sentence truly frightened Jiang Xia. "How do you know I accompany interstellar?" When she said this, there was even a hint of killing intent in Jiang Xia's eyes. Anyone would be on guard and want to eliminate the other person when their trump card was revealed by someone they didn't understand. The corpse craftsman ignored Jiang Xia's fleeting killing intent and explained seriously. First, the environment nurtures its own people. People from different places have different scents. For example, the wind from the glacier world is cold. The wind from the tropical rainforest is hot. The wind from the seaside is salty and humid. Though they are all winds, they carry the characteristics of their respective places. Your scent is different from that of this world. Therefore, you come from the interstellar. Secondly, the magic power within you is different. The reason is the same as above. The location is different, and the magic will also change accordingly. On the surface, the skills you use and those used by others seem no different. However, I can see the subtle differences in between. I study corpses, so I pay great attention to these nuances. Because even a difference of 0.0001 can lead to different results. Moreover, I have a slight understanding of the power of rules, allowing me to perceive many things that ordinary people cannot. In conclusion, I deduce that you come from the stars. When we were at Mount Wansho, I had already used a token to show goodwill towards you. I mentioned then that I would seek you out if needed, and you agreed. You're not thinking of going back on your word now, are you? Saying this, they looked at Jiang Xia with tearful, pitiful eyes. Jiang Xia. Chapter 83. Stopping evil with evil. Jiang Xia made an agreement with the corpse craftsman. She would take him to the interstellar realm and arrange for him to have an interstellar identity. In return, the corpse craftsman would stay by Jiang Xia's side and protect her for 1,000 years. Based on the interstellar calculations, the corpse craftsman's current cultivation level is that of a stellar energy master. However, he has already touched upon the rules and can promote himself to a galaxy master at any time. Galaxy masters have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Trading 1,000 years of that lifespan for an interstellar identity is worth it. Jiang Xia asked him if he would regret it if their planet connected with the interstellar realm during that 1,000 years. The corpse craftsman replied, "I won't regret it. Being by your side for 1,000 years is equivalent to experiencing the world you see. The world you come into contact with is something we may never experience in our lifetime. It's like a rich child and a poor person. Although they live under the same sky, their knowledge and experiences are completely different. You are the rich child, and I am the poor person. Trading 1,000 years of protection for this is worth it." It was precisely because the corpse craftsman was so clear about this that Jiang Xia agreed to the arrangement. She did not want the story of the farmer and the snake to happen to her. Among the 7 members of the pure evil organization, 4 died, infatuation, hatred, greed, and wrath. Infatuation was captured by Jiang Xia and died at the hands of many. Resentment took him away for treatment by the black-hearted doctor, but he could not be saved due to his severe injuries. The other 3 died at the hands of the corpse craftsman, either directly or indirectly. That night, the President Qianzu watched the corpse craftsman's back and was stunned for a long time. For years, he had been busy with the Hunter Association's affairs and had no time to improve his cultivation. Decades ago, his combat power could be considered decent. At least it was before. At least on this planet, it was true. Now, he couldn't even keep 2 evildoers at bay. It truly confirmed the saying, standing still is equivalent to retreating. 3 days later, he submitted his resignation and then disappeared. 3 months had passed since the incident at the Red Light Street auction. He Wuchang had overcome his psychological shadow, successfully obtained his hunter's license, and became a hunter. Ling Ji's emotions had also calmed down a lot. He was no longer acting crazy and could communicate normally. Through hypnosis, the therapist had uncovered what happened to him in the blood array and shared those experiences with his master and fellow disciples. Dao, he also learned about it, and then told Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia, I didn't expect the debate space on the 5th level to be so terrifying. It can even destroy one's moral compass. Another 3 months passed. The free treatment from the Hunter Association came to an end. Although Ling Ji was not completely healed, he could live normally. If he were to lose hope, his life might remain like this. His master decided to take him back to the sect to recuperate slowly. Such psychological trauma could only be healed gradually. On the day of their departure, Jiang Xia came to see them off. Looking at the haggard Ling Ji, she hesitated, but finally walked over to him and said, Since kindness cannot save this world, then let us kill all the evildoers. Leave only the good-hearted people. Kindness is a virtue, but is also a choice. Doing evil is also a choice. If we give evildoers the chance to repent and become good people, then who will speak up for the good-hearted? Can an evildoer be recognized as a good person simply by doing one good deed? Can it erase all their previous evils? If a good person refuses your request, are they suddenly deemed a bad person? Why? Can it erase all their previous good deeds? Why? The best way to end a war is not to persuade everyone to cease fire, but to crush all participants with absolute vitality. Ending war with war. Evil is the same. To protect the goodness in one's heart, it is not about converting evildoers, but about becoming the most evil person and killing all other evildoers. Kill, kill, kill. Stopping evil with evil. This is Jiang Xia's most genuine thought. She never believed that evil could be converted, nor did she think there was anything wrong with maintaining the goodness in her heart. In her view, Ling Ji was not wrong, and the evil spirits were not wrong. The fault lay in their extremity. Ling Ji's pure goodness and the evil spirit's pure evil. A solitary yin cannot grow long, and a solitary yang cannot be born. If a person who has endured various hardships in modern society were to discuss good and evil with the evil spirits, it would be a different outcome. Perhaps they wouldn't have any psychological shadows and might even persuade the evil spirits. After sharing all this with Ling Ji, whether he could come to terms with it and move on would depend on himself. Ling Ji left, and Jiang Xia's research on the symbiotic array also came to a temporary halt. The symbiotic array involved not only spatial and temporal rules, but also other aspects that she could not comprehend. Even with the opening of her heavenly eye, she could not understand or research it. This was due to insufficient cultivation and a lack of understanding of the rules. There was no choice but to pause the research and focus on improving her strength first. Jiang Xia contacted her teachers. After explaining the situation, she asked if they had helped the corpse craftsman obtain an interstellar identity. When Jiang Xia made the agreement with the corpse craftsman, she had already discussed it with her 2 teachers. They had said that if Jiang Xia agreed to the corpse craftsman, they would help with the subsequent procedures. If Jiang Xia did not agree, they would help her get rid of the corpse craftsman. However, they would not interfere with Jiang Xia's decision. Regardless of whether the decision was good or bad, it was an experience, a kind of learning. While they could still help her navigate the situation, giving her one more experience and enriching her life was also a good thing. The 2 teachers said they had completed the arrangements. So, they took a transport back to the city where they initially arrived. After paying the fees, They used the teleportation array to return to the interstellar realm. They arrived back at the main star, Crane Star. Outside the floating academy, they rented a place for the corpse craftsman to self-study interstellar writing and understand interstellar knowledge. She and her two teachers returned to the floating academy first. After a long absence, she missed the carefree life at the academy and also missed her brother Jiang Lang. The timing of the two planets was not synchronized. When Jiang Xia returned here, it was June. The first thing she did upon returning to the floating academy was to call Jiang Lang and invite him out for dinner that night. Then she went to the cafeteria to see the uncles and aunts there. She brought some local specialties from the planets she had been training on. She also checked on her field at the logistics department and brought some seeds as gifts for her senior and junior brothers and sisters. All of these were local seeds she had purchased on the training planets, which are not available in the interstellar realm, or rather, she hadn't seen them in the logistics department. She also sent many items to Li Shun and others on the abandoned star, including beautiful clothes and accessories, as well as food. They could not leave the abandoned star for now, but at least this would allow them to have some things from the outside world. Sending them items was also a way of indirectly telling them that she had not forgotten them. When she met Jiang Lang that night, without exception, she also saw the lone wolf Zina, Shirluo. Jiang Xia brought gifts for them as well. After a long time apart, the three of them had a hot pot together. During the meal, they talked about their respective matters. After dinner, Jiang Lang told her that he was also going out to train. The academy had announced a large mission to go to Pearl Island on Yunhai Star and guard the island for 3 months. Any sea beasts hunted during that time would belong to the hunters and did not need to be submitted. Chapter 84. Heading to Ocean Cloud Star. Ocean Cloud Star is a planet where most of its area is covered by sea. The land suitable for human habitation is limited, consisting of only 72 islands. The sea experiences a tidal season every year, lasting a total of 3 months. During the tidal season, the Academy releases training tasks, providing participating students with a soul ring. Each time a prey is killed, the soul ring absorbs the prey's spirit. Spirits of different ranks convert into different points, which can be exchanged for credits after the training concludes. Requirements. All participating students must engage in combat against sea beasts of rank 3 or below, including rank 3, without using mechas, but must fight physically. Mechas can only be used against sea beasts of rank 4 and above. There are no restrictions on the weapons or treasures used in combat. The island assigned to the Halfway Academy, this time, is called Pearl Island, with a coastline totaling 30,000 nautical miles. Most students from the Academy signed up, as this is a rare opportunity to gain credits with low risk. Jiang Lang, Zina Shirluo, Yuhu, and Diwu Donglei formed a team to train together. Yuhu and Diwu Donglei are both friends of Jiang Lang. Li Ke Jiang Lang. They are all physical combatants with similar strength. They often practice and help each other, which has led to their friendship. This time, they teamed up for the training. Jiang Xia also signed up, ready to join them. She is a well-known figure in the academy and quite formidable, so they naturally welcomed her addition. After resting for about half a month, Jiang Xia, along with the others, arrived at Pearl Island through the teleportation array. This time, the corpse craftsman also came. He registered for the Pearl Island hunting activity through the Loose Cultivator Alliance outside the academy. The tidal season of Pearl Island occurs in July, August, and September in local time. They arrived on Pearl Island on June 27th, local time, and checked into the hotel arranged by the academy. In June, the sea breeze on Pearl Island is still gentle, and the scenery on the island is beautiful. That afternoon, Jiang Xia and the 5 of them strolled around the hotel, familiarizing themselves with the surrounding environment. They also went to the coastline, where many students had already started digging traps and setting up formations. They even saw a small temporary market where many loose cultivators were selling weapons, talismans, formations, herbs, and more. Jiang Xia only had her sword, truth, and no other weapons. She had been reviewing every detail of her training during the past few days and hadn't prepared anything. Since this was interstellar training and she thought she could buy whatever she needed at any time, she didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, she hadn't even used the talisman she prepared before the training, so she wasn't worried. Brother, what weapon do you have? She only knew that her brother had been practicing using mechas and aimed to become an excellent mecha master, but didn't know what weapon he used for close combat. A knife. Did you buy it at the academy? Yes, I exchanged points for it. We all did, Yu-Hu and Di-Wu-Donglei chimed in. The knives in our academy are quite good and can handle rank 4 sea beasts. If we encounter a rank 4 sea beast, we can use mechas to fight. So this knife is sufficient. Jiang Xia understood that it was just an ordinary knife. Without a family background, she and her brother had no external support, relying solely on themselves. Furthermore, her brother had always wanted to buy a mecha of his own and had been saving points and money, living frugally. Thus, he didn't buy a very high-quality knife. Anything usable was fine. The other two friends were in a similar situation. So, do you all have mechas? Jiang Xia was curious, as it sounded like they had already bought mechas. She hadn't heard her brother mention this before. Yes, we bought a retired mecha. Yes, we all bought retired mechas from the front lines. The retired mechas sold in our academy are all in good condition, just updated models that are still very useful. Yes, it's more cost-effective than buying new ones, saving a lot of star spirit stones. Xena Sherluo couldn't contribute to this topic. He was still a patient, his illness not fully treated, and he avoided using star power as much as possible. Otherwise, it could worsen his condition. During this training, the school doctor repeatedly warned him that he could only hunt rank 3 sea beasts at most, and must flee if encountering rank 4 sea beasts. He especially reminded Jiang Lang, Yu-Hu, and Di-Wu-Donglei to keep a close watch on Xena Sherluo and not let him face rank 4 sea beasts. The second-hand mechas sold at the academy came with guarantees. Jiang Xia was happy for them. Nevertheless, she still planned to forge a better performance knife for Jiang Lang. So, she excitedly began selecting ores at the stalls. She actually found 2 good fire attribute ores. Water and fire are opposing elements. Since most sea beasts are water attribute, crafting a fire attribute weapon should be more effective. Many of the weapons sold at various stalls were primarily fire attribute or inscribed with fire attribute runes. Some people were also selling water-repelling beads. With them, one could breathe freely underwater. To be safe, each of them bought a water-repelling bead to wear. This way, if they accidentally fell into the sea, at least they wouldn't drown. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia recalled the unpleasant memory of being forced underwater during training. She then asked, "Brother, can you all swim?" Of course. Jiang Lang hunted on the wasteland and fished in the water, so he naturally knows how to swim. The other 3 could swim as well, but Jiang Xia couldn't swim well. She decided to search for swimming tutorial videos to learn. They wandered around until evening. When they reached the beach, they definitely had to eat seafood. So, they found a seafood restaurant for dinner. They had steamed prawns, stir-fried conchs, grilled clams, steamed 2-horn crabs, and 10 different ways to prepare king prawns. This was just a tenth of the menu. These seafood dishes retained their unique flavors while the added seasonings provided different layers of taste. They were delicious. The 5 of them were satisfied and full, savoring the flavors. They unanimously decided to return to this restaurant the next day. Unfortunately, the tide could come at any time, so they had to stay alert and not drink alcohol. Otherwise, it would be delightful to have a little drink. No worries, they could stay here for 3 months, and the sea beasts they killed could be stored for later. They could take them back to the academy to cook and drink then, or they could find a cafeteria chef, give them some star spirit stones, and ask for help in cooking. Jiang Xia originally wanted to introduce the corpse craftsman to Jiang Lang and the others. But the corpse craftsman said he was busy making a corpse puppet and didn't have time for now. He would meet them when he was free. Jiang Xia asked with a hint of concern, "What are you using to make the corpse puppet?" In her agreement with the corpse craftsman, there was a clause stating that he could not use human corpses to make corpse puppets, nor could he use vampire-like beings. This was to avoid unnecessary racial troubles. "Don't worry, I'm using 2-horn crabs and king prawns, all bought from the market." Chapter 85. The tide approaches the next day. Jiang Xia and Jiang Lang went out for breakfast with 2 others. The breakfast here is quite distinctive, featuring various seafood porridge made from shrimp, shellfish, crabs, and a mix of seaweed, sea vegetables, and fish. Everyone had a big appetite and ordered a small bowl of each type to taste. Then, they chose their preferred flavors, generally liked, particularly liked, and most liked. This way, they would have to buy a small bowl of each type next time, like they did that morning. Besides porridge, there were also steamed buns made from seafood and other ingredients. Overall, the breakfast variety was quite rich. But seafood was more prevalent since they were by the sea, where it was the cheapest and easiest ingredient to obtain. After breakfast, Jiang Lang and his companions decided to check the situation by the coast. Jiang Xia needed to find a place to smelt materials to forge a knife for Jiang Lang, so she parted ways with them. Next to the hotel was a smelting workshop. "Welcome. Are you here to buy weapons, customize weapons, or rent a smelting furnace?" Renting a smelting furnace. 100 spirit stones per day. This price is very cheap, a special offer for the flood season. After all, everyone is here to help Pearl Island deal with the sea beasts and ensure its safety during the flood season. Jiang Xia paid 100 spirit stones to rent for 1 day. If she needed more days, she could supplement the corresponding star spirit stones when she came out. Receiving the token for the smelting room, she walked inside. A person approached her, with an androgynous face and a tall, slender figure. Jiang Xia thought the person looked somewhat familiar. After staring carefully, she suddenly remembered Lu Jietian. Since their first encounter at school, after flirting with him, she hadn't paid any attention to him. Busy with her studies and being in different campuses, she hadn't seen him again. Thinking back to how she had flirted with him and even suggested he marry her, yet later ignored him completely. How shallow of her. Jiang Xia secretly despised herself for a moment. Lu Jietian was looking at the ground as he walked and didn't notice who was coming from the opposite direction until he heard a voice and looked up. Upon seeing Jiang Xia, he was also very pleased. "You're here too." Hearing this, Jiang Xia realized he remembered her. Indeed, anyone would remember such explosive words spoken during their first meeting. "By the way, let us exchange contacts. We can chat later." "Sure." After exchanging contacts, they parted ways, and Jiang Xia continued to the smelting room. The smelting room was built similarly to a row of dormitories, making it easy to find. Some people had their doors wide open and were smelting, with the sound of clanging coming from inside. Others had their doors closed and made no noise. Jiang Xia reached the door of her rented room, placed the token on the sensing area, and the door opened quickly. After closing the door, she walked to the smelting table and took out the ore she needed. She planned to forge a large knife for her brother that could be upgraded. Jiang Xia wasn't very wealthy. The ore she had collected were exchanged for credits at the academy. She took out the ore she had prepared the night before and placed them in the furnace for smelting. After changing into a short outfit and activating her heavenly eye, she began the smelting process. Many people were setting traps in advance. Jiang Lang and his companions walked along the coastline while observing. Places where traps were set had a wooden stick inserted, with a cloth tied to it that read someone has set a trap here. Only the students from the Sky Academy were so proactive in setting traps, as they were the only ones needing to collect souls. Others did not. When making traps, personal auras would get attached, and as long as the distance wasn't too far, the soul rings would automatically absorb the souls of the prey killed by the traps. Fortunately, there was a distance limit to the soul ring's absorption. Otherwise, the entire coastline would have been filled with traps set by students. They were riding on skateboards, flying low and moving quite quickly. Finally, they found a stretch of coastline that hadn't been occupied. The four quickly landed and claimed the territory. They even helped Jiang Xia claim a piece of land, inserting a stick with a cloth tied to it that bore her name. They took out their formations and began installing them. The locations for the formations were chosen to be places that wouldn't be submerged by the sea during high tide. Many students had been here before and knew exactly where the tide would rise. As long as they followed the locations they set, there wouldn't be any mistakes. That night around 10 o'clock, an alarm suddenly sounded from the speakers in the room. Upon hearing the alarm, everyone knew the tide had come. This meant the sea beasts were approaching. Everyone rushed to the seaside. After gathering, Jiang Lang and his companions also headed towards the coastline where they had set traps during the day. Jiang Xia was still in the smelting room and hadn't returned. Jiang Lang sent her a message and activated location sharing to ensure she wouldn't get lost when she came out. Lights rose along the coastline, illuminating it as bright as day. The sound of the tsunami roared, and the water moved incredibly fast, submerging the outermost coastline in just a few breaths. Many teachers from the academy also arrived. They divided the work, with each person responsible for a section and directing the students in battle. They continuously shouted, "Fight in batches. Work together." As for how to divide into batches and cooperate, they did not concern themselves with that. In the Academy's mock battle room, everything had been taught and rehearsed, so there was no need to teach it again at this moment. Jiang Lang and his companions were perfectly paired off, Jiang Lang with Zina Shirluo as the first batch, and Yuhu with Fifth Dong Lei as the second batch. Before coming here, Jiang Lang had never seen the sea in reality. Facing the towering waves and fierce winds, he felt for the first time how small humans truly were. Yuhu and Fifth Dong Lei were also somewhat shocked by the scene before them. At that moment, the teacher's voice changed to, "Stay as far away from the waves as possible. Being pulled in means 100% death rate. Fight only when the sea beasts come ashore." When the water reached its highest point, it would stop rising. Many crabs and shrimp crawled out of the water. These frontline shrimp soldiers and crab generals were either just entering the first stage or were at the first stage. These cannon fodder were meant to clear the traps. Falling into the traps led to quick deaths, which also rapidly consumed the energy in the formations. Once the energy was depleted, the formations would be rendered useless. Only then did the first, second, and third stage sea beasts make their appearance. Those who hadn't T-set traps could take down a large area with a single strike. There was no need for any technical skill. Within less than a quarter of an hour, most of the energy in the formations had been consumed, and everyone raised their weapons to join the fray. Jiang Lang was not new to fighting beasts and had his own set of tactics. He coordinated well with Zina Shirluo. For him, the only regret was the sea beast corpses buried beneath many others. By the time he could collect them, they would likely be crushed into mush. Mixed with sand, they would be inedible. Such waste, to him, was akin to cutting flesh.